What if I told you that even though I look like a child, I've made brands $40 million just through email marketing? Today I'm gonna condense my 4 years of experience into an easy to follow course so that you can start applying ASAP. But this will not be a short video with information that you already know. It's gonna be a longer one and it's going to be action packed. So if you aren't willing to stick around and learn, you're probably not gonna make it far in the game. So without further ado, let's just get into it. Okay, in this video, we're going over how to actually scale an e-commerce brand in 2024. I've been inside over 50 e-commerce brands to help them scale and have over $20 million of attributed revenue through my consulting. So you can choose to listen to me if you want. If you don't, doesn't matter to me, but I'm going to be going over everything in this video and what you need to make sure that you have locked in. So first, we want to understand the evolution of the market. What has been happening since 2020, because we are playing a different game than back in the day. So evolution of the market, 2020 to 2023, where were we at? We had COVID, all that good stuff. Government prints a ton of money to try to save everybody. Everybody had stimulus checks. They had a ton of money. Consumers were buying anything because they had nothing better to do in COVID and in that era than just to buy. So e-com brands felt rich, and new e-com brands start multiplying, especially with Shopify, making it super easy for people to set up a store, drop shippers. So new e-com brands start multiplying. And then now we're in 2024, where we're in a bear market. There's fear of inflation and recession, all that stuff. And the consumer just has less cash to spend. And they're way more skeptical, and they're just buying less. So you have more supply, so many e-com brands, and the more skeptical buyers. It's just resulting in e-com brands making a lot less money, and e-com brands who continue as usual, pretending like it's 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. They're just going to fizzle out, whereas the brands who focus on profit, that's kind of the key of this whole entire video, is them being able to thrive and survive past 1 to 2 years. So it's important to understand the context and the evolution of the market, because also this is just leading to the customer isn't buying like they used to. You can pay top dollar for your cold traffic ads, but maybe you've noticed, but the customer just isn't buying right off the bat as much as they used to. Used to be able to put up some ads and get a 4x ROAS no matter what you put up, but we're kind of not in that ball game. So reason number one, why they're not buying like they used to, they just have less money. 2020, they had stimulus checks, they had all this stuff, and it was kind of shut up and take my money, whereas 2024, they have less money. And so you can see this with just expendable income down across the board. They're a little bit more skeptical with their money because they don't have as much with it. And reason number two is they just have a ton of options. So thanks to Shopify, there's so many brands that somebody can just access in a couple taps on their phone, and there's so many that they can choose from. And people like shopping around. Look at how fun this lady is having. So if people have 10 options if your clothing store and you sell mountain jackets and there are 10 options out there, the odds of you getting that sale are much less likely than a couple years ago when maybe there was only 2 to 3 in your specific niche. So they're just more options. Reason number three, they've been scammed online before, so they're not buying right off your site because they ordered that 24-hour ab shredder 3000 off of a sketchy looking ad, and they're still waiting for it to get in the mail. And yeah, so they've been scammed online, or they haven't received their order. They've had a bad experience with a brand they didn't do their due diligence in. They didn't get their order. It took 2 months to get to them, so they're kind of scarred from that. And there's kind of no way to overcome that except for what I'm going to talk about. And then reason number four, they just don't know who you are. They're thinking, who is this brand? I've been scammed buying online before. What are people saying about it? And why not go with any of the other brands? They just don't know you. You're not going to be best friends with somebody right the first time you meet them. You have to get to know them a little bit. You have to start cracking some jokes, and then eventually you get to know them, and then you trust them to tell them your secrets, your deepest, darkest secrets. Not actually, but in this case, sending you their money, their precious money, takes a lot to get somebody to hand over their wallet. P.S. Subscribe to my free daily newsletter. You get a free 75-page guide on email marketing when you sign up. Inboxnewsletter.com/subscribe. Shameless plug. It's really good. So this is how to guarantee failure with your e-commerce funnel. So you have your attention capture and recapture up here, and you have paid ad traffic and then organic traffic. Probably 90% of your traffic is going to be coming from paid ads. You're spending a shit ton of money there, and you're driving site traffic. That's the point. But the problem is that conversion rates are around 1% for cold traffic, even less than that. If we're talking cold traffic, maybe you have a 2% or 3% conversion rate across your whole store, but a lot of that is recurring people. But cold traffic, 99% of people are just going to leave, and you have to pay for them again. You have to keep paying as they go through this, and 1% are going to purchase. So it's kind of bare and grim and unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. And the thing is, like, you need a couple people. Like, you don't even need that many. You need just like 2 or 3 to really like break even and then start making a profit. So the more you can get that, the more people you can get, the more odds you have of actually having a profitable funnel. And if you bring one person into the funnel, you're able to know for a fact that you're getting a certain amount of money out and then scale profitably. So that is how to guarantee failure. You're just going to churn through ad spend. It's going to take a long time to scale because with your margins, you're getting a 2x ROAS, 3x ROAS, and then with your margins, you're only taking home a couple bucks per purchase. That's just how to guarantee failure. And this is how to stand a chance. What we want is we want to get at least some of the people, we want to get their information and send them stuff a cheaper way rather than just continuing to show them paid ads. So still, you're going to have 1% of traffic purchasing, but then we want to get them on the email list. Email is the cheapest form of traffic. We'll talk about it. But if you can get your website traffic, you can get 10% of people to opt into the email list, and then you have 1% of people purchase, and then you get those people, and then 89% of traffic leaves. That is a lot better. You're getting 10x essentially the amount of people entering your email list, or at least getting their information, able to send them stuff very cheap. And so this is the funnel of how to actually stand a chance. You could have a shitty store, and so that's why I'm saying not how to guarantee winning, but this is how you at least stand a fighting chance. At least with this, you're guaranteeing failure. With this, you can actually stand a chance. So what we want to do is send content. You need a content funnel to be able to level up your prospects here and earn their trust, because when people are coming in, they're a level 1 prospect. They do not know you and they do not trust you. You send content, they level up, and then they have intrigue. Oh yeah, I've seen this brand before. They seem legit, but maybe not quite there yet. So they're intrigued. You send more content, then they become interested. I like this brand, but I'm not fully there yet. Maybe it's not the right time, whatever it is. And then you send more content, they become a level 4 buyer. I like and trust this brand, and I'm ready to buy. The only way to do that really is with content. If you just show somebody your brand once, they're going to forget about you. Thousands of brands out there. You need to continue to show them and continue to build that trust. Just like when you meet somebody for the first time, you don't trust them right away. Maybe you don't want to, leave your wallet with them or something. Maybe that. People are nice. You could leave their wallet. But you know what I mean. It takes a couple times conversing with somebody, getting to know them to really trust them enough to like hang out. And so people just need content to convert. Thousands of brands out there. They need more info to make the decision. Plus, people just don't trust you right off the bat. It's very rare for them to go to your site and buy on the spot. You need to get their email and nurture them with content to get them over the edge. You just need that content. Just one time isn't going to cut it. So cheapest way to send content to maintain margins and profit is email. It's also the most predictable. So this is return on investment. Usually per $1 spent, you get about $36 back with email. It's super cheap. It costs a fraction of a cent to send emails. And so you're really getting the most bang for your buck. You could do Facebook ads, Meta ads, whatever it is, but you have to pay a lot more. You're usually only getting like a 3x return on investment if you have a good ad. And so if you want to spend that, or you can do it cheaper with email, and everybody checks their email. Everybody goes through their email. So that's the cheapest way to do it. Email marketing is the number 1 option for sending content, building trust, and staying top of mind. It's very cheap. You own it completely. You own your email list. These are your customers. It's very predictable. You know for a fact how many people are on your email list and what % of them will convert. And it's also scalable. You just bring more people into the funnel, and then the revenue will scale kind of linearly and exponentially. And then 4, it increases your customer goodwill by sending emails, sending good content. You're able to just kind of like build that trust and continue to provide them value to where they can trust you again, and then no one can take it away. Zuck can't shut it down. It's the problem with ads. At the snap of a finger, they can raise ad prices 10x, and there's nothing you can do about it. With email, you own it completely, and no one can take it away. Put it simply, cheapest way to get traffic from people who already know, like, and trust you. That's an amazing thing. A lot of ads are to people who don't know, like, and trust you. Email is just a massive database of people who know, like, and trust you. You've sent them content, and they trust you, and so it's the easiest way to access these people. So let's talk about the funnel. First, we need to talk about list growth, which is this section here. After we have this lame funnel where a lot of people leave, this is what we're talking about here. We have list growth. You need to get people on your list. So there's a lot of value with new subscribers. New subscribers are worth more than past subscribers. They actually are, because they just opted into their email list and maybe they're ready to buy, or you piqued their interest. And so there's a thing known as the honeymoon phase, which is like right when they join the list and like kind of up to their first, second purchase. They're in a honeymoon phase. You're this new brand. They're like, oh, I just opted into their emails. These guys look awesome. They had a solid website. Like, this is cool. This could be like my new favorite brand. People do that often. So that's a honeymoon phase. And so you can get that. And then fresh interest also, like if they clicked onto your ad and then they go to your site and sign up to your email list, that is very fresh interest. It's probably top of mind. And so that's kind of the value of a new subscriber, whereas like a longer term subscriber, they have probably bought from you before and they trust you, but they can start to lose interest. So you can overcome that by sending good content, but new subscribers are super key. And so you always want to make sure that you're growing your list. And so we have 4 methods of list growth, which is our pop-up forms, post-purchase opt-ins, sign-up pages, and sign-up embeds, kind of in the order in which they work. So pop-up forms that load onto your site in the viewer's face after a certain activity, usually a couple seconds after somebody goes to your site and get a pop-up form. Hey, do you want this incentive? Just give us your email. And then you deliver it. So pop-up forms are going to be the main one. A good pop-up form will convert 10% of your website traffic into email subscribers. So that's why we put 10% in that graphic up top. 2, we have post-purchase opt-ins. So it's just a checkbox next to someone's purchase when they're checking out, asking if they want to receive future marketing. Very effective. You can just get the email address of pretty much everybody who purchases. You can have that checkbox automatically checked and they'll get added to the email list. 3, sign-up pages. So just full pages on your site dedicated to getting someone's email address. You can link that in like your social media, blog content, whatever you want, and you could have giveaways on your sign-up pages. You can have certain things. So these are just pages on your website for collecting email addresses. Then you have sign-up embeds, so embedded forms on your websites like homepage, in your footer, always a good place to have your email address and offer whatever kind of incentive that you're giving or reason for somebody to sign up for your email list. So those are the 4 methods of list growth that you need to have to feed into the rest of the funnel. So the next part of it are your flows, which are your automated emails, which are right here. So what are flows? Automated emails sent to a customer after they complete a specified action. Things like joining the email list, abandoning an item that they added to cart, or making a purchase. After they do those actions, they'll get fired into a flow, a set of emails that are going to essentially convert them and give them the necessary information they need. It helps allow us to automate the customer journey, send high converting reminders, give cross sales and relevant information to the customer. They should make up about 50% of your total revenue, the other 50% coming from campaigns, which are the one-time emails sent to the list. If you're around 60-40, 40-60, 50-50%, you're usually good. If you get outside of that, then there's probably a problem. Like if flows right here was 30%, campaigns were 70%, I'd probably say probably a lot of room for improvement in the flows. So why use flows? Again, just to show it really clearly, it's automated revenue. You get to take pressure off your campaigns. If you are constantly just hands off generating revenue from your flows, it's going to take pressure off your campaigns where you're like, oh my gosh, our email revenue is down this month. We need to send a ton of campaigns. Flows will help you take pressure off that. Convert your high intent traffic, abandonment people, people who just joined the email list. It'll allow you to convert those people without letting them slip away. Recover your lost sales, so abandonment flows. So you would have lost these sales otherwise, but you're sending them reminders. And then personalize the customer experience. If you have flows and you have somebody like post-purchase, they make a purchase, they buy a specific item, you can customize the experience by giving them specific content to that item, and that just helps the customer. So what flows do we want? Here is a table of everything you want with the Klaviyo trigger and the Klaviyo filter. These are kind of just like the base stuff that you want to make sure that you have live. Every ecom brand needs these live. Welcome flow, website abandon, someone visits the site and then leaves. Browse abandon, views a product then leaves. Cart abandon, adds to their cart then leaves. Checkout abandon, goes to checkout and then leaves. Post purchase, somebody makes a purchase and then win back. Somebody hasn't purchased in 60 days. I have a very long video on Klaviyo flows, so you can check that out. It's just down on my channel. You can find it. But these are like the Klaviyo filters and whatnot that you want to have so that they fire correctly. More information in the other video on my channel if you want to go find it. So those are the flows, and then now we want campaigns. So campaigns are this part of the funnel here. And so campaigns are the one-time emails that you send to your list at a certain time. Typical campaign topics that you might be thinking of are like holiday sales, like Black Friday, Memorial Day, those types of sales. To like back in stock emails, so you just gotta you just got some new items in stock and you want to send to all your customers, all your email list to let them know. Product releases, again, like a one-time thing that happens. But those are like the main ones that you think of, but there's much more to campaigns and getting customer loyalty and conversions over time. So what do you send? How do you build that? How do you get conversions and build loyalty over time? So nobody on your email list just wants to receive offers, discounts, and like pick me type content where it's like buy our stuff, buy our stuff, buy our stuff. By doing so, you just seem needy, and no one wants to buy from someone needy. Creates sales resistance. Somebody goes up to you and it's like buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff. They're like, oh my goodness, no, I do not want to buy from you. So by being altruistic, like don't really care, like here's the product, here's the information, buy if you want, and avoiding asking for sales, it helps you accomplish two things. You avoid annoying your list with just discounts over and over again and then losing the effectiveness of your discounts over time. And then two, you also position yourself as a sought after brand who doesn't need to beg for purchases. Like when I'm thinking about the top brands in the world where I'm like, okay, that is a prestigious brand. Like I'm thinking like designer, I'm thinking of like Apple, those types of brands. It's like, are they saying sale, come buy our stuff, like massive, whatever? Like, no, they're just saying like, here's our product, here's why it's so amazing. Have it if you want. And then people just flock to them. It's just like you always want what you can't have, and you want what people, that's why you always are attracted to the person who you'd never have a chance with. Same sort of thing. We recommend 3 to 4 campaigns per week. Yes, 3 to 4 per week. For some people, they think that's a lot. It's really not. If your email list, everybody checks their email multiple times a day. They're probably on other newsletters, and so it's easy for you to get buried. 3 to 4 campaigns really isn't a lot. It's every other day, and we found that to convert the best across the board. And so this is like bad content, sale, buy our stuff, discount exclusive, gone forever, buy or die. Good content is like tips and tricks, message from our founder, what does this mean, our favorite picks, watch out for this in the industry, like here's like some risks, things like that. That's good type of content that people can get, and you're giving them dopamine. It's kind of like social media. Like people scroll social media to get this type of content. Let's give it to them in the email and provide value to them so that we build our so that we kind of like build our authority and build trust. So here are a ton of campaign ideas if you want them for non-discount campaigns that aren't pick me type stuff. You can pause this video and look at it if you would like. But yeah, I'll also put this doc in the description so that you can have it. But like one benefit feature, talking about one specific benefit, having one feature, so actually one feature of your product, such as its ingredients or materials. I won't read all of these, but like FAQ, frequently asked question, what's inside, how it's made, how to use, back in stock. We have a ton of different stuff, myths versus facts, progress update on the brand, a customer transformation, puzzles, treat yourself, that's always a good one. People like, if you say, hey, treat yourself, you deserve it, people often buy. Tips and tricks, Flashback Friday, Throwback Thursday, stuff like that, staff picks, these are all great ideas that you can use that don't use discounts. And right here, if you're sending 3 to 4 campaigns a week, and you send 3 to 4, you just go through one by one of these. This is going to get you, let's see, 3 months worth of content. So more than that, my math is bad, but you get the point. If you send 3 to 4 campaigns a week, this will get you through some time. So you want to build a monthly campaign calendar on top of this, just to make sure that you're planning your content effectively and you're fitting those topics, as I mentioned. So if you have topics to choose from, you make your calendar for what campaigns do you want to send on what day. So here's how to build a monthly campaign calendar for your emails. You just want to determine your important dates. So you pulled up just a, say it's June, and you want to create a calendar. Just pull up, determine the important dates that you want in your calendar. So if you want to run a sale for June, if there are any product launches in June, if there are any holidays in June, just go ahead and put those into your calendar for those dates. So now you have a blank June calendar with some important dates. Then you want to add supplementary emails to those important dates for like a sale that you're running for, like, I don't know, a June sale, June 10th, say, for example. You want to add your supplementary emails. So maybe you have like a reminder and then like a closer email. So you have the sale launch on the 10th, you have a reminder on the 12th, and then you have a sale closer on the 14th. Add those supplementary emails. If you have a product launch, you could do a teaser. Whatever you want to do, add those. And then for all the extra spaces that you have, so now you have like a third of your calendar filled out for June with like the supplementary content and the main stuff. Fill in the gaps to make sure you have 3 to 4 email campaigns per week, and use micro topic campaigns, which are just kind of like the examples I gave above. Micro topics are just topics that are one specific thing about your emails, rather than giving people a whole massive article about a ton of information that's going to overwhelm them. We choose a micro topic, such as like one specific benefit about your product, rather than showing them all possible great things and how your product saves the world and ends world hunger, all that good stuff. You just want to pick one specific thing. Like we help you feel happier. Like that's one specific thing. So here's just the campaign process, easily made visual. So those are all of the parts of the funnel. It's just a cheap content flywheel. That's just email. Cheap content flywheel. Rather than spending a ton on paid ads, waiting for people to try to organically come to your content, which can take a while. It's not predictable. You don't know when people are going to re-see your content. We want to have a cheap content flywheel. We have these automated journeys that will send if somebody signs up to your email list and 4 months later they go to your website because they thought about you, because they were just going about their day and there was like, oh yeah, I need to buy this product. They go to your website and then they abandon their cart. We have these flows automatically firing, and it's cheap content. We don't have to send retargeting ads. That costs a lot of money. Then you have campaigns where you're constantly staying top of mind, continuing to remind the customer of your product. You're giving them value, building goodwill, and you're getting conversions along the way. You're just overcoming objections with each email that you send, and people will automatically buy. And if you can get 10% of your website traffic to come in, if you have like 50,000 website viewers a month, you get 5,000 new email subscribers a month. Like that's very achievable. That's what we help do for brands. So it's very much possible. Just think of email as a cheap content flywheel, cheap content to people who already know, like, and trust you. So that's why it's so effective. That is it for this one. Join my free daily newsletter. I wouldn't be promoting it if I didn't think it was the best thing in the world. It is very good. And if you want to find me, you can have my Twitter links. My Twitter, that's where I'm the most active. YouTube, of course, which is hopefully what you're watching. LinkedIn, feel free to email me if you have any questions. I'm happy to help. And yeah, this doc will be in the description. Let me know if there are any future videos that you want covered, and I will see you in the next one. In this video, we are going to be going over this guide on how to double your list growth and your email marketing revenue in turn, a definitive guide for getting your pop-up forms at 10% plus conversions, meaning you bring site traffic, 10% of them will turn into email subscribers. So this full guide here is what I'm going to be going over. This is the condensed version. If you want to keep this or have it for yourself, it's in the description. So first, why is this important? So in 2024, there's exponentially increased competition. The customer has less money than in 2020 with stimulus checks, and conversion rates on e-commerce are just dropping. So without effective pop-up forms in place, your ad traffic will just visit your site and leave, kind of to never come back. Go check out one of your competitors, or you'll just be forgotten. So your ads just lose effectiveness the lower that your pop-up forms convert. So having a high converting pop-up form will allow you to capture, nurture, convert, and then retain your ad traffic with email, thus increasing your revenue over time by converting your customers who were cold and lowering your cost per acquisition. If you don't have your forms in place, people are just going to leave your site and never come back. If you do have high performing pop-ups, you're going to actually capture them and get the most out of your ad traffic. So that's me. Some helpful stuff if you want it, some social media links. And yeah, we've generated over $20 million in revenue for clients. So what is inside this video and this guide? The purpose of pop-up forms. Then we're going to talk about the importance of them. 9 common mistakes with pop-up forms that I see way too often that is absolutely killing your cost per acquisition. Effective email pop-up form examples. We're going to go over 5 steps on how to create a high converting pop-up. And then the top 7 A/B tests to run on your pop-up form that you can do today. And then 7, a swipe file of 29 high converting pop-up forms that you can replicate that I personally manually picked out from sites that have good forms. So this one's going to be a doozy. It's going to be awesome. So sit down, grab a snack, whatever you have to do. So first let's talk about the purpose of pop-up forms. That is the first stutter. It's going to be one of many, so bear with me. Evolution of the market. So kind of touched on this earlier, but 2020, 2023, government prints a ton of money. Stimulus checks, consumers buy anything. E-com brands feel rich because there also weren't as many e-com brands as there are today. So new e-com brands start multiplying, and now we're into 2024 where it's kind of a bear market. People have less money. Consumers are a lot more skeptical now. They've been scammed online, so they're buying less, and so e-com brands just make less money. The ones who continue as usual, pretending like it's 2020 still and have a 2020 funnel, are going to fizzle out. Meanwhile, the ones who are focusing on profit in the back end are going to thrive. That's kind of what we're seeing right now, and we're really seeing it play out. So the e-commerce problem of today is really that just like most of the people who click your ad and go to your site, like most e-com stores rely on ads for site traffic, and you should. It's a good channel, but they're just not going to buy right away. These people have objections. They don't have enough info. They don't have the money right this second to buy. Their payday is next Friday. They just found out you existed. They just randomly clicked on an ad. They don't know if your product is any good. And why would they go with you when there are thousands of other brands in your niche doing the same thing? So they end up leaving your site, and you're forced to keep on paying on ads until all these objections are addressed. So this is just the sad reality of ecom. You have these ad viewers, you bring them to your site, and really there's only going to be two kind of, like, if this is a 2% conversion rate, like, this is even high. I don't even know. This isn't even 100 people. So people ready and able to buy, you have less than 2% conversion. These are people who say, I've seen this brand a few times. They've shown me their product is legit. I'm confident I'll receive my product. This is good timing. I actually need this right now. Meanwhile, most of the people have objections. Who is this brand? Are they real? Are they going to scam me? Does their product work? Is their product any good? Is it worth the price? And so these people leave, and then you're forced to follow this path and go right back into Facebook, pay the money, and kind of repeat this until they buy. And so more ad spend, rising cost per acquisition. That's just like the simplified way of what's going on. So how do we convert these cold prospects who are coming to your site off ads? You simply can't. It is near impossible to convert cold audiences in e-commerce. You can only convert warm audiences. The only people who will buy from you, give you their hard-earned money, is people who already know, like, and trust you. So how do you turn a cold audience into an audience that knows, like, and trusts you? The only way is content. So with each piece of content a cold customer sees of yours, doesn't matter the platform, you earn trust points and they become warmer and warmer. It doesn't matter if you show somebody 8 ads in a row, they will get warmer and warmer each time, because every time they see your ad, they either learn a little bit of information, see your product again, or they're like, oh my gosh, I've seen this ad so many times, this must be a legit brand. So they're a cold customer, they get warmer and warmer until they reach what I call the trust threshold, which is the point in which somebody has enough information and they trust you enough to actually buy from you. So this is kind of just like an illustration, very simple, number of times exposed to a brand, not ready to purchase. Once they cross this threshold, then they're ready to purchase. It doesn't mean they will buy right this second, it just means that they are ready to purchase. It's only a matter of time and the right information where they will buy from you. So that's the only way. And so you have to send content. So why not send content the cheap way to bring your costs down? So the reason why cost of acquisition is so rapidly is that some brands are relying on their paid ads for content. They have a funnel that's just one-sided. So paid ads will work for reaching the trust threshold and getting these people to purchase, but it is expensive. Like, you can do it, but it's expensive. And in many cases, brands are breaking near even on the first purchase when they have this sort of funnel. So when the customer makes their first purchase, they're just breaking even, and they're hoping to make it back in the back end. So the best way to send content without harming your CPA is by sending cheap and predictable content. That's where email comes in. Cheapest form of content accomplishes the same goal with the same or higher effectiveness. So you can just see the differences between paid ads and email marketing. This isn't anti-paid ads propaganda. It's just email for the use case of converting is better, whereas paid ads is great for acquiring attention, scaling up attention to get people to your site. Because it's expensive, it's controlled by someone else, and it's cold leads, whereas email, it's cheap, controlled by you, warm leads who know, like, and trust you. So that's why email is going to be valuable for converting these people, warming them up and converting them. So again, like, this isn't saying turn off your ads or anything. You'd be screwed. Just use your paid ads for that initial touch point, that first 1 to 2 visits. You can pay for that. You can pay for those ads to get them 1 or 2 times on the site, but then you get them on the pop-up and you convert them over time, and then multi-time buyers as well. So that's why it's so important to have a pop-up form, because if you don't, you're just going to keep on sending ads and ads and ads until they buy. So again, we get these ad clickers onto our email list with our pop-up forms. You know, some may say that pop-up forms are intrusive, but the ROI that you get is just way too big to ignore. The ROI you get in the back end, just it's unparalleled, and a good form will not be intrusive at all. People want deals. They want these pop-up forms. They want 15% off whatever you're offering. They want a little gift or something, or a mystery, whatever it is. People like this, and a good form is not going to be intrusive at all. As long as you wait for the right time delay, it's designed well, it's clean, it's not in your face and spammy, then it will not be intrusive, and people will enjoy it and want it, and they'll sign up to it. So let's talk about the importance. So we know what are pop-up forms and kind of just like the purpose of them. Now let's talk about the importance of them. So kind of as we talked about, with no or a low converting pop-up, people are just going to go to your site and then leave. And yeah, you'll get like a 2x to 3x ROAS if you have a good ad, but that's fine. Like you can be okay with this, but you're barely making any profit, especially with e-com margins today. So people just go into your site and then they leave. Whereas if you do have your pop-ups and you have a high converting one, like most brands will have a pop-up live, but if you have a high converting one, we're able to capture the folks that we paid so much to acquire through our ads, and then we convert them after we have their trust and the objections are addressed. So instead of just bouncing right off, we're going to get some of them into the email list, send them emails, send them content, make some money, and get a 10x plus ROAS. That's the only way that you can really, you can't do that over without email going on in the back end, just purely with ads. It's quite literally impossible. So here's an example for a client that we did. So this is a real client example after we literally only increased their pop-up conversion rate from 2.5% to 8.75%. We didn't touch their emails. We didn't do anything. No increased site traffic. We just took their form from 2.5% to 8.75%. As a result, their monthly welcome email flow, so the emails after somebody signs up saying, hey, welcome to the brand, went from $7,000 a month to $25,000 a month. So you can see here, the prior 3-4 months was an average of $7,000. And then after we put our form in, the next month, October, $25,000. So a direct correlation of 3.5x in the pop-up conversion rate to a 3.5x increase in monthly welcome flow revenue. Funny how that works. The more people who enter your list, the more people who buy. And so you can see here, it turned out to be about a 10% conversion rate both times, equal, but average order value the same, monthly site visitors the same. Only thing that changed here was the pop-up form conversions, 2.5% to 8.75%, new email subscribers, 750, 2,600. So this in turn is $216,000 over 1 year. So this difference, an extra $216,000 for this brand, which is pretty sweet, and that's a lot of money just by your little pop-up, which is easy to just like set and forget and be like, oh, it's performing fine. Optimize it, and it can be the difference between hundreds of thousands of dollars. So just kind of to recap, over 12 months, 31,500 more subscribers, and compared to 9,000, and again, that's so many more people that you can continue to sell to, and $300,000 of revenue compared to $84,000. And so that's an easy visualization just to show like the importance of having a hyper optimized form and making sure that you're testing it. So it's important to understand that you do not get it right the first time. Klaviyo and these other platforms have plug and play templates that you can get on your site in minutes, but it's easy enough to call it quits right there, and a lot of brands would do this, but that's what the above brand example did above, but that's just leaving way too much revenue on the table. It takes real work and know-how to get a form from the industry average of like 1 to 3%, like where that brand was at, to our goal of 8 to 12%. And the result is just 3 times more revenue in your welcome flow and the growth of your list. So this is kind of how it looks like. This is the actual how it goes. Initial form, 2.5%, 3.3%, and then you increase it to 4.1, and then it goes down, 3.7. Goes up, down, up. It's just all these tests until eventually you get to the 10% form. Like you don't just make it right away. It's only through testing, iterating, and proving that you reach these 10% opt-ins. And it's just going to take a ton test. It's going to take a ton of tests. So that one in the example above was, I believe, like our 5th or 6th form that we were just hyper testing super fast. And so very, very important. So let's talk about some 9 common mistakes with pop-up forms that if you look on your site could be happening, and you can quickly remove them to increase your opt-in rates. I want to make sure that this is as tactical as possible so you can get as much quick value as possible. So number 1, the offer isn't strong enough. So the offer is the number 1 most important aspect of your pop-up. If you don't have a good offer, then people aren't going to sign up. If you're just saying, hey, sign up and be my friend, that's a terrible offer. Nobody wants to be your friend. No offense. But if I did a pop-up like that, that's just not going to work. So it must be strong enough to where somebody wants to opt in. If you aren't offering a discount, then make it creative, such as like entering a giveaway, giving a free guide. You can't just get on your knees and beg somebody to join. You need to give them something. And if you are offering a discount, make it appealing. For example, let's look at this brand. So limited time offer, get 5% off today by subscribing. Everything else about this form is good. It's okay. But 5%, that's just like sounds terrible. Like 5% off, that's saving me nothing. But the average order value for this brand is $500. So what do you think sounds better, 5% off or $25 off? See, when it's $25 off, because that's what 5% of 500 is, that's what everybody's going to be doing. What sounds better? Do you want $25 off? Like here's a $20 bill and a $5 bill, or 5%? Typically, the dollar off is going to perform better, and we've tested this. If average order value is above $100, then you probably want to do dollars off. And so this is an example of putting in a strong offer and changing it. And then maybe that doesn't work. Maybe you want to try something else, like how to install this car part free guide, or here's a giveaway for this, whatever it would be. You just got to test your offer because maybe it just isn't strong enough. So that's the number one thing that you can test. Something you can also do is like a free gift with your order. That's one that can work really well as well. Number two, too many requests. This is the second common mistake that I see too often, but more requests means more work for the customer. Each millisecond of extra work or waiting for the customer will increase churn. So you should only ask for one input at a time with your forms. First, only ask for email. Then after they submit, that's when you can like ask the extra stuff, such as SMS. If you throw all this stuff, like look at this pop-up, like people going to your site are zombies. They're not going to want to fill all this out. Their first name, last name, email, password, social security number, it's the name of your dog. Like nobody's going to fill that out to not even have a strong offer, become an insider. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not a strong enough offer. And people aren't going to fill all this out. They're just going to go straight for that X. You just want to make it super simple. Hey, all you have to do is this. And then after they submit it, then you can ask for extra stuff. So that's the second common mistake. The third common mistake is time delay. So your form should not fire instantly. This will harm the customer experience and will result in low submits and a higher frustration. This can harm your conversion rates. And you shouldn't wait too long, such as 30 seconds, because then nobody will see your form. Like ideally, the longer we wait, the better. Ideally, that's better for the customer experience, but how many people are actually on your website for 30 seconds? That's going to get your impressions way down and the amount of submits down. So you have to find the balance of firing soon enough to where site visitors will see it without harming the experience. So we typically recommend anywhere from 4 to 12 seconds so the customer has time to briefly view the site. And we're not harming the experience by sending it too early. So test in there and see what you get the most submits with. Next is load speed, kind of one that not a lot of people talk about, but the worst thing ever is to have a form that slowly loads in, like there's a picture and then like lags in like this. It's the worst. And so it'll harm the customer experience and give them a reason to impulse exit out of the form. And this also just is a bad look for your site and makes it seem just like scrappy. And especially if you have like premium products or products that you think that are like really, really good, that's just going to hurt it. Like you can't even get a pop-up right. So this usually happens if you have a massive image file in your pop-up, or the text files are big, or you're using too many opt-ins, or it's just a lot going on with the form. I typically recommend not having pictures on mobile and then using heavily compressed images if you are using them on desktop. So if you want to use an image, compress your file with this website, iloveimg.com. You just plug an image in. If it's like a 2 gigabyte photo, it'll turn it to like 200 kilobytes. So use that, and that'll help your load speed. The next common mistake is form size. So this is having small forms is the mistake. So in most cases, the bigger your form is, the better. Small forms just don't grab your attention enough and make it very easy for somebody to find the exit button. So try to get your mobile and desktop forms as large as possible, like about 75% of the screen. So right here, it's very easy to find the X, first of all, because it's right in the middle of the screen. If you got to make people work for the X, if you are putting it in a corner, put it all the way up here. But also, this is just too small of a form, and it's not really grabbing somebody's attention. You really want to make it a lot bigger, like this big, so it's really somebody has no choice but to like read your offer. And of course, just this is not a good pop-up form, but small pop-up forms, definitely not what you want to do. And on mobile, you don't want the ones that only take up like half the screen. You want it to take up as much of the screen as possible, because we've tested thoroughly, and the bigger forms always win. So the next common mistake is too much copy. So any copy that you have in your pop-up form that says you will get exclusive offers and promotions is no bueno. It is implied when somebody joins your list. I mean, there are certain scenarios. I mean, I've tested this many times, and in every single time, whenever you don't include it, it performs better, because the more copy you have, the more you scare the customer. Nobody wants a big thing in their face with a ton of words that they have to read. It's just nobody wants to do that. So you just scare the customer, and then they just make a beeline to the X button. So like all of this copy is just unnecessary. 10% off your first order. Yes, that's necessary. Sign up to our newsletter to stay up to date with exclusive offers, new products and promotions, and more. Add your details below and we will send you your coupon code. T's and C's apply. All of this is implied. Like, when somebody joins an email list, they know they're getting exclusive access, and nobody's reading this anyways. When they see the pop-up, they're just going to look at this, and if they like it, they'll enter. If not, they're just going straight here. So there's really no point. All it's doing is harming the conversions from what I've experienced. So the next common mistake, kind of similar, but too much going on. The more you have going on in your pop-up, the more the customer gets overwhelmed. And the more overwhelmed, the more you scare them, the more they exit out. So too much copy, too many pictures, too many colors, etc. That's going to increase churn. We really want the things to be as simple as possible. And I mean like plain black and white even. Like that can perform best. Like you want to add a little bit of branding. But like this is just a lot going on. There's a person, there's a new font, there's different headlines and different colors. And then there's just a lot going on here, and it's going to really overwhelm somebody. And so if they're in the middle of doing something and you put something overwhelming in their face, they're just going to exit out and try to get back to what they were doing, like reading this article. Same is going to be said about the shopping experience. So make sure you don't have too much going on. Next, probably the biggest common mistake is the offer is unclear. So the only reason anybody will join your email list is for an incentive. That's the only way. And if your offer is unclear, hard to find, people are just going to automatically close out of your form. You've literally like half a second for somebody to look at your form before they decide, are they going to exit out or are they going to submit this? So don't hide it. Make it as clear, as large as possible. Like you can't even see what the offer is here. This is 10% off right here. The text is so small and it is completely just like buried in all this copy that isn't necessary. It's kind of cool. It's kind of funny. Sorry to bother you, but it's a necessary evil in this business. You know the drill. Like it's just not the time and the place because people don't care. They just care about the discount. And I'm sure if you just put a big 10% off and sign up, then a lot more people would opt into it, at least from everything that I've tested. And then another one, we have too easy to close. So at this point, the customer is accustomed to automatically finding an X in the top right corner of any pop-up that they see. No matter what e-commerce brand, if they see a pop-up, they're just going to automatically go to the top right corner. So right when the pop-up fires up, literally they're already moving. And so we want to deny people that option to where their lizard brain doesn't automatically close out. We want them to actually force them to view the pop-up. So instead, you should move your close button and create a separate button inside the form. So instead of having your X up here, have your X down here or closed form down here. Maybe you could try your X in the top left corner, but everybody's just going to do a beeline straight for this. If you can force them to look at the pop-up, it's going to be better. And so those are the 9 common mistakes. And so taking in those common mistakes, we have some effective pop-up form examples that you can take a look at. So these are some examples. This is like a full page mobile pop-up. You can see the offer is super clear, super big button, clear button, and then there's no clear X. It's no thanks, I'll pay at full price. Awesome. Another great example here of a big form. This is probably as small as you want to get. You could go a little bit, but this is probably as small as you want to get. Same sort of deal. No clear X, and the offer here, they don't have a discount, but they have 24-hour early access to exclusive deals. That's great. Here's another kind of pop-up form. Big offer at the top, and then it says to claim your discount. So it's kind of like a game. You have to claim your discount. There's an X in the top right corner, so definitely situational here. So test this versus having a different close button. This says you've got 20% back, claim your discount. So this is a quiz. And then we have just a big offer, plain form, full page, just want 10% off. The offer's clear. And then yes, please. So these are some great examples of pop-ups that aren't anything too crazy. And then these are desktop examples as well. Look at how big this form is. Claim this off your order, claim deal, no X up in the top right corner. Same sort of deal here. The X is in the top left corner for this one. And then big offer. And this one's a mystery discount, which is also something that you can test. So to reveal it, same sort of quiz type funnel that you see on some pop-up platforms. So these are great desktop examples as well. Now we have gone over the common mistakes, some solid examples for your pop-up forms, why we need them. Now let's talk about how to actually create an effective pop-up form and the exact 5-step process to follow. So this is the 5-step process that you want to follow. First, super important, establish your offer. Choose what incentive you want. And then 2, we want to choose what form type you want. So there are 5 different types of the main ones that you can use as your starting point. So you have to pick which one, and then you have to create your form. So whether you're using Klaviyo or a platform called Amped, which I'll give a tutorial on, and use my tutorials of me actually creating these forms inside of Klaviyo and Amped. 4, you want to run your form through my checklist, which is going to be provided. And then 5, setting up your A/B tests, setting up your variations, monitor results, and then iterate. So this is the 5-step process. Let's go through it. So 1, establish your offer. Again, your offer is the most important aspect of your pop-up form. Try different offers based off your margins and your opt-in rates, whatever you can do. So say you have a $10 off coupon and you try that out. You have a high average order value, so you offer $10 off, and you get like 4% open rates, and then you offer $15 off and you get like 12% open rates. Probably that $5 that you're giving off is going to be worth it in the long run. So just test your opt-in rates, and then the margins, and see if it's worth it for you. So a great test to yourself is just, if I was given my offer, would I exchange my email for this? It's a good test. So make sure you test these different styles. So these are kind of the top offers that you can do. Most common ones are going to be % off. You should probably do that if your average order value is below $100. If your average order value is like $50, 10% off sounds better than $5 off, because if your average order value is $50, 10% off would on average be $5 off, but 10% off sounds better than $5 off. And then it kind of like the example I gave above, average order value above 100, $2 off. Mystery discount is something that you can do. It's the same offer as this, but in the pop-up form, you frame it as just like a mystery discount. Sign up for a mystery discount. You have a free gift with your order. Get an extra something with your order. You can have free shipping. It's an easy one to do as well. Even if you already offer free shipping, just give that away in your pop-up form, and you don't have to sacrifice any of your margins. You can do a giveaway entry. So give away something every month. Every month, draw winners, and hey, sign up for our email list to get your giveaway entry. You can do a free guide, so you put together some sort of resource for somebody and offer that away. The better it is, the more opt-ins you get. And then like early access for some sort of deals that you're doing. That's another thing that you can do in your pop-up forms, as long as you're super clear and you're not vague, like sign up to the email list to get early access. Like, you have to make it like actually worth something. So first, you want to establish your offer, make sure that it's good, make sure that it's something you're willing to do. Next, we want to choose what type of form that we want. So different forms will have different effectiveness based on your audience. So it's important to give all of these forms a shot to see what resonates the best with your audience. So start with one and go from there. So your best bet is going to be with the classic or the micro commit here, and then go from there. But if you can also try any of these. So the classic is kind of, as we talked about, it's just straight to the email address. Here's like 10% off your order. Whatever it is that you're giving away, you just go straight to the email address. And again, notice how we're not asking for a ton of different stuff. This brand's just doing straight to the email address and then checks all the boxes. Perfect. So that's the classic. The micro commit is very similar, except it has an extra step in front of the form. So it says, do you want 10% off? And then it's yes, please, or no, thanks. So this works better in a lot of scenarios for a couple reasons. When somebody gets this pop-up and they're forced to read it and it's like, do you want 10% off your order? Like, yeah, you do. And it's not like you kind of just are zoned out, and then you're much more likely to click it. And it's confirmation bias, which is just human psychology. When you start something, you're more likely to finish it. So after they click this button, then it goes to the email address, and then the person's thinking, I already clicked this, so might as well. And yeah, you just make somebody pick here, and they're much more likely to do it. So that's the micro commit. These are probably going to be your best bet to start. They're the simplest, and you can test these against each other as kind of like your first test is what I'd recommend. Next is the quiz. So this is going to be popular on platforms like Amped, which I'll give a tutorial on here shortly. But essentially, the quiz, it's you have somebody answer a question, whatever it is, give you some information, and you offer them a discount in exchange for it. So this works great because you're getting information from the customer. And then also, it just converts better a lot of the times because people feel like they earn the discount. It's not like, oh, this brand's just throwing away a discount. They're like, oh no, I have to like earn this. And so to claim 50% off, share what problems you're trying to solve. And then same sort of thing, commitment bias. Once they do this, they're much more likely to enter their email address. So these types of quizzes can work really well. And then you can tag these people as, hey, this person is more interested in dealing with scars. And then you know to send that person scars type emails, how to overcome scars in the future. So the quiz is going to be very effective, and a lot of times it is going to convert better while giving you more information. Next is the spin to win, which is tacky, but it converts really, really well. So if you want to do a spin to win or something like this, they will convert really well. So in this example, this is on the platform Attentive. So it's spin to win. You can win up to 20% off. And then the spin to win is always going to give you 20% off. It's a rigged game like the carnival, but it's in your favor. It's in the customer's favor. So they spin to win, they earn 20%, and then it's congrats, you won it, unlock with your email. So works really well, but it's just a bit tacky. It makes you look a little cheap, but still these convert like crazy. And so depends on like kind of, maybe you can try it every now and again, mix it up on your site, but it's definitely something that works really well, and you can jazz it up a little bit like this brand. And then another one kind of similar is uncover your discount. So same sort of deal, but you kind of gamify the experience for the customer. So it's like you've got like click on something to reveal your discount. So you could choose a box, and so it makes you be like, oh, am I going to get this one right? So you're much more likely to click it. Then once you click it and you win, you're much more likely to actually like fill out your email address because you're like, oh my gosh, I did it. So this one can work really well as well. I wouldn't call it tacky as much, but kind of just, I don't know. It can be a little bit weird than just being really straightforward with, hey, here's a discount. So my favorites are these top three, the quiz, micro commit, and the classic, and these are usually the ones that I'm going to test out first. So again, we have established our offer, whatever it is, and then choose what type of form you want and test them against each other. So 3, now we actually want to create our form in Klaviyo and Amped. So Klaviyo is the main email service provider for email marketing for ecom. So it's just going to be where you send your emails and then also where your pop-up forms are. So in most cases, you can create them in Klaviyo, but a great platform if you want to do a separate platform, you want to take your pop-up forms up a notch, is Amped. Amped absolutely crushes. They're the superior option and perform much better than Klaviyo forms, but it is an extra cost. The pricing is available on their site. It's usually only like $100 a month. But the ROI I've seen from it is far and away worth it. So below here are tutorials that you can have as well. So this is like Amped, for example. They create you pop-ups that look like this, kind of like the examples I showed you. A lot of it's gamified and kind of everything that you'd look for. You just book a demo with them, and essentially they'll create you forms, and they'll create you forms for free. So, and then you can create them yourself after that and test whatever you want. So Klaviyo pop-up form tutorial, I have these videos here. If you want them, I'm just going to play them. I'm going to attach them. I just wanted to put this in the document as well so that it's embedded. So once you take this document, you have the tutorials on how to install them. So I'm just going to play them in this YouTube video, and I'll play them just back to back to back. And then if you want these videos just to like have on your own, then get the document in the description. But I'm going to play these videos. Essentially, we just want to create our forms. Alrighty. This is going to be your guide for mobile forms on Klaviyo. So exactly how to make them, what templates to use, and the different features that you can use inside of Klaviyo. So this is what we're doing. We are going to start from a template on sign up forms here. So Klaviyo has some solid templates to start, but you don't want to take these as is because there's a lot of things that you are going to want to change if you've seen the rest of my resources on forms. So my favorite form, just to kind of start out with, is this multi-step email and SMS full page form. So we're just going to do this. We're going to do test video. So what you want to do here is, what's the list that you want to add these people to? Newsletter, and then SMS subscriber list, whatever you want to put them in. And then we're just going to create this form, and it's going to give us a decent template to start off with. So This is what it looks like on desktop, and then if you switch to mobile up here, this is how you're able to view mobile versus desktop. Now, I always recommend just creating separate forms for each. It's going to be easier to analyze the data. So we're going to go over mobile forms in this video. So to change this to purely be mobile, we're going to go to targeting and behavior here. And we're going to show this to display on mobile only. And you'll see this changes only to mobile. So this is kind of how the dashboard looks. You can click onto all of these features and you're able to edit them as you please, change the text. And then you also have the different steps here. So the email opt-in and then the SMS opt-in. And if you want a success message, then you can put a success message. Depending on how you are doing your SMS, not everybody's going to have SMS, but depends on how you do it. Typically, what we do that I recommend, if your SMS is on Klaviyo, if it's on a different platform, reach out to that different platform and see how you can get it onto a Klaviyo form. But essentially, you just want to take this input field. So if you go here to add blocks, this is how you can add different stuff. So we can go here to phone number, and we're just going to drop that in. And then we have the phone number, and then this is going to allow us to add another step if we want to have a success message. So we're just going to submit this form. That's what that button is going to do. We want to change it to submit, and then we can have a success message. So that's how everything looks. And if you want to add a teaser, which is essentially, we'll look at it here. Teaser is if somebody closes out of the form, this gives them the opportunity to reclaim their discount. So you can have a rectangle, circle, a corner, whatever you want to do. Typically, I don't use these because they can get in the way of a customer shopping. So in a lot of cases, I recommend not using it. You can change the size, you can change what position it goes in. So if you want to use it, awesome, you can test it. But typically, I don't recommend having it. And so I'm just going to delete it for the sake of this video. So email opt-in. Let's look at what we have inside of Klaviyo. So we have the styles, and then we have targeting behavior, and then ad blocks. So styles is just like the overall setup of the form. So this kind of looks like a lot, but it's really not. We have different types of forms here. So you have a pop-up, which is kind of typically what you think of, which is this. You have a full page, which is technically a full page form, so people can't click out of it. And then you have a flyout, if you want to do something like this, and then you have an embed where you can put it on a page, but we're not going to worry about that. All of these, so pop-up, full page, and flyout, pretty much the same, except for how they come in. And like flyout, for example, you can have it come in from different areas. Typically, I am going to recommend just doing a pop-up. So pop-up, this is what we're going to do here. We're going to stick with this. You can adjust the width and anything you want, but honestly, these are good, kind of how it is. This takes up a good portion of the screen. It's exactly what we want. If you want to change it, you can do this different stuff, but you're going to have to mess around with a lot of the settings. So I just like doing the custom, what they have. So I believe this was 750 x 500. That's what I'd recommend. Side image, you don't really need one. So I do no side image, kind of messes up the sizing. So if you just want to keep this at right image, it changes the formatting for whatever reason on mobile, because on desktop it does that. So a lot of times I'll just keep this in so I don't have to adjust any of this spacing or anything. So you can just keep right image in. That's just going to save you some time. I'm going to show, yeah, this is what it's saying for the image, show on either all devices. So it's mobile and desktop or just desktop. Just keep it on desktop. So this is what the format's going to look like on your phone. Again, there's a lot of nuance with these forms. There are plenty of different ways to skin the cat. For if you've never heard that phrase, plenty of different ways that you can do it. But essentially, you have these different. You can change your form background, whatever you want it. Typically, I like to keep things as simple as possible. We don't care about anything besides the discount, and so that's what we're going to do. First, before we do that, form styles, so things like the radius, so the rounding of the form, you can adjust that also. Again, typically, none of this stuff is going to matter too much. And then you have padding for, padding is essentially just like the white space. So if I change the padding or the margins, same as well. It's pretty much the white space. So you can adjust that as you want. And we'll probably adjust that in a second. But here you have like the fonts for the input field. So this field, we'll just keep it as Klaviyo's. So if you have custom fonts, then you can insert that here, and that's what'll go here. But essentially we don't really want to go too far off of this because we just want we just want the offer to be plain and clear. So that's the main thing that we want to adjust in these forms. So we don't want any of this extra copy. The more copy you add, it's just going to increase churn. It's going to scare people off. We just want the offer. So we can just delete all of this copy and just have the 10% off. So we're going to delete this. We're going to delete this block. So we just have this. And then we're going to edit this. We don't even need limited time. So whatever your offer is, you can change it here. So we're just going to say, we're going to ask people, or we're going to tell them, you want to play with your copy here, see what works the best. But a lot of times you say like, you've got 10% off. It's just making the person feel special, like, hey, you've got 10% off, or do you want 10% off is a good question, or get 10% off. So in this case, we're going to say, let's say unlock 10% off your first order. And then we want to make 10% off. See, that's a little bit hidden. We want to make it as big as possible. So we're going to make this a little bit smaller, 25. Hopefully that'll update in the actual box. There you go, 25. Perfect. And then we're going to make this bigger. Let's change you to like 45. We can even make this bigger. Let's go 55. And you could even change the color if you wanted to, depending on what you want to do with your form. So one thing that's also good is we want to add a logo up here at the top, your brand logo, just to get a little bit of branding in. I'm going to go to image, put an image here. I'm going to go get like Nike's logo for this case. Alrighty, so just in here, I am inserting the image for the logo, and boom, there we go. Put an alt text, and then you can adjust the size of your logo however you want it to be. Usually you want it pretty small, so it's not taking away from this. So now that we're looking at this even more, let's make this offer bigger so that it's just really right in someone's face. So let's go here. Let's change this to 60, see how that looks. And we'll go like 35, and then we'll go 35 here. And boom. Now we have this. So that looks pretty good. Unlock 10% off your first order. You could even change the color of this if you wanted. If you wanted to do like red, make it stand out a bit more, then you can do that as well. Unlock 10% off your first order. And then we have here. So it looks like these are a little bit too tight together. We really want to separate everything. So if we add padding here to the bottom of this logo, it's going to fix this. So let's add like 50 padding so they're a little bit separate. Awesome. That is pretty solid. Although this just isn't centered. So we'll talk about that in a second. But right now, another thing that we want with our form is people, when they get a pop-up form, they're pretty much automatically just going to zombie mode, just go to the top right corner and try to find the X. So we want them to not do that. We want them to actually see the offer, take it in, and essentially be forced to make a decision. Do you want the discount or do you not, rather than automatically going to the X? So we are going to pretty much remove this color. So what we can do here is we can turn the opacity on 0. So move this. Now it's pretty much a hidden X. You can't see it. And so this person's like, they have to look at the offer. But we can't just force them to do it. We have to give them the option. So what we're going to do is we're going to add our own just like opt-out button under this button. So the person has to either claim the discount or say, no thanks, I don't want the discount. So what we can do here is we add a button here, and we want to change this button. So let's make sure that the font is the same, Poppins, and then we're going to say something like, no thanks, close form. So the person has to physically say, I don't want this discount. And so let's change this button copy to something like claim 10% off. Maybe something like that if you want to do that, but we can just keep it as claim 10% off. That looks good. And then we have this button like this. So typically what I recommend for this is turning the background as blank as well. Make you blank. And then background color, we just turn that blank, but we need to make the text visible. So we're just going to make the text like black. Perfect. And then that looks pretty good. The form looks pretty centered. There's an awkward space between them. So what we'll do here is we can make this form, we can make the button actually a little bit thinner. So it's like that. And that looks pretty good, except I kind of want this to be centered a little bit more. So I'm going to add some padding to the bottom of this to push everything else up. So we can do like 30. Perfect. Now, that looks pretty good. Now this person is forced to either claim 10% off or close the form. Let's actually turn bold off so it looks like that. Perfecto. So that's kind of the first step of the form. Now, if we want to get fancy, we can add a micro commit before our form, which if you've seen my other content, anything else in the pop-up form document that I've sent, we talk about micro commits, and sometimes they perform better than just asking somebody straight up for their email. So let's create a micro commit step where essentially we ask somebody, do you want 10% off before asking for the email? So we are going to add another step. So I'm just going to clone this so we don't have to redo the formatting. I'm going to name this micro commit. We're going to clone this. Micro commit is right here. I'm just going to drag this so it's the first option. So we're going to go with this and then this. So for the micro commit, we just want to delete the email section and just have this. But we would probably want to change the wording to say, do you want 10% off your first order? So we're asking these people, do you want it? And obviously, somebody is probably going to say yes. And so you get much higher click rate when you have this type of form. Let's add some padding here, just because that looks a little bit awkward. Do you want 10% off your first order? Then if they say yes, which if you look at the button action, it says show next step. And so what happens is they're going to get this step, where they get unlock 10% off. What happens just with how people think is once they've committed to something, they're much more likely to follow through. And so this, you can get higher submit rates. So that is very effective. So now we have so we get their email. We don't want to put email and SMS on the same form. We want them to be one by one. So we want it to be, this person just opted into their email, and then they're like, oh shoot, I have to do my SMS to claim my discount. We want to make it seem that you have to enter your SMS because that's going to be the best situation. But in reality, even if somebody doesn't submit their SMS, they're going to get put in the email welcome flow. So I just deleted that SMS step, and I'm going to clone this one and name it SMS. And we're just going to replace this with SMS. So let's delete this, and then let's add a phone number. So we get this big ol', you have to put this for it to be legal. So, but we can make it a lot smaller. So let's just make it like size 8 for both of those. And then we have this little situation, which doesn't look very good, and we don't want this to scroll. So, so maybe we can change this copy to be, we can say something like enter your phone number to complete it, or we can just say, something like almost there. Almost there. Claim 10% off below. We'll say claim 10% off. And then we can make this red again. Let's get the color. Copy that. Move you over here. And then do this. Almost there, claim 10% off. And maybe we could even do this and then make this text a little bit smaller. Because the person already submitted their email. They know it's 10% off. So we can do that. It doesn't need to be as massive. Why didn't you change? 25. Okay. Can you change size? Do you want to change size? There we go. Almost there, claim 10% off below. And then you have this, the phone number. So this is perfect. It'll just go phone number, perfect, and boom. Then you're pretty much set here. If you want to move this below, you can. Some brands will do that. That looks okay. Or you can even put it as low as here and then adjust the spacing. But for this case, we'll do that. Let's do this. I feel like this looks a little better. It just looks awkward because it's left line, but that's okay. People know what they're getting into when they sign up. So then we have that, and then we have a success form. So we can just do thanks for signing up. Let's go on ahead and add our logo. And then we need to add a close form so that they're not just stuck on this page because they can't find this X that's actually still in the corner. So we can do thanks for signing up. And then let's add a button. We have to add a close form button. We can say, instead of close form, we can say start shopping. And let's use Poppins again. Then we can make you, let's just make you black. I usually don't like to include this. So we'll just say, thanks for signing up. Check your mobile device to confirm your SMS subscription. Check your mobile device to, we want to make it a little bit more enticing, to claim your limited 10% off code. And perfect. You can play around with the spacing as you want, but that's pretty much it. So we have this micro commit. Do you want 10% off your first order? Claim 10% off, unlock 10% off. Almost there, claim below. Thanks for signing up. Perfect. And then if you don't want the micro commit, you can just delete this. No need to have it. And you could just go straight to the email opt-in. It's a great first test to do. And then what you can do is targeting behavior. So your advanced stuff. So you can have this form show immediately, which I don't recommend. You're going to want to do it based on rules when a visitor is exiting, which I don't recommend. Exit intent isn't very good. Sometimes it'll misfire. After time delay, after they scroll a certain amount or after they see a certain amount of pages, I recommend a time delay, something between 4 to 12 seconds. You can start off with 4 and then test from there. Then you have frequency. So after visitor closes this form, if they said no, how soon after are we going to show the form again? We can say 5 days. And then devices, obviously mobile only is what we're doing. And that pretty much does it. And there's a high converting form, or probably not, because you'll need to test the heck out of this from here, but that's how everything looks. That's how you use the form. You can get more fancy and do all this other stuff if you want, but this is as simple as it gets. So if you saw my guide for mobile pop-up forms on Klaviyo, we are now going to be doing the same thing, but for desktop. So this is what we created for mobile. If we click here, this is what it looks like. We have the email opt-in, SMS, and then success. Now we just want to do the same thing, but for desktop. So I'm just going to clone this for ease of this video and making it a little bit faster. So all you have to do is click this button here, and then we just want to clone it, and then test video desktop, and we are going to adjust this to be only desktop. So this just pulled up here. Let's go in and make our edits. So obviously this is mobile only. There's no way to view desktop. So we need to change this for the desktop. So we want to go to targeting and behavior. And then we want to display on desktop only. Oops. Desktop only. Perfect. Now this is the form. You can see it's already laid out cleanly for us. We just need to find an image. So I'm going to find an image. So I just put a main one from their site in. You can do anything, but for styles, you can really do anything. You could do a full page pop-up. Usually the bigger your form is, the better converting, but you have to sacrifice some customer experience because this is a little bit more bombarding. So I typically will do a pop-up like this, but maybe make it a little bit bigger. You can also do flyouts, but these aren't as effective. But typically I'd say a pop-up, and maybe you want to make this bigger. What if we made this large? Not quite big enough. So let's go back to custom. Let's try to make this a little bit bigger. Let's see if we make this 800 and we make this like 600. There's that. That's pretty good. Maybe let's make it a little bit wider. Boom. Perfect. 1000 x 600 looks to be a good amount. And so one thing right off the bat, if you saw the other video, there's this little X and there's a little border around it. So we like to make our X clear so that people don't know that there's an X here, and instead they're forced to make a decision. Highly recommend doing that. It's going to improve conversions. So this background color, we want to turn this as clear as well. So we're going to drag this bar here and magically this goes away. So this is what we have. Here, it's very simple, unlock 10% off, and then we need to adjust this picture as well. So let's go here, perfect, and then success. We have to change this image. So is the same exact thing as mobile, so we don't really need to change too much. Maybe some formatting stuff, maybe some spacing, but overall, this looks okay. I would keep this. If you want to do a micro commit, same scenario. You could just go here at micro commit. Put in a micro commit step and then delete this field. And then we say, we'll say, do you want 10% off your first order? You can get creative with the copy, whatever type of copy you want. And then we could say something like, yes. Something like that if you wanted, or you could just say, claim 10% off. That works too. Maybe add some spacing above this because it looks a little bit awkward. And that looks pretty good. And then you have the email section. So you can adjust any of this. You could change the images to be wherever you want. We've actually tested this, and right image typically works best. You could also do left. So just flip that. Or you could also do no image and just have something like this. Definitely stuff you want to test. Make sure that if you're using an image, you are, you're compressing the image, so it's not a big file. So this one, you want to use a site like iloveimg.com, and it is going to fix it or make it smaller file so it doesn't load so slow when you pull up the form. So for some reason that reset my formatting, so let's turn this back to 1000. And that's really all that you need. And yeah, that pretty much covers it. Very similar to mobile. You just want to play around with your spacing, with your words, things you can test, and then you can take it from there. Alrighty, so this is Amped. This is the alternative pop-up platform if you want a better converting pop-up that is not Klaviyo. It's super easy to use. I'm just going to show you guys exactly how to use it. If you want to apply it to your brand, you can just schedule a demo. They'll let you use the platform 2 weeks for free before charging something like, you can click pricing here, it's like $100 a month, depending on your store traffic, and they'll build you your first forms completely free, and they'll build out pretty much anything you need. But if you want to create them on your own, let's go to the Amped dashboard and let's create some. So if we go here, I want to create a new campaign. So I'm going to go to campaigns, and then I'm going to click create a new campaign from a template, and you have all of these templates that you can build off of. So you can pick any one of these. We have quiz templates. So if you want to use a quiz type of pop-up, these actually work really well because a person clicks on one of these buttons. So it's, you've got 10% off. So rather than just giving somebody it, they feel like they've earned it by saying, I'm claiming my discount through my, by giving them my diet. And so if you say something like this, it can work really well. We can see micro commits here. We can see mystery discounts with a quiz. That's kind of like the basis of the strategy that they do with these forms. And the thing with these forms is that they're super clean, and they come in really clean. So you can test all sorts of these templates. For this one, for example, let's use this template, and let's just build something real quick for our Nike example. So you can just go here, build your own, select what you want. Let's just say we're only doing email, and then let's open an editor to clone, and then we can preview it here. So something cool that you can do, so you can see this is how everything looks. Looks like they did a GIF here. That looks pretty cool. That's just going to take up a lot of space. So we have just the desktop views, and then we can see teasers right here. So you have mobile and desktop. This is the first step, and then the second, and then the third. So first step, you've got 10% off, and then we have the next step, which is enter your email to claim, and then you have this. So if you want to edit some of this stuff, it will take a little bit of getting used to their editor because it's a little bit more advanced. But you can see here, you can edit any of this copy by just clicking here. Oh, it looks like we need to use this template. So let's create a new campaign using this template. Let's edit it, and then we can just apply it here. So say I wanted to change this to unlock 10% off. Then you just do that here, and it's going to apply to desktop as well. So super simple. Say we wanted to change this to like a Nike logo. I can do that. So I just inserted the Nike logo there, and then let's see what type of Nike product I can put right here. I just replaced it with some basic Nike Dunk Lows, and it looks like there's a background photo here. So let's see, how can we delete that background photo? Again, it'll take a little bit to get used to this. So there's the image background. So actually, let's do that and then get rid of this image. Then you can have something like this, so it looks like that. And then you'd want to mess around with this a little bit. So we can delete this, and then boom, and then delete this. You have to do it for each one of these. And then we want to position this up forward. So I'll just show you guys kind of how to do this. So you want to add padding on the bottom. So let me move you. So for this image, photo container, you can also do something where you repeat it, which is kind of cool, which will like pretty much stack everything on top of each other. Let's see, what if we did that? There we go. So that fixed this one. Now we want to move this one up. So we want to remove this style so that this is solo and it's not copying this style. And then we want to add some, let's see, add some padding, individual on the bottom. If we did 50, we need to do a little bit more. 200, there we go. And then that works. That works. And then this looks good. And then discount code, welcome 10. Perfect. And then this. So I'd probably want to use a different image for desktop. So let me find a different image here. Alrighty, so I just got a different image from their website and just got this guy in this funny pose. So maybe you want to do something different, but it's as simple as that. I just went in and changed an image that was vertical and just replaced that. And then this is going to function as it needs. So looks like there's an issue that needs fixing. So discount code on step 3 is not configured. So if you would want to do a discount code, you'd have to create the discount code in your store, and then that would work. And then if everything works, then you just click draft saved. And you can even preview this locally or preview it like on your site. So you can see like actually what it looks like over top your site, which is pretty sweet. But that's pretty much all you have to do. It's already saved, and so if you wanted to go back and publish it, as long as you had the app installed on your site, you can just go to here, set your settings. Who do you want to target? So you just want to target anonymous visitors. That works great. And then triggers, time on page, maybe change this to 4 seconds. And this is your pop-up, and it looks good. If all looks good and you check all these settings, then you can publish live. So that's all there is to it for Amped. A lot of this you can just hit up their team and they'll handle it for you. But I just wanted to give a brief intro to the editor, the templates that you can use, and some of the functionality of it if you wanted to use it. Alrighty, we are back in this layout. Hopefully those videos were helpful, but now we've created our forms. Awesome. Let's run our form through this winning checklist. So this is what we want out of a lot of 10 out of 10 forms. You want to make sure that you have all of these addressed, or at least most of them. You can get away with one being a little different, but highly recommend following all of these. So only ask for one input per step. You're not asking for email and SMS on the same page. That will hurt conversions. You do email on one, they click submit, and then SMS. Time delay is 4 to 12 seconds. You want to make sure that you're not firing it too soon or too late. The form loads instantly with no lag. So once that 4 seconds passes, when the form pops up, it's not lagging in. It's just popping up all at once. The form covers at least 75% of the screen. The form is nice and big. There's under 10 words of copy on the form. The offer is the largest aspect of it. So the offer is just nice and clear. And there's no X button, rather a close form button, or the X that you have is unclear, or it's like on the left side. Anything of that matter can be good. But if you do all of these, you're probably going to have a solid form to test off of. So use that checklist for yourself. And then setting up a B test. So no form is going to be perfect on the first go. Like we've literally just cracked the surface here. The magic of this all happens with A/B testing. So you must be setting up tests at least weekly to slowly inch your form up. To kind of put that in perspective, for every 1% increase in conversions, you take your form from 3% to 4%. It's an extra 100 subscribers on 10,000 visitors. So I'm going to play this video as well on setting up A/B tests. I just wanted to make sure that if you have this document, you have this embedded. So I'm going to play this video now. Awesome. So I hope you got value from that. And now we're going over the top 7 best A/B tests to run on your forms. So the first one, highest lever, is going to be your offer. Try the different offers outlined just in the slides that I went over a bit ago, and even try doing a mystery offer. That's something that a lot of people don't really try, but I've seen convert better in many cases. So the offer is the biggest thing you can try. Try 5% off versus like $10 off versus free shipping, whatever you can do. Give away a free guide, see what the opt-in rates are, and then also look at what the conversions are once they are on the list, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. So test your offer, test. Next, form type. So another very large lever. So try the different form types that I went over earlier and try one of the different 5 ones, and you can even test out using different features within that form. So like, for example, in Klaviyo, using a pop-up functionality versus a full page functionality versus like a flyout. That's going to be very, those can be pretty big levers as well as far as like how it works. 3, you want to test your close form functionality. So try using a close form button versus having an X in the corner of your form. You can even test the placement of all of your close buttons, whether it's on the left side, whether it's centered, whether it's off-centered, whatever it may be. The close form functionality is going to be a big lever because a lot of people are going to be closing out of the form. 4, time delay, whatever time delay you're using. Use the different time delays to maximize the total submits, not the conversion rate. Because a lot of times if you have a 30-second delay, the conversion rate is going to be higher. It'll be like a 10% form, but it's going to have a lot less people entering the list because not a lot of people are on the site for 30 seconds. So a 5% form firing 4 seconds might have more submits than a 10% form firing 30 seconds after. So try 4 seconds versus 12 seconds to start, and then slowly start closing the gap until you find the one that works for you. Next, photo content. So using different photos, especially on desktop if you're using photos. Some photos just will appeal more than others. You should even, like, especially on mobile, test the placement of your photo and like try having it as the background of one of your photos. Like maybe if you have a simple aesthetic photo, you can put that as the background of your pop-up, and that could make it perform better. So try photo content. 6, test out the copy. So at the end of the day, the copy is not a huge deal. It's kind of just the offer that's the biggest deal. So try like longer forms versus shorter forms. So having a little bit more copy versus being just super quick and urgent. Try doing like unlock my offer versus you've got, or claim, whatever it is. Just test those little things. Those can make a difference as well. And then not as much of a massive lever, but colors. Colors can make a big difference. If you have a lot of colors, then probably going to have worse opt-ins than if you make your colors simple and you don't have too much going on. The less you have going on, the better. So these are the top 7 A/B tests to run. Probably test one every couple days to get your form up into a place that you want it to be. So pop-up form swipe file. So if you want the pop-up form swipe file, just sign up at wellcopy.net/pop-ups, pop-ups, wellcopy.net/pop-ups. There you go. It'll be in the description of this video if you want the 29 high converting pop-up forms here. So that is it for this one. I hope you got a ton of value from it. I put a lot of time into this, so I hope you like it. Join my free 2 to 3 times per week newsletter, actionable free tips and content, theinboxnewsletter.com, and you can find me email max@wellcopy.net. Socials will be available for you. And if you are an e-commerce brand doing $50,000 a month, we will create you 10% forms for free. Can't guarantee 10%, but we will create you forms that will convert better than yours, guaranteed, or I will pay you your hourly rate for wasting your time. So if you're at least $50,000 a month, book a call. But thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know if there are any other topics that you would like covered. But yeah, really appreciate you guys, and I will see you in the next one. Let's make your ecom brand rich. Okay, enough of that. That was pretty corny. But this is most definitely the most important video that I've ever made. We're talking about the e-commerce email automations that have made me and my clients $15 million over the past few years. Now, these automated emails you can set up once. The ones I'm showing you exactly in this video, you set them up once and they're going to be generating you around 20% of your total Shopify revenue without even lifting a finger. We're talking about the welcome flow, the site abandon flow, browse abandon, cart abandon, checkout abandon, post-purchase, and win-back flows. These flows, even for one of our clients, were generating over $700,000 every single month, and you get access just by sitting through this video. I know you've been watching TikTok though, so your attention span is a little bit short, so I'm gonna try to get through this as fast as possible, so let's get right into it. Okay, so the e-commerce email flow playbook, copy and paste these systems to generate 20% of your total Shopify revenue from these automated emails. Let's get into it. So again, I've generated $50 million with these automated emails. You can take a look at some of our results, our website, wellcopy.net, and what we've generated for our partners, but you can see some of the results here by implementing these exact systems I'm showing you. I promise that this stuff is legit, so just watch this video in full. You will not regret it. And most importantly, implement these strategies. It means nothing if you just sit here and watch this video, so make sure that you implement these. There's some information on me if you want it, whatever. But inside, I'm giving you the exact copy and paste email flow system that we have used for our clients. It comes with in-depth breakdowns, email examples, videos on Klaviyo installation, everything. And if you actually want this doc, just go to wellcopy.net/flows. It's also going to be a link in the description. You can get this full doc for yourself. But first, let's talk about why this is important. Okay, so let's break this down. So profits are steadily decreasing with rising costs of acquisition across the e-commerce industry. Now, customers aren't just visiting your site right away and buying on the spot like they kind of used to. And there's just increased resistance, and there are thousands of other brands in your industry that the customer wants to look at. Shopify, dropshippers, so much more stores, so much more competition. And if you don't have warming and exposure mechanisms like email in place to convert your customers cheaply, you're just going to suffer from low profitability, and you're probably not going to exist in a few years. So we can kind of see like the evolution of the market here, 2020 and 2023. The government's just printing money. People had stimulus checks. Consumers were buying anything, and e-com brands just felt rich. So what happens? New e-com brands just start multiplying. And then now we're kind of in 2024, 2025. People have less money. It's a little bit more of a bear market. People have less cash. They don't have these stimulus checks. Consumers are also more skeptical, and they're buying less, and e-com brands make less money. E-com brands who continue as usual, they're just going to fizzle out, but the e-com brands who actually focus on profit, these are the ones that are going to thrive. And you can't just rely on ads anymore. Ads are getting more expensive. You need to have some systems in place like email and the automated emails that I'm going to show you in this video, because email is cheap as heck. So if you already have flows, I don't care, this applies to you. Maybe you have your base email flows live, such as like welcome flow, checkout abandon, post-purchase, and maybe a few others. They're likely only a few email long, maybe 3 to 4 emails, sometimes less, sometimes more. But the real kicker, designs and copy probably haven't been updated since we were required to wear masks outside. Ouch. But so flows need to be updated with the times, trends, and optimized as the brand and the customer changes. So a lot of times I talk to brands, I talk to usually around 10 brands a week. They're like, yes, we have flows, don't worry about that. But then the flows are just like dead, underperforming. So make sure you implement these systems. Okay, so what are flows? And again, I know I'm moving fast. Put this on 50% speed if you need to, but I want to make sure that your short attention span can last through this whole thing. So flows are a series of emails sent to a recipient after they complete a specified action. So for example, somebody abandons a cart. After somebody abandons a cart, you can have emails set up so that after someone abandons a cart, there's a sequence of emails and a journey that the customer gets sent to try to get them to convert. And so these differ from campaigns, which are sent manually. If I want to send an email campaign, I can create it right now, and then I can click send it to my whole email list. Flows, you click active, and then anytime someone completes an action, they will start firing. So that's kind of like the main difference between flows and campaigns. And typically you want 50% of your revenue from flows and 50% from campaigns. Campaigns, I have another video on that. I'll link it in the description. But why use flows? More money. Who doesn't like more money? You saw the results from having these flows at the beginning of this video, but flows also are contributing to the customer experience via personalization. Different customers are at different parts of the customer journey, and they need different information based on where they're at. So set these up once, and orders will come automatically every single day, and also you're just contributing to the customer experience by giving them information based on where they're at. Now, any Shopify or any email platform, you'll have the ability to set these up using triggers that fire on Shopify. So whether you're using MailChimp, Klaviyo, whatever, use Klaviyo. But whatever you're using, you'll be able to do these. But let's get straight into flows. Okay, so I want to start by saying just nail the basics. nail the basics, just focus on the basics. That's what's going to drive 80% of the results. So this brand below, which I'm showing right here, this is a 1 month span, $133,000 plus 219%. They wanted all these crazy advanced cross-sells, upsell splits, but they didn't even have their abandoned cart flow set up correctly. Their welcome flow was 1 email. Like we can't go to this advanced stuff until we nail the basics. The basics carry 80% of the revenue. We just focused on the basics, and after 1 month took them from $45,000 a month to $133,000 a month with the exact flow strategy that I'm sharing with you in this video. The exact strategy, okay? Let's just nail the basics. We're not doing anything particularly crazy, okay? So let's talk about what flows we're implementing. Now, I love the advanced automations, cross-sells, upsells, whatever, and I wish I could tell you, like, oh, this is so complicated, yeah, you can't do this on your own, work with me and we'll implement it for you. No, you really don't need that. The advanced hyper-segmentation stuff takes a lot of effort for not as many results as just nailing the basics. So the base flows, the basics, welcome flow, 8 emails, site abandon flow, someone goes to your site and then they leave, so one email, browse abandon flow, someone views a product and then they leave, 5 emails, cart abandon flow, someone adds to their cart and then leaves, 6 to 8 emails, checkout abandon flow, someone goes to checkout and then leaves, 6 to 8 emails, and then a post-purchase flow after somebody purchases, and then a win-back flow, somebody bought multiple months ago and we want to get them to come back. That's the win-back flow. So those are the basics, and this is what we are covering in this video. We're going to be breaking down each flow right here. Now, I know that was a lot, but now let's actually get into the juicy stuff and all of this. Now, I know, again, you can go to my website, wellcopy.net/flows, and then you can get this whole document for free. Okay, let's start off with the welcome flow. So what is the welcome flow? It's 4 to 10 emails set up for when somebody joins your email list, okay? Now, why do we want to have this set up? We want to deliver the welcome discount because more often than not, you're going to be running a discount for your acquisition offer. And I know it's like, oh, we don't want to send discounts. For this first purchase, it's really helpful to have this discount. You'll make it back by having them on your email list and being able to continually sell for them. Trust me, it's worth it. It's why some of the top brands do it, and the fastest growing e-com brands like Ridge, Dr. Squatch, Athletic Greens, everything, it's why they do it, okay? Follow what the good brands are doing. You want to deliver the welcome discount, educate them on your brand, showcase your products. That's really it. Deliver a strong introduction. So how? The trigger, just somebody joins your email list. And then you want to add a filter to your flow. And that's what this section is going to be, the filter. So inside of Klaviyo, whatever platform you're using, this is the filter that you want to do. So a filter is going to remove people if they don't follow into this. So we want to have a filter that says someone makes a purchase 0 times since starting this flow. So that if somebody does purchase, say on email 3 of the welcome flow, we don't want to send them emails 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 promoting the welcome discount. No, we want to remove them and just add them to the regular campaign list. They're now going to be entered once they purchase into the post-purchase flow. So quickly gone through that. Now let's talk about the different outcomes of the welcome flow and nailing the welcome flow. We have 2 outcomes, 2 possible outcomes. Both of them are positive. We'll convert customers who were just curious and otherwise would have left your site. But since you have a really good pop-up form in place and then you have a really good welcome flow in place, now you're able to actually convert them they otherwise would have left. So that's outcome A. Outcome B, say they don't purchase. That's okay. We have primed our future customers for purchases now that all of their objections have been addressed. We're giving them the proper information throughout the welcome flow to be able to give them all the information that they need to make a purchase. And so even if they don't buy, we're still going to be sending them campaigns to their list. Maybe they don't have a dire need for the product right now. Let's give them all the information so that when they are ready to buy, we don't have to overcome any objections at that time. So those are the 2 outcomes that we really want to optimize for. And now we have welcome flow outline, email examples, and then installation. So this is the email outline. There are 8 of these here. You can see there's a trigger and then a filter at the top here. So the filter, this is the Klaviyo filter you want to use, and then the Klaviyo trigger that you want to use. So email 1, let's just back out here. It's just about giving a strong introduction. We want to deliver the incentive, introduce our brand unique selling propositions, give a little bit of social proof, show our best seller. Now it sounds like a lot. You really want to keep this pretty condensed, and I have an example for you shortly, but keep it really simple and give a strong introduction. Really, all we're doing is giving the discount. That's the main thing. And then the rest of the flow, we're going to be giving a little bit more information on our products and everything. So I like to use 1 to 2 day triggers between these emails. If you're a little bit skeptical on how often you're sending, then you can change it to like 2 to 3 days. But typically, I err on the side of sending people more emails. So yeah, email 2, this is all about giving brand background. So bring people closer to the brand, hit on their emotions, show them how you started, all that good stuff. So you want to give a founding story, put a face to the name if you're a founder or whoever, put a picture of your team. That really goes a long way because people don't want to buy from corporations. They want to buy from people. Give them the opportunity in this email to buy from people. Even if you're a massive brand, You want to make it seem like you're a small company and people are buying from a small company and supporting a small business. That's marketing right there. And then also sprinkle in some social proof. In your story, talk about, and in the process, we've gotten 100,000 5-star reviews, whatever it may be. You want to sprinkle that in there. So that's email 2, really just bring them close to the brand. Then email 3, let's highlight our products. Now, they've gotten some heartwarming information on us. Now let's hit on some of our products and show them our best sellers and why they're so good. So that's all email 3 is. Highlight some of your best sellers and, of course, reminding of the discount in every single one of these emails. Now let's try to get some urgency. People need urgency to buy. They don't just randomly buy. They need some urgency. So we've given them some social proof. We've educated them on the product. Now let's remind them of the incentive, being like, hey, 10% off is expiring soon. You don't get this forever. So just a hard reminder, just being like, hey, this is almost expiring. Use your discount now if you want it. Give some risk reversals, like if you have like a 30-day guarantee, use that. Talk about like your shipping, guaranteed shipping, whatever it may be, so that there's less risk for the customer to purchase. Then also just at the bottom, I like to throw some testimonials in this email in case somebody's on the edge, since they haven't really gotten too many testimonials yet. So I like to do that. Then email 5, us versus them. So we just want to straight, directly, just address our competitors versus us. How are we different? People want to see, how are we different? Why should somebody go versus us versus somebody else? They're probably looking at other brands, so we want to show them exactly why we're different. List that out for them, really clear. So distinguish your brand from others and try to like make it really clear on why somebody should go with you. So that's that email. And then we're waiting again, and then we're going heavy social proof. So this person has enough information at this point. They have enough information about our brand, and they have enough information like about our products. Now we really want them to trust that what we're saying is true. So we want to do a heavy social proof email. So do brand testimonials, media features if you've been on any like TV shows, whatever. Just prove you are legit. That's the purpose of this email, because right after that, we're going into a last chance incentive, being super aggressive, being like, hey, absolute last chance. This expires. If you want to buy, now's the time, yada, yada, yada. Keep it super simple, just last chance. Email 8, I always like to finish with a note from the founder. Somebody joined the email list for an incentive, but then they didn't purchase. Why is that? I like to reach out, do a message from the founder being like, hey, this is Max from Wellcopy. Just wanted to check in. Is everything okay? Reach out to our support team, reply to this email, and we'll address any questions that you have. And then also be like, also, I extended the discount for one more day. If you want to purchase, you can do so again here. This email usually does really well because people are like, oh, the founder's reaching out to me, wow. And this does really well. And then you will get questions from people asking for support. So that is the email flow, mixing in social proof, bestsellers, highlights, and kind of giving people information about us that they need to purchase. After somebody completes this flow, they're just going to go into the regular email list and they're going to be receiving campaigns. So that's the welcome flow. Now let's talk about a few examples. So here's like an example of that first welcome email. So you can see welcome to the fam, welcome them in, and then giving them the discount right at the top of the email. We're not waiting until all the way down here to give them the discount code. A lot of times people are here just to get the discount and leave. So show them the discount, be like, hey, 10% off, shop now. People are just going to click this and then go. But for the people who want to learn a little bit about the brand, we have a section right here talking about what makes us different and special and mixing in some social proof. And then showing some products and then some icons here. Super simple. Here's your discount. Here's some information. Here are our best sellers. Adios. And then we have another example right here, and this one is like our story. So this is a big brand, Nixon, 25 years of time, starting in Encinitas, yada, yada, yada. You can see bringing people closer to the brand, trying to show them like how we differ, have like some branded information up at the top. It's giving people like a reason to back your product and why people are there. We've made it our mission to clean up oceans, yada, yada, yada. Amazing. Remind of the discount again. And then this is an us versus them email. So you can see what generic delivery looks like for people and then what we look like. What's the difference between us and them? And then we deliver more than a meal, having some testimonial social proof, and then again, reminding of the discount. So super effective email here for the us and us versus them email, which is email 5. So here's some examples. Notice how all of these have the discount code in it. So make sure you're always reminding of the discount code in every single one of your emails inside of the welcome flow. Now here's a video on Klaviyo installation. If you want to watch this and see exactly how to install it inside of Klaviyo, then take the doc, link is in the description. So that is the welcome flow. Let's move on to the site abandon flow. Okay, so the site abandon flow. Now there are 2 reasons that somebody may enter this flow. And again, what it is, it's an email setup for when somebody visits your site, but they don't click any products, they don't view a product, they don't do anything. They just go on your homepage or whatever. So somebody could enter this flow because they didn't find a product they liked, that's one, or they got distracted while browsing your site. either way, we want to remind them and nudge them to get back to browsing to get them to purchase. So one email set up for when somebody visits your site. Now why? We just want to offer them a helping hand and try to bring them down the funnel, get them to view a product. It's really hard to get people to view your site, and somebody might view your site maybe a couple times a year. So we want to make sure that when somebody does, we're giving them information and we're trying to get them back. So trigger active on site is the trigger inside of Klaviyo and Shopify, and then the filters that you want to have in this flow to make sure you're going to kick somebody out if they don't reach these. So if somebody views a product, we're kicking them out. Someone adds to cart, we're kicking them out. If someone goes to checkout, we're kicking them out. And if somebody makes a purchase, we're kicking them out, because they're going to go into the other flows, which we're going to cover later in this video, like the checkout abandoned flow. If somebody goes to checkout, we want them to enter the checkout abandoned flow so that somebody's getting information specific to checkout. Then also, has not been in this flow in the last 30 days is something that I like to add in case people aren't repeatedly seeing this email. So flow outline, you can see the trigger and then the filter, and I like to wait 2 to 4 hours. I've found that to be the best. It's good to test this, but just one email, just like, do you need some help? Remind someone to keep shopping, and then show them the best sellers. Super simple. Don't go over the top on this email. So you can see a couple of examples right here. Lost in choices, let us point you in the right direction. Show some best sellers, maybe some social proof, and then maybe some categories if somebody wants to shop by category. Then you can also see some social proof here. So really good example here, just addressing, hey, are you lost? Same thing here, need a helping hand. Here are our fan favorites. Giving people the opportunity to continue shopping is really what we want to do in this email, and just re-engage them. Super duper simple. And you can see Klaviyo installation again here. The trigger is just active on site. Nothing crazy. Right here, active on site, set up one email for people who just browse the site. Okay, I went too fast there, but browse abandoned flow. Now let's talk about the browse abandoned flow. So this flow fires when somebody views a product, but they don't end up adding to cart, going to checkout, or buying. Now, there are a number of reasons why somebody may do this, but in most cases, it's because they're not fully bought in on the brand or the product. So they viewed an item, they clicked the page, but they didn't add it to cart or anything. So our purpose of this flow is to get them farther down the funnel, get them to add to cart, go to checkout, or purchase. So we want to get them to go back to the item or find a different product that they like more, because maybe the one they viewed, they didn't fully like, they want something else. So 3 to 8 emails set up for when somebody views a product, but they don't go any further down the funnel. Why? We want to remind them, and we want to intrigue them on the product and give social proof so that they can purchase. That's why we're doing it. We want to remind them, intrigue them. Maybe they got distracted, get them back into the funnel. So trigger, somebody views a product, so the trigger in Klaviyo is viewed product, and then the filter, add to cart 0 times, goes to checkout 0 times, makes a purchase 0 times, and has not been in this flow in the last 30 days. Now let's talk about the flow outline. So nothing too crazy here. 5 emails. You can see the triggers and filters here. Right off the bat, I like to wait 45 minutes. Again, be sure that you test this. These are all things that you want to test. These are just base outlines. And I'm not saying these are the best emails to include. These are the ones that most often are going to be the best bases, but every brand is different. You need to be testing. So we like to just do a simple reminder, just remind of the product and show the abandoned content that the person left behind. So this is what you can do in any email platform. In Klaviyo, you want to have a block that shows exactly what the person left behind. If I looked at a coffee mug, I want to show the customer who abandoned that item, I want to show them that exact coffee mug, how much it is. That really is going to grab their attention. So make sure we're waiting 45 minutes and doing a simple reminder. And then you can see 1 to 2 day time frames in between this. You don't want to wait a week. That's too long. We have somebody's intrigue. They just browse the item. We want to hit them fast while we have their attention. So email 2 is then brand info and risk reversals. So they saw the product. Now we want to actually get them to like buy back into the brand. So use a branded headline to pique interest, and then risk reversals, and then also show other products that they can shop. So whatever you want to do here, just brand info, risk reversals, try to make sure that they have all the information they need to purchase. And then we're getting to testimonials. More social proof, get them to buy in to us being reputable, because that's really going to be one of the main objections for this. So list testimonials and social proof, and then of course show the dynamic content, which we want to be doing in every single email. And then we move to a discount. I don't like to offer a discount right off the bat in the flow, because what if we can convert them without the discount? We want to retain our margins. So then we introduce a discount being like, hey, 10% off, complete your order, flash 48-hour discount. So we try to get them with some urgency, and then we just have a closer message, again, being like, hey, this expires in 24 hours. Keep these emails super duper simple and just remind them of the discount. You can see some email examples. Okay, and you can see some email examples here. You can see how simple it is. Something catch your eye, we save your gear for you, back to store. You have a button way up at the top of the email, and you can have Klaviyo sections, which are going to dynamically show the products that the person left behind. So shop now, and then you may also like these recommended products inside of Klaviyo. So you can use blocks inside of Klaviyo to dynamically pull products from your site. And so that's really what we're doing here. In the in Klaviyo section, again, is showing exactly what the person left behind. On Klaviyo, you'll see it. You use dynamic block or use one of their flow outlines. So this is like a great browse abandoned email one. Just super simple. Did this catch your eye? Continue shopping. And then we have one where it's like overcoming risks and objections. So get a full refund if you're not satisfied with our Heal Fast guarantee. Free 2-day shipping, trusted by doctors, easy return and money back guarantee. If I abandon an item, I would go back to browsing because there's zero risk, absolutely zero risk right here. And then the in Klaviyo dynamic section. Super, super good. Exactly what you need for that like email 2 or 3. And then we have like a testimonial email right here. So this product is great, easy installed, yada yada, testimonial right at the top, showing the product again that the person left behind, and then more testimonials right here to really give social proof on the item that the person left behind. So those are the examples, and then we have installation right here. This is also going to show you the dynamic sections that you should be using and how they should be looking. So go get the doc inside of the description if you want to see that. And moving right along, we have the cart and checkout abandon flow. So these are actually two separate flows, so this is very important. This might be a little bit confusing, but somebody adding to cart, clicking the add to cart button, is different than somebody going to the actual checkout page where they're putting in their credit card information. Those are two different things. You need to have different flows for them in terms of like different firing. We use the same exact content oftentimes for the cart and checkout abandoned flows. Same emails, but just different triggers so that people who abandon cart and abandon checkout are getting information. Now, a lot of the brands I audit don't have a cart abandoned flow. This is something where people think their checkout abandoned flow is their cart abandoned flow. So make sure the trigger is somebody's added to cart. Now, you've probably heard of these flows, and for good reason. If you don't have them properly set up and optimized, you're literally leaving money on the table from people who were in the process of purchasing. They were so close. A lot of times they just need a reminder. So we want to just have 3 to 8 emails set up for when somebody abandons a product in their cart. Now we just want to remind them, show them how awesome our product is, give social proof and reverse risk so that we can get a purchase. So two different filters here. So we have places order, makes purchase 0 times. That one isn't necessary, but places order 0 times for cart abandoned, but also checkout started. Because if somebody goes to checkout, that's farther down the funnel, they're going to enter the checkout abandoned flow. So somebody adds to cart versus somebody starts checkout. Again, these are two different things. These are two different flows. 90% of the brands I audit do not have a proper cart abandoned flow. It's a staggering number, but they don't, because Klaviyo's abandoned cart flow is often incorrect and you need to fix it. If you have a store that's been on Klaviyo for longer than a couple months, then they don't have this for you. They recently, in I believe it was September 2024, they added it with their Shopify integration, the abandoned cart trigger, but they didn't have it before, so you needed to custom add it, but now you can. But more often than not, brands have a checkout abandoned, but they don't have abandoned cart. There's a blog right here which will guide you. The link is right there. So abandoned cart, look at this. User adds an item to cart. So if I was on Magic Spoon's website and I click add to cart, this little thing pulls up and it's like, here's your cart. If I were to exit the site right now, then I likely wouldn't receive anything because most brands don't have a cart abandoned flow. This is abandoned checkout. You're putting in your information, your shipping, all of that, your payment method. You're actually like on the payment page. This is abandoned checkout. Very different. Abandoned checkout is farther down the funnel. So we need to understand this and have flows for each one. So same exact content. You can see them here. Same exact content. Okay, so this might be a little bit difficult for you to read, but I can read it. You have the triggers and filters here, but I like to wait 30 minutes in this first email and then 1 to 2 days for the rest. So this first email, just reminder of the product, very similar to browse abandon. Keep it super simple. Hey, you left this behind, shop now. And then we want to go to a nudge from the founder. We've talked about the founder message in the welcome flow. Very effective in the cart abandon flow here. So I like to do text-based emails, just reaching out from the founder, being like, hey, you left something behind. You should rethink that because we are really awesome. So you really just want to keep it super simple and remind them of the product that they left behind. Okay, I have this zoomed in so you can see it a little bit better. But cart abandon flow and checkout abandon are the same content. So let's just go through this so that you can see it. So again, nudge from the founder, remind of the product, give some brief brand info, and hey, shop now. Then we want to go to brand unique selling propositions. Educate them on the brand, remind them that their order is expiring. Just list out like your brand unique selling propositions. Why should somebody go with you rather than somebody else? So a lot of times people will be shopping at other stores as well at the same time. So that's why we want to have this email to just remind them that, hey, we're different for these reasons, and this is why you should pick us. Then email 4, so we talk about how our brand is different. Now let's let our customers talk. We're just doing testimonials. So a testimonial-based email, giving social proof, and then the dynamic abandoned content. And then let's do a last chance email. Urgency on your order. Hey, your item's about to expire. We can't hold your cart for you much longer. There are other people who want it. So then we're just hitting urgency. And so then what we're doing here, if somebody has purchased before, we're just going to send them a message from the founder. We're not going to send them a discount. Whereas if they haven't purchased before, let's send them a discount. So we're just going to wait again and have another note from the founder, reminding them of the offer and offering support, or reminding them of their order and offering support and giving them a last chance to order. So just like, hey, this is the founder of the brand. I wanted to reach out, make sure that everything was okay. I saw you had an order lined up, but you didn't purchase. You should. And if you don't, if you have any questions about your product, then let us know, reply to this email. Just something like that. You can see that's also the same email right here, but we're introducing 2 discount emails, a discount opener and then a discount closer. Just flash discount, hey, 15% off your order, only when you buy within the next 48 hours. And then down at the bottom here, which you can't see because it was cut off, but we have an everything okay email where we're pretty much just saying like, hey, same thing from the founder, but again, reminding of the discount and giving them a last chance. So those are the cart and checkout abandoned flows. Same content for each, but different setups inside of Klaviyo with different triggers. So you can see very similar setup as your browse abandoned flow emails. We want to have the Klaviyo dynamic section up at the top. You can see like some social proof or brand unique selling propositions here, addressing, hey, forgetting something. And then also we have a testimonial email here, giving testimonials for the product that the person left behind, right at the top of the email, showing the product, and then having the Klaviyo dynamic section, and then social proof all throughout. And then just like a last chance, your order is expiring email. So just being very urgent with, hey, your order's expiring, shop now, 1-year warranty, have some social proof and risk reversals right here. And then you may also like these in case somebody wants to shop other items. So Klaviyo installation, we have different ones here for abandoned cart and abandoned checkout, which you can watch in the video in the description. Okay, then this leads us to the post-purchase flow. All of that stuff is pre-purchase. It's considered pre-purchase. Now we have post-purchase flow. So right after somebody makes an order. So right after someone makes a purchase, now there are many, many, many directions that you can go with this flow. And so kind of like let that influence what you want to do with these emails. So you could focus on like community building. You could focus on upselling and cross-selling. You could focus on getting the customer excited for the order, pushing for a review, etc., etc., etc. I like to keep it simple and try not to do too much, but we really just want to improve the customer experience with a heartfelt thank you, build the community, and then inform them on how to get the most out of their product. So 4+ emails, you really don't need 4. You can do like 3. That's completely fine. I'm pretty sure in this one we do 3. So you can do 3 emails sent after somebody places an order. I recommend adding more. This is just like a base, but like 3 is fine, but you can add more. So we want to just thank them sincerely for their order. It means the world. This is going to remove buyer's remorse and also like get them excited. That's something that we want to do. We want to give them a light nudge to add to their order, and we also want to get a review after this flow, after somebody gets their items. So the trigger, it's just somebody places an order, and then the filter, we don't really need a filter here because we want everybody to receive this. So for the flow outline, wait 0 minutes after a placed order, and then we have a thank you from the founder, immediate thank you, text-based from the founder being like, hey, thank you so much for placing an order. This is our mission, and you've just contributed to the mission. It means the world to us. This goes such a long ways, and also you just want to offer support to this as well, so that people know that they can reach out to you if they have any questions. So this goes a very, very long ways, and also you can have like a PS you can add to your order. And this goes a long ways in getting immediate purchases. This is a very big window for somebody to buy. They just bought. Why not add something else? And so this can be a really big money driver if you have this in place. But a lot of the brands I audit do not have this in place, and I highly recommend you do. And then wait 2 days. Follow us on socials or whatever other platforms that you use. promote your main social media platform or whatever you're using. Maybe you have a Facebook group, whatever it is. This is a good email just to get anybody who's bought from you to grow your community. So really good to have this email. And then wait 3 days, how to get the most from your product. So this is going to help them get excited, help them, see the best results with your product. So give them tips on how to use it, how to install it, or how to apply it, whatever it may be. Maybe if you're selling food products, you give somebody like recipes. That's something that you can do, like how to use the product. Here are a few examples. So here's like a good text-based email, immediate thank you from the founder. So you want to use the person's first name, and then you can talk a bit about your mission. You placing your order reminds us so much that we're reaching our goals. If you have any questions, feel free to reply to this email. If you're not done with your order, you can add in the next 24 hours, continue shopping. So that's a great immediate thank you message. And then you can also have this social media email. Make sure to follow us on social media. We have the best community of customers we couldn't be more thankful for. Give us a follow on social media, and then just a simple follow. This is going to passively just grow your following so that you can continue to have a great community. And then you can have an email like this, like how to get the most out of your product, or are you excited, things like that. So are you excited? Shop now. Here's how to get the most out of your product. So now we're giving tips about how to make sure that you're using the product effectively. So incorporate it in your daily routine, track your progress, listen to your body, and pair it with other proven supplements. So that's the upsell where we're trying to get people to buy again. So then we're using Klaviyo's recommended product section based on the customer's activity. Klaviyo is going to give some recommendations on what products to add. So we're using Klaviyo's dynamic section here. So this could be a great flow right here if it was all for one brand rather than different ones. So this is all stuff that you can do. Follow us on social media, and then how to get the most out of your product is going to really help for the customer journey. Klaviyo installation right here, a video for if you want that. And now we are on the win back flow. Okay, this is the last one. Very straightforward. In terms of the win back flow, we just want to encourage another purchase from past customers. They bought a few months ago. Let's get them to buy again. So really don't overthink this one. Your customers are still receiving your email campaigns that you're sending to the list. Again, I recommend 3 to 4 email campaigns per week, at least 2 per week. Keep your list engaged. A lot of people are going to be converting from these. Your win back flow, it's kind of more just for experience because a lot of people are going to be buying from your campaigns. So we recommend that. That's the 3 to 4 campaigns a week. 99% of your retention and repeat purchases will come from that. So we like to keep the win back flow simple and more for customer experience. So what you can do up to 10 plus re-engagement emails if you want, if you're not really sending too many campaigns, but I recommend just like 3 emails, send 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, whatever you want for somebody to make a purchase. Typically, if your average time between purchases is like 45 days, I like to double that, and that's when the win back flow fires. So the average purchase is 45 days. We would average time between purchases 45 days. We would fire on 90 days. So that's what I would highly recommend. And then why? We want to encourage repeat purchases to increase LTV. That's the main thing. Encourage repeat purchases. And then remind them to replenish and give recommendations. Make them feel custom, like we're reaching out. So trigger, you can do somebody places an order equal to 60 days ago. And then filter, someone makes a purchase since starting this flow. Somebody makes a purchase, we want to remove them. So that's how this flow is going to fire. So here is how the flow outline looks. Just 3 emails. You can wait 90 days, 60 days, 120 days, whatever you want to do. Email 1, you can just say it's been a while. Just remind them of the brand and encourage them to come back for a purchase. So super simple. Just be like, hey, it's been a while. We miss you. Something like that. That sort of messaging. Don't need to get too crazy. Just let them know that like, hey, we recognize that it's been a while. And then you want to wait like a week. You can wait whatever time frame. I like to set them like a week apart and then give them a discount. To repeat, to just have a discount in the customer journey, just like automated to try to get these people to buy again. So just make them feel special, make it a unique discount, a dynamic Klaviyo discount, which you can do, which will be custom for each person, makes them feel special, and those convert better. So that's something that you can do. And then you want to do another text-based email from the founder as a last chance. Being like, hey, it's been a while, we miss you. I understand that like things get busy. This is the last chance to use this discount, and I hope to see you again. Something like that is like a text-based last chance. So here are like some examples. Here's like a first email example of just like, we miss you and your furry friend for like a cat brand. Super fun, funny. We miss you, sad cat, cutest thing ever. Where are you? What's new? So you can tell the customer like, hey, we have a lot of new stuff that you're missing out on. So why don't you view the site? And so Lots of cool stuff. I love this little feature, the cat at the footer. It's really funny. And then still interested, this is another thing that you can do. Hey, are you still interested? We noticed it's been a while and we just wanted to check in. Are you still interested in our gear? Shop now. Kind of giving people guilt. That's something that you can do as well. And then have a recommended Klaviyo section based on like a customer's last purchase. Again, super helpful tool from Klaviyo. And then giving somebody the opportunity to shop different categories. And then just a discount email. You're still on our mind. Here's a special gift to welcome you back. Take 10% off your next story on us. And then you have a Klaviyo code right here. Find your story, and then don't miss out. New favorites awaiting. Simple email of, hey, 10% off. This is beautiful design. So lots of stuff that you can do here. And then Klaviyo installation is right here as well. But that covers all of the flows and what we're setting up. Now we can take it a step further and go to like flow optimization. So the cons of optimization and updating your flows over time and testing it is it's overwhelming. It's very hard to monitor at scale. If you have like 40 emails in your flows, you need to have spreadsheets to track all this information and report it. Very difficult, and documenting it all is very difficult. So that's the cons with flow optimizations. Whereas campaigns, you can just test your one email and get data immediately. Whereas flows, you have to wait for customers to enter, and then you need to track it. When should I check when something is ready? So I like to do another form of optimization. So rather than having a ton of active tests in our flows, all sorts of different triggers, testing out different content, yada, yada, yada. Rather than doing all that, we use our campaigns as our testing ground. So we're sending 3 to 4 email campaigns per week, and we're testing there. We're looking at the data there. We're trying new angles. We're A to B testing. So rather than waiting for results like we have to do with flows, we get instant data with campaigns, or 24-hour data. You send a campaign, we'll check on the results tomorrow, what variation did better, or did this angle work compared to like an email we sent a few months ago. So we literally put out full campaigns that perform well in our flows. We get a campaign that works, let's add that to our flows. So go back and edit your flow emails across your triggers to include the angles, the emails in the blasts. Even an email that does well in your campaigns, let's add it. If it's an educational email on like how you create your products, you sell creatine and you create an email that you send to the list that's about like how we create our creatine or how it's formulated, and it does well, converts well, awesome. It's educational. Let's add that to the welcome flow and just put in the discount, the welcome discount. If it's an email about how to get the most out of your product, giving tips to users, add that to the post-purchase flow. If it's an email that goes over your return policy that you send to the list and it does well, add it to your abandoned cart flow to reverse risk. Don't reinvent the wheel. Add your successful campaigns to your email flows. This will save you a ton of time. Now, there are specific A/B tests that you can run, and I would recommend running. So I'm going to quickly go through these. You flow time delays, biggest lever and the fastest to get results and the easiest to get results. So testing the amount of time from the action of the customer and the first email that they receive. So this like website abandoned flow, you see waiting 30 minutes versus waiting 4 hours. 30 minutes, you get kind of better engagement, better open rate and click rate compared to waiting 4 hours, but you can see the placed order rate is massively different here. And this is a big sample size. We can be pretty confident that waiting 4 hours is the best move in this situation. So testing the time delays between in your messages. Then we have like long form versus short form messaging. So do we create a long email that has a lot of information, or do we create shorter ones? Especially for flows, we want to test this out. This will apply to campaigns, but especially in flows like abandonment flows, when people have objections, some people want to be talked through their objections. Other people just want to be like, they just need a reminder of their order. Just you saying, hey, you left an item behind, shop now. So sometimes it makes sense to be quick and try to get impulse purchases. Other times it makes sense to really like spend time working through objections. You can see in this email, a longer nudge, email 2, let me tell you why this product is more effective, just listing out a ton of stuff, 0.2% placed order rate, 2.4% click rate on 2,000 people compared to this one, which did a lot better, higher click rates, higher placed order rate, where it's just super quick, to the point, hey, you left this order behind, go shop. And of course, this is super easy. But testing your subject lines and preview texts, but hard to take learnings and apply to future emails since there's a lot of variation. Some tests that you can run, including discounts versus not including, like for sales, including that in the subject line. You could include or exclude emojis in your subject line and preview text. You could test that. You could use ... or excluding that. Time delays for like how long you have left, whatever it may be, using all caps versus not. This is all stuff that you can use for your subject line and preview text to test. And then graphic-based versus text-based. We've talked multiple times about text-based. A lot of times it performs better because it feels more personal, but we really want to like balance this and test different things out. So heavy text-based versus graphic-based, It's really going to vary depending on your account. So test out different styles to see what your list likes, especially for big drops in sales or whatever you have in your flows. So mix them up. Here's an example of like a text-based, where the bottom one is text-based. It did better because it was from the founder, higher open rate, higher click rate, a lot simpler, and then a lot more revenue. So text-based really can perform a lot better, but we want to make sure that we're testing these things out. Promoting categories versus individual products. Some customers at stores prefer like shop this specific product, this one, rather than categories where it's like shop jackets, shop pants. So it's important to mix it up, but you can bias one more if one of them does better. Like categories, in this instance for like a higher ticket store, categories performed better, got higher clicks and then higher revenue. And so now for all of our emails, we're primarily making it like more category based, and we're promoting that. Now, special offer just for you if you made it this far. If you want more information, I have templates for all of these flows, completely templatized and optimized, that we've used for over 50, 7 to 8 figure e-commerce brands. Shameless plug here. If you want to save all the time of putting this all together, doing all the copy templates and whatnot, then I have these all templatized. Learn more right here. If you want to click blog.wellcopy.net/quickflow landing, you can click this. Link will be in the description as well if that's interesting to you. If not, completely fine. It's just going to take a lot of time to implement this stuff. So that's stuff that I would recommend doing that. So check that out. Take the doc in the description, wellcopy.net/flows, so you can have it for you. Where to find me, my links will be right here. And if you want to have a chat with me about your email flows, then you can book a call with me. The link will be in the description as well to book a call, and I'll review your flows head on. Now, I hope you got some value from this video. That was an absolute value bomb. There's a ton of stuff in there, so I hope you got some value. This is $50 million worth of revenue generated behind these automations, so make sure you use them. Lots of good strategies in here. Again, I hope you got some value from it, and I hope to see you in the next video. Let me know if you have anything that you want me covered, and I will see you in the next one. Alrighty, in this very important video, we're going to be going over how to add 7 figures in annual revenue and lower your cost per acquisition by up to 50% for your e-commerce brand with this welcome flow. We're going to talk about a lot of things here, so hang tight. This is probably the most value I've ever given away at once. So let's get into it. The email welcome flow, and this is the condensed version. So yeah, as far as me, I'm Max. I'm the founder of Wellcopy, an email marketing agency. It's generated over $20 million in email attributed revenue for clients. I live inside of Shopify and Klaviyo, and this doc is going to be in the description, so you have all these other resources, and you can just have this for yourself, keep it, steal it, whatever you want to do. This is a shortened version of the full document. If you want the full one, then you can go to my site right there. But as far as what's inside and what we are going to cover in this, I'm going to go over why this is important, the problem with many welcome flows, full 8 email flow outline that we've used to generate over $3 million ourselves. Explanations, examples, diagrams, subject lines, full copy templates for all 8 emails, Google Doc templates that you can literally copy and paste and use yourself. We're going to go over how to install it in Klaviyo, how to optimize it over time, and then the metrics that you want to shoot for this welcome flow. So first, let's talk a little bit about why this is important and why you need to get this installed ASAP as possible, whatever that means. ASAP as possible, yeah. As soon as possible is possible. All right, so rising cost of acquisition. So you don't just snap your fingers, of course, and get people to buy. People need to know you exist, and then they need to trust you enough to purchase. So what do? You buy traffic to bring in eyes and get people to your website. But just like this graphic shows us, the 51-cent cost per click customer that you just paid for, a lot of the times they're just going to go in and leave. But let's first break down like the 2 problems that cause a rising cost of acquisition. The first problem, buying traffic is expensive. Mr. Zuckerberg can charge whatever he wants for ads, and we are forced to pay up. What are we going to do? Turn off our ads? No, we have to pay up, and we have to pay for these ads. And then the second problem, it is very, very hard to get somebody to purchase the first time they see you. This is a 2024 thing. This is just increasing over time. You're paying for this site traffic with ads, and then people are leaving because of a couple reasons. They have fried attention spans, and they have the ability to check out thousands of new brands out there. Actually, millions. There's a couple million e-commerce brands out there. And so you're paying for the site traffic, you're paying for these ads, And people are leaving until they see you again and again, which is from more ads to the point they buy. So you're forced to buy a ton of ads to get people to come back because of their terrible attention spans, and they just want to go to your site just to check it out because there's so many options out there. So like this beautiful graphic, very advanced graphic that is very scientific. This is exactly what happens. And that is why cost of acquisition rises. So summary, buying traffic is expensive. You have to buy these ads multiple times to get people to buy. Cost of acquisition rises. And most people aren't ready to buy. So 2% of your site traffic, let's just look at this full funnel. You run ads on Facebook, you get this amount of people, say you get 10% of people to click onto the website viewers right here, people with objections, and then people ready to buy. Out of this whole entire thing, only 2 people will be ready to buy, and they'll give you money right now. So what are they saying? 2% of your site traffic. I've seen this brand a few times. They've shown their product is legit. I'm confident I will receive my product. This is great timing because I actually need this product right now. Whereas 98% of your site traffic, who is this brand? Are they real? Are they going to scam me? Does the product actually work? Is their product any good? Is this product worth the price? And that's just what everybody's thinking, because when there weren't many options out there, then you could get away with some stuff. But now there are thousands of other brands. People are going to have a ton of objections. That's just how it goes. So what do we need to do? We need to cross the trust threshold. So you're paying for ads and website traffic, hoping that people will buy, but most just won't. These people do not know who you are. And the modern customer is wary. They're wary of all the scams out there, and they know that they're not guaranteed their product. Plus, they like to shop around and look at all the cool new brands that are out there popping up. There are so many TikTok ads happening, so many cool brands, edgy marketers, whatever you want to say, all these other brands that people can check out that are pretty cool. Now, to actually hand you their credit card, they need to trust you and your product completely. So, people need to see you multiple times in order to make a decision. You need to overcome these objections before they can buy. Back in the day, could have at times gotten away with just chucking up an ad creative, tossing some money in it, getting people to buy at a high clip. Now that is not possible. So you can see this is the trust threshold, and so it's a very simple graph here. First brand introduction, number of times exposed to a brand, not ready to purchase, ready to purchase. If people see you multiple times, then they just inherently are going to trust you. Then it becomes a question, how do you get people to see you multiple times? Which we will address in a second. First, we're going to talk about overcoming objections to lead to a purchase. What gets you over the trust threshold? You need to overcome these objections. Who is this brand? Are they real? Are they going to scam me? Does their product work? Is their product any good? Is this product worth the price? Bottom line, you need to prove to the customer that you can handle all these objections. It's not like you can go up to their door and give them a sales pitch, just because that's not scalable. And it would be extremely expensive to hire all those door-to-door salesmen. You have to send content at scale to convince these wary buyers and these curious buyers of other brands to purchase. You have to send content because you don't have the door-to-door salesman. And so here's what we have just to level up your prospects. This is at a very base level. Level 1, I do not know or trust this brand. You send them content. They level up into an intrigue customer. Oh yeah, I've seen this brand before. They seem legit. You send them content again. They level up, and then they become level 3 interested. I like this brand, but I'm not fully there yet, and then send them more, and then eventually they become, I like and trust this brand, and I'm ready to buy. So, we know we need to send content. Now, how do you send content at scale so that you can reach hundreds of thousands of people? Many just resort solely to paid ads to get in people's faces for the content, and that's great. Paid ads are great. People see your ads, click onto your site, look around, see testimonials, and you earn trust points. The problem is that these ads are expensive, and these will drive up your cost of acquisition, as we have discussed. Because again, the customer is wary and doesn't want to buy off you right off the bat. They don't trust you. It's going to take them more than a few ads to actually get them to buy, and with each ad you're showing them, you're spending money. So this leads us into the different ways you can send content, which of course you can do Facebook, which is expensive, or you could go with a cheaper option, which of course is email, the point of this video. So using the cheapest method for crossing the trust threshold. We want to be able to send content in the cheapest way possible to overcome objections. That's our only way to drive down our cost of acquisition. We have to send content, might as well do it the cheapest way possible. Social media ads are great because everybody checks social media every day. It's one of the benefits of having paid ads. But as we discussed, they're expensive. What else does everybody check every day? Their email. Over 4 billion global users of email, and over 90% of the US population checks their email every single day. And on top of that, it's pennies to the dollar compared to social media ads. On average, for every $1 on paid ads, you get $2 back. That's a 2x ROAS, return on ad spend. On average, for every $1 spent on email, you get $44 back. So look at that. Here's a pretty little graph, simple math for you. So we must get people on our email list because look at that ROI. And the thing is, just like to drive this home even further, like why the ROI is so much more, this is kind of what it looks like when you have people with objections. So say we go back to that top graphic, we had 98% of people. This is 98. Doesn't look like 98, but trust me, that's 98 out of 100. 2 people were ready to purchase, but everybody else has objections. And so you send them content. So you can do that with Facebook, spend some money, and essentially they're going to have the same conversions, and you're going to get this many people ready to buy. And then you keep doing this until you overcome everybody's objections, and you go down the line, and then you repeat until you have everybody. The thing is, you spend a lot less money down this track than you did with this track. It's pretty simple there, pretty simple to understand there. That's why it's so important to have. So too long didn't read. Email is the most cost-effective way to overcome objections and convert skeptical buyers at scale. That's what we need to understand. So we need to get people to our email list after they've been introduced into our brand. Let me take a quick drink of water, 1 second. Wary buyers, tons of different stores out there people can choose from, and people aren't going to buy right when they see your site. So you need to capture their information and send them emails so that you don't have to spend a ton on paid ads. So how do we get people to sign up? Most are going to come from pop-up forms. These are the forms that will show up on your site after a time delay, offering some sort of incentive for your email. You can do a lead magnet, such as like giving away a free course or something like that to get people to join, and then they enter into your funnel. Or you can do like discounts. That's the easiest way to do it. Pop-up forms are huge for email marketing, and the ROI is very well worth it, having a high converting pop-up form. We're not going to talk about forms in this resource, but I will have an in-depth guide on pop-ups soon because they are one of the most important pieces of the e-commerce funnel. But here are just some examples just to give you some context. So we're going to talk about the welcome flow in this video. And so for the people who do enter your email list, we're going to be sending them to welcome flow. That's what we're talking about in this doc, and I'm going to be giving you all the emails. But first I want to talk about what happens to non-buyers, because that's like a common objection. It's like, why the welcome flow? Like, what happens when people don't buy? Now many recipients won't buy, and that's okay, just because people aren't always ready to buy, even when you overcome objections. You have to catch them at the right time. So the welcome flow has 2 purposes: to convert as many people as possible right off the bat, so once somebody opts into the email list. Then also the other purpose is to prime potential customers to make a purchase down the line. So we want to convert them, or we want to prime them. Cross all those objections so that when they do have that need for your product, or they randomly are going about their day and they're like, oh, I kind of want this, like they're ready to buy at that moment. And because they will. So it's important you're constantly reminding them of you and your product so that you can stay top of mind for when they do have a strong enough need for your product. So here's kind of how it looks. They enter the welcome flow. We're going to convert a lot of them. That's the purpose of this video, is the welcome flow, which is going to lower your cost of acquisition. And then we're also going to be sending them, once they're on the email list, 3 to 4 educational email campaigns per week. That's going to continue to keep you top of mind so that when people do have that need to buy your product, you're in their face. Alrighty, and I just record 45 minutes worth of footage that wasn't videoed, so resuming right back where we left off, and I'm restarting. So you get the second go. But yeah, so we just talked about you send 3 to 4 educational campaigns per week. And then we also have our abandonment flows, which we have set up. I have other videos for these abandonment videos for you to check out. But essentially we have the site abandon, browse abandon, cart abandon, and checkout abandon for these people who, if during the welcome flow or after one of these email campaigns, or just in general, if they see like a social media post or they think about your product, they go to your site, check out a product, and then leave it behind. We have these emails, these high converting emails to convert them. So we have these 3 things kind of like working in tandem together that are going to help you get purchases. But really the point of these educational email campaigns are to continue to give value to them. Again, I'll have other videos on this, but eventually to lead them to get to the point of buying or abandoning their product, because if someone abandons their product, they're slightly down the funnel, and that's really what we want. We want somebody to abandon their product or purchase. Then they're lower in the funnel, and we'll convert them with those high intent flows, which act as cleanup crew. So now let's get to actually building a welcome flow. So we understand kind of the purpose of it, the rising cost of acquisition, why this is super important right now, what happens to non-buyers, and everything like that. Now let's talk about actually building this welcome flow, the real reason you guys came here. So this is going to be a sequence of emails sent to people who join the list over a duration of 7 to 14 days. If you have a larger average order value product, like if it's like $5,000, then you're going to want a very long welcome flow that can be over like 2 months, because these people just have longer buying decisions. But that's kind of typically 7 to 14 days. But a dialed-in welcome flow will allow you to automate and then predictably convert customers in just the pre-purchase decision journey. And as we kind of spoke of before, the welcome flow is going to leave us with one of two outcomes. Outcome A, you're going to convert the customers who were just curious and otherwise would have left your site. They would have left, but you converted them. And outcome B, we're going to prime these future customers for purchases now that all of their objections have been addressed up front. So now, if you are running a sale or some sort of high push for getting sales, when you send those emails or you're sending those content to people, they won't have those objections in the back of their mind because they've been addressed and they've been primed for a purchase. That's the point of the welcome flow that not a lot of people talk about, because not all of it is going to show up in revenue for the welcome flow. But say you send an email campaign on a certain date, somebody who doesn't have a welcome flow might only get $5,000. Meanwhile, someone who has a welcome flow and nurtured those customers might get $7,500 out of that campaign because they got people who would have had objections primed earlier. So very important. Now, the problem with many welcome flows, like you probably have a welcome flow if you're an e-commerce brand, you probably have at least one email. But the issue with many welcome flows is that they are way too short in length, but too dense in information. Some brands will try to throw all their information in 2 to 3 emails, each being super dense. But the modern customer has a fried attention span and just isn't going to read a bunch of junk. They're not going to read any words. They need short, bite-sized bits of information over a spread out time frame. So you can kind of see here in this is like an oversimplified version, but bad welcome flow. Here's everything you will ever need to know. Here's all this information. The customer's like, oh my goodness, I'm not even going to read this, because the truth is customers are going to spend at most 5 to 7 seconds on your email. So you need to make it super easy for them to follow because they're just going to skim it. So instead, we want to separate our emails to a little bit longer and make it quick, bite-sized, punchy, so the person can look at it in 3 seconds and know what your point is. So just a quick email, welcome in, our brief history, here's our number 1 bestseller, reminder of the discount, how we're different, things like that. We just want to make it super simple for them, so we're not overwhelming them, and then it's just simple information that they can look at in 3 seconds and understand the gist, and they can leave the app and they're primed for a purchase. So that's kind of what we want to get with this welcome flow, rather than putting a ton of information, and anything over 100 words is just too much. That 100 words is too much in an email. So let's go over kind of everything that we want in this flow. So trigger and filter, we have the trigger, somebody joins your email list, joins from a certain pop-up, and then filter, anybody makes a purchase. So what a filter is going to do is essentially before anyone receives any of these emails, it's going to check the filter that you set up in Klaviyo. It's going to check if people meet these parameters. And if somebody makes a purchase at any point, it's just going to kick them out because that's a filter. So we're going to be going through each email in depth and then going through example and then giving you the outlines for each one of them. So email 1, we want to give a strong introduction. We just want to make it real quick. Deliver the incentive, introduce the brand unique selling proposition, social proof, bestsellers. The email 1, we just want the people who are just there for the discount, let's give them everything they need and let them buy right now. Email 2, we're going to give a little bit more background, put a face to the name, because that's really going to help with conversions. We'll go a little bit more in depth, but I'll just briefly run through these. Give the brand background. 3, we're going to do a bestsellers promotion, highlight one or a few bestsellers, explain why it's so good, essentially make the choice easy for the customer. Email 4, a reminder of the incentive. We're going to make some urgency, give some risk reversals, and then some testimonials. Get those people over the line with urgency and trust. Email 5, us versus them. We'll address the competitors and then how you're different, and then distinguish yourself. Email 6, we're going to go hard on social proof if there's still people on the edge. Email 7, we're going to do last chance. And then email 8, we're going to do a note from the founder, give that personal touch, and address some more objections. So let's move right into emails 1 through 8, outlines and examples. Email 1. So email 1, the purpose, deliver a strong intro to your brand in the briefest way possible while giving them what they want, which is the discount, or whatever information, whatever giveaway you're doing to get people on the list. But the content, deliver the incentive, introduce your USPs, give some social proof, and then show bestsellers. As we discussed some notes on this email, we really want to keep things brief. People don't want to read a shit ton of information. They're, excuse my language, they just want the discount, they just want to leave. People are here for the discount. So we want the design to be simple, clean, and easy to follow. The goal is simply to get people to click. So here's a full email example from Alpin Rock. We'll go in a little bit more depth here. And here's like a general outline that you can use. I'll even give you even more than this in just a second. But you can see right at the top of this email, notice how high up this button is in this email. We don't want the consumer to have to scroll to find the button. If we didn't have this button, the customer would have to scroll to reach this button. No, we want to remove as much friction as possible. So we give them just a welcome. Here's the discount. Shop now. That's all we want. A lot of people aren't going to go to the rest of the email. There's there for the discount. There's their shop. Let's give them what they want. And then a strong header photo that gives off the brand aesthetic so that they can, resonate with it a bit. But this is just a very strong header section that all your welcome emails should be. And then body section, this is where we're going to give just some brief background info on the brand, just a brief headline with the brand message. So this is going to be the thing that everybody's going to read. Probably like 10% of people are going to read this. They're just going to skim through this, see discover conscious luxury. So now the person, like in their head, they think of the word luxury when they see this brand. Awesome. And they think of conscious, and so it's renewable. Awesome. Perfect. Very strong. So then you go into some social proof, a unique selling proposition, reminder of the discount, and button. Keep it real simple. Headline, social proof, unique selling proposition, discount. That simple. And then we want to give people, if people don't know what they want, let's show some bestsellers, give them an option to purchase. And you can see we have some more buttons for people to keep browsing. A lot of people, they'll just end the email right here. But what if the person doesn't like these products? The consumer is lazy and they probably won't scroll up to find this button. So it's ridiculous. So you really want to make sure that you have buttons at the bottom. And so I actually have subject line examples. I believe there are 10 for this email, subject lines that you can use, as well as a free Google Doc copy outline that you can use. So complete, laid out, this whole wireframe, and then as well as just like general templates. If you want, it's available on this. If you just go to the link in my description, you can get it for yourself. Then I also have this other YouTube video, grading e-commerce welcome flow emails. So I take a look at welcome email flow number 1, welcome email number 1 in the welcome flow, and then I review them, grade them, and kind of explain what I would do differently. So highly recommend checking out that video for more context on this email. Now let's go to email 2, which is the brand story. So the purpose, we want to give some background to bring the customer closer to the brand and bought into the mission. So content, founding story, mission statement, show a face if possible. Put a face to the name, you get that personal feel. And then reminder of the discount. So we really want to use a face here. We just want to make sure that you aren't just a corporate brand that's just like, nobody wants to get behind like a corporate brand. So you really want to make sure that like you're proving that like you have this small company feel. It's really going to help with conversions. People love to support these types of brands. Nobody wants to buy from like these massive corporations. But these people haven't purchased yet, probably because you are a faceless brand that they randomly stumbled across in an ad. That's probably why they haven't purchased. So we want to slowly get them to believe that you are a real brand with a real mission and get them acclimated to you. We want to earn trust points and then remind them of the discount. This email will make sales, but the real purchase is going to be to prime them for some purchases down the line. So here's a great email example. I've referenced this email multiple times, but this is just like perfect. This is perfect. So you can see there's just a brief headline, our story, unique selling proposition. If you're reading this, you've probably had trouble finding snacks that are portable, nutritious, and actually taste good. For years, we did too. So they're insinuating that that's what they do. They have snacks that are portable, nutritious, and taste good. And then just a brief brand story, 2 sentences. We're Michelle and Tobias, face to the name. Oh my goodness, like this makes you want to buy from these people. This is a massive company, but this makes you want to buy from them because it's like, look at this cute couple. Awesome. So this is super effective. So why the brand was made. We're a nature-loving duo. Like, oh my goodness, they're making you emotionally attached to them. Like, this is perfect. But you really just want to put a face to the name. And then body section, give the mission statement down at the bottom, and then encourage a purchase. And then if you have a discount, include the discount right here, and then the button. Photo of a brand aesthetic helps. This brand didn't have a discount, but it should be right above the button if you do have it. And then maybe add like a banner right at the top as well. That could be effective. But this is going to be a really good email to prime people for purchases. But really the point of this is we want them to believe that we want people to get behind your brand and just make it known that you aren't a corporate brand that's just going to like take your money and run away with it. Again, I have this subject line examples in the free Google Doc copy outline for all of these emails that we're going over. And then we have email 3, which is the bestseller. So bestsellers email, show off your bestsellers and give background as to why you stand out from your competitors. Content, super simple. We're just going to highlight a bestseller, explain why it's so good, and then of course remind of the discount. All of these emails, we are reminding of the discount. People need to be reminded. One of my biggest pet peeves is when people have welcome flow emails that don't mention the discount. Like, why? Why would you not mention the discount? We want to remind them every single time. But with the bestseller email, some more background to it. The consumer is very funny because they want choices. They ask for choices, but they hate making choices. It's so funny. It's so funny. You give somebody so many options, they don't want to pick any of them. It's just like when somebody asks, like, what do you want to eat for dinner? You're just like, oh, I don't know, I'll have whatever. It's just, you want to know that you have choices, but you hate making choices. So essentially we want to make the decision for them by giving them one or a few options to choose from. And we actually want to go into depth as to why this bestseller is so good. This is going to help you stand out. And this is, again, is going to prime people for purchases down the line. Because if you have awesome qualities for your bestseller, it's going to apply to all your products. Then of course, remind them of their discount. So here's a full email example. This was a highlight on this one flavor by Goodles, and this is just amazing copy. But this was kind of like a more general bestsellers email, but you can apply this to like a specific bestseller. Like if you sell clothing, it's like a specific shirt like this one, you could make the shirt right here and talk about its unique selling propositions, and then lead here and use this exact layout. So first, an eye-catching headline. We're cooking up a gooder noodle. It's science, y'all. Header photo. This was actually a GIF that spins around these bowls. Super engaging. Some unique selling propositions. Quick. Would you rather choose mac that's delicious or mac that's made with 21 plant-based nutrients? Why not both? So something you could do like for a t-shirt like this is something similar, but talk about how the material is made from the forests of the Amazon rainforest, made by a spider of silk. I don't know. Something like that. You could say something like, would you rather have a brand that makes their shirts in factories, or people who hand make them in custom warehouses located in the Northeast United States, a Papa and Son business, something like that, where it's like, we're different and this is why our product is cool. So that's what they did here. They talked about mac and cheese that's delicious and has plant-based nutrients, and then they made it a little funny. And then the body section. So we want this to just show the product, intro the unique selling proposition. I'm going to go into exactly why. In-depth explanation as to why it's so good. We don't just want to mention it. We want to talk why is it so good? 15 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, prebiotics, and then organic veggies and other plants. Perfect. But notice how this isn't so long. We're not doing sentences. We're not writing an essay. We're keeping it brief. And then a reminder of the discount, of course, and then a button at the bottom. Perfect. I would probably put a button right here also, so that you have 2 buttons, 1 button at the top of the email, 1 at the bottom. This is perfect in terms of a bestseller outline. Kind of a simple one, but in terms of design, but this is going to be really effective. And if you can do some copy that's similar to this, it's really going to help with your conversions as well. And next up, we have email 4, which is going to be a specific reminder on the coupon. The purpose of this is going to be to introduce urgency and remind the customer of their discount to try to get them to buy on the spot. So the content, going to add some urgency, give some risk reversals, and then give some testimonials for trust. That's kind of what we want to do in this email to get that impulse purchase and to get people being like, oh, goodness, I should buy now. So the customer knows a bit about your brand and believes you are legit. if they've seen these other emails. So we need to introduce urgency to get them to cross the line. Add some social proof and risk reversals, and this is going to crush. So here's an example. We can see just a simple header section. Still want this discount. Here's the discount code, shop now. And then here's some testimonials. This is a very solid outline. This could be improved by adding some risk reversals, such as a risk-free guarantee. We offer free returns, things like that. That would improve this email. But we can dive in here to the outline. So headline addressing the discount. This is just super simple. Still want this discount. Add some urgency. Friendly reminder that your discount code is expiring. We don't offer discounts often, so take advantage while you can. See, this is perfect because this is killing two birds with one stone. This has two effects. So friendly reminder that your discount code is expiring, urgency. And then two, we don't offer discounts often. Even further urgency, and that positions your brand as like, we don't offer discounts. We're not like a discount brand. So that's a line that's going to be very effective in your marketing as well. And just look at how massive this button is. You'd have to be, even a blind person could click this button on their phone. This pretty much takes up the whole screen. And so look at that. That's just, I absolutely love it. Big button, awesome. It's going to be super easy to click, and I'm sure this button has a ridiculously high click rate because it's just so easy to click. And then the body section, there are a lot of different ways that you can do the social proof section. And this one, this brand decided to do just show individual products and then give discounts for each individual product. So discounts, testimonials for each individual product. This is going to work really well as well. And you can see they also have a shop all products at the bottom to say maybe they didn't like any of these products, that they'd be curious and learning more. They have a shop all products section at the bottom. What's really going to take this email over the edge is adding the risk reversals, kind of as I mentioned. Mention that you offer free shipping. Mention that you have guaranteed a satisfaction guarantee, you free returns, things like that. That's going to help some people get over the edge as well. So this is going to be a very effective email. It's going to kind of pick up a lot of the sales in the back half of the flow. Next, email 5 is us versus them. So the purpose, we just want to address up front and lay out the facts for the customer so that they can see the full story. So the content, address the competitors versus you, where you guys stand, how you differ. Outline your unique selling propositions, and then distinguish your brand from others. So kind of when somebody joins your brand, the elephant in the room is your competitors. Why should someone go with you versus someone else? Because in the age of e-commerce of 2024, there's thousands of brands in every niche. So why should someone go with you? And people just love pros and cons, and people love to make decisions by themselves. So that's what we're providing them, with both pros and cons and the ability to make the decision for themselves. But obviously we're going to make the decision very easy for them. So this is a full example here. This is super clean, just on a wide lens. You see we have a header section, we have a body section, a testimonial for social proof, discount reminder, and a shop now button. That's perfect. Could even be improved if you add a shop now button earlier in the email. But look at that, there's also a discount reminder at the top. That's super effective. So hero section, here's what this outline was. Discount banner, then the brief headline, why we shine, how we're different, us versus them, something like that. And then 5 points addressing the competitors versus us. So you can see like thoughtful gift options versus like standard food delivery, ease of ordering versus complicated ordering, personalization with non-customizable. Notice how these are super quick points, because people aren't going to be reading a ton of information. People don't want to read essays. They don't want to read paragraphs in the emails. We just want to give them just like quick 1 to 3 words. These are our points and kind of what our brand is built off of. Then the body section, unique selling proposition. So we're kind of extending on this a little bit. We're delivering more than a meal. Here we are taking gift giving to a whole new level, bringing gourmet meals straight to your door. Corporate retreat, anniversary, or any of life's big moments, a thoughtful meal to supplement the occasion is always appreciated. Banger. Emotional, talks about what makes your brand like so effective and why somebody should order. And then social proof, quick testimonial. Use the service for the first time. My client said the food was great and the service was just wonderful. I would definitely use this again. Nice little personal touch. And then discount, and then shop now button. Look at that. Perfect us versus them email. You can do a simple table or something like a little bit more advanced like this. That's going to be effective. And this was actually an email that our team put together. So you can see it's kind of everything that I talk about all in one email. So very effective email here. This is going to help prime customers for purchases down the line as well. Subject line and Google Text, Google Doc available for that, for all of these emails. So now email 6, heavy social proof email. So the purpose, further prove your brand is reputable and that your products create happy customers. So if we want the customers to get one thing out of the welcome flow, it's that you are a legit brand and your products are good. So the content, brand testimonials, media features, any content that proves your brand is legit, let's just throw it into an email or create an email that's like specific to one of them, like specifically brand testimonials or specifically media features, something like that. We just want email 6 to be social proof. We want to make sure the customer knows our product and brand is great, and because, maybe they don't have a strong need for your product right now, and that is fine. They do need to know that our product will fulfill that need once the time comes. So someone's going about their day. Say you sell Band-Aids. I don't know. You've a Band-Aid company. Somebody stubs their toe. We want, when that person's looking for Band-Aids, we want us to come to mind and them to be like, I know this brand is good. I know they have awesome Band-Aids. I'm just going to order for them. So by creating a whole email out of this, it's going to prove that we're confident in our product and we'll stand by it. So that alone says a lot if you just send a full social proof email. Even if the person doesn't open the email, they see we created a whole email out of this. Awesome. They're a legit brand who stands behind their product. So here's a full email example as well. You can see we have just everything is social proof here. It's just testimonials. And so going into the specifics here, and then there's some icons here for some risk reversals. So we have header section. There's an outline that you can use again. Discount banner at the top. Use this discount and save this, and then a strong header testimonial. Look at how high up this button is in the email. Perfect. So looks fantastic on the car. This is the second Audi I've had, and both times I've ordered the honeycomb grill. Comes out great and looks fantastic on the car. Perfect. That's going to be an awesome thing for people to see right when they open their email. And look at the reviews for this brand. 4.94 out of 5 on 1,245 reviews. That is just killer. And so actually visualizing that for the customer, only 1 3-star and 0 2-stars and 0 1-stars, and then all these 5 stars. That's just exceptional. So this is a great way to like actually show your visualize how awesome you are. So that can be something. Start off with testimonial at the top and a graphic, add another graphic on the testimonials or social proof, and then give some verified customer reviews. So it's actually going to improve your conversions if you say verified on the customer review. If you have a verified reviewal platform that does your reviews, you putting verified next to a customer's name just improves the conversions. It's something we've tested. So listed testimonials works effectively well. And then a bottom button. The bottom of all your emails, you must have a button, just because people will go to the bottom of your email, and now what? We want to make sure that if they're in the buying mood or in the browsing mood, we have something for them to do. And then risk reversals as well. So secure payments, fast and free shipping, and then premium 100% quality. It's an interesting icon, but that's kind of everything that you need there. Really great email here. This is going to be super effective because people are visual and they're not reading a lot in the email. So by giving a graphic that shows your testimonials and whatnot, it's going to work really well. And then email 7, we have last chance. So purpose, give the customer a last chance to use their discount to try to get them over the edge. So the content of this, time or urgency based graphic, your discount is expiring. Let's just keep it simple. Make it super easy for the customer to click and just really go hard on the urgency. This is your last chance. So at this point, the customer has pretty much all the info they would need to make a purchase. And most of your audience probably would buy from you. Now that they're on email 7, most of them would buy from you, but they're waiting for the right time to do it. By going hard on urgency, we kind of force their hand, because it's like, if you don't buy now, you won't have this discount. So we're forcing their hand because at this point, these people know that you have a good product and they'd benefit from your product. So here's a great example here. You can see just like the basis of this email. Super simple, super simple. Your last chance, $10. So here's like kind of the outline. Last chance headline, simple graphic of your products, and then extreme urgency body copy, and then button. And then social proof and info icons, always great to throw in, especially on these urgency-based emails. These social proof things are going to really help with conversions. So your last chance at $10 off your first order. Use this discount code, super clear where the discount code is, what it is. Use this code at checkout for $10 off your next purchase before your offer expires forever. So very effective in inducing the urgency. So great email here, super simple. Your last chance, here's your discount, claim now. So you had this last chance email. Now let's send one last email where it's like, okay, is everything okay? You went through this full welcome flow. Do you have any questions about the product? And let's give that personal feel again. This is going to come from the founder. So purpose, to give a personal reminder and last chance message that really lets the customer know we care about them. So the content is going to be a text-based email. We want to remind them of the discount and then offer some resources for them. For some context, the customer didn't purchase right off the bat. That is okay. Most won't. If your welcome flow converts 20% of people, that is a very, very good welcome flow. Typically, kind of like bare minimum that you want to shoot for is like 10%. 10% is like kind of the gold standard. So even with like a gold standard welcome flow of 10%, 90% of people won't purchase. And that's just okay. We want to be able to get a few more over the line with a nice personal touch text-based email. But for the 90% that aren't going to buy, we want to prime them for future purchases even further. Because if we're sending a message from the brand owner, and if this person knows that the brand owner is willing to reach out to them, then they're going to be primed for another purchase or primed for a purchase. And they may have further questions. So we want to let them know that they can reply to the email and ask them, because maybe if we let them know that you can reply to the email, it's as simple as reply to this email and we'll get back to you. Maybe that objection will get addressed. They ask the question, we address it, and then they make a purchase. So here's a full email example. Hey, hope our previous emails have been a warm welcome to our brand's commitment to quality. I noticed you didn't use your welcome discount, which you may have overlooked. Since you're new to the club, I want to extend our welcome code for one more day. Use this code at checkout for 10% off before it's gone forever. Shop now. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. We pride ourselves on exceptional customer service. We'll be sure to respond within 24 hours. Cheers. Look at that. Brief intro, reminder of discount code with urgency, and then offer some more support and welcome them to reach out. So a lot of things kind of like addressed in this email. Kind of right off the bat, we want to add the urgency. So you didn't use it, which you may have overlooked. I extended it for 24 more hours. Or extended it for one more day. Heavy urgency, and it's like this is coming from the founder. You can see the name is from the founder. Super effective. And then if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. Awesome customer service, responds in 24 hours. This is really going to get a lot of people to purchase. So great email here. Kind of can be as simple as that. These text-based emails are going to be, once you put them into your strategy, they're going to be some of the highest performing emails that you have, just because that personal touch really goes a long way. And also the simplicity. Look at how easy it is. There's only one thing this person can do, and it's click the shop now button. It's super clear for them. It's blue. It stands out. Simple. There's no fluff. And so that's why these text-based emails work really well. So again, subject line examples and free Google Doc outlined there. So now let's talk about post creation. So if we look down here, we have how to install your flow inside of Klaviyo. So here's a trigger and filter that you want to use, whatever your pop-up is, whatever you set the list as once people enter the pop-up. Right now, for this brand, it was set to newsletter, so that's what we have the trigger as once a profile subscribes to newsletter. Then you want to make sure that you have the flow filter. So when it's placed orders 0 times since starting this flow, you can also do 0 times over all time, just to be sure that past purchasers aren't getting this flow. So there's a video tutorial here if you want to know how to set it up in Klaviyo, the exact trigger and filter. You can access that in the description. So then we can talk about how to optimize over time. So big problem here is you have e-com stores that just will set and forget their welcome flow. So that's kind of like what these people look like. Come on, do something, Klaviyo. Whereas stores who A to B test and add winning campaigns to their welcome flow, they're throwing money. So you're bound for failure if you just set and forget your welcome flow after you create it, because nothing is perfect on the first go. We all know this, but for some reason we don't act on it. This is why you always need to be testing. These tests aren't going to change your business overnight. That's okay. But 5% by 5%, these results will start stacking up and you'll see a noticeable jump in the long run. So if you can take a welcome flow, say you're a brand that does 100K a month, 10K comes from the welcome flow. If you increase 10% every single month, it's going to be an extra $1,000 in the compound effect. 10% every single month. Then after like 2 years, that's going to be a lot of revenue for you. So important A to B tests that you're going to want to run are subject lines and preview text in the welcome flow, your welcome offer. So instead of doing $10 off, try like 10% off, things like that. Things like free shipping on your first order, things like get a free X item with your first order, things like that. Also what products are featured in your emails. So in like the best sellers email, try changing up the products that are in there. If you inserted products anywhere else in the flow, try out different products, see if the customer prefers a different entry product than what you may have guessed. Then we have text-based emails versus graphic-based emails. So you can try using text-based emails earlier on. Maybe for email 2, the Our Story email, a text-based email performs better. That could be something to test. You can test linking to specific products versus linking to collections. These are all things that you want to test and are very important, and you should be doing on every email. So here's instructions on how to set up A to B tests with flows in Klaviyo. A couple different ways you can do it. I like to do it by doing a conditional split just because the numbers are easier to look at. But if you want, there is a video here showing instructions how to do it. Now we're talking about the easiest way to optimize your welcome flow over time. It can get a little bit tedious to set up all these A to B tests in your flow, so it's going to be important to save some time. The easiest way to optimize your welcome flow over time, it's also saving the most time, is adding successful campaigns to your welcome flow. As I said, I'm all for efficiency, finding ways to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One way to do this is by using successful campaigns in your welcome flow. So as we talked about earlier, you should be sending 3 to 4 email campaigns per week to your list, and these campaigns should be mostly non-promotional. As you test out new angles in your campaigns, you should be monitoring these results, and if one campaign absolutely crushes, add it to your welcome flow. Because if it worked in your campaigns, then you probably want to show all your new customers who are entering into your brand to see that as well. All you have to do is take this campaign and add a sentence in the copy that says like use code XYZ for XYZ off your first order. And then plug it somewhere in the flow or replace one of the lowest performing emails in the flow. It's going to save you a ton of time. It's going to allow you to optimize over time, and you're not having to create any new emails. So some campaign angles to try out that will work well in the welcome flow are things like myths versus facts in your industry. So common misconceptions, blog promotion, maybe a blog people particularly like, a specific product spotlight, a specific testimonial spotlight, a customer story, product restock. You can enter that into the welcome flow if you constantly have stock coming in. These are campaign angles that you can try out, and then if they perform well, use them in the welcome flow. So metrics to shoot for, that's also available. All the metrics in terms of open rates, click rates, revenue, that's available in the doc in the description as well. But that is it for this one. Thank you so much for watching this or reading. I hope you got some value from it in the welcome flow. Tons more videos are going to be uploaded here on my YouTube channel, similar type of content. So yeah, continue to subscribe, like if you got some value, comment some other stuff that you'd like to see, and I'll continue to make some content. So again, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Alrighty, so today we have one of the most important videos that I've ever made and one of the most valuable docs that I've ever made to give away here on the YouTube channel. So as you know here, that's saying a lot because we give a ton of value here, but we're going over a super important topic. We are talking about how to recover 300% more of your lost e-com abandoned cart sales with this 8-figure proven email marketing flow. Super important, abandoned cart, abandoned checkout flows. So have a ton of good stuff in this video, a ton of little bonuses that you'll get throughout, so make sure you stick to the end. So we're just going to get straight into it because it doesn't matter if you already have checkout abandoned systems in place. This doc will unlock even more lost revenue that you didn't think existed. And I can back that up with if this doc doesn't make you 2 times more in abandonment revenue, or you think it was a waste of 10 minutes if you were reading it, but waste of 40 minutes or an hour, however long this video is going to be, email me, max@wellcopy.net, and I will pay for your next DoorDash. Just give me your Venmo, whatever it is, whatever you're ordering, and I will pay for it. So this is a very valuable document. It's pretty much the basis of what I'm trying to say. So why this is important. So 70% and rising of e-commerce carts are abandoned in 2024. Like literally 70% of your carts are being abandoned. Like that seems like a shocking number, but this has been validated multiple times. And it's just a very high number, and that's not where we want it to be, and it's rising. So, and in most cases, these customers just won't come back. So we're going to go over like why these customers won't come back, but by not having this system in place, you are actively burning cash you literally already had in your hands. These people had it in your cart. So by not using the system every day that you don't have it live, you're burning cash. So every single day that's being left, they're slipping by. So by going through this document, automating your recovery effectively, you will gain more sales and then prevent your competitors from stealing your sales, because that's a lot of the times what's going to happen when somebody abandons their cart. So very important what we're going over. There's me. If you want some background on me, there you go. This doc is going to be available in the description if you want it, if you want the full version. So what's inside, this is what we're going to be talking about. 2024 e-com trends, kind of where we're at with e-commerce. We're going to go over the main cart abandoned problem, and just why there are so many abandoned carts and why that's a thing. 3, we're going to go over the problem with many cart and checkout abandoned flows, like, oh, I already have one, or I already know what I'm doing. Like, no, there are a lot of issues that you need to address and that this doc will address. 4, we're going to go over the optimal 2024 cart and checkout abandoned flow. 8-figure proven, and then we're going to go over the 8 abandoned cart email outlines with examples and templates. So we're going over the exact flow, all 8 emails, what's in each email with examples, templates, subject lines, everything. And 6, how to properly install your cart and checkout abandoned flows in Klaviyo. 7, we're going to talk about how to effectively optimize your flows over time, because this is going to be what really drives all the revenue for you in the long run. So 2024 e-com trends. So again, I just want to say real quick that this is a condensed version of the document, of this full document. A lot of the extra stuff is going to be, if you want it, it's in the description. It's just a link. And yeah, it's also so you can join my email list, which we give out a ton of free value there. So you'll get the doc right away. So first, we're going to talk about the 2024 e-commerce trends. If you've seen a lot of my videos, you know a lot of this stuff is what I talk about. But essentially, where we're at in 2024 is more stores, more competition. So there are new stores popping up every day thanks to Shopify, ease of sourcing products, and the overall low barrier to entry into e-commerce. You can just source a product from China, put together some AI landing pages, and boom, you have a store tomorrow. And a lot of these new brands that are coming on the scene, there's just exponentially new brands. A lot of them are cool, fun, hip, different angles, and all this stuff. So what this means is that you're not special. You are special in my heart, but in the grand scheme of things, how many brands are in your niche? There used to be maybe 100. Now there's probably thousands in your niche. So the consumer has just more options to choose from. And so it's just a saturated market, and it's very easy for you to get lost in the mix. So when it's a lot more competitive, the market share isn't really increasing. So everybody's fighting over the same people. So it's becoming increasingly difficult to make sales in this competitive market like e-com. So another thing to add on to this problem is the consumer is shopping around more and they're buying less. So one of the reasons. So everybody at this point has been scammed online before, and that's scarred the customer. Unlike times in the past, customers today like to do their due diligence. So this isn't just like you've been scammed and you never received your product. It's like you ordered from a store and then it took like 7 days longer to ship than you thought. And those are things that will scar the customer. And so they want to do their due diligence and be like, okay, when am I getting my product? Like, is it going to come like intact? What are people saying about it? How long does it last? Things like that. The customer just likes to do their due diligence because they also have the liberty to. Because they can shop around with all these new brands. And then the customer today, 2024, also just has less money to spend. We're no longer in the 2020 to 2021 era of stimulus checks and just mass spending. Nobody had anything else to do but to spend, and they had stimulus checks. We don't have those. We don't have that anymore. So with all these new stores popping up, the customer will shop around before spending their precious money. They're going to see what's the best option that I can spend my money on for your product. And you know what? It's also fun scrolling Instagram, seeing what other brands are out there. People like shopping. It's like a hobby now. You can just scroll Instagram and you're getting all these different ads from different brands, and it's fun. So of course, it's easy for you to get lost in the mix. So this is kind of like what the customer looks like. They see your brand. Who is this brand? I've been scam buying online before. Why not go with one of the other 50 brands in this industry that's being very conservative? And like, what are people saying about this brand? These are just like the type of things that are going in their mind. So that's like the current state of e-com in 2024. Lots of competition, and the customer is a lot more wary, and they're going to do their due diligence and shop around. So that relates to the cart abandoned problem a bit. So 70 to 85% of carts are abandoned in e-commerce. This is a staggeringly high rate of abandonment. So used to be lower, but over the past 5 years, it's just steadily increasing. So that means 70 people out of 100 will like your product just enough to add to your cart, but not convinced enough to buy. So this is a good visualization. These people will buy now. Those people won't. So there are many explanations for this. The person had an objection, so they added to their cart. They had an objection. They weren't fully bought in. Maybe they got distracted. they add it to their cart, and then, I don't know, the kid threw a plate across the room, or they wanted to come back later. So that could be a number of things. So they just add to their cart, and then they are just like, okay, I'll buy this later. They're waiting for their check to hit, whatever it is. And those people will leave your site, and more often than not, they won't return. Unfortunately, they'll add to your site, plan on coming back, and then not. So another interesting statistic that plays into that is more than 30% of shoppers plan to buy the products in their cart at a later time, but end up not doing so. So a lot of these people, sometimes they just aren't looking to buy this instant, and they add an item to their cart, and they're like, oh, I'll buy that later. I'll wait for my check this Friday. So a couple reasons. So there isn't enough urgency or convincing on the site to get them to buy now. And theoretically, this doesn't seem like an issue. It's just like, okay, the customer's going to come back. The issue is that many people have absolutely terrible memories. I know I have a terrible memory as well. We've TikTok frying our brains and our attention spans where it's all over the place. So they completely forget they added an item to their cart. And by the time they remember weeks down the line, they already changed their mind about buying. Or they made another purchase and they have less money. So you lose a sale by waiting for these people to come back. So it's kind of like, I'll plan to get this later. 2 weeks later, it's like, what was I going to do? What was that thing that I was going to do? That happens all the time, and these people just won't end up buying. Another interesting thing is 59% of US customers abandon their carts just because they were browsing. So this is an interesting thing that I haven't seen brought up before, and I think this is a really good analogy that I thought of. But essentially, the e-commerce add to cart is like the Instagram likes. So it's almost like today in 2024, people just like shopping as a hobby, and kind of like their like button is they'll just add an item to their cart. So they'll go shopping a little bit online, they'll go on Instagram, whatever it may be, they'll start looking up fashion or supplements, whatever it may be. They go to all these different sites, and then they just mark the items that are like, oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll want to buy that. They'll just add it to their cart so that when they come back later, it's saved for them. So it's just this new use case that we're starting to see really in 2024, and it's just like somebody would like a funny cat video on Instagram. They'll add a few items to their cart, continue browsing, plan to come back later to make a decision. But kind of like I just mentioned, people have terrible memories and they won't come back to this. So there is a bright side to this. More people today are clicking on their cart and adding items to it. So that's part of why the abandonment rate is so high. People just use it as a mark, come back later. So this gives us a more opportunity as marketers to send targeted marketing at them. And if you don't, then you're just burning cash. And then an interesting statistic as well is 26% of people aren't just leaving and forgetting. 26% of shoppers end up buying the abandoned item from a competitor later. So like we talked about, customer likes to shop around, thousands of brand in your niche. Getting somebody to add to cart, it's no longer as much of a done deal. That's only half the battle, is adding to cart. You have to continue to work your leads until they purchase. These people are very careful with their money, so we need to continue to work them, or else they'll go with a competitor. So step one, people will add to their cart, then they'll check out the competitors, and then they'll add to their cart, maybe one for each of the competitor to market, and then they'll be like, okay, which one do I want to go with? And so at that point, it's up to the brands to kind of who is the best content and selling strategy to get these people to purchase. So that's an interesting statistic as well, and here's a bunch of sources for the data. So, of course, that means we need to have automated systems in place to get people to buy, because not everybody will just buy right off the site. They'll add to their cart, and then we need to have reminders in place to tell these people, hey, you left something in your cart. And so now most brands hopefully have their cart and checkout abandon flows installed, but now we need to talk about the problem, because a lot of them are underperforming and actually an issue. So one of the main issues is you actually don't have a cart abandoned flow. This is a huge issue, and it's a limitation with Klaviyo, which is an email sending platform, and MailChimp, all these platforms. But go look right now, 90% roughly of the brands I audit do not actually have a cart abandoned flow. I would bet money that a lot of you with your stores actually have a cart abandoned flow that's labeled cart abandoned flow, but the trigger is actually checkout started. So that means it's actually a checkout abandoned flow. The person went to checkout. So Klaviyo's abandoned cart flow is actually incorrect. They label it as abandoned cart, but they use abandoned checkout. So you need to actually manually add an added to cart snippet to your site. So this is an example, using a website like Magic Spoon. I added an item to my cart. So I was just on the main landing page, added to cart, cool. I marked this item to come back later. I added to my cart. I didn't click this checkout button. I didn't do it. I wasn't ready. I was just marking the item. So user adds to cart, then leaves. And this is not tracked by Klaviyo. This action is not being tracked. You must install this yourself in order for it to be tracked. So what you think is your abandoned cart is actually abandoned checkout, which is one step later where this person adds to cart and then goes to checkout also. Klaviyo calls it abandoned cart. So by only having this, you're leaving a snarks ton of people who added to cart, because more people are going to add to cart than than checkout, because this person would need to add to cart and then click this checkout button, and now they're getting fired. What happens to the people who just add to checkout? So go look right now, like ASAP, whatever account you have, go look. Is your abandoned cart flow? What's the trigger? What does the trigger say? Does the trigger say checkout started, or does the trigger say added to cart? If it says added to cart, you're good. If it says checkout started, you only have a checkout abandoned flow, and you need to have a cart abandoned flow. And later in this doc, I'll show you how to install a proper cart abandoned flow trigger. So that's the first major issue. Second major issue is the flow is just way too short. So with only a few emails, you're letting your customer just off the hook too soon. People have decision cycles. I'll add to my cart like today, and sometimes I need to think about my purchase for a couple days. And so if you only have like 1 or 2 days of emails in place, what happens on day 5 if that's when I was trying to make a decision? So if you're not sending anything, you're letting them off the hook too soon, they may just go with a competitor. So you really want to extend your flow to 6+ emails across 1 to 2 weeks time to really fit into that conversion cycle. So reason this will improve conversions, multiple reminders, makes sure that your customer just doesn't forget. It ensures that, keeps you top of mind, allows you enough content to overcome objections that they may have. It allows you to stand out from your competitors if you have good content, and then give enough time to make a decision for like a 2-week decision period. So it's like a bad cart abandoned flow, just a couple of emails like extended by a couple of days. This is what a good cart abandoned flow. Long and spread out, there's a lot more emails. It's splitting based off different purchases and spreading it out over like a 10-day period. That's really what you want to shoot for. Another issue is the copy isn't effective. So we want our copy in our abandonment emails to be very quick and to the point. The simple fact that you are just like showing the person their item that they specifically added to their cart with dynamic sections of your email, that's going to carry 80% of the sales, just showing that. So you really don't want to get too fancy with the copy. It's just going to distract. So make sure the item is the number one feature of the email, and then we want to overcome objections. That should be our only thing we're trying to do in our copy. Give them quick info on shipping, the use of the product, customer reviews, all that good stuff. And be sure to answer frequently asked questions and make the decision process as crystal clear as possible. We want to remove any uncertainty that there may be about the buying process. So copy just isn't effective and can be fluff. And then another issue is the design isn't conversion optimized. So similar to copy, we want the design to be short and sweet, get straight to the point, address the item they left behind. That's all you want to do. So some main aspects that you want in your design: you want a clear headline addressing the cart or value proposition. You want a button very high up in the email so the person doesn't have to scroll to click it. They can just open the email and click. You want to properly show the item left behind with all the relevant information, and then icons or sections with like further information if it's valuable. So here's like an example. You can see overcome objections, big headline, your order ships free. So it says your order, not saying like to all customers orders ship free. It's your order. So addressing objections also, finish checking out now and you get free shipping. Return shipping is free, so you can always order multiple pairs and simply keep what you like. Amazing. Plus all of our footwear is backed by a 365-day warranty. Perfect. A very high up button. Person doesn't need to scroll to hit this, and then you want to show the specific item in cart with the relevant information, and then some more support if people have questions, risk reversals, free return shipping, buy now, pay later, all that good stuff. Talk with an expert. So that's a great email. Hits everything. It's not too fancy, just straight and to the point. That's what we want. That's what we really want our designs to be. So now let's get to the optimal 2024 cart abandoned flow. So this is the exact outline that you can use to get 300% more conversions and abandonment recoveries. Let's dive right in. So this is the flow outline. So we're going to be creating the same flow for abandoned cart and abandoned checkouts, because as we discussed, these are different triggers. We're going to be sending the same flow because it's the same, it saves you time, but just cloning it and having 2 different flows, same content, but different triggers. So one of them is going to be added to cart, and the other is going to be checkout started. So these are all the emails that we're going to be giving examples on, copy outlines, subject lines, and in-depth context too. But essentially what we're doing, and I'll also go through some time delays here, you really want as short as possible for the added cart in between email 1. Usually 30 minutes we see the most success with. test 1 hour, test 4 hours, but usually we see 30 minutes, 45 minutes is the best for conversions for this first reminder. So email 1, quick reminder. Email 2, same sort of thing, quick reminder, but maybe add a little bit more information because they didn't convert just off the reminder. And then we want to customize the content for the customer. So we're going to split by however many products you have or collections. You don't need to do 2. You don't need to do 20. Maybe just do, like, if you have a couple main collections where it's whatever it may be, split by those and give product specific overcome objections. So it's specific to the product. What's the information? Hey, you left this specific product behind. This is exactly what it does. That's going to drastically improve conversions. And then product specific testimonials. So give them testimonials specific to exactly what they abandoned. It's going to go a long ways. And then we're going to go into a last chance email. Hey, your order is expiring. We can't hold this for you much longer. Last chance. And then we're going to split based on have they purchased before. So depending on how averse you are to discounts, I split here for most of my accounts that I work with based on only sending in discount to people who haven't purchased or they haven't purchased in the past like 90 days or so, 60, 90 days. So if they have purchased before, then we're just going to send an email offering support. Hey, is everything okay? You added an item to your cart. Is there anything we can help you with? And then if not, we're going to send them a discount, give them a flash discount, make it urgency driven, and then a last chance. And then same sort of email for email 8. Everything okay? Kind of a last chance. Do you need support? And then also give a last chance for the discount. So this leads us to the exact email outlines. So every email we will go in depth here. So email 1, as we talked about, is the quick reminder. So some context for this email 1. Many people are just going to convert off this email because maybe the person added to their cart and they went back to Instagram to start scrolling. And they just needed a quick reminder, and this reminder is going to get them over the edge. So in this email, we really don't want to waste any space or words on anything. We just want to get straight to showing the customer exactly what they left behind and allow them to finish their order. Don't try to get too fancy here. Too many words or graphic will distract the customer from buying. Make it just, hey, here's the item, finish your order. So purpose, simply remind the customer what they left behind. And then content, quick remark, addressing the product, dynamic product section, and then social proof and risk reversals. So here's a good example. Look at how simple this is. This is exactly what you need. So full email example, quick remark about the abandonment. Take another look. We saved your items, complete my order, show the specific items. Here are your items with checkout now. And then social proof / risk reversals. Why blue dot? We design it, it's shipped out in 1 to 3 days, and free swatches. So that can get somebody over the edge. This is super simple. This is going to get somebody, the person just added to their cart 30 minutes ago. So they're already warm. They just need a quick reminder. This is going to do a lot of the work for you in a lot of your conversions. So we want to send this usually around 30 minutes after they abandon their item. So this is a great email to go off of. And then we have winning subject line ideas. So only available in this full doc here. It's completely free. You sign up for the email. You're added to my email list. You can do it if you want. If not, then you can create your own subject line ideas. Those are just like some of the winners that we've used. And then free copy outline. So if you want a full outline and some direction of this is how the email should be laid out, this is what copy you should use, then there's also copy outline. And we have these for each email. So moving on to email 2, we have a nudge with social proof. So similar type of email to email 1, but we're going to add a little bit more social proof. So again, keep it really simple and make it similar. People just need another reminder at times, just a day later. Maybe the person was waiting for a certain they were waiting for their paycheck to hit, like we talked about, or they needed some time to check out competitors. This email will clean up any of the remaining people who are ready to buy, off reminders, as well as get some people over the edge who just weren't directly ready to buy with further social proof. So purpose, give the second reminder, but sprinkle in social proof. Content, quick remark about the product, dynamic product section, and then further social proof and risk reversals. So keeping it very simple and similar. So this example that I showed you earlier is going to be very strong. So if you offer free shipping on all your products, this is further information. Your order ships free. There's further risk reversals here of free return shipping, buy now, pay later, talk with a dinner expert, and then dynamic product section. They just went, with this email, they went super hard on your order's free. There's absolutely no risk. You get returns. You get a 365-day warranty. This is going to get skeptical people over the line, and that's perfect. Subject line ideas as well, free copy outline that you can use. So now we get to the split in the flow, where we're splitting based on the product that the person left behind. So you're going to need to do that inside of Klaviyo, add a condition or add a trigger split, and then split based on did somebody leave behind this SKU, this product, and then make those splits. So email 3, we're giving product specific information and we're overcoming objections specific to that product. So some context for this email, why we use it. The customer didn't finish their order just with the simple reminders, so they likely just need more info. They marked the item that they liked it by adding to their cart, but the reminders weren't enough. They need some more information on the product. So we want to send them specific information so they have the necessary info to buy. Give them the facts and then overcome objections in the email specific to them. So purpose, give the customer more info about the specific item they abandoned. Content, product specific info, and then dynamic product section, of course. Dynamic product sections help a ton with conversions. You're showing exactly what the person left behind. So full email example here. So this brand sells different types of cereals and different types of like morning breakfasts and goods and whatnot. And so this person left behind this cereal. So it's a surreal cereal. And so there's information specifically towards the cereal because they could have left behind some other product, but grab breakfast by the bowls. Cereal, it's directly to the bowl. What are you doing for breakfast? Oats, fried spaghetti. Bit weird, but you do you. How about a bowl of cereal? High protein, low carb, 0 grams of sugar per bowl, and absolutely no spaghetti. So they went a little bit more fun with the copy here, but a high up button right here. I bet the subject line mentioned you left this in your cart, but this is perfect in that it goes directly into the cereal in direct to the cereal information. And then we also have overcoming objections with information. So like is this healthy? You can see clearly 0 grams of sugar, 5 carbs, 14 grams of protein, high fiber, and gluten-free compared to other cereals. So we're not just a pretty face. In fact, our faces aren't very pretty, but our nutritionals, perfect. Now they're good looking. So this is perfect, giving information specific to the product, specific to the item that they abandoned. This is kind of like all the information that you want to give. Notice it's not a blog article. It's not too long, but it gives a ton of necessary information that somebody who abandoned a cereal would like to know. So that's perfect. Subject lines as well, free copy. Email 4, we're following up on our prior email of product-specific information, but now we're doing product-specific testimonials. So this is going to be very effective as well when we're speaking directly towards the person and the product they abandoned. So context, similar to the last email, specific info about the abandoned item. That'll go a long ways. And people just need testimonials. That's one of the main ways you can overcome objections and get people who are questioning your product to buy. So purpose, testimonials, number one way to convert skeptical customers. This can get many on the edge to buy, like what I just said. Content, remind on the customer's cart, give the dynamic product section, and then go hard on testimonials and social proof. So specifically testimonials. So you can take a look at this example. So testimonial specific to the item abandoned. So this person abandoned, let's see, what was it? Jacket. They abandoned a jacket. So there's an image of a jacket right up top. My new obsession. I now plan most of my outfits around this jacket. Amazing. And then we have the dynamic section. So this would be a Klaviyo loaded section here. And then further, 4.9 out of 5 stars. So if you have like this rating, something this good, then keep it. So, because this is going to be huge. 4.9 out of 5 stars is perfect on 68 reviews. This person's second one, great jacket, love this jacket, amazing. So further testimonials and social proof. If somebody abandoned a jacket, this is going to prove to them like it's legit and people love this product. And so this will go a long ways. So you want this type of email for jackets, for pants, for shirts, for shoes, whatever it may be. You want to split by the product and give those specific testimonials. Because a jacket-specific testimonial is going to convert higher than a general website testimonial when regarding abandonments. It's something we have tested. Subject lines and copy outline there, of course. And then email 5, now we have the last chance. So after the person got all this info, still haven't bought, email 5, last chance. So context, at this point, customers should have all the info they need to purchase. They've probably clicked on the site and they have the information from the testimonials and the product-specific email. Now it's just we need to get them to act. So a bit of urgency to get someone over the edge is what this email is about. Go hard on urgency, give them a harsh deadline, and get them to impulse finish their order. Content, same sort of thing. It's just we want to add urgency. So dynamic product section, add urgency, and then further shopping ability because maybe they didn't want the specific cart they had, the specific item in their cart. So you can see urgency in the copy here. Your order is expiring. Dynamic product section, social proof and risk reversal icons. And then, you know what? We're on like day 5. we've sent this is the 5th email we've sent to someone. Maybe they just don't want this product, but you may like these ones. So give it some further shopping options for the person, because again, maybe they didn't like the original product and they changed their mind. Now we give them the option to keep shopping. So especially, you could do this earlier on in the emails, but I like to be specific with the item the person abandoned, and just really try to get them to convert on that and keep the focus in the first few emails on that specific item. And then at this point, maybe they aren't bought in and we need to give them other options. So that's the thought process behind that. And of course, subject lines and copy outline. And then we have email 6A. So if you remember, this is where we're splitting based on if somebody has purchased before, if they haven't. If they have purchased before, we're not going to send them the discount. So we're going to send them email 6 being like, what happened? So now it's time to kind of wave the white flag almost, in that we're surrendering. This email serves as an absolute last chance to buy for the past buyers. Non-buyers, we're going to send them a discount, as I discussed. We also just want to offer support because maybe their objection or their question wasn't addressed. So purpose, we want to use a personal founder touch to get a last-ditch effort at conversion, and we want to offer support for if they have questions. So content, it's going to be text-based email from the founder, give a last chance to order, and then offer the support, kind of in that order. So here's a full email example. We can see we start off with a personal touch from the founder saying, hey, it's Mike, co-founder this brand, and I wanted to personally reach out to you, make sure everything was okay. Looks like you added an item to your cart, so we're going to offer support next. So if you had any question about your order, you can simply reply to this email. We'll get back to you in at least 24 hours. Amazing. And then last chance to shop. You can still claim your order with free shipping for 24 more hours. So stock moves fast. We want to make sure everybody's a fair shot at getting the piece they want. So add some urgency. Thank you for considering. So this checks all the boxes. Personal touch, offer the support if they have questions, and then give a last chance to shop with urgency. This email could potentially be like one of the best performing ones just because the personal touch, it really stands out. So there's that example. Subject lines, free copy outline. And then for the people who haven't purchased before, this is where they're going to defer and enter the discount. So now we are giving them some sort of offer, whatever you want to do, but context, the email should only be sent to people who've never bought. We're willing to give them a discount because they haven't bought, and we know once we get somebody to try our product, they're much more likely to come back. So flash discount with a ton of urgency to get the impulse purchases. So purpose, price incentive to get first-time buyers. So offer the discount with urgency, and then dynamic Klaviyo section. Keep it really simple, really, really simple, just focused on the discount and the offer and the items they left behind. So this example, flash discount just for you, super just flash discount just for you, $10 off your next order over 200. Use code this at checkout to claim your order. So offer incentive with urgency right off top. Notice how it's super simple. Dynamic product section, finish my order, and then support. Perfect. Don't need to do anything crazy. You don't need to put crazy graphics in an email to get it to convert well. We just want to give the offer and add some urgency, and then the dynamic section will carry the load for a lot of this. So that's kind of this first email. Make them act quick, and that's what we want. So subject line and free copy outline. Next, we have the discount last chance, which comes after the discount opener. So this is a flash sale, so context. We all know that last chance emails do well. People just need deadlines to buy. Some of them do. So be strict on this one. Customers will come in and they'll finish their order. So keep it simple and just focus on the offer. Don't go crazy at all. Any of these abandonment emails, keep it simple. So purpose, add extreme urgency to get that impulse in last chance buy. So content, heavy urgency on the discount, dynamic cart section, and then even more urgency. So here's an example, just super simple. Look at how easy this is. Last chance, 25% off your cart. We can't hold your items for much longer. Your one-time 25% off code expires today. So this is perfect. So simple. Nothing else that you could do besides buy. Last chance. I'm sure the subject line and preview text had a ton of urgency as well. And then if the person wanted to shop other items, there are buttons in the footer. And yeah, winning subject lines, you can have them if you want them in the free copy outline. And then email 8, the last email for these people who were offered the discount and didn't buy. Very similar to email 6A. We want to give that founder's touch, get some people on the edge to buy, and then a last chance. So pretty much the same thing as email 6A, but includes a discount. So we're using that personal founder touch to get a last-ditch effort, and then offer support if the customer has questions. So content, text-based from founder, address the cart abandoned, give a last chance for discount, and offer support. So Here's a great example. Hey there, I'm the founder of this brand. I wanted to personally reach out to you. So personal touch from the founder. It's from the founder. Looks like you added an item to your cart to checkout, but didn't complete your order. You can claim with this discount for only 24 more hours. So then the discount code, super clear where the button is, perfect. Thank you for considering us. And then, of course, offer support. P.S. If you have any questions about your order, reply to this email. We'll get back to you within 24 hours. So if you have fast customer service, that can be a major plus and should definitely include that because some people could ask you and eventually convert. So very, very effective email. That's what it ends out on. So now we've kind of gone through the whole entire flow, so we're going to go over how to install the emails in Klaviyo. So we have about 8 emails here, but we have the different variations, so it actually makes it like 10, 11 emails total. So let's talk about how to actually install this inside of Klaviyo. So just a reminder that abandoned cart and abandoned checkout are different. We've talked about this, but abandoned cart and abandoned checkout are very different. Checkout started is further down the funnel, which means the customer adds to cart and then they actually go to the payment checkout. So customer could add to their cart, but if you only have the checkout started flow, then anybody who adds to the cart isn't being tracked. So the added cart trigger, this is what it looks like in Klaviyo. It has a little gear icon and it is not automatically added. And the checkout started trigger, if it's Shopify, Ecommerce, whatever you use, hopefully you're on Shopify, but this is automatically added into Klaviyo with the Klaviyo Shopify integration. They name this the abandoned cart flow, as we've talked about. Super annoying, but this is how they look. So this is farther down the funnel, and this isn't automatically added. So we're going to talk about how to add an added to cart trigger. So it's going to be a little bit more technical. So hopefully you can at least understand a little bit where we're coming from. But there are 2 steps in adding an added to cart metric to your store, as well as in Klaviyo. So if you see that you don't have the added to cart metric, if you go to metrics inside of Klaviyo and you don't see this, then follow these steps. So essentially, it's literally just 2 steps. You add the snippet to your Shopify store, and then you test that it's working inside Klaviyo. So this is a blog article from Klaviyo that I've linked here on how to add it. It's super easy. So I cleaned up these steps here if you would like to use them. Again, this doc is in the description, the full doc. And so I'll briefly gloss over it, but essentially if you have custom liquid blocks inside of Shopify, which in most cases you will, in most cases you want to follow this step by step. So you're just going to add a default product and then add a section with a custom liquid, which is given inside of the article here. So you're going to have to get the snippet from here. But so in most cases, it's just as simple as this. You just go to your homepage, products, add a section, paste the snippet here, and then click save. It's that easy. If you don't have custom liquid blocks, it's a little bit annoying because you actually have to go into the code. So you have to know where to put the file. So you edit the code and then you insert it here by this guide. So under the body tag, you insert it here, exactly how it's laid out. Add an if product above it, add end if below it, and then click save. This is how it should look. And so then you're good. So that means you installed the code. Now you want to verify that it worked and it's inside of Klaviyo. So this is how you can test your added to cart snippet. So just go to your website. On your homepage, just when you look up the website, add this UTM. So UTM, email, and then put in whatever email you want. So just add this to the end, and then just on your store, and this is your store URL. So you're actually on your store, you enter this UTM, and then add an item to your cart. It's that simple. And then go to Klaviyo. So you add an item to your cart, go to Klaviyo. In the search bar up at the top, just put the email that you used in the UTM. And then if you click on the profile, you should see that a profile was created, or if you have a profile, you will see that an added to cart event occurred. So just click on the profile, look at the activity, you'll see this person added to cart, and then boom, you have an added to cart metric. So then on the left bar inside of Klaviyo, you can go to the metrics section and you should see added to cart in there. If you don't, then that means you messed up with the code, which you should fix, and you can reach out to me over email if you have any questions with getting that. So as far as like setting up the flow inside of Klaviyo, once you have the trigger, here's just a video of actually installing it. So the trigger, you just want the trigger to be added to cart, and these are the filters that you want. So checkout started 0 times to starting this flow. So if somebody adds to cart and then goes to checkout, we don't want them to continue in the flow. We want them to receive the checkout abandoned flow. So I'm going to exclude people who add to checkout, and then also for the people who buy. So we don't want to make sure that people have placed orders 0 times. And then has not been in this flow in the last 30 days. There's a video here on how to install it, just me physically installing it. If you want it, go download the this document. Same here for checkout started. Same sort of thing. The trigger is checkout started, and then the filters, placed order 0 times to start in this flow, and then has not been in this flow in the last 30 days. So same filters, but not the checkout started one. There's a video here as well. Moving right along, now we want to talk about another technical thing, abandonment dynamic content. So this is going to be all of your formulas for actually putting the dynamic pictures, dynamic links, all that good stuff in an abandonment email, so that when somebody opens up their email, they see these are the items that were in your cart, and they can see everything. So this is the most important part of an abandonment email. You must have this because this is going to be the part that converts everybody when they actually see their items. So make sure you have this. These can be difficult and annoying if they're not locked in, so make sure that you have them. So, and it's very important to note that the abandoned cart and then the abandoned checkout dynamic sections, like the variables and the codes that you're using, are different. So you can't just use the abandoned checkout dynamic content and put that on your abandoned cart flow, because they're different triggers and they're getting different information from Shopify. So always preview your email with Klaviyo's preview feature to make sure that the content is loading in. So here are some guides just to help you out. These are in general. In most cases, these are going to be the dynamic content sections that you want. So there's a video here. Essentially, for abandoned cart, you want to add a split and then add dynamic images here. So I can quickly go through this. This is a split. So you have an image on the left side, and then for the image split settings, there's nothing really you need to do here, or in display options as well. So you just want to make the dynamic content the following. You can see the image is event.image URL, which is right here. And then the text on the right side, once you go there, you want the item name. This should be the data. And then if you want to put price, price should be this as well. And then the checkout link, typically for your checkout link, if your store has an abandoned cart page or just like a cart page, usually it's just like www.nike.com/cart, link to that. If not, Klaviyo's link will send the person just to that item that they viewed. So ideally you have a cart page, because then that person will physically see their cart, but if not, this will do. So generally that's what the abandoned cart dynamic content is going to be. If you have issues with it, reach out to Klaviyo support just in their chat bot and be like, hey, I can't figure out the dynamic sections. Can you give me the dynamic sections? And they'll help you out. And then abandoned checkout, similar but different. Instead of doing a split, we want to use a table. Under table settings, we have to make it dynamic, and we have to customize all this stuff. So a little bit more annoying. So again, this video is here. You just want to make it dynamic and all that good stuff. I won't bore you with that now, but a little bit more annoying, and there's more stuff that you can do with abandoned checkout because we're getting more information from Shopify. So moving right along, we want to talk about how to optimize over time. Now that we're done with all the technical annoying stuff, how do we optimize this? So in a nutshell, we really just want to A to B test because that's really the only way to improve, the only way to know. So why you should test, we want to make more money. Small tests here and there will give you 25 to 50% revenue boost here and there, and percentage boost compound over time. 25%, once you keep 25% increasing, then it just increases. We all know Warren Buffett. So this outline I've given you as far as like the emails and the layout's only a starting point. There's a lot that you're going to want to change, and every brand is different and will require different optimizations. I had to make it pretty general. Small little iterations will make or break the success of your abandonment flows. So to display the impact of A to B testing, here are like some examples of recent A to B tests we've ran. This was a flow email where you can see it was delivered to the same amount of less profiles here, and this generated 2.28K, this generated 649, placed order rate 3 times more roughly, and then click rate obviously much higher as well, about 2 times more. So that was a change in content, or actually it was a subject line. That's how much a subject line, a small minuscule changes can make such a huge difference. There's like a long form for short form test. Do we want to have a long form email in this abandonment, or do we want to have a short form email that's super quick? We found that the short form was much better. Saying here, alignment test on content resulting in 5K extra in 1 month, rather than having alignment being on the left like they had before, and like we tested, we aligned it in the middle. Much more increase revenue, increase click rate. Four-way test, you can see here nearly 2x in revenue over all the others. So 1.5K, 1.5K, 2.6K, 1.6K. So this one was the clear and away winner. So that's awesome. Once this isn't split, this will generate a lot more money. Product display test resulting in 6 times more conversions here. So one purchase here, 6 purchases here on a higher ticket product, higher clicks, even with lower opens. So there's another one, text-based layout test resulting in 40% boost in conversions. Placed order rate 1.2% on a different type of text-based style versus this one, 1.7%. Email content test resulting in 2x in conversions. 5.1% placed order rate, 10.6% placed order rate, 8% click rate, 13.8% click rate. This was sent to a lot more people, so this was still coming in, but lots of tests that you should do. Important A to B tests that you want to run with the abandoned cart and abandoned checkout series. If you want the doc, go get it, of course. And then here's how to set up your A to B tests and flows. There's 2 different ways you could do it. I prefer this way, where you add a conditional split to your flow, and then you create a random sample, and then you just copy and paste the prior email here. And then, so as you'll see, this email, I just copy and paste it, and then you want to reconnect the flow back over. So you can do an A to B test where you click on the actual email and say create a B test. The only thing is I think it's a lot more difficult to see the data. I like being able to see just right when I open the flow, what do the numbers look like? Like I don't have to click into the email to view the A B test. I can just look inside of the Klaviyo flow and understand everything that I need and just get a brief overview of the numbers. That's what I recommend. And you're able to do a little bit more with it. So that's how I recommend doing it. Moving on, that is it for this one. So thank you for reading, watching. Really hope you got some value. Put a lot of stuff in this, and a lot of people would charge a lot of money for this. So if you're interested, join my 2 to 3 times per week newsletter, the inboxnewsletter.com, actionable free tips, content guides that others will try to sell you for $497. Genuinely, like, a lot of people charge a lot of money for this type of stuff. So feel free to email me if you have any questions. Those are my socials if you want. And then if you're an e-com brand doing at least $50,000 a month, you can book a call and give you a free consultation on your email strategy. So again, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully we will see you in the next one if you enjoyed it, and let me know if you have any questions. Cheers. $48,000 in 1 month just by implementing a few strategic emails into this e-commerce brand's customer journey. This is the easiest strategy for getting more out of your customers who just purchased and allow you to print money out of thin air within the next 7 days. This was going from literally nothing to getting this implemented and getting these results 30 days later. And what we're talking about is the post-purchase email flow. These are the emails that fire immediately after somebody makes a purchase with you. Now this post-purchase window within like 7 days of someone buying from you is one of the most profitable times to hit people up with marketing. But a lot of brands just leave this behind, and you're missing out on free revenue from people who already know, like, and trust you and have proven that they have the money to buy and are in the mood to buy now. On top of this, after a purchase, a customer can be feeling a whole different wave of emotions, from like euphoria to fear to all this other stuff. And if you can correctly time your emails with the correct information, you're just gonna make the customer experience so much better and potentially more lucrative. So let's get straight into it. Okay, the importance, I wanna show you some numbers real quick. So the post-purchase window, research shows that customers are 27% more likely to make another purchase within the first 3 hours of making a purchase. That's a really tight window right off the bat, right after someone buys. This window is often full of euphoria and just low barrier to entry. These people just bought from you, and the customer already gave you their credit card. So what's the harm of just like clicking a button to add something else to the cart? So it's a very profitable window. People are just right in this mood of buying, and we can capitalize on that. You also have increased engagement on your emails after someone purchases. So transactional emails, such as post-purchase emails, have an open rate of 80 to 85%. Which is significantly higher than the average marketing email, which sits around 20 to 25%. So indicating customers are very, very highly engaged immediately after a purchase, presenting a prime opportunity to encourage another sale, because you know very confidently that these people are going to see your emails. And these are just your prime customers. Upselling to existing customers is 68% more cost effective than acquiring new customers, and that's via InvestP. So people who already bought from you already know, like, and trust you. You don't have to overcome those objections again because they just gave you their credit card, and you don't have to pay acquisition costs on them since you already have them. It's just about getting them to buy more. So with new customers, you have to spend time earning their trust, educating on the product, and overcoming all these objections. But if you can properly execute this post-purchase journey, you get to bypass all of that and generate sales out of thin air there, especially if you have nothing set up right now. This is going to allow you to get more. So let's talk about the strategy. I want to go through this as fast as possible. So purpose. Let's talk about the purpose of this post-purchase email flow. So let's just think about the customer and what they're feeling right after they make a purchase. We've already touched on this a little bit, but they have the propensity to buy and are obviously in the mood for it since they literally just placed an order with you today. So they have the ability to make a purchase and they're down to make a purchase. And so another thing, they might be feeling excited about their order. That's another possibility. Could be a mix of both. And then they also could have a little bit of buyer's remorse, regret, which can happen a little bit more for higher AOV products. But they could have a mix of all three of these. They could have just one of them. They could have two of them. But we want to be able to, in our post-purchase flow, improve the customer experience by addressing all these and potentially get more sales out of it. So let's break down the flow. So again, we want to overcome all these emotions, play into the emotions, make sure that they're happy with their order. And then also, they've proven that they can buy right now. So let's try to get them to buy more. So this is the flow breakdown that we are breaking up here. So post-purchase flow, our trigger is just placed order. We don't need to have any filter on this. So notice 0 minutes later, right off the bat, right after somebody clicks buy, they gave us their credit card, their order is confirmed. We want to send an immediate email, a split. We're going to split by the number of purchases by the member, first time buyer, second time, third time, fourth time, and make it slightly different for each one. Right off the bat, we're sending them a message from the founder, giving a sincere thank you. We want to give that small brand feel. People want to buy from people. They don't want to buy from corporations. So right off the bat, we're sending them an email saying, thank you so much. Us here at this company, we sought out to do this, and you ordering from us reminds us that we're one step closer to achieving our goals, yada, yada, yada. And then have a PS at the bottom of your email saying like, hey, PS, why don't you just add something else to your order? And this goes a long way. It's 0 minutes after that person is just like, oh my goodness, the founder reached out to me. It's going to be great. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about all these in depth in a minute. But then we want to wait 24 hours here, and then we're splitting by product or category for an upsell. So this is where we can split and be like, hey, do you want to add more? So we're kind of playing into that post-purchase window again and trying to get people to buy again. So then we're going to wait a few days. We're going to send a get excited email and get them a little bit excited about their email, try to remove some uncertainty that they may have, give them some tips to use it. And then now we're going to do splitting by product and category another 3 days later. So this time they probably have their item and we want to send them like how to get the most out of your product or how to use it, things like that, so we can overcome those objections. And then we're going to build up our social media by saying follow us on social media. And then we're going to do a check-in from the founder after. So let's go in depth to each one of these with examples. So email 1, thank you from the founder. So it's going to be the most impactful and also the most profitable. This is where a lot of people are going to buy. So how would you feel if you just paid money to a company and immediately after the founder personally reached out to you, thanking you for your order, letting you know you contributed to something bigger? It goes a long ways. So this is going to be huge for the customer experience. They're also just in that major buying window where they just purchased and they probably had like another item in their cart, but they took it out because they're like, no, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't buy that. Sometimes this email right here being like, hey, you can add on to your order, sometimes that's enough to get somebody to go back. And so it's an important tip. We like to split based on the number of products that the customer has bought before and slightly change messaging to make it feel a little bit more genuine. So if somebody bought, it's their third purchase, you say, OMG, you placed your third order with us. Thank you so much. You're almost a VIP, something like that. So purpose, just contribute to the customer experience and then push for another purchase. Those are the main two things that we're shooting for. So all we want to include, give a sincere thank you, remind of our mission, offer support if they need it, like responding, reaching out to the support team, and encourage repeat purchase. That's the 4 in order that we want to do. So I have subject line ideas for first time buyers, second time, third time, fourth time, and the link to this is going to be in the description. So first time buyers, like your order means the world. Thank you so much. We got your order. See second time, thank you again. Thank you. Your support means the world. Third time's a charm, and you can address that. And then fourth time, you could do like VIP, something like that. So here's a great example that checks all those boxes that I mentioned. Notice it is it's a text-based email. It's from the founder right here saying, hey, name, every day our team is dedicated to crafting this types of supplement. You were placing our order. That means everything to us. Can't wait for you to experience the benefits. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. So what we did was we expressed our gratitude. We reminded them of our mission, offered support. Thank you for trusting us, yada, yada, yada. And then PS, if you want to add to your order, you can do so here. That right there is enough to get people to rebuy. It's crazy how high of a placed order rate this simple email has, but it really does go a long way. And you get people, if they did have questions about the product, they'll reach out, and awesome, you get to address that. So that's email 1, super simple, nice founder note, not any crazy graphics on this. We just want to do this from the founder. So even if they don't buy, it seems genuine. So email 2, we want to send this 24 hours later, and this is want to add more. So this email can fire like same day if you want to get aggressive, or you can have this to be like 1 day after the purchase. purchase. So we're still in this highly profitable post-purchase window. And so make the best use of it. So you can keep this as a generic cross-sell, upsell, or you can split by product and give custom recommendations. It's going to convert better, a little bit more work. So you could just have a general thing where it's just like, hey, add more to your order, and you show best sellers. Or you could be like, hey, you bought this shirt, these pants go well with this shirt, and that's something that you could do. Yeah, so you could do that. So the purpose, we want to encourage another order by giving curated product recommendations. That's pretty much it. Get another order. And then content, we just want to address that order and then offer recommendations for further shopping. That's it. So subject lines, you could do something like, wait, there's more. Do you want anything else? Recommendations for your order. There's more where that came from. Looking for anything else. And so something like that, just directly addressing the matter. So here's a good example. Notice how simple this is. Treat yourself to something extra. Ready to spice up your pantry with even more Amigo goodness? Click here to browse our irresistible selection. There's something for every craving, splitting by category here. Great example of just keeping it simple and, hey, why don't you go get something else? And sometimes this message is all you need to get somebody to buy again. So that's email 2. Now we want to wait 3 days and kind of time this to where the product is almost there. We just want to say, like, getting excited pretty much. So this email is great for the customer experience and makes them feel looked after. It's also just an excuse for us to like promote our products and get an email in the customer's face again. So the purpose, just let the customer know their order's being taken care of and subtly promote for the products and purchases. So we just want to address their order delivery and show products that they can purchase more. So I know I'll get questions like, how do you make sure that like this is timed correctly to like on the order? Do you have a special trigger? No, we're just estimating and saying something like your package is on the way, or you could say something like we're working on your order. Doesn't really matter, but essentially we just want to show them that we haven't forgot about their order and it's being worked on. So subject lines, you can say like, we're on it, your order's in progress, you can expect your order in however many days. If you have an estimation, if it's like usually it's 7 days, then you can give like an estimation. Getting excited, the wait's almost over. And then just look at this. This is meant for customer experience, and then you also have the ability to make sales by linking products down at the bottom. This is great, goes a long way for the customer, and you'll actually get a lot of purchases. Here, customer sees I have an order on the way, might as well get something else. So that's a good email that you can include. And then email 4, this is one that I like to send 3 days after again. So it's just how to get the most out of your product. So we want to split based on what the customer ordered and then give them tips exactly on what they ordered. Again, huge for customer experience and making them feel looked after. The other part about it is it's going to improve your customer success with your product and then reduce returns that you get on your product. So this is going to be big. Like if somebody doesn't know how to use their product and they try using your product and they get bad results, they're going to blame you. But in reality, you just didn't educate them on how to use the product well enough. So that's what we want to do. Improve the customer experience and enjoyment by letting them know how to get the most out of it. So raise excitement, list out the steps for using our product, list tips and tricks, whatever we got to do. So subject line ideas, super simple, how to get the most, tips and tricks, product name 101, so like protein powder 101, something like that, guide to protein powder, what to know about your order, things like that. And so here's another great example. Are you excited for your organic supplements to arrive? Shop now. Here's how to make the most out of your organic supplements. So and then we list out, incorporate it in your daily routine, track your progress, listen to your body, pair with other proven supplements. So this is a great way at tying in selling your products. So there's a Klaviyo recommended products section here. That's a great way to subtly get more sales because you're saying, hey, you have this, but you could get even better results by pairing it with our other products. And so great way to get some more sales here. But pretty much we want to focus a little bit more on value here and let people know how to get the most out of their products. Great email there. And then we want to go email 5. Usually you can send this 7 days later if you want. You could also wait a couple days. A lot of times on these flow time delays towards the back end of flows, doesn't really matter as much. But we want this email to be in the honeymoon phase with the customer's new product. So hopefully they just gotten it, maybe like first 2 days, they're really enjoying it. We want the social media email to be kind of in that window. So our social media accounts are just a huge form of social proof. That's really what they are. And if we can get our followers to follow us and then interact with our post, that's instant social proof for future customers, potential customers to see. Because if I bought from one brand and then I comment on like their social media post being like, oh my gosh, I love this brand, yada, 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 then me saying that could get someone else to buy. And so that's what we want to push for. So plus it's just like another touch point to send customers content, social media, so that you're hitting people up on multiple platforms. I don't need to tell you about why it's good to get followers on social media. But I like to just promote like one platform if you can. Try to keep it as simple as possible rather than be like, follow us here and here and here and here. Just pick one. That's what I always prefer. Subject line ideas, you could have fun. Like let's get social, let's make it official, or you can go like more basic. Follow our socials, access more exclusive content. Here's where the magic happens. So you can see how simple this email is. I love how they're not trying to do anything crazy crazy. It's just, hey, go follow our Instagram or go follow our social media. That's it. And then it's not like follow our social media and then buy this product and then check out this blog and then do this. No, just one thing. This is how you're going to get the most clicks and the most bang for your buck. And then email 6, last one. We want to send this a week later, 2 weeks later, but a check-in message from the founder again. So kind of see the theme here for improving the customer experience with personalized messaging. That's kind of the whole purpose of all this. So in this email, we want to send another email from the founder, checking in on the order and making sure that everything went okay. So we can offer support on this, we can push for a review, or even encourage another purchase in this email. But you get a lot of really good feedback from this email because it seems like it's coming from the founder who's personally checking in on the customer. So you get really, really good feedback coming back from it. You can also get a good amount of sales too. So contribute to the customer experience is the purpose by giving that personal feel, making them feel looked after. So we just want to ask how the order went and then offer them support they can reach out to the support team. So super simple, but it's just a great way to stand out. So you could do things like how to go in the subject line, checking in with your order, let us know how it went, following up, or like, so how was it? Something like that works really well. So I love this example here. This is longer. So you can see, hi Lauren, I hope you are keeping in good health. My name is Hirsch Goswami, and I'm the vice president here. It's been nearly 3 weeks and you started your teeth whitening journey, yada, yada, yada. By now your teeth should be brighter. If you could see a difference, yada, yada. As you continue, I'm confident that you see life-changing results. So there's social proof here, 150,000 others have, and then see our products here. So offering a chance to shop. So amazing. You're going to get a lot of purchases here since it's so personal and speaking directly to the person, makes them feel good. And there's also a recommendation for support. So if you have any questions, tips for usage, or simply want to share your experience, feel free to reach out. So thank you for being a valued member, and then boom. Amazing example here. This makes people feel so good about their order. It makes them feel looked after, and it makes them ready to buy again. So amazing example here. I like that to kind of be like the last. So that is the full 6 email flow, but it doesn't stop there. The key to long-term success, my favorite, adding successful campaigns to your post-purchase flow. We don't just want to set and forget this. We can always add and subtract emails over time, but one of my favorite is adding successful campaigns to the post-purchase flow. So if you sell supplements and you created like a campaign email just like about like a research study on the product, so like that toothbrush, that toothpaste brand that we just talked about, teeth whitening, maybe there's a research study email talking about, hey, we were proven to do this as long as you use this twice a day or something like that. That does really well. If it did really well in the campaign, then feel free to add that into your post-purchase flow to like reaffirm the customer's purchase, being like, hey, this is clinically proven, yada, yada, yada. And so that's a great way to, if it does well in your campaigns, don't be afraid to put it in your flows. So this is how you can keep things fresh over time and make sure things are getting mixed up and customers are getting different things. So again, this is just a starting point, this flow strategy I gave you. Be sure to always analyze the numbers and then adjust from there. So very important. So voila. That's all you need to have results like this. First 30 days here, this is what the numbers looked like. $48,579 in 30 days. So that is that. Thank you for watching the video. Hope you got some value on the post-purchase flow, which is the most underrated of all the flows. We generate really good results on this, and yeah, use it. Let me know how it goes, and I'll be excited to hear. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, subscribe to my free newsletter, inboxnewsletter.com/subscribe. You'll get a free 75-page guide on email marketing when you sign up. And that does it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome in. This is going to be a very long video. It's going to be very action-packed, so I highly recommend you stick to the end. In this video, we are going to be going over the non-discount email campaign strategy that 7 to 8 figure e-commerce brands are using to generate over $1 million per year at complete full margins. I know this because I've seen it firsthand happen multiple times, and this is going to be a condensed version of the full thing, so we can fit this in a YouTube video. So let's get straight into it. No fluff, straight into the action. So why this is important and why this is an important video to watch. Ad costs are rising for e-commerce, and unfortunately, they're not going down. We're having to pay more and more to get site traffic and acquire our customers, which makes retaining your margins in the back end the number one most important focus for surviving in this market in 2024. Now, many brands are throwing around like monthly discounts to survive regarding email campaigns, and that's just going to kill themselves in the long run. The brands who utilize strategies that maintain high profits will be here for 5+ years. Meanwhile, the ones that are just throwing their profits away with discounts, they're going to start to fizzle out. So first, we need to understand the market and how it has changed over the past few years. And so I have this graphic here, evolution of the market. Over here, we have 2020 and 2023. Here's what happened. Government printed a shit ton of money, and of course we had stimulus checks. So that meant that consumers were buying anything because they had a ton of money, and they were getting checks from the government and then also from their job for leave. And so e-com brands felt rich because consumers were buying anything. And so what happened? E-commerce explosion. So new e-com brands start multiplying. Shopify made it easier for people to access it. And that went on for kind of like 3 years here. We were seeing the effects of it. And then 2024 hits, end of 2023. Now we're in a bear market. And the consumers they have less cash. Reality hits them. You have to go back to work, and there's layoffs, inflation, all that stuff. And so now the consumers are a lot more skeptical, and they're buying less because they don't have as much expendable income. And so what happens here? E-com brands make less money. It's just, if it was 2020 and you were in the exact same position with your e-com store, you would be making more money than you are right now. That's just the matter of the fact. But 2024, e-com brands are making less money. Now there are two courses that you could take. E-com brands that continue as usual and they don't adjust their strategies, and they're just going to fizzle out because they don't know how to survive in the market. And then you have the e-com brands that are going to be focusing on profit, and these are going to be the ones that thrive because they're going to be able to just refunnel all their profits back into the strategies that work. So those are kind of the two things you can understand, that two different routes that you can go. But essentially, we were in a bull market. Government was printing money. The consumer had a ton of money. They had expendable income to buy. So they bought a bunch. E-com brand explosion. Now we're in a bear market. Consumers have less cash. So it's much harder to get them to buy. One, because they don't want to buy right now. And then two, because of all the increased competition with these new e-com stores. So that's kind of where we're at with the market right now. And just for some background, my name is Max, founder of Wellcopy, email marketing agency, generate over $20 million, yada, yada, yada. If you want this doc will be inside of the subscription so that you can have it for yourself. So what's inside of this document? We're going to go over why this is important, the email content strategy that we're going to use, unlimited winning content ideas that you can generate in 60 seconds. I'm going to go over a ton of email examples and winning micro-topic frameworks, which is what we like to use as the phrase, and then a free swipe file with 84 high-converting emails that you can use, and then campaign calendars, how to build a campaign calendar, and then also a video walkthrough of me going through the campaign calendar and creating it live on call. So that is what we're going over in this video. This is a shorter version. Not everything is going to be in this video or this document. If you want the full one, you can have it right there. So now let's go in a little bit more depth as to what the market is in 2024. So customer trends, as you may have noticed, the consumer is a bit different today than quote unquote back in the day. In like the days of buying pantaloons, you could acquire a customer and have them for life because there just wasn't much competition. There was only one pantaloon store in the town that they could buy from. And so you had that person for life pretty much. Fast forward today, there's a new pantaloon brand starting every week. I'd even say every day, multiple starting every single day. And with all the increased competition in distribution, Shopify, thank you, it's become very hard to acquire a customer and then keep their customer with just all these new options for the customer to choose from. So consumers like to try new brands. It's just hard to resist when there are thousands out there in your niche. Like, why should they go with you? So what happens here is, like, even if you acquire a customer, here's what they're thinking. I like this brand, but I just saw a cool new young brand on TikTok. Maybe I'll try them out too. People are getting exposed to all these different e-com brands, and it's tempting to want to give them a shot no matter how cool your product is. So back in the day, quote unquote, can even apply to 2020 and 2021, which we discussed, where the COVID days, the stimulus checks, and e-commerce explosion, it was very, very, very easy to get people to buy and then buy again. Customers just had money to spend and nothing better to do in their free time besides shop because we were in lockdown. So we were in a bull market and people were just buying, and e-com was quote unquote easy. Everybody thought they were some e-com whiz when reality, people were just buying. You could put up a creative in 5 minutes and get an instant 3 to 4x ROAS on Facebook. Today, the numbers just aren't the same. You can get those ROAS numbers, but it's just not sustainable and it's not profitable. So today the numbers are the same because layoffs, inflation, interest rates, etc. It's made it even harder for a first-time customer to buy because they have less money. But the thing is, you can get people to your site, no problem. That's no issue with Facebook ads, social media ads. You can get them to your site, but converting them is another story. So as you can see, 2020, it's kind of like shut up and take my money. And then 2024, it's like you get someone to your site and it's like, So that brings up the point number one, which is trust. Trust is number one. Trust has never been more important for making sales and then doing so profitably. Almost all customers have been scammed online before, and that has scarred them. I've been scammed online before a couple times. And it's like that one time in high school when you got your heart broken. Every relationship going forward, you now have trust issues and will never overcome that scar. That's kind of how it is with e-com and getting scammed online. Unlike times in the past, customers today really like to do their due diligence on what they're buying. Is this brand real? So kind of like what's going through their mind is, who is this brand? I've been scammed buying online before. Why not go with one of the other 50 brands in this industry? And also, like, what are people saying about this brand? And so right when someone clicks on their site, this is what's going through their mind. So this brings up the point of the trust threshold. You may have heard me talk about this in other videos if you're familiar with my content, but essentially, trust threshold is the point in which the customer trusts you enough to make a purchasing decision. Maybe they don't want or need your product right in that moment, but they trust you're an actual brand that would fulfill on their, you're the brand that could fulfill on the promises that you make. So that just primes them, and then they're ready for purchase for when they do have a firm need for your product. So to get to that point, the customer just needs to see your brand multiple times to reinforce your authority. So you can see like a graph here, we have the trust threshold, and then it's like number of times exposed to your brand. It's going to be more than a couple. Not ready to purchase, and then purchase. They just have to see your brand a couple times to trust you. It's not enough to just see your brand once. That's just not how the market works today. And you know what? The customer likes to shop around. There are new stores popping up every day thanks to Shopify and the low barrier of entry into e-commerce. And a lot of these new brands are cool, fun, hip, etc., all that stuff. And it's very fun to just scroll through Instagram and see what other brands are out there, which is your favorite, because there are all these cool brands people like buying, like t-shirts, for example. You like looking at new designs and things like that. There's just so many options, and it's almost like more fun than actually getting the product. Like, for example, the lead up to a vacation, it's just as fun as the actual vacation. Same sort of thing with shopping. It's super fun. And so you see like this person scrolling on their phone, it's just like, OMG, yay, so many cool brands and products that I can choose from. And this number is only going to get larger and larger. Then moving on to the purchasing decision, like the actual purchasing decision when the customer is ready to buy. So when the customer's done shopping around, gets to the point when they are ready to purchase, let's say, hypothetically, they're thinking between two brands. What brand do you think they're going to go with? Brand A, they've seen 3 times only through paid ads. Brand B, they've seen 8 times across multiple different channels, and they've gotten value from them. Now, it's probably brand B. We all can agree on that. So it's obvious, just you send more content and you make more sales. Simple graph. Number of times a customer sees your content, the likelihood of purchasing. And if you put this over a competitor, number of times they've seen your brand compared to another brand. If you're at like 7 and the other brand's at like 3, this is only going to go up. Likelihood of purchasing just increases. But now the key for scaling profitably is really like when we talk about retention in content. So I kind of glossed over retention, but this is where content offers the most advantages. So we discussed the importance of content to gain trust, to get somebody ready to purchase. You need to hit these people with multiple touch points. You need to expose yourself to them. But content is also a key part in staying top of mind with all your past customers to promote repeat purchases. If you're in someone's face 4 times per week, for example, they have no choice but to always keep you in your mind. If it's every other day they see you, you're always in their mind. And that's what we want. We want to occupy mental real estate. So whenever your customer's going about their day, clean the kitchen, and just have a random need for your product, randomly think about you, you're the brand that they automatically turn to because you're always subconsciously in the back of their mind. So like this is like what we want when people are going about their day. They have food, friends, family, Kim Kardashian, of course, sports, and then like your brand. This is what we want. And the only way to achieve that is by always being in our customer's face, continuing to send them content. This is what's called the top of mind effect, which is customer thinks of your industry, automatically turns to you rather than competitors. Whatever brand holds the most top of mind real estate for their customer base is going to win the top of mind effect battle. And the thing that's great about this is zero cost of acquisition. Essentially, if somebody just is going about their day and they go to your site, and this is stuff that's not going to be trackable really. If somebody just goes to your site and buys, the only way to actually have those is if the customer's always thinking about you. Content, content, content. There's also right place, right time. By sending more content, you increase your luck surface area to hit someone with a message right on the day or time that they're in a buying mood or just have a random need for your product. You give yourself more chances by focusing on content and by sending more to be in the right place at the right time and pick up those random purchases. That's something that isn't talked about too much. So now let's talk about email marketing in 2024 because that's the point of this video and about content. So email marketing is the number one option for sending content, building trust, and staying top of mind with customers for a few reasons. It's cheap, you own it completely, it is very predictable and scalable, It increases your customer goodwill and brand valuation over time. No one can take it away. Mr. Zuckerberg can't take it away. He can't shut it down. If you guys are running paid ads on Meta, you know it's an absolute shit show right now, and not the case for email. So just to put it simply, email is the cheapest way to get traffic from people who already know, like, and trust you, and that's why it's the most valuable. Bottom line, we have to always send content to our customers to stay top of mind so that they don't forget about us and they're always thinking about us, and email is just the cheapest way to do it. What's great about email is it's people who already know, like, and trust you. It's not cold traffic. So then this brings up email versus paid ads and like what the differences are. So let's look at it. If we want to send content to people, these are kind of like the two main options. You have organic social media content, but that's not predictable. You're relying on the algorithm, whereas paid ads and email marketing is predictable and it's the easiest way to send content. So email versus paid ads, everybody uses social media, awesome. And then email marketing, everybody uses email. Everybody checks their email. Paid ads, you're acquiring attention, which is very important. It's how you get people to know that your brand exists. And then email marketing, it's convert and maintain attention. It's different. And then paid ads, very predictable to scale. Just put more money in. If you know you have a 2x ROAS, you can just put more money in and then you're going to get more revenue. And then email marketing as well. It's very predictable to scale. You know you can convert a certain amount of site visitors to email subscribers with a pop-up form. You know what percentage of people are going to purchase over time. Now, paid ads, this is where things differ. Paid ads is very expensive, very, very, very expensive, whereas email marketing, it's very cheap. Paid ads, controlled by Meta, Google. It's not your data. They can get shut down, etc., whereas email marketing is controlled by you. It's your list. It's your data. It's all yours. And then paid ads, primarily cold leads, which has its pros and cons because you're getting cold traffic and you're acquiring attention. But as far as conversions, it's hard to convert cold leads. Whereas email marketing, it's warm leads who already know, like, and trust you. That's how I like to kind of look at email is it's like paid ads, because the point of paid ads, get site traffic. The point of email marketing, drive people to your site. It's the difference. Paid ads, as long as it's just like acquisition ads, it's to people who don't know you, whereas email marketing, it's pretty much like an ad to people who already know, like, and trust you. It's just, it costs way less than paid ads. So like you can see, like, raising ad prices, cost per click prices over time since the bull run of COVID, inflation, all this stuff. It's going to continue going up, which is unfortunate. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not anti-paid ads propaganda, because email needs paid ads and traffic to grow the list and to function. There's no email without them. This is just to show that they have different uses. What I want to stress is that email should be relied upon more for repeat content, not the initial first touch point. So what we want to do is we want to get that initial first touch point with our paid ads. We want to gather attention that way. And then everywhere from lead nurture, so after we have their attention, we want to grab their attention and hold it until they're ready to purchase. And then also after they purchase, we want to rely on email to get repeat purchases, just because it's a lot cheaper than Facebook ads and all that, and we're worried about profit. So too long, didn't read. Skeptical buyers and increased competition have made it harder to acquire customers, and expensive and rising ad prices make email the best option for sending cheap content at scale to build trust and make repeatable sales. Now we can get straight into the optimal strategy for making 7-figure profit with your content strategy. So specifically to email, let's talk about how often you want to send. So I'll save you 2 years of A/B testing, a ton of gray hairs, and a ton of wasted cash and opportunity cost for campaign frequency. So we've tested it all from 2 per day to 2 per month, and here's kind of what we found. Sending 1 to 2 times per week versus sending 5 to 7 times per week versus sending 3 to 4 per week. With sending once to twice per week, the customer just forgets about you. You're only in their face once per week. People are getting exposed to 70 different e-com brands on average every day. If by the end of 1 week, that's 7 times 7, 490 e-com brands they've seen before they see you again. They're going to forget about you. And customers are unable to form a habit of opening your emails. So by sending once a week, you just don't get as many repeat openers because people aren't used to seeing you in their inbox as often. And then you're just leaving money on the table. We found that you can get decent engagement, but there's just less revenue than if you send more. So then we go to sending 5 to 7 times per week. So sending almost every day. Problem with this is you get higher unsubscribes, and the customers can get annoyed. They can reply. There can be complaints. There can be spam, and it also dilutes the power of your messaging. So if you're sending every single day, you kind of lose value in each message since you're sending so much. And then also your revenue is going to plateau. It's going to lose effectiveness. Yes, your revenue is going to go up, but it's going to plateau and reach a peak. And then we go to 3 to 4 times per week. what we found is this had the highest revenue with the lowest unsubscribes. It allows you to stay top of mind with the customer because you're in their face every other day. And then every email you send also has equal weight and impact, rather than if you're sending every single day, you dilute the power of every single message. So this is like kind of a quick visual of 3 to 4 campaigns per week. So you can see sending once per week just on a Monday. It's just kind of like, who is this brand? Like, I forgot I even subscribed to them. And then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, whatever it is. Oh, hey, I know this brand. I'm going to open them. So that's kind of what the thought process is there. So to build upon that, why not send once per week? It's not going to cut it. And again, 490 different brands that people will see over the course of a week. It's very easy to forget you in the mix. And your engagement and your open rate from sending less will actually drop, which is really funny. You think that it would increase because you're sending less, but actually it just ruins the habit of people opening your email. So this was like an example of a client that we ramped from 2x per week to 4x per week. Open rates went from about 50%, under 50%, high 40s to 61%. And then also like click rates increased massively. A lot of that was like, it was just better content we were sending. And then everything was up across the board. And then why not send 2 times per day? Now, you don't want to ram content down your audience's throat because they'll get annoyed. You just want to send a healthy amount. More importantly, the right content. That's the more important. If you only send sales-focused emails at your audience, then they'll get annoyed no matter how much you send, even if it's once per week. But what about giving them value, entertainment, tips and tricks? That's where you can strike the healthy balance that prints cash and then also is going to build a passionate fan base. Like these people here, look at how happy they look. Awesome. So then to kind of build on the habit that I was talking about, this is habitual engagement. So when customers expect your emails in your inbox frequently, they're much more likely to look out for them and then open them. So frequent emails can actually develop that habit among your customers where they kind of just like see your email and are conditioned to open it. And this will improve open rates and by extension, the potential for conversions. So if you think about it, if you're sending good emails, say every time somebody opens your email, it's a nice, pretty design. They get a little bit of value. They just get dopamine right there on the spot. Just in that 3 seconds of looking at your email, nice, pretty design, awesome, instant dopamine. So then they're much more likely to open your next email. And then you create a feedback loop where it's every time they open their email, they get a little hint of dopamine. It's a pretty design. It's a well laid out email with cool information. Boom. So it's a very virtuous cycle also. The more that somebody engages with your content, the more familiar and comfortable they become with your brand, which can lead to increased loyalty. So you send content, customer engages, you send content again, and they're going to recognize you. And so then you send content again, they engage, and then it strengthens every single time you go around this loop. And then also the exposure effect. So this is a psychological phenomenon that states that people are trained to like things that they are familiar with. So by sending more content to get people familiar with you, the odds are that they will turn into a fan as long as you're sending good content. Like it's super weird. So like an example here is like listening to a song. First time you're like, it's not too good, like whatever, it's not all that. Then after a few repetitions, it kind of gets stuck in your head and you kind of get like used to it. And it's like, I like this song. And then after many more, it's my latest favorite. I know it's happened to me where it's like a song where I started off like, it like annoyed me so much, and then you just hear it so much on the radio that like you start to like it and you start to know the words and you start to like kind of look forward to it, and then it becomes like a favorite. So that's kind of what we're trying to do with sending our emails and being consistent with it. So now what do we send? Now nobody wants to only receive offers, discounts, and pick me type content. Yes, offers and discounts are great and they keep your list engaged, but by doing so, you seem needy and annoying. Nobody wants to buy from somebody who seems needy. That's just going to increase your sales resistance. So if you're altruistic and kind of just like make the decision for yourself and you avoid asking for sales, you're accomplishing 2 things there. You avoid annoying your list with discounts over and over again. And then also you position yourself as a sought after brand who doesn't need to beg for purchases, because if you're saying like buy our stuff right now, it's kind of like you're begging them, and it's like, why do they need to beg me for purchases? Like why? Whereas if we're just like, make your own decision, these are our products, these are the facts, you can choose for yourself, then it's like, oh wow, like they don't need us to make a purchase, people must really like them and they must be doing well for themselves. So you can like look at bad content here, ton of stale, buy our stuff, gone forever, buy or die, and good content, tips and tricks, message from our founder, watch out for this type of thing in our niche, our favorite picks, what does XYZ mean, things like that is kind of what you want to be focusing on as good content and get your customers looking like this happy cat here. So to go deeper into the content and what should be inside each email, this is like the goal. Education plus positioning is going to equal sales without discount. So as we've discussed, the modern customer wants to do their due diligence and actually understand the product that they're buying. So we want to remove as much friction as possible for them in that process. And that's what we're doing with our content. So the content that wins and that we found perform the best and make the most sales over time is A, it's going to educate the customer on a problem, a process, or a solution, which we'll go over in a second. And then B, it's going to position your product as the solution. Now, if you can do both A and B, you're going to guide your customer naturally to making the right decision, which is obviously buying your stuff. And then, of course, earn trust points in the process, which are going to be needed to make a buying decision. So the goal of every campaign, we want a healthy balance of product education, whatever that may be, and then product promotion. Product education can be niche education, anything like that. But cool little Thanos meme for you. And to go kind of along that with the problem, process, and solution education, by educating on the problems and processes, you prime the recipient for purchases what are made in the solution education. In using these educational frameworks, you want to make sure that you subtly position your product as the solution and superior option. So these are the kind of questions that you want to be answering inside all of your emails. So you're going to want to use these to prime these questions. So why many fail to do XYZ? It's a problem. It's a problem execution education. You're informing people about a problem. What is this topic? Why most XYZ solution in our industry are bad? Where many go wrong with this? And then you could talk about the process, where it's how to do XYZ, how to overcome XYZ, because now they know the problem. Now what's the process, the history of XYZ, the old way of XYZ, and then the solution, talking about your actual product, because that's a solution. So once people understand a problem and a process, then they can go towards the solution, which is like what people are saying about the product, how and why this product works, how to use XYZ product, things like that. These are all going to work together and in tandem. And that leads us to micro topics, which are the small little subtopics of information on your industry, your process, and your product. So this allows the customer to digest the information easier, just as it's easier to remember 1 point rather than 10. So these micro topics are what we're going to be using in our campaigns. So if we think about like our email campaigns, each email is only going to be looked at for a maximum of 3 to 5 seconds. Like if you're thinking about email, nobody just sits down at their desk and is like, okay, I'm going to sit here and look at all my emails in depth. It's not how it works. It's somebody gets up to go to the bathroom and they just, while they're walking over to the bathroom, they open their email. They see your email, they click it, open it, look at it for like 3 seconds.
Sorry, something's gone wrong. Please try.
That's just not how it works. They get up to go to the bathroom and they're on their phone for like 3 to 5 seconds as they're walking to the bathroom, and they look at your email for 3 seconds and then they go out, they close the door, do their business. That's maximum of 3 seconds. So we want to focus on one specific point in each email, and you want that to be the one thing the customer can take away from the email. If you try to give too much information and cover too many topics, you're not going to get any message across. Like if you're focusing on 6 different topics, the customer's not going to get anything. But if you focus on one topic, the customer is going to remember that one topic. So you ask yourself, when you're putting together your campaign topics, what is the one thing I want my customer to know after looking at this email? One email, one topic, one takeaway. So like you can see, customers then versus now. Oh yes, the morning newspaper, I can't wait to read all these long articles, whereas like thanks to TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, whatever, social media, they'd rather lick the inside of a school bus than read any long form content. That's just, everybody wants short form. So these are going to be the frameworks for all of our emails. We're going to be using micro topics, which are going to educate our customer on our product, the solution, the industry. We're going to be using micro topics to give problem education. We're going to be using micro topics to give process education. We're going to use micro topics to give solution education. And we're going to be sending one email for each micro topic. So now let's create micro topics. You can find thousands of quick, easy, and digestible topics within your one product or niche. If you say you don't know what to send emails about, you aren't looking hard enough, or you're overcomplicating it. So all you want to do is you want to find your large overarching topics on your industry, on your product, and then create micro topics off of them, and then create singular emails about each micro topic. So you can see here, you have like your brand niche, and then you create macro topics off of them, so big overarching topics, and then for each macro topic, you can create tons of different micro topics. In this case, I just did 7. And then you send an email for each one. It's that simple. So let's go over an example. Say we have a supplement brand. We have a supplement brand, and these are like the different macro topics, overarching themes that can apply to our customer. Number 1 could be building muscle. Number 2 could be burning fat. Number 3 could be dieting in your food. Number 4 could just be overall health, not necessarily like just overall. And then if we take one of the macro topics, like diet, look at all these micro topics we can make. The best foods for dieting, how to know if you should diet, the best workouts while dieting, the best supplements to support dieting, hacks for dieting, how to lower your appetite naturally, which will help with dieting, and then like an ingredient highlight of your supplement that'll help you diet. So that's just an example, and you could do all of these for each macro topic. You can create a ton. So how to come up with unlimited email micro-topic ideas. If you're lazy and you don't want to do this, then here's how to use ChatGPT. So we're going to leverage AI. Now, like I said, the best topics will come to us naturally, but AI is fun. And as we know, AI isn't perfect, but it can give us some great starting points. AI will help build hundreds of ideas in just minutes with quick email micro topics. I have here my go-to prompt that can help you use ChatGPT to strategize and build out your calendar and get unlimited topics essentially. But this prompt is going to give you 100 different ideas, which can last you a full year of non-discount campaigns if you have 100. And then if you want to just recycle them, you should. So it's going to be available in the doc in the description if you would like that ChatGPT prompt. It's completely free. And then there's also supplement brand AI example results. So I also went over an exact prompt that I used and then the exact results. So the prompt, it's also in there in the description if you want it. And then here are the results that ChatGPT gave me with the exact prompt I gave it. So this was a macro topic for a supplement brand in the health niche. It was holistic health and wellness, sustainable muscle building, the science of natural supplements, aging gracefully, nutrition, and all these different macro topics. Under each one, we have a ton of micro topics. So the role of adaptogens in managing stress, well-being balancing hormones, the impact of sleep, and then sustaining muscle building, protein timing and its impact on muscle synthesis, like how long after working out, age-related muscle decline. Look at all these different micro topics. Each one of these you can create a singular email about, and it's going to be super effective for your list. It's going to be easily digestible for them to take away, and of course at the same time promoting your products in the process. All right, so now let's get into like the specific frameworks, the winning frameworks that we've seen consistently perform well across e-com brands of all niches, and some of the kind of emails that greatly show these at work. So these are the frameworks I will be going over. There are 29 of them here. And yeah, so let's get straight into it. So the one benefit email. So what is the one benefit email? Highlight a singular benefit about your product and what it brings for the customer. Very self-explanatory. You should easily be able to come up with 10 plus of these singular benefits for each product in your store. And you can repeat these campaigns over and over again. Customers need repetition to remember. So that's what we're doing, a singular benefit. Now why? By highlighting a single benefit, just one, we make it a lot easier for the customer to remember what we're wanting to say. That's a micro topic. If you give somebody 6 benefits, they probably won't remember any of them. But if you just do one, the customer will be able to take that away in the 3 seconds they're looking at their email. So how are we going to do this? You should have a good idea of the benefits of your products. Just write out 10 of them, and you can create singular emails about each single benefit. And you can spread those out and do like 2 a month. And that's going to cover you for 5 months. You shouldn't really need to use ChatGPT for something like this, but you most certainly can. And there's a prompt here if you want it. So now let's look at these 2 examples. Here's one. Banish festive fogginess. So this was sent around the holiday time. Ever feel the holiday haze creeping in? Creeping in, wow. We've got this, it's our product. And so look at this, simple step-by-step. Look at how simple this email is. It has a singular benefit. They're outlining a singular benefit of their product. Conquer brain fog. Notice how they're not saying conquer brain fog, increase your muscle strength, increase focus, do all these different things. It's just going to overwhelm the person, and they're not going to take anything away rather than just focusing on one. Then there's another one from Seed. They're just saying 61% of people experience digestive discomfort. The good news, our product contains strains that are clinically shown to reduce bloating after 2 weeks. Awesome. Look at how simple that is. Super simple email, micro topic. Now this person knows their single benefit, you can get rid of bloat with this product. These are great examples, and they keep it real simple, and they just focus on one specific thing. So staying on the topic of one specific thing, now instead of one benefit, we're going to talk about one feature. So what is this? Rather than looking at a benefit, we're going to be focusing on one feature of our product. For all the people who say focus on the benefits, not the features, it's true, but it's a flawed claim that you've seen thrown around because people love features. Like if you say, if any SaaS product, any software says AI in it, people are going to go crazy because AI is like the big thing. That's a feature of a product. If you say that your like supplement has a certain digestive way enzyme, that's a feature. That's awesome. And people like to know that stuff. So that's cool. So your features are what make your product unique also. Like every protein powder is going to say the benefit, like gain muscle. So if you just focus on the benefits, you're the same as every other supplement protein powder out there. But not everyone is going to have the feature of pre-digestive whey, which is a feature. And people do care about that, which people will find unique and want to buy. So what you may think about your product is common sense, maybe unknown to your customer. So that's from David Ogilvy. A lot of times, like people, they think that like the customer knows this. The customer like already knows this, but like they don't. Like they don't know, and so you need to tell them everything and show them stuff. So write out every material or ingredient like in your product, and each one of those can be a singular feature. So whether you're selling like a physical product like clothing, every material, what's in like your T-shirt that makes it so cool. We use this like polyester, I don't even know, spider silk, whatever you want to say, or if you have like a product that you consume, ingredients. Now each one of these can be a singular benefit highlight. So look at these examples. Here we have tamanu oil, which is an ingredient of their product, and they go over that single ingredient. They didn't go over tamanu oil, this essential oil, this vitamin, this. No, because then customer's not going to get anything away from it. Instead, it's just one specific thing, and they talk about it. Same as here, it's like what we mean by instantized creatine, so that specific feature of the product, rather than it being just like, what's creatine, like how is it instantized creatine, and talking specifically about that point rather than all the features of the product, of the supplement. That brings us to a very effective email, which is probably my favorite and one of the most effective, and that's just the frequently asked question email. So we just find common questions that your customers may have about your product and just directly address that one frequently asked question. So why? What may be common sense to you as an expert in your industry may not be for your customers, as I discussed earlier. So rather than drown out our FAQs in a long-winded email addressing all of them, we just want to focus on one to really drive that home and get it nailed into the customer's brain. This way they just have no other choice but to agree. So how? Think of yourself as an alien from Mars who just came to Earth, just found out about your product. What would that alien ask? Gather data from your support team and the questions that they get about the product, and that's going to help. You can also use ChatGPT to help find common questions. So there's a prompt available there as well. So here are like some examples. When can I expect to see creatine's effects? It's a common question. Just a quick email. When can I expect? 7 to 14 days. Shop creatine. And so you just overcome that objection of like, is it going to take a while? Then this product, can whitening your teeth hurt them? So if you're using whitening products, is that going to hurt your teeth? Here's the truth. Here's the truth. Like, no, like you could, but here's the problem with most whitening. And then here's why we have a damage-free solution. This is a great email that talks about, that overcomes that objection of whitening, and then also positions your product as the winner. This is a perfect micro-topic example in product promotion. So great example there. And then we have a what's inside email, which is kind of how it sounds. If you sell a package deal or you have a consumable good, explain everything that comes with an order. And now one of this could be your ingredients, kind of falling back to our other example there. It's like what's inside your product and what's inside like your bundle. So people like to know exactly what they're getting. That's a why. It will help clear out some uncertainty that someone may have about ordering, just any little uncertainty you want to get rid of. So some brands will like give away free product guides with every purchase, but they don't even tell their customers about it before they buy, where it's like if you have some tech thing or some setup, like some new lights or whatever, you can just say there's a free installation guide when you purchase. Make an email about what do you get when you buy. You get this installation guide, you get a video installation guide, you get the actual product, you get a replacement, you get a ton of extra parts, like just including that, because a lot of customers won't even know that until you tell them. Now that's a nice bonus that can help somebody get over the edge. If you sell a consumable product, you want to list out everything of your food, beverage, or supplement. People want to know exactly what they're getting in the body. And so make sure that you're spreading out emails going over what's like in your products. So how? Just unpack everything in your bundle or product and display it in a list format, and then make sure it's easily skimmable and digestible. So unboxing AG1. So this is like the welcome kit. What's exactly in the welcome kit? It's this, 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 and this. Awesome. Now you can get it here. So just look at that. Person probably didn't know what it was before that. And then we have like the 7 super ingredients. So these are exactly what's inside. What's inside? These. Make it super quick, not writing a ton of info about each ingredient. It's just super quick. Now, it's kind of a similar one, how it's made. So what? Email explaining the creation process of your product. So similar to our points before, what may be common sense to you as an expert in your industry may not be to the average customer. For example, like your filtration process you use for like a certain ingredient in your product, maybe you have a process of taking it like through 3 different filters that like you don't really tell the customer. But if you do tell them, just like, even if all your customers do that too, just like say it, we run our products through 3 different filters to just make sure it's the highest quality, and that just proves to somebody that it's high quality. It's also interesting to see like the whole process, like A to Z. This gives your product a story and then adds background to the product that your customer will soon be holding in their hand. People like to buy stories. So how? Just list out every step of your process, from material gathering to factory product to warehouse to shipment, everything. Talk about the whole process or just a highlighted part of it. You can make a whole email on the process or just a highlighted part. Now, these are some examples. These aren't emails, but these are very effective in getting the point across. I really like these. So like this is beer, for example: malt, mash, boil, ferment, bottle, age. I think it's laid out really clearly. And then like the cultivated meat production process. Like you can make emails specifically about each part of this process if you wanted to, but it's cool to see this laid out and with graphics. People would appreciate these inside of emails. Then this goes to how to use. So a step-by-step process of how to actually use your product. Now, we really want to be as clear as possible with our prospects, and we want to get rid of any uncertainty. So by laying out the steps of how to use the product, the customer can see how easy it really is, because that's probably an objection. If not, then we just leave it to their imagination, which imaginations are known to overcomplicate things. So we remove all uncertainty by explaining how to use it. Now, bonus, if you can explain like how to get the most out of your product. That's something that you can also plug into your post-purchase flow. So how? Just use the product yourself and share the steps you follow. It's that simple. If you have a tough time explaining, you can alter this to like how to get the most out of your XYZ, instead of like how to use. If it's something simple like, I don't know, just like clothing, you could say like how to get the most out of, or like how to style your product. That's like what we go over here. So example here, a couple examples. So this is like for a brand that sells like coffee machines, how to pull a shot of espresso. This is awesome. Show me how. They have a document on it. Then best recipe, but how to pull it. Super helpful, because maybe somebody has an objection. Oh, this is like too complicated for me. Look at, they just make it super simple. And then like how to get the most out of your perfume. So these are tips for use. Another great email that shows, removes some certainty for the buyer and also provides value to them. This brings us to our next one, which is one of my favorites, which is the back in stock email. So if you have a product back in stock, create a full email about it, or 2. Even if you don't have some back in product, but you just got like some more product in, you can use the angle of back in stock to get more sales. So why? If something is back in stock, that means that it went out of stock. If something went out of stock, that means it's popular. And that also means that it likely will go out again, so this also has urgency in it. The back in stock angle mixes popularity and urgency. So even if a product didn't necessarily go out of stock, again, use this angle. So how? Just keep track when you get new products in, create a feature email on the product or collection. So this is a really pretty email. Your emails don't need to be this pretty, but but the Spidey Suds is back. Shower Hero has returned, only here for a limited time. I bet this absolutely crushed for them. Obviously big collab. Then also like this example, the full glass is back, but in like this new style. So get them while they can. Another great email, and you can see that it kind of just like induces urgency and gets people to want to buy right now. Now let's talk about trending products. So this is kind of a one that you would imagine is important, but a feature email on your products that are just performing well. Self-explanatory. These work because people always like to be updated on the newest trends and popular products. So what we found is future trending works better than past trending. So you want to frame it as here's what's going to be trending like now or like this summer coming up versus here's what's popular last summer. So if you create an email in June where it's like here's what was popular last summer and it'll be popular this summer, that's not going to be as effective. Where if you say these have been heating up and these are what the hottest trend for summer 2024 is. So you really can't send too many of these emails. So how? Just pick a product or product collection you want to highlight and feature those. bonus points if you can create curated product selections for the customer. So there's an example here in this one. This was a trending checker cases to a special collection page, which in Shopify is going to improve your conversions. So 2024's hottest case, checkered cases are #1 bestseller this year. And there are multiple different styles. So that's going to be really effective. And in there, there's a curated collection for the checkers. And then here's another example, green with everything, because it was like around March. It's a seasonal thing. Seasonal selling works really well. Always play into the seasons when you can. These perform exceptionally well. Moving right along, now we have reviews and testimonials. So what are we doing? Just pulling reviews from our site and products and making an email featuring them. So why? Testimonials do a few things. For one, they prove that you're a legit brand and you're going to deliver your products. 2, they show that other people are fans. And as we know, humans like to follow the herd. By hearing others took the leap and are happy, new customers more likely to. So how? Just pull testimonials. You can even take social media comments and integrate those. Those can always work really well. Now, look at these testimonial emails. Notice how they're not massive. They're not just overwhelming the reader. Instead, this just has 2 reviews here, long reviews. If you're going to do long reviews, only do a maximum of 2 of them. Super simple email. And then this one, it's just quick social media comments, which is awesome. Can't go a day without my greens. Greens are a need, not a want, a need. The best greens in the world. And it's very effective that they also have the dates on them there because it's recent. And obviously, great copy as well. Super simple email. That is what we want. Testimonials are always going to be great. And then us versus them. Just an email comparing you versus your competitors, clearly laid out. Why? Now, here's a theme that you've probably noticed with all the emails that I've gone over. We want to display things super clearly for our customer. This is going to be a tougher one to execute because you don't want to beg the customer for a purchase, and you lose frame, and that increases sales resistance. But you do want to display the facts and show them how you differ. This will help them choose you over your competitor. So how? We're going to create a table, ChatGPT prompt here if you want it. So here's some examples why we shine here. There's like them versus us. Quick, easy, digestible points. Love it. Super simple email. And then here's like another one. Us versus them. This is great copy. This product versus that product. Love always wins. Here is the it's clear that like this is the better option. And then shop now. So awesome. Check out the whole career at the bottom. Simple emails clearly displays the facts for the customer. And then we have a myths versus facts email. So what? Email going over common misconceptions in your industry versus the facts. Why? There are plenty of misconceptions customers can have on your product and industry. Similar to the FAQ email, we just want to address them straight up. The bonus of a myth versus facts email is that it's an engaging headline and intriguing topics. So we're overcoming objections and, of course, making sales in the process. So you can go over one myth and then the facts. You can make multiple emails out of this. You can make a series out of this too. That's something that we've seen work well in the past as well. Or you could just go over like rapid fire, some myths versus facts. So you can think about common misconceptions or you can use this ChatGPT prompt. So here's some examples. Sunscreen myth busting. Argumentative formula to break all the beliefs you had about sunscreen. So myth busted. Myth busted. Myth busted. Love it. Super quick. They're not going super in depth because you don't need to. People aren't going to read all your stuff anyways. And yeah, so myths versus facts, another good email, but a lot of copy here. You want to make this a lot easier for the customer to see, but the copy is good. We just really want to condense it. So facts versus the myths here as well. Strong, very strong header image there. And then a blog promo. Now, most of you are probably going to have blogs, but this is an email linking to a blog post on your site. So what we want to do in the email is we want to give the sneak peek to encourage site clicks. So we really want to sell the click here. Just sneak peek. Promoting blog posts is all about engagement and moving people down the funnel. If someone clicks on a blog post, they are more likely to shop around the site because they've already committed themselves to like browsing and clicking through. So a good blog post as well will just promote products at the same time. So it's a win-win. It's also a nice change of pace for your list to soft sell them. Promoting a blog is not salesy, but it's going to result in a good chunk of sales. So how? Use past blog posts and use an intriguing headline plus a sneak peek in the email. Sneak peek, always make sure you do that. Try to really, really sell the click. Don't give them all the information in the email because then there's no point in them clicking the button. So you can see here, the health benefits of olive oil. They talk about this, get the scoop, and then they have like read more buttons. This is honestly quite a bit of information. So I'd like to reduce this and really sell to click more. But you can see here, button way at the top of the email, benefits of the bong, are they really better? And then some information, and then learn more. Again, this is probably a little bit too much information, but that's how I would improve these emails to really sell the click even more. And then promoting the product. Look at that. They have the bongs right down here. That's perfect. Next, we have a research study highlight. So find a research study published that relates to your niche and promote it in your email. So why? By promoting research studies, you're going to position your brand as an industry leader. Like, you went out of your way to find like a research study. These perform really well. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be about your specific products. Like, this is a study done on our products. Like, no, it could just be something. You could find a myth in your industry and find a research study that proves it wrong. Or maybe like an ingredient or a material in your product. One way or another, connect it to your brand. So how? You can search up on Google Scholar your industry niche and just dig around and see what you can find. This really shouldn't take more than a couple minutes to find a decent one. Read the abstract, which is a brief summary of a research study for a few studies, and find one that's most applicable to you. You can even use ChatGPT. It'll find them for you, and I have a good prompt that we use. So here's an example. New study reveals the link between soft gums and inflammation. So soft gums, how it leads to this, and so there's a whole research study, and you can learn more here. And then, of course, promoting the product. This product solves soft gums, so you can see what that's like. And then here's like a more scientific, so for this newsletter, this brand, this is like the layout that works the best for them. And here's just a great breakdown of a research study. So that's another one that not a lot of people do, that your list will really enjoy. Next, we have a holiday email. So just promote a fun or random holiday that's connected to your niche. Why? Who doesn't love a holiday? We're not going to be using typical holidays for these types of emails, although you still send regular holiday emails, but they're random holidays every day, and you can easily spin one to be connected to your products. So just make a fun email based around them. So how? You can use websites. My goodness, I've been talking too much. Yeah, you can use websites like checkiday.com and then blank calendar pages. Search up all the holidays every month. There's random days every single day. Like these examples. You can also use ChatGPT to find them for you. I have a prompt in there as well. Some examples: National Irish Coffee Day. Who knew that was a thing? But of course, Jameson made an email about it. So that's a great little topic to do. And then like celebrate National Hiking Day from like all trails, and then promoting different hikes. Like these are a great way to have some engagement with your list and be like, oh, hey, it's National Hiking Day. Fun thing to do. Now we have more campaign ideas. So there are 15 more here that are very effective. Just like rapid fire, because I wanted to give like a ton. So like a progress update. So share the latest achievements, milestones, or developments within your company to keep subscribers informed and engaged. People like to be a part of a company that's growing. It's like a flex to say, I've been with this brand since day one. And so if you're able to like show that to them, constantly tell them that, then they're more likely to stay with you. 2, customer transformation. So real stories of how your product or service impacted somebody. That's very effective. Just going in depth on like, this is Brian, this was him before, and then this is him now, things like that. And then that's like kind of connects to before versus after. So just clearly show somebody before and then after. That's going to work effectively as well. Puzzles and riddles. These can engage your audience with like brain teasers or puzzles related to your industry. Offers a fun break from your usual content. I really like these. You'll still get site traffic no matter what. That's why everybody's like, oh, you have to promote your products like at all times. Not necessarily. Like no matter what, people will just click your email if you catch them in the right mood, like they're in a buying mood that day. 5, note from the founder. So just provide a personal message from the founder CEO, share insights, company news, or any personal touch points. These always work super well. Gift guide. So curate a list of recommended products. Just like it's like, for example, if summer's coming up, just like it's wedding season, here's a gift guide for wedding season. Things like that can work really well. Treat yourself, encourage self-care. That's one that always works. You just give people an excuse to buy your stuff, to be like, hey, you haven't treated yourself in a while. Like you deserve it, something like that. And then you make a sale off of it. 8, media publications. So if you've ever been on any media publications or like the news or Shark Tank, something like that, those can be great. 9, behind the scenes. So these can be fun. So just like have somebody bring a camera into the office of the store or like the warehouse, take some pictures, just show like behind the scenes footage of like what it's like running an e-com brand, or like here's some stories behind our products, things like that. Tips and tricks. This is a good one as well. provide valuable advice, hacks, and strategies. People love tips and tricks. Just quick, punchy, and get straight to it. UGC content, so customer photos, reviews, or stories. So you can take these like from your social media and see like where people have tagged you, or I'm sure you could possibly have influencers that are sending you content as well. Sneak peeks are a good one, and they reward people for being on your email list. So if you have something new coming up or a sale coming up, just give them like a sneak peek. Flashback Friday, Throwback Thursday, these are fun one. So you can share nostalgic content or like milestones that you hit. These are good ones. These are fun. Not many people do them. This is like way back on Instagram when you used to do Throwback Thursdays back in the day. And then staff picks. So just kind of a bestseller email, but frame it as staff picks. You could even say like, this is Tracy's favorite, this is Max's favorite, things like that. 15, brand values. So this is something that you can do to just like promote your brand and help people know that you're a real brand. Like, these are brand values, and these are what we stand for, and these are seen in our products as well, things like that. So now there's a free swipe file as well. There are 84 high converting emails that you can swipe and use for yourself. All of these have killer micro topics, some macro, well executed design, and sound copy. I handpicked these ones, spent a lot of time. So use these at the expense of your warehouse's stock. Available in this link here if you want it. It's completely free. And then campaign calendars, same sort of thing. So now that you have a ton of content to choose from, it's time for the easy part, which is actually making your calendar and building it out. So here's a process we use to build a monthly calendar. First, you want to determine the important dates and then insert those into the calendar. So stuff you want to create content from. Holidays, product launches, sale dates. You just want to insert those into the calendar first so you can build around them. So then you want to add your supplementary emails to the important dates. So things like reminders, if you're running a sale, you want to build a couple reminder emails around that, like teasers, if you want to include those, things like that. You want to build those around those too. And then you have some gaps between them. Like maybe you were running a sale for the first week, and then like the third week you were running a new product launch and you're promoting that. Now we want to fill in the gaps with our micro topic campaigns that we just came up with and have just used. So use the examples given in this guide. Just make sure you have 3 to 4 campaigns per week and use a micro topic. So that's all laid out super clearly here. And I even have a campaign calendar. I created one live for sake of time. I've just like attached it here if you want it. You can see the finished product. This is what we came up with. Did the brand Nike, if you've ever heard of them. So started off with the main event, St. Patrick's Day sale, 20% off site-wide, and then there was a new product drop on this date. So first I went those. I added the supplementary email to it, and then the sale, I added the supplementary emails, and then filled in the rest with micro topics. And this would be a great campaign calendar that they could potentially use. So that does it for this one. Thank you for reading. I hope you got some value from it. Where to find me, of course, you can email me, max@wellcopy.net, for any questions. My Twitter link is available there. They will be in the description as well. And yeah, use this free doc, claim it, do whatever you want to do. But yeah, I hope you got value from it. Let me know if there's anything else you would like covered. Any ways I could improve this resource, I'd be grateful to hear. And be on the lookout for some more valuable videos in the future. So again, thank you so much, and I will see you in the next one. One of my most asked about topics, email marketing segmentation. Let's break down how to improve your deliverability, personalize the customer experience, and increase sales with these core segmentation practices. I'm going to be giving you some exact core segments that you can use to do all these processes. And I know segmentation is super scary. A lot of people make it sound so complicated, like this huge, massive thing that you need to do in your email marketing. But I'm going to break it down super easy for you, let you know what's BS, what's noise, and what the stuff is actually high leverage that you should focus on. Okay, let's get into it. There's me. If you want some more information, join my newsletter. It's free. So what is segmentation? So segments are very, very, very similar to lists, but in one key way. So lists are stagnant. So this is probably what you're thinking about with email marketing, are your lists. As the name suggests, it's just a flat list of people, whereas segments are dynamic. They can change at any second based on the requirements that you set on the segment. And as the name suggests, it is just a segment of your full email list, a subset of people who meet certain characteristics that you provide. So inside of Klaviyo, it's just right under here. Lists and segments are under the same part. You can see here are a bunch of lists with different people. These are not segments just because they don't say segment and they're not dynamic. They are static. So the possibilities are literally endless for your segments. You can do pretty much everything that you could ever want. So you have everything from basics, so like segment based on like general like email open behavior, what somebody's clicking, how often these people are doing that. Then you have things that are intermediate, where based on like recent store activity, such as like segmenting based on if somebody abandoned a cart recently, if somebody made a purchase recently. Then you have like pro, which is segmenting based on like specific email or flow engagement or like specific product category interest, all that good stuff. You can do all this. The possibilities are they're literally endless, but let's not get too complicated. This is the main thing I talk about with segmentation. Like, yes, you could hyper segment your list by their favorite color and their belly button, whether it's an innie or an outie. And yes, that would probably increase your conversion rate, but at what cost? So I always like to ask, like, would you rather send 1 to 2 targeted campaigns per week to different groups of 10,000 people, or 3 to 4 broader email campaigns a week to 50,000 people? The latter will outperform 99 times out of 100. I always prefer, like, our time is always limited in the day, and what I've experienced is that literally every single time, just by optimizing for sending more emails to more people, the revenue is always way more. Yes, there's a time and place for segmentation, but optimize first for getting like your core content out to as many people as possible. And then from there, once you really have that down, then you can focus on the segmentation. Like, that's high leverage, being able to send good content to a lot more people rather than hyper specific content to a small group of people who might not even see your email because like they're busy. So I'll be sharing with you the high leverage stuff that you should be focusing on in this guide. So let's talk about why segment. So the purpose of it, segmentation allows you to pinpoint certain members of your list so you can gather data. That's one of the main things that I use segmentation for, gather data, and then also create targeted emails to send based on where they're at in the customer journey. So some benefits, the main benefits is you can make more sales from it if you do it the right way. You can improve your deliverability as long as you're focusing on like content in targeting the right people. You can save time with automation, so putting people into segments and having automations to send emails to these people based on characteristics, and then a personalized customer experience. That's the other thing that you don't really see too much like on revenue, but having customized experience really helps like the customer, makes them feel like valued. So basic use cases, kind of extending upon which we had before. So these are kind of like the 4 main use cases that you can use. So using engaged list for improved deliverability. So you can segment your general list for campaigns to only include people who have recently opened or clicked emails so that you ensure you're only sending people who want to open your emails. This is the biggest use of segmentation, and you should never be sending an email campaign to your whole email list, except maybe like Black Friday or a massive announcement, because the truth is, a lot of people won't care about your brand, and a lot of people use fake email addresses, and so they're never going to open an email of yours. So by you continuing to send emails to these people who will never open your emails, they don't care about your brand, they changed email addresses, they used a fake email address. If you send to them, you're just ruining your deliverability, because if an inbox provider sees you're sending emails to a lot of people and not a lot of people are opening them, that's going to tell Google, be like, hey, not a lot of people want to receive these emails. Not a lot of people opened it. Let's send them to spam. And so if you can just only send to people who have opened your emails before, it's a huge difference on your deliverability in the long run, and make sure that you will continue to land in the inbox. And then the next one, to interested customers for more sales. So you can target people who have been like active on your site or have like added items to their cart but haven't made a purchase, and send them extra content to try to get them across the line. That's something extra that you can do. A lot of this stuff can be taken care of with your flows and your automations, setting up just like your abandoned cart flow, for example, to send emails to people who abandoned a cart. But you can also send campaigns on top of this, like maybe a couple times a month. You send a special discount to people who have abandoned an item recently, but they haven't purchased. So that's something else that you can do. You could also do targeted campaigns based on product interests. So people who show interest in certain products or categories, you can send them information, like maybe you have a new colorway that came out for like your shoes, your clothing store, you have all sorts of different stuff, but you only want to send this like micro campaign to people who have bought shoes before or have looked at your shoes before. You can do that and send like more targeted campaigns to them without bothering the rest of your list. That's another use case. And another one, remove unengaged profiles for improved deliverability. So kind of tied to number 1, but kind of the opposite, removing the unengaged profiles. So it's important to always track and suppress people who haven't been engaging with your emails, since customers will just naturally churn. You can't expect someone to be with you until they're 80 years old. They're going to naturally, there's going to be a point where they stop opening your emails. So since they aren't opening your emails, you want to remove them from your list so that you aren't harming your deliverability, A, to not send to them, and then also to save your Klaviyo bill so that you can know to suppress these people so that you're not getting charged by your active profiles. So those are the basic use cases. Now let's talk about the different types of segmentations, and then we'll get into like some actual core segments that we use. So this type of segmentation of email engagement segmentation. So it's great for deliverability and understanding how your list is responding to your email. So we're just creating segments based on somebody's engagement with our emails, not with the store, just with our emails. So typically, you want to send most of your emails to just the people who are engaged. So don't send to the whole list, just send to like your 60-day engaged list, which I outlined here. You can judge engagement based on opens, clicks, bounces, and more. That's typically how you do it. So key segments are things like people who have opened an email in the past 60 days. Those are what you call your engaged profiles. This is what you want to be like your main segment. And again, I will be sharing definitions for all of these, like specific Klaviyo definitions in just a few minutes. But that's like your engaged list. You have people who have clicked an email in the past 60 days. That's like your most engaged profiles. You have people who have subscribed to email marketing in the past 30 days. It's going to be like fresh profiles. So you can get a sense of how many people have been joining the list. You have people who have bounced at least one email over all time, which a bounce is essentially if you send an email to somebody and like the email isn't associated with anything anymore, it's like a fake email, then it'll result in like a bounce. So that's a high risk profile. We also have people who have marked an email as spam at least once. Uninterested, we want to suppress them. And then people who haven't opened an email at least once in the past 120 days, churned subscribers. So if you think about that, 120 days is a very, very long time. And so you don't want to be sending those people. That's 4 months. If you've been sending emails consistently and they haven't opened any in 4 months, they probably don't care. So you can put them to like churn subscribers and maybe send them emails like on Black Friday. So that's engagement-based segmentation. Now let's talk about store engagement segmentation. Very similar, but instead of talking about email, we're talking about their actual interactions on your store. So somebody could be engaged on your store, but not on your email list, and also the other way around. And so this is store engaged segmentation. So you can get a feel for where people are kind of like being lost in the funnel. So if you see a lot of people have been viewing a product, but they haven't been adding to cart, then you know that you might have like a product problem. So these segments and metrics allow you to track when people are viewing, adding to cart, making purchases. So some key segments, you have people who have viewed a product at least once in the past 30 days, but have not made a purchase during this time. That's like interested customers. They've gone on your site a bit, but they just haven't really found the item that they're ready to move on to make a purchase with. So then you have a step further. So people who've added a cart or started checkout in the past 30 days, but they haven't made a purchase. That's high likelihood to purchase. So these are people you really want to make sure that you're engaging. You have people who've placed an order, which would be like recent buyers. You have people who have placed an order 5+ times over all time. That's like VIP customers. And then you could do something even as far as like people who have viewed at least 3 products, but like haven't made a purchase. It's like window shoppers, like they're shopping around. So that's like store engagement. That's kind of like the stuff that you could do for that. You can also do location segmentation. So segmenting your list based on where they're at in the world. So this can be helpful for personalized targeted campaigns towards people in different areas, such as like if you have like in-person events, like we're putting an email together right now for a client for an in-person event. If it's like, hey, we're in San Diego, California, and we're having a pop-up store, you can search people who are in that city and then send them emails. This could also be different for like compliance. If you have compliance, email compliance stuff or different stores for different countries, then you can have stuff custom to them. So common segments is just like segment customers based on like where your home state is or like your brand headquarters in case you have pop-up shops, or segment based on country. Nothing really you need to do there. And then we have a little bit advanced, we have predictive analytics segmentation. So this is a Klaviyo feature, which aren't perfect, but they give you some data to work with. And this is like kind of where I like to get information about people's lists. It just looks at certain customer behavior to predict certain like metrics or characteristics. So you can find high spenders who have like AOV calculations. So if we look here in Klaviyo, you can just go to create a segment, predictive analytics about somebody. If you go average order value, you can see how many people are in different cohorts of like average order value. So say your product, your store is typically a $50 average order value. You can create a segment of people whose average order value is $100 plus, and then segment that. It's probably, maybe you have like a couple thousand people. You could send them like large bundle deals, or if you have like a lot of stock that you want to get rid of, you could send them like a massive, like, hey, buy $500 worth of stuff and you get like 50% off, something like that, and they're much more likely to purchase. So you have like predictive AOV. You can find VIP customers with customer lifetime value calculations with customer lifetime value right here. You could do that. You could segment and send timely messages to customers based on like their average time between purchases. So if you have a cohort where they usually buy like 45 days in between purchases, then you could set up a flow where like on day 40, you're sending reminders to somebody right at that time. And also like a big one that we use, a segment based on like gender, and then like send specific products and emails based on the gender that that Klaviyo believes they are. And you can see these are the different options that Klaviyo gives you, so you can take this as far as you want. So those are the different types of segmentation. So now let's get to like the juicy stuff, which is actually like the key segments, the segments that we build out for all of our clients right off the bat, and stuff that we track over time. This is the 80-20 rule. These are the main ones that you want to use. All the other stuff is kind of noise, and you don't really need to worry too much about it. Just focus on these key segments. So this first one is the X day engaged email members. So this is for sending three or more emails per week. We found that to be optimal, 3 to 4 times a week across over 50 different e-com brands, 7 and 8 figures. Send 3 to 4 email campaigns a week, keeps you top of mind, and it allows you to like build that relationship with the customer. And as long as you send good content, then people will enjoy your emails and they won't find it annoying. We notice lower unsubscribe rates on this rather than sending like once per week. So this is your base engaged email segment for sending campaigns. So X stands for like whatever amount of days you want to do. I recommend starting off with a 60-day engaged list and only send emails to these people, like your general email campaigns, only send to people who have opened or clicked an email in the past 60 days. So we want to send this segment to ensure that we're only sending to people who want to receive our emails, to make sure we get high engagement rates, which will keep our deliverability high, rather than sending to our whole email list with fake profiles, churned subscribers. We don't want to send to those people who aren't going to open our emails. So only send to the engaged people. You can adjust this from any day that you want. I recommend starting with 30. I know I just said 60. That's like the base, but if you haven't really done any segmentation before, start with 30 day and slowly open your list to 60, 90, and 120 as your open rates go up. So we want to be at least 40% opens. So say you start off with your 30-day engaged list and you have like 35% opens, and you start sending consistently, you start focusing on your content, your open rate starts climbing. It goes from 35% to 40 to 45% to 50. Once you get to 50%, then it's like, okay, let's expand the list a little bit. Then you switch it from a 30-day engaged to a 60-day. And maybe you start back down at like 30%. And then keep sending emails to them. Now you're at 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. Now it's open it. And so that's what I always recommend until you get to like 90 or 120, and then you're good to stop there. So this is the definition inside of Klaviyo. Someone can receive email marketing because this person is subscribed. And we want to have had someone has opened an email at least once in the last 60 days. Between that, or someone has clicked an email at least once in the last 60 days. Now you're probably like, oh, well, somebody has to click an email. Someone has to open an email to click. So why do you have both? Sometimes Klaviyo doesn't track the opens. Sometimes it misses it. So this is just like a safety measure. What someone has done, bounced emails 0 times over all time, just to make sure we're not sending to like these fake profiles or people who have blocked us or something. So this is like the main list, where for my clients, this is where 90% of our emails are going, is just to this sort of list. And so moving on, we have the unengaged email members. So this is for sending like 1 email per month. Usually this is like for usually 1 campaign a month. We'll try to like unengage people. Typically you could have a specific email where it's like, hey, you're unengaged, take 10% off to come back. But typically we don't like to complicate it. We'll just send one of our regular campaigns that we're sending to the engaged list, which we just went over. We'll just send it to the engaged and the unengaged people to try to get these people back. We don't want to send every single email to these people because they're just going to hurt our sender reputation by driving down our open rates. But over time, we can send like once a month, typically is what I recommend. So the unengaged email members, this insinuates that they were engaged at some point. So we just said someone has opened an email in the past but haven't done so recently. You can suppress these people if you want. So this is like a base segment that you can use. Someone can receive email marketing because they're subscribed. They've opened email at least once overall time, but they haven't opened or clicked an email in the past 90 days. So 3 months, you could change this from 90 days to 120 days. It really doesn't matter all that much. The difference between somebody not opening an email in 3 months versus 4 months isn't that big of a difference. It's really, all this is, you can do what you want. Just typically what we do is around 90 days. And then we'll still send emails to these people like once a month. But this is what the segment looks like. You can have it here for yourself. Again, this doc is in the description. Sorry if I didn't say that already. But you can have this for free. But yeah, there's that. Unengaged email members right there. This next one, a little bit more fun, high potential purchasers. So this is for sending 1 to 2 times extra emails per month on top of your engaged list sends, and then these people are also getting abandonment flows. So high potential purchasers. This is a set of people who have been active on your site and have made it somewhere in the funnel, but they just haven't made a purchase yet. So high potential. You can send them more emails, try to get them over the edge to increase your sales. So maybe you have like a specific sale that you're willing to run for some people. This is the type of list that you want to send that to. Like, you don't want to send it to everybody, but you're open to run a sale to a specific number of people, people that otherwise would be lost, then you can send this stuff. So this is the definition that we use for high potential purchasers. You say someone can receive email marketing because they're subscribed, they've placed an order 0 times in the past 30 days. So high potential purchasers, they're not purchasers right now. So 0 times the past 30 days, and they've been active on site at least once, or you don't want to say and, you want to make sure it says or. They have viewed a product at least once in the past 30 days, or they've added a cart, or they've started checkout, all in the past 30 days. If they've done any of those, so they've gone to checkout, they've added to cart, or they've been active on site, anything, then they will receive this. Now, you might think this is a little bit redundant because if somebody adds an item to cart, that means they had to have been active on site. Sometimes Klaviyo doesn't track these things. Maybe one of your triggers isn't set up right, so it's not firing. This is just a precaution. It's not going to hurt you. Use all of these just to be safe. And so this is what it looks like inside of Klaviyo. It's a lot more stuff. So you can see this is someone can receive email marketing and they've been active on site or viewed product or added to cart or checkout started, and they've placed an order 0 times in the past 30 days. So that's a segment that you want to create for high potential purchasers and send them like an extra 1 to 2 emails per month if you choose to do so, with like an extra sale or just an extra push to try to get them over the edge. Then we have VIP customers, which is another fun one. So this is something you can send 1 extra email per month. I wouldn't do more than this. It's just a little bit too much for a very small subset of your list, because they're also getting all the engaged list emails if they're engaged in your emails, but they're getting the engaged list sent as well. So pretty self-explanatory. They're fans of your brand and they keep coming back. So you can choose to make your VIP list either on like the number of purchases somebody has made or the total amount spent at your store. Completely preference based. Me as a marketer, I prefer total number of purchases because you can predict it a little bit better and send emails every purchase letting people know how many purchases they are from the VIP list. So for example, if we do like on your 5th purchase, you're a VIP member, then that means like after somebody makes their 4th purchase, we can be like, yo, you're 1 purchase away from getting like a free gift or something and being on our VIP list with exclusive information. So then it's a lot easier to get sales that way. And you can do that for like the 3rd purchase as well. Whereas if you do like a total value spend of like $1,000, it's a lot more difficult to predict that, because if somebody's at like $900 spent and you're like, yo, it's harder to say. And it's a little bit more cheap. Not like it's like sales day to be like, you have to give us $100 more dollars and we'll give you a gift, rather than like you place another order. And it's a little bit harder to predict the number. Like you're so close to being a member and they are at like $950 spent of like $1,000. So you think like maybe it's 1 purchase, but then they buy just like a $20 item, like a small one, and then they don't make it, and then they might get upset. So that's kind of what I recommend. It's a very good idea to have like a simple VIP email flow to anybody who like joins the segment, thanking them and give them some exclusive content, and like a generous offer is always what I recommend. And it's smart to send a VIP email at least once a quarter with like an exclusive deal or offer. You can send like 1 extra email per month, just like with exclusive content, at least once a quarter. You can try to give these people a special offer. So definition, like a base definition, this is what I like to do. They can receive email marketing and they've placed an order at least 5 times over all time. Super simple. You can do a little bit more fancy stuff. You could say they've placed an order at least 5 times and they've spent at least $500 at your store. It's just a little bit harder to predict, and so I always prefer to do like 5. But that is VIP customers. Now we have win-back potential customers. So this is for sending like 1 extra email per month on top of your engaged list sends. Kind of similar to unengaged, but unengaged is for email engagement. Win-back is for past customers. So this list is exclusive to people who have bought a certain period of time ago, but they haven't purchased recently. The amount of time is going to vary based on like the store and the average buying period in between purchases. Like if you sell hot tubs, probably have a couple years in between purchases typically, if there is another purchase. And so you might want to have a win-back campaign to try to get people back like way later. Whereas like for a supplement brand where you sell in like 30-day servings, after like 30 days, you want to have a win-back campaign. So for this group, you want to have a few flow emails to fire when they enter the segment to encourage these people to come back and make another purchase. And it may be a good idea to later in the flow give them a discount if they haven't purchased yet. Something like a supplement where every 30 days, it's like a 30-day trial, then you might want to start your win back campaign like on day 45. Like it's been, hey, you've used up all your supplement, like do you want to come back? How did you like it? And then send them a couple reminders to like try to get them back, and then maybe send them a discount. So base definition is definitely going to depend on your store and like what your numbers and average buying periods are. But for this one, it could be your win back period could be a period of like 60 days. So after 3 months, so say someone can receive email marketing, they place an order at least once in the past 150 days, but they've placed orders 0 times in the last 90 days. So that means their last order was between 90 and 150 days ago. So we have this 60-day period here where they're win back eligible, and whereas like after it gets to 150 days, it's like, okay, they're not interested. They maybe went with a competitor and they're more in a longer term win back flow. But this one is like a buying period where we might want to send them a couple extra emails and trigger them into a flow. So this win back potential, they can't receive email marketing and they've placed order at least once in the last 150 days. You could change this, and they've placed orders 0 times in the last 90 days. So that's win back potential. Now let's talk about the suppress list, which is another sad one, but this is for not sending any emails to. So this is an email segment that is used for people who aren't engaging with any of your emails and or they're high risk profiles that don't deserve to be sent emails because they'll just ruin our email reputation, as I discussed earlier. So you should be looking at this list once a month and suppressing these profiles to save yourself on deliverability, and then also costs on your Klaviyo bill, which charges you based on like your email profiles. So base definition, these are the people that you want to suppress. Someone has opened an email 0 times in the past 180 days. Personally, I suppress all these people just to save costs, or someone has bounced an email. If anybody bounces an email, I don't want to email you, or somebody has like marked an email as spam at least once over all time. So this is the base list that I use, and automatically we'll have this on the suppress list, and then once a month we'll look at the suppress list and then just suppress right in Klaviyo. You can just click on the settings of the list or of the segment and mark them as suppressed. So that's what I do. A little bit more advanced here, we have an interested in X product or a category. This is for sending 1 to 2 extra emails per month if you want, on top of engaged list sends. This is a list of people who have had any interest in a specific product or category in the store. And this will depend store to store on like the different categories you want to set, but it's a great way to track what the interests are in your store. And then if you have any specific sales, announcements, or releases related to the items that you set in your segment, then you can send that to this group, anybody who is interested. So you could do this by product or category. Whatever you have in Shopify, you can do both if you want. Just depends on how you have organized things in Shopify. So customize it in the segment definition to choose either product or category, which I'll show you here in a second. So this is the definition that we go for. This is for a category example. Just change it to product rather than collection. So all you do is someone can receive email marketing, and they have viewed an item at least once, where the category is whatever your category is, at least once, or they've added an item to cart, or someone has started checkout where collection is this item, or they have placed an order where collection is this item. So here's the base definition for a category, not product. For product, you just want to change the category and collection to product, but you say someone can receive email marketing because this person is subscribed. Someone has viewed an item where the category is this at least once, or they've added to cart where the category is that over all time, or they've started checkout where that's their collection, or someone has placed an order where that's their collection. So these are going to be a little bit different in Shopify, a little bit advanced, but I think you can figure it out because these Klaviyo and added to cart metrics, these are within Klaviyo, and via Klaviyo's I can't think of the word, but how Klaviyo connects to Shopify, whereas these are native Shopify triggers, started checkout and placed order. So they use collections, whereas Klaviyo uses categories. So you'll be able to figure it out as long as you have everything organized in Shopify. Just create the segment, you'll be good. So there's this, make all the segments you want for all the products and categories you want. And then we have like the X cross-sell for whatever you want, which you could send 1 to 2 extra emails per month on top of your engaged list sends, or you can just set up flows to take care of this for you. So this is a list of people who have purchased an item or category in the store that you set. So if you have a common cross-sell, you can create the segment to people who purchase one item so that you know this person has purchased this item. Now let's try to cross-sell them to this item. So you can do this again for both products or specific categories, and you can customize the filter to choose the product or category you want. So definition for this category, someone can receive email marketing, and someone has placed an order where the item is the specific item. So say let's go back to the shoe example. Say I have white shoes. Say there's one pair of white shoes in your store, and you release like a white pair of socks, and people often buy them together. Then if I buy the white shoes, then I can be added to this segment to where you then can be like, okay, this person bought white shoes, let's try to sell them white socks. And then you can set like a cross-sell flow where, okay, somebody entered this segment, let's try to push them, let's create an email that sells them on socks and tell them specifically, you bought these awesome white shoes, match them with white socks. And so that's something you can do, literally as simple as this. Someone can receive email marketing and they've placed an order at least once over all time, where the collection equals whatever it is. In this case, it was protein. You could also, if you want to, say it was protein and we are trying to cross-sell them pre-workout, and you don't want to send an email to anybody who's bought pre-workout before, that's something you could do as well. You just add another condition, say someone has placed order at least once over all time where collections contains protein, and then add an and, so add another condition right here and say, and someone has placed an order 0 times over all time where collections equals pre-workout. And then send an email to anybody who joins this list, set up a flow that says, hey, you bought protein, you want to make the most out of your workout, by our pre-workout, and that'll work really well. So let's go over a bonus segmentation hack, which I like to do. Received X email but didn't open. So this is going to be less of a dynamic segment and more of like one that you do on a case-by-case situation, but we're creating a segment for people who received an email but didn't open it. So there's a very useful segment trick that you can use to resend important emails to people who like didn't open your original email. So say you have like an important email for like Black Friday or whatever, but someone could be busy at the time you sent the email and they just didn't have a chance to look at it. If it's an important email, you can just resend to anybody who didn't open it like 1 to 2 days later. And this segment and resending this using this little trick will help you get the most out of your email. So we often use this for product releases, big sales, or big announcements. Just wait a day or two. We got 60% opens on the initial email. That means 40% of people didn't open. Okay, let's take that 40%, use this segment trick, and resend the email to them with like a different subject line and a different preview text, so it doesn't look like we sent the same thing over and over again if they did see the first one, but just didn't open. So step 1, all you have to do is click onto your specific email. So I just clicked on, I'm in campaigns. I click on the campaign. This is like where the name of it would be. You can see 42% opened. All we want to do is we want to grab this little code right here. So this is the campaign message ID. This is how Klaviyo tracks the campaign. So we just want to copy this. That's all step 1 is. Click onto it and for the email that you want to resend, and then copy the long code in the URL. Step 2, we are actually creating the segment of people who received that email but didn't open it. So all you want to do is create a segment with the following conditions. Someone has received email at least once over all time where message, that's the little the metric thing inside of Klaviyo that you want to do, where message equals, and then paste your code. So that means someone received it, and then you want to say someone has opened email 0 times over all time where message equals, paste that code. So this is what it looks like in Klaviyo. Received X email but didn't open. Someone has done received at least once over all time where message equals that code, and then it's going to show up the name of the campaign. And they've opened email 0 times where message equals that code. That's all there is. So now you have the list of anybody who didn't open. Then step 3, just duplicate the campaign and send to that segment. You can duplicate it. You could keep the same subject line and preview text, or you could slightly change it. I always recommend slightly changing it. Instant revenue booster there. So just an extra tip. Again, do not get too carried away with your segments. Just cover the basics and do them well before going crazy with segmentation. A lot of the intricate stuff here is, it might help conversions a couple %, give you a couple extra revenue, but at what cost? It's like if you're distracting yourself from like the basics, and really if you're trying to do all this crazy segmentation, but you don't even have 8 emails in your abandoned cart flow, what are you doing? That's easy low-hanging fruit. If you're trying to do all this stuff and your pop-up form is only converting 3%, what are you doing? Focus on that. Focus on the highest leverage stuff first, and then move here. So that's my last tip. That is it for this one. Thank you for reading, watching. Glad you got some value. Hopefully you did. Join my free daily newsletter. It's free. You get daily email for 30 days. Where to find me, that's all my stuff if you want. So yeah, hopefully you got value from this video. Let me know if there are any other guides that you want covered, and this doc is in the description. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Hello, and in this video, we are going over e-commerce email marketing copywriting that actually sells. Okay, we're just gonna get straight into it, into why this is important. New e-com brands are popping up every day. Your copy is how you differentiate from these new dropshipping brands exploding on the scene. And on top of this, copy in 2024 is changing very rapidly. The consumers' preferences are changing thanks to social media and TikTok. And if you aren't able to stay up to date with what's changing, your conversions are just going to stay low. You're not going to be able to maintain profitability. So it's important to stay up to date with what's changing in copy and how the consumers' preferences are changing, or else you'll be left in the dust. Here's some information on me. If you care, you probably don't. I kind of just want to get into the juice of this video. What's inside, we're going to go over. There are 39 examples. So if you're anything like me, I can't do anything unless I have examples to go off of, so I always put a ton. So there are 39 in here. We're going to go over the 2024 copy problem, the 5 most common email copy mistakes, how to create skimmable copy, which is one of our pillars we're going over, how to create clear and concise copy, another one, and then how to create engaging copy, which is another one. And then the secret sauce, we're going to go over how to effectively use infographics with a ton of examples. And we're going to go over some ChatGPT prompts for writing copy, and then a live writing copy example for an email campaign. So lots of juicy stuff we are going to go over. I tried to focus on keeping this really concise to show you what your copy should be. So let's get into it. The 2024 copy problem. So we all know that good copy is important. I don't need to lecture you on the importance of copywriting. Unique branded copy is what allows you to stand out in just an increasingly saturated e-com market. Great copy will engage, inform, and more importantly, convert your audience. Now that seems easy in principle. You can say that, but copy in 2024 plus has an increasingly difficult issue to overcome. So, just a quick question. When was the last time you watched a movie without also scrolling on your phone, playing Candy Crush, scrolling on Instagram? For me, admittedly, I cannot think of the last time. So this is proof that we have an attention span problem. If you're anything like me, I don't know, I might just be weird, but this is proof that we have an attention span problem. We're so accustomed to our phone and quick dopamine. So this is the issue that we have. Nobody's reading your copy. You could have the best copy in the world, but that means absolutely nothing if nobody is reading it. If you can't even watch a super entertaining TV show without looking at your phone, how do you expect people to read your emails? They're not reading their emails. So spoiler alert. So kind of like customers then versus now. I've used this graphic before, but kind of in the day, people look forward to reading the morning newspaper and reading long articles, and now people would rather lick the inside of a city bus when they have all these platforms giving them instant dopamine, and they can just like scroll and zip, go to one of these platforms and kind of get the dopamine that they need. So the average customer today is literally scared of reading. It repulses them. So TikTok, Instagram, and Snapchat get instant dopamine, so how can you really blame them? The average time that you have with a customer's attention span has shrunk. So that amount of time where you have their attention used to be maybe this. Now it's just shrinking. Maybe you had 5 to 10 seconds of attention, like per email. If somebody opened an email, the average time somebody would stay on would be like 5 to 10. In 2024, you maybe have 3. Like physically think about it. Like if somebody clicks on your email, how quick are they looking at it? They click on it, they scroll for a second, and then they're like, okay, on to the next one. So your ability to get somebody to convert over email is completely dependent on how fast and effectively you can get your point across. Literally, that's it. You only have a couple seconds, so you have to make the most of it. And email is unique also on top of that, because nobody is sitting down to like read their emails like it's social media. People will literally carve out time of their day to sit on the couch and scroll social media. People are just opening their emails in quick bursts. They're not sitting down to be like, okay, I'm going to sit and read all of my emails. That's not what it is. You're checking your email when you're in between tasks, and you just open your email for a quick second. Like you go to the bathroom, and on like your quick walk over, you check some of your emails. You're waiting for your kid's bagel to finish toasting. You have a couple seconds, so you open up your email. You open a couple of them. Bottom line, the clock is ticking. You don't have a lot of time with the email, so you only have a few seconds of your customer's attention. So that's why email is a little bit unique than like social media, and that is the problem with the 2024 copywriting kind of where we're at. People don't have attention, and so it's very hard to get your point across. So that's going to influence pretty much this whole entire document, is that we only have so little time, so we got to get our point across fast, and there are different tactics for doing it. So let's talk about the problem with most copy and a lot of things that people are doing. So main thing is we want to have as little information and be as concise as possible. So a lot of times there's just unnecessary information. So a lot of the copy I see in emails is just fluff because you feel like you need to write more. You feel like you need to fill space with words, but you don't. It's completely unnecessary. For example, when somebody joins a newsletter, they opt in via like a pop-up on your website. They know that they're going to be getting exclusive access, insights, sneak peeks, and community, So there's no need to waste space telling them about it when that space is just going to scare people. If they see a bunch of text, it's going to scare people. Instead, focus your time on actually useful information. So when somebody joins an email list, don't tell them you're now getting exclusive offers. They know that. Give them unique selling propositions, social proof, stuff that's actually worth its while. Literally every sentence you add to your copy, you need to ask yourself, does this push the customer closer to a sale? So this example on a welcome email, just some copy of a text-based email, this is all wasted space. All that really matters, well, first of all, the first name didn't even go in, but this is just a welcome email. We're thrilled to have you on board. This is all wasted space. At Blank, we're all about elevating your driving experience one mod at a time. Maybe you could keep that, but here's what you get access to: exclusive offers, expert insights, product sneak peeks, community protection. All of this hides the discount code, the 10% off discount code, which is right below this. That's all that people are there for. That's literally all people are there for. So this is all wasted space, and it's increasing churn. It's bearing the discount and having people kind of like second guess themselves from an impulse purchase. So a lot of stuff is unnecessary information. Again, a lot of people will say like you can never let your customers, like, don't let your customers assume things, always act like they know nothing, but I disagree in some ways. It's wasted space, and I've seen countless times that this just hurts conversions, and you can assume at times that your customer knows these things, stuff that's implied. So you don't need to include all this wasted space. So that goes for any type of campaign, welcome flow, abandoned emails, all that. You're just wasting space. Kind of along those lines is you're too long. So too long of an email, too much copy, just increases churn. The more you have, the more likely somebody is to bounce off. Even if you have helpful info in all your copy, if it's too long, just nobody's going to read it. They're not going to want to read any of it. So the shorter your copy is, the more likely someone will take the time to read it. So if you're a person, you're just getting up to go to the bathroom, you have like 10 seconds while you're walking to the bathroom, you open this email and you see all this text, you're going to be like, ugh, I'll save this for later. Like, I don't have time to look at this right now. Whereas if it was literally just this top graphic and then these icons, person would be much more likely to like look at it and take it in for a second and be like, might as well click and go to the site. And then boom, you convert. So this is too much copy. Look at all this going on here. This is awesome information. Like, I read this, really good info, but you're just trying to do too much and you're scaring the customer off. These, like literally every single paragraph of this could be its own email. So just way too much copy. You really just want to really simplify things down, or else you're just going to scare people off. And that is the last thing we want. So in reality, this email probably should have been this, this, and this. Or get rid of these and just do this and like half of this. If you do too much, you'll scare people. Too long, just unnecessary. Too many points. So that kind of plays into that prior point. If you try to do too much, people won't understand it. So the customer is very easy to go overwhelmed. If you try to tell the customer 5 different takeaways, they won't remember any of them. It's because each takeaway is getting 20% of their attention. Whereas if you just try to prove one thing and one takeaway, it is much more likely for the customer to remember it because that one thing has 100% of their attention rather than it being divided 20% to each and then they forget none of them. So this below example email is like great information, but there are like way too many benefits to the point that the customer may not remember anything about this meter. They might not remember anything. So it seems counterproductive to leave out benefits, but we found it to increase conversions. You can create emails one at a time, focusing on one benefit at a time. So look at this meter. You get perfect results, no strings attached, durable construction, cook estimator, cook graphs, cooking alerts, multi-cook view, all this stuff. And then meter 2 plus, meter block. Like, there's just so much that the customer is just like overwhelmed. They're like, oh my goodness. Instead, you could create this whole email just about, for example, cook estimator. Know for a fact whenever it's time for like your meat, whenever your meat is done. You make a whole email about what graphs look like with the meter and how that's beneficial to you. You can do the same thing for cooking alerts. Like, you're just giving people so many things. If If you throw all this at them, they're probably going to forget literally everything and just think, okay, it's just like a really cool meter. Rather than if you send these one at a time and just focus on Cook Estimator, where you have an estimate, somebody can look at the email and be like, oh, it has an estimator feature? That's cool. Instead, you're diluting the value of all of this, and that's not what you want. So lots of good information, but too much for an email. And then, kind of obvious, but boring. Nobody wants to buy from a lame brand. They want to buy from brands they like. That's the number one reason why people will buy from you if you're a brand that they like. If your copy is lame, isn't giving them dopamine, that's very important, they won't come back. So include powerful words, puns, humor, and information that is useful. So this is like an example of kind of a lame email. It's just like the ultimate sun shirt, maximum coverage and comfort in a lightweight performance fabric. Like that's like maybe spice this up a little bit. Yes, they're a corporate type brand, the finest cotton tees on earth. Like how? Like how are they the finest cotton tees on earth? Cool comfort for trail in town. That's a little bit better, but it's kind of just like lame. You could do like suns out something. I'd use more power words, just invoke emotion rather than saying the finest cotton tees on earth. Like you could say premium cotton tees made out of 100%. I don't know. Like that would just be a lot better, and it's not going to give people dopamine. You're just going to bore people. You can't bore people into a purchase. Famous David Ogilvy said that. And then no value. So that is another mistake I see quite often. Your email needs to provide value in some way, such as an exclusive offer, useful information, engaging stories, or like your product being the value. And if you don't have some sort of like clear value proposition, you're going to fail to capture and retain interest. So the below copy doesn't explain the value of having travel size products, making it unclear what the value proposition is of this email. So this is just the header section. It just says, elevate your journey, indulge in Darfin's travel bag, skincare essentials, and then shop travel sizes. Like, where's the value? There's no value to the person to click this email or to buy. You're just saying travel bag skincare. Why don't you say like travel light, reduce the amount you carry in your bag by like 50%, something like that, where it can show somebody what they're getting. Elevate your journey is a little bit, but it's very vague. You want to say like save space on your journey, or reduce what you're bringing in your bag. Never get stopped in the airport security. Again, these are below like airline restriction for liquid, something like that, where you're giving value, or you're at least educating them on what they're getting. It doesn't necessarily have to be the benefit of a product, but like part of what they're getting. So that's one thing that you want to make sure it is. If you are doing a very straightforward email, give value in terms of like having an offer of some sort, or useful information, stories, something that is going to give them something. So that is the mistake. Now we're going to get to some core email copy principles that kind of turn these mistakes around and how you can make them into like a positive. So these are the core email copy principles we want to follow. SCE, ski is, I guess, what it is, but I couldn't find a cool acronym. These were just like too good. Like these are the best ways to describe them. Skimmable, the ease at which someone can briefly skim your email. Probably the best. Clear and concise, one takeaway per email. It's clear, and then engaging the entertainment of the content that you are sending. So pretty straightforward there. Skimmable and clear and concise are pretty similar, but they have different things that you want to do. So skimmable, clear and concise, engaging. Let's get to skimmable. So time is money. Customers not sitting down every morning reading their emails in depth like they would the morning paper. We only have a couple seconds of our customers' attention. If people can't skim your email, they simply aren't going to bother reading it. So optimize for the skim, not for the read. Don't make your emails thinking that they're going to read it. Make your emails thinking that they're going to skim it. That's a simple shift in your brain that you can make to make your copy a lot better. So to make things skimmable, one thing you want to do is avoid blocks of text whenever you can. Blocks of text scare people off. They hate it. It is their kryptonite. It's also just very difficult for your eyes to make it out and process blocks of text rather than highlighting different sections and making it clearly laid out. So if people see blocks of text, they're just going to skip past it, or they'll just read like the first couple words. So try to shorten your copy as much as you can to avoid blocks of text, or split up your text with like line breaks or different sections. So here's like an example. Instead of doing just a big block of 5 ways nature supports your health spends and has exposure, like nobody would read that. But now when you give 5 points and you list them out for people, they're much more likely to skim it. And then you can also see like this is bold, so someone can go one by one, reduces stress, improve mood, improve attention, and it's just super easy for somebody to skim and they can get these points. And then another example here where we're kind of in sections here, and it has subheaders, but different sections, mixes it up rather than saying you have all this in one simple line. It's much easier for somebody to just like skim through this and see the picture and kind of quick breakdown of the copy, and it makes a lot of sense. So avoid blocks of text, use line breaks and labels and splits whenever you can. And then on top of that, we want to bold our main points. So this is going to be really huge for your eyes being able to skim it. So most of your audience just won't read any of your copy, but they will read your bolded main points as they're skimming your email. Your eyes have no choice but to just like follow main quick bolded points. So use the body copy to support your main points for anybody who wants to read further, but actually bold them. So notice what I've done with this guide. So we have just our main points just in bold, where somebody just the main points are headlines used to allow readers to get the full picture. And then the body copy like this is just further justification and proof. So if you just saw bold main points and you just saw avoid blocks of text, you would get what I'm saying. This is just furthering the justification. So that's what we want to do. So here's a great example. Somebody can look at this: accept the seasons of life. Relationships are rarely 50-50. Striving for your goals is underrated. Striving for your goals is underrated. And remember, you always have choices. And then if they want more info, they can read this and get further justification. But they can just look at this and skim it and be like, okay, cool. So that's perfect. And then also right here, we have this comparison chart. So we have headlines here where somebody can look at empty monthly versus daily. Oh man, that seems like a lot of work. Manual start versus intelligent cycles. That sounds awesome. And if you want further justification, then you get it under here. So same sort of thing. How effective do you think this would have been if they removed these subheadlines? Probably not at all. I don't think anybody would really be reading these. Just super quick, super easy for the brain for the eyes to skim and understand. So that's skimmable. Literally the main things that you want to do to make it skimmable, that's really all you need, is avoid blocks of text and then bold your main points. That's all you need so that somebody can skim it and understand your email in under 3 seconds. Now we want to get to clear and concise, which is the next aspect of copy and creating good copy. And so the customer's IQ drops by about 50% the second that they open their email inbox, because they're in zombie brain mode. If you have 100 IQ, for some reason, whenever you open the email, your IQ drops to about 50. It's how it works. If we aren't clear about what we're giving the customer, they simply just will not understand. And if we aren't concise, they won't bother giving you the time. So clear and concise. We want to be clear about what we're giving them, and we want to be concise about it. So the main thing, short and sweet. If we want things to be clear and concise, keep the email short and sweet. The shorter, the better. We really only have a few seconds of their attention. We have to make good use of it. Your email ideally shouldn't be longer than 1 to 2 scrolls. So if you have your phone, you scroll, that's 1, and then 2. You shouldn't be any longer than that. So look at these examples here, like by seed. This is the whole entire email. It's that simple. Headline graphic, and then just a quick bridge section of body copy. Notice how they also have bolded subheadlines so somebody can quickly see the benefits that are beyond the gut: digestive health, gut barrier integrity, and then immune function. Amazing, super quick, super simple. And then they have supporting body copy for anybody who wants to read that. Amazing. And then also Dr. Squatch, we're texting you for only one thing. We want to be in your shower, just being honest. Awesome. That's going to be in the next, this is engaging. It's going to be the next point. But look at how simple, short and sweet this email is. Simple header section, and then bridge section with a little bit more info. Short and sweet, no need to scroll, get the point across. Nice. And the next one, which is, those are great examples, but we have one takeaway per email. So when you can, try to make your email about one specific thing and ask yourself, is there one thing that is clear that the customer can take away from this email? So the odds of having the customer remember one takeaway is very, very high compared to the odds of them taking away 3+ takeaways, because they have short IQ. If you try to give them so much, they're just going to forget none of them. So the more concise, the better. So here's a good example. This whole email is just about enhancing the benefits of caffeine. Magic Mind. It's a productivity thing. And this whole email is just about Magic Mind helps enhance the benefits of caffeine. So it helps you get more out of your caffeine. So that's all this copy is about. That's all this short email is. It's under 2 scrolls. It's just a simple They're not saying it enhances the benefits of caffeine and it improves your focus and it's awesome for your gut and it does this. No, because at that point they'd forget. They're just drilling home this one specific thing. Amazing. Same as this email from Hims, maximizing hair growth potential. Super simple email. They're all just talking about tackle hair loss and help with growth potential. That's it. That's all this email is. And so it's amazing. There's nothing crazy. They talk a little bit about the process here, but they're just saying that you get more out of your, you can get more, grow more hair. So just focus on one specific thing, make it your headline, and have your copy only support that headline. So those are the two main things for creating clear and concise emails. We just want it to be short and sweet, and then focus on one key takeaway. That's it. And then that brings us to the last pillar, which is engaging. Make your copy engaging. So the customer is just craving dopamine. Our brains need it, so we need to give it to them. Our emails need to be engaging enough to trigger dopamine in their brain. That's going to lead to a positive association with our brand that is going to result in future opens and sales. So you'll notice that the content of your emails is actually going to affect your open rates and click rates the most, because if you have good content, it triggers dopamine, people come back. So why should somebody be on your email and get dopamine rather than just go into social media where it's easy? So we need to give them that. So the number one thing that you want to do is punchy. So a punchy email is short but full of power. If you don't know the word punchy, it's just like short, concise, but it has a ton of power and it packs a punch. The copy is going to evoke emotion and the information is very dense. So just like packs a punch. The below examples do a great job at injecting information into very small amounts of space. And they're just powerful. They're punchy. So this one says, don't just buy shit, invest in yours. That's powerful. It's very powerful because it's a probiotic. So give yourself billions of gifts every day, now 50% off because of the micro. There are 53 billion micro bacteria in there, whatever the bacteria is. But you can see this was before like Black Friday. As you shop the physical and digital aisles, reminder to choose products that serve you, your body, and earth. You gain the whole body benefits, all that. So super short and punchy. You get a lot of information across. And then even down here, it says you will spend 92 days or 2,200 hours of your life on the toilet. Do you want to make that time feel smoother? Amazing. Amazing, punchy. You're getting your point across. You're putting a bunch of information on. You're putting information on how much time you spend on the toilet. Putting information on the benefits of the product, which is they serve you and your body and the earth. They contain this many things. You get whole body benefits. Like it's punchy. Has a lot of information, but it has one clear point where it's just like this makes your poop better. And so amazing email. Punchy, punchy, punchy. Now, this one as well, this is punchy. There's a lot of information that's just packed into tight spaces, but around one point of our stuff is healthy. So, sugary, okay, we'll spill the milk. That right there is engaging. It's punchy. Sugary cereal is delicious for many reasons. Psst, added sugars, empty carbs, and more. That's why we recreated your childhood favorites. Tastes just as good, but with the ingredients we're proud of. Packed with protein, filled with 14% serving, helps you power through the day with less cravings. Like, this is just punchy, has a lot of information, it's powerful, it's not just basic. Like 100% gluten-free, that's right, no corn or wheat around here. It's punchy. It has a little bit of life into it. It invokes emotion and gives information that's dense. So we want to make sure that our copy is punchy and also informational. That's one thing that you want to make sure you have, because at the end of the day, that's all you can give. Everything else is fluff. If it's not information, it's fluff. People love to learn, and they want to be able to be educated in the decision of the purchase. They want to make an educated decision. So if you can give facts, people are going to engage with your emails more often, rather than just giving all this fluff and be like, we only use the highest quality ingredients, No, actually tell them of the ingredient and inform them of it. So if someone learned something every single time you opened your email, you'd be in a good place. So here's like an example. Heard about golden root. Look at how educational this copy is. It's just about this specific product, or this specific ingredient in the product, known for centuries and colder, has a lot of information where you can learn. So one clear takeaway, golden root is good for you, and it's in this product. Here's another example, informational, 5 ways that nature supports mental health. It's super informational. It has 20 to 30 minutes. It has stats. It has all this stuff. So super informational. People can learn from your email. That's amazing. Entertaining. So the bar has really been raised in terms of triggering dopamine for users. Thanks a lot, TikTok. So us as email marketers, we have to work a lot harder to get dopamine to be triggered. So we want to use things like jokes, puns, puzzles, different graphics to spice up our copy. Because the worst thing you can do is be repetitive, because it's not going to trigger dopamine. People get dopamine from new, so you need to get experimental. So this is something where it's like funny that is going to be entertaining. How to last longer. Last longer, shower harder, have more fun. It's like a boner pill for your soap. So that's very entertaining copy. And so tips to last longer. That definitely gets a lot of people's attention before, during, and after. Like it's hilarious. It's funny. It's right up Dr. Squatch's alley. I'm sure this got dopamine for everybody who looked at it. Then you can have things like puzzles and graphics like this in this example, where it is a flowchart. So yes, this is a longer email, but that's kind of the purpose of it, so I don't mind it because it's like a flowchart that's very entertaining. Follow the prompts. Do you have a job? Yes or no? Say yes. Need to carry much stuff? Yes, I do. Then I go down here. How far do I carry my stuff? It's not too far. Do you even leave the house? Yes. Then boom, I have this bag. And so that's entertaining. That's fun. Mix things up. So that's another way to make your copy engaging, which is this principle we've been talking about. So to have engaging copy, you want it to be entertaining, you want it to be informational, and you want it to be punchy. That's how you create engaging copy. So now let's get to the secret sauce. So we've gone through like principles, how to make things like in general, but let's get to the secret sauce, which I don't hear anybody talk about with copywriting, that I think is literally the number one ability. I would rather have the ability to make infographics over copy, because infographics are the secret sauce. They check all of the core email copy principles that we just went over. Make something skimmable, make it clear and concise, make it engaging. Infographics clear and check all of those boxes. They really are the secret sauce. So let's go through some different types of infographics that you can use and apply to your email copy. And I consider this copy because you're mapping it out for the designer. So first one that's super easy, checklists. They're just a more creative and engaging way to show your benefits, and much better than like boring blocks of copy. So there are lots of different ways you can do checklists. Here are just like a couple of examples. You have this here where you're just listing everything out and putting checks, and then you can have the designer kind of take it from there on how do they want to show it. So these are kind of laid out the same, but the designer took it two different ways, where they had this clear check versus this, where it's just, this is why we're good. Nutritious pantry staples, snacks from trusted brands, shop by 70 plus diets, and then this has like all the benefits. So checklists, really good way just to spice things up rather than just blocks of copy. Definitely, and the designer can take this a lot of ways. So next we have icon graphics. People love icons. It's funny. People love icons and they love graphics. So they're just an easy way for the brain to like skim through and just understand the benefits of your product. So like here are a couple examples, like this one, ton of different icons here where somebody can like quickly look at them, and it's just like an engaging way. Rather than listing it out, you're pointing it to the product, you're showing your product, and you're showing what you have. So like vegan, easy way for your brain to know, like associate these things with your product. So a line through this, like a gluten-free person would probably see this and know exactly what it means without even needing to read this. Same as like soy-free or GMO people, vegans. It's super easy to see that. Same sort of thing here. Improved melting point, new cashew butter. It's just a more fun way to show things, and people just love them. People just love icons. So icon graphics are another that you can use. Feature diagrams, so kind of similar, but you're not using icons, you're just pointing to things. And so people need visualization to clearly see what they're getting from your product, so make it easy for them. So like for this example, they're showing large, glossy, violin-shaped leaves because maybe some people had a question of what comes with the product. Do you actually get like the planter option? The planter. Yes, you get the planter. You get an upright trunk. I hope you would if you had a plant, but it's just, it brings your images to life a little bit and really points things out for the customer. And then like this, for example, you have, these could have easily been like a checklist too, but you're just mixing things up and bringing some life into your images so that people can engage with them and get kind of a different view of everything. So feature diagrams are another great way to do that. Next, we have timelines. So map out the customer journey of one of your products so that they're clear on when they will see results. You can also use timelines just to like showcase history of your product or anything like that. It's like, here's an example. After somebody uses your product, month 1, month 2, month 3, boosts your immune system and energy, replenishes your nutrient levels, whatever it is, you may start to feel relief from joint and muscle soreness. And then month 2, month 3, really great way to map things out for a customer. You can even show them, you can put this in like a post-purchase flow. That's going to be very strong for you. Then like email 2, if you want to show like the history of something, history of your brand. So like 2018, we opened up. 2019, it was, we sold our first online, stuff like that you can use for like a welcome flow or some sort of fun campaign. Timelines are a great way to like show specific information. Kind of similar to checklists, we have numbered lists, just a simple and easy way to display information. It's more engaging than blocks of copy. So example 1, Casely helps the planet by, rather than using check marks, we're using numbers, which are another just great way for the brain to differentiate and remember things. So just listing these out on numbers, super clean. Same sort of thing here. You have the number and then the headline. This probably could have been a checklist as well, but nope, it's just numbers. People love numbers. It's easy. If you say top 4 things, top 5 things, it's really easy for somebody to get it and understand. And then we have comparison charts. So just the human brain as well with numbers, people love to compare things. When they're looking at you versus competitors, they're comparing. When they're making decisions, they're comparing. So the easiest way for people to differentiate is through this comparison. So we want to lay it out very clearly for them. So things like us versus them, if you're not being too clear and just like bashing people, I think it works really well. So like Dr. Squatch, nourishing oils and extracts, they could just have done a checklist, but they showed things here just to really differentiate themselves and subconsciously just go that way in the person's brain, that they're like reputable. Same sort of thing here, which we referenced earlier, giving information in a check, us versus them way, showing exactly what they do versus what we do. Comparison charts are awesome. Then we have tables. So just spreading out info into different sections is also easier for the brain to just follow and comprehend. So something like this is like probably my favorite like infographic I've seen in an email. You can see like the blend of the different product, what active ingredients are in them, and then the effects of them. So people who aren't sure what they want, what product they want, they can see this and the different amounts. So that's amazing. Show things in a table. It's also something you could do here. Here's the breakdown: reviews, average rating, 5-star reviews, customer satisfaction, upgrade, regrettability. Something like this where you can show like before and afters, like stats. Tables like this can really bring things to life and help people differentiate between stuff. Then we have flowcharts, which we touched on a little bit ago. These are just very creative and take a little bit more work, but they just demonstrate the use cases of your different products rather than saying you can use our product to carry a lot of stuff or little stuff. Use a flowchart and it's going to bring your email to life. So I'm looking for this. Like this is so easy where you could have just listed these out. This is good for dehydrated skin. This is good for moisture barrier support. This is good for gentle protection. You could have just listed those out, but no, they did a flow chart. Much more engaging and brings your email to life a lot more. Graphs are a great way to not just list out simple statistics, but to visualize it with the graph. So you can see like this example here, you're showing just like that ours a lot higher versus like theirs. Same sort of thing here where you can really visualize things for the customer and help them just take something away. Super easy to skim and it makes you look a lot more official, which always is going to help. So those were the main infographics. Use those. I like to have at least one inside of my emails. So let's actually get into how do you write copy, because I'm sure you're thinking all of this stuff is cool, but how do I actually do it? How do I map this out? Do I design the email and then write the copy? Like, what do I do? I'm going to lay it out real simple for you. I've done thousands of emails at this point. This is the best way. Just outline it in Google Docs as clear as possible, like this, and then let the designer take it from there. So map out your email on a Google Doc following the template of like another email. So that's one thing that I'm going to say as well. Always have a template that you're going off of. So if you want to like write email copy, and you want to do a flow chart, go off an example and say like headline here and then flow chart here. Like always go off of an example email. It's just going to help you map things out physically. And this is going in rather than just like listing the copy. We like to map everything out with the spacing, because a lot of people will write copy where they just say headline, this, subheadline, this, copy, this, but you don't really have much control. You could have the copy being up at the top rather than like you wanting it at the bottom. Doing it like this gives you more control and you have more of a say in like the conversion based aspect of things. So like here's an example. You can see like headline, subheadline. Can we get a simple hero section that shows this on a GIF? So you can see here mapping it out for the designer. Shop now, like this is obviously the hero section. I want to try a new style of graphic. So this is the table, and then fan favorites, just laid out clearly for the designer to take it. You have a lot more say here. So here's this, and then shop now. So we know that this is the hero section. Bullet point design like this, just mapped out like this. Clear, here's this information, image of product, shop now. Super, super, super laid out and simple. Just do it in a Google Doc, and then it's a lot easier for you to take it from there. So now let's go over the ChatGPT prompt for writing copy. So always better to write it yourself, but it's very helpful to also have a ChatGPT to kind of like give you a starting point. I'm the type of person where I love starting points. You give me a starting point, then I can take it from there. If I'm looking at a blank screen and I'm like, oh gosh, where do I start? Takes me way longer. So I like to always have a ChatGPT prompt. So this is what I use and what I train my team members to use. So essentially we need to prime. Step 1 is to prime the ChatGPT. And then step 2 is to give it the specific email that we want. So priming it is all about the brand and the product. So we say, I'm going to give you a bunch of background information on my ecom brand. I want you to process the information so that I can later ask you to write email marketing copy for me. So you say, this can take a long time for you to fill out, but the awesome part is ChatGPT will store this for you. So you only tell it once, and then it'll remember it, as long as you use the same window. So you say, my e-commerce brand is this, and we sell these types of products. Our mission and our goal is to do XYZ thing. Our brand is unique because these are unique selling propositions. Our products are unique because of this. My customer is ages XYZ with this demographic. They enjoy just really going to depth. The more in depth you are, the better in the customer. For brand voice, this is what they prefer. So talk about how you want to sound, their goals and aspirations, what the customer's goals and aspirations are, the main points, and they're unique because of this. And then you just ask, are you ready to write copy based on the topics I give you? Click enter, wait for a response. If you have a newer ChatGPT, just copy and paste your website to it and just say, hey, use this as well. That's going to be very good. It can just go to your site and recognize you from there. So then step 2, we just say we are creating a graphic-based email campaign with minimal copy to send to our customers. The topic is about this. Give it as much information as you can about the topic and what the copy is, what the unique selling points are, whatever it is. And then you just say, using this information I gave you on the brand and the customer, I want you to write me a quick and punchy headline. Notice how I said punchy. ChatGPT knows this, knows what it is. Then you say, then I want you to write a slightly longer subheadline, which goes into 2-3 sentences of body copy, which leads to a shop now call to action. So that's what I always start out with, and it gives you a really good place to start out on, and then you can build from there. That usually gets you your hero section and maybe your bridge section, and then you can build on from that and be like, I feel like testimonials would fit here, and then you can do that on your own, pull testimonials, and then ask ChatGPT whatever you want from there. I find it really helpful, and it's a great way to get going. And this takes you like 90% of the way. You just need to like edit from there, make it sound less ChatGPT. So now we are going to write copy live. I'm just going to do a Gymshark email, for example, and use the ChatGPT prompt and do it live for you. And yeah, hopefully it's helpful. Alrighty, so all we are going to do is we are going to follow my steps that I outlined on how to create an email. So first we need to find like an outline that we want to go off of, and then we need to use the ChatGPT prompt, and then we need to just go from there in creating our email, adding anything else that we need. So we're going to be doing Gymshark. I'm just going to go off of, I'm going to search reallygoodemails.com. You can use mild.com, anything else. We're just going to try to find an email that we like. And create a concept out of it. This is something that could be good. We could do like a mix and match type email. Let's say like this is the last second email that they asked for us to do. Let me find one that I like, and then I will get back to you. Okay, so I found this email by Therabody, and so I think that this is a good one that we can do for Gymshark, and so we can literally outline our email exactly as this. So it looks like we have a headline, then we have some body copy, and then we have a sub-headline here, and then we have specific product collections and a little bit of information about them. So we're going to use this as an outline. One thing that I probably want to do is put a Shop Now button just like at the top and go to the best sellers page, just because these buttons are a little bit too low. It's always good to have a button at the top of your email. So first thing we're going to do is map this. Alrighty, so here we go. Rather than use their footer they have, which is like a little bit different for what's going on, I just kept it like this. So awesome, look at this. We have a super clear email for the designer that they can map out. Now we just kind of need to fill in the copy. Alrighty, so I'm in ChatGPT here. I'm just copy and pasting this prompt that I gave you. Excuse my Grammarly. And now I just need to fill out information about Gymshark. And then, yeah, for the purpose of saving time, I will do this myself. Alrighty, so I just finished up with the prompt. I just told them, hey, this is my brand. It's called Gymshark. We sell high quality gym apparel. The mission and goal, I just pulled this from their website. Doesn't need to make grammatical sense completely. ChatGPT will understand. Our brand's unique because same sort of thing. Our products are unique because of this reason. This is our ideal customer. For the brand voice, they prefer conversational, motivational, more of like a friendly coach who wants to see them succeed. So this is why we proofread. Who wants to see them succeed and isn't afraid to give a bit of tough love. The goals and aspirations are to progress in the gym every day and become the best version of themselves, and they're unique because the gym's a way of life for them. So are you ready to write copy? I'm going to give them that. Also, here is the website for more information. I'm also going to give it the website. Okay, now we have the second part of the prompt, which I'm going to take here. Just copy and paste. Okay, cool. So we are creating a graphic-based email campaign with minimal copy to send to our customers. The topic is about our best sellers and how they are the MVP for you in the gym. They will help you feel comfortable and beat your personal records. Using the information I gave you on the brand and customer, I want you to write me a quick and punchy headline about the topic. Then I want you to write a slightly longer subheadline, which goes into 2 to 3 seconds of copy leading to a shop now. So we're going to say, then I want you to write slightly longer subheadline. So we can remove that and say, then I want you to write 2 to 3 sentences of copy leading to a shop now call to action. Perfect. Now let's see what it gives us. And then we can adjust from there. Meet your MVPs, Gymshark's best sellers, crush your goals and set new personal records with our top selling gear. It's a little bit, can you, let's look at this example. Who's your recovery MVP? Competing for the All-Star bot, and you're the game decider. Let's say, can you make it a bit more unique? Unleash your potential, elevate your workout with our top picks, crafted to be your ultimate gym ally. These bestsellers combine cutting edge innovation, ready to transform your training. Maybe we can say something like, can you make the headline more conversational? What if we said that? Ready to meet your gym MVPs. Give me more options for headlines. think ready to meet your gym MVPs is good. Or we could say something like your new go-to for PR day. So PR day is personal record day. So that's just when people are going for their personal record lifts. I think gym goers will get it, and then we can have body copy around that. So I'm going to say my headline is PR day is personal record day, where gym goers try to break their heaviest lift record. Can you write me 2 to 3 sentences of body copy? Now let's do that. I kind of like this. It's actually like really good. So you see how you kind of like adjust as you go, and yeah, you kind of just adjust as you go and modify. Sometimes you go a different direction, but like I did there, decided to go kind of a completely different direction, but it's still like bestsellers. So we're gonna go here. PR day. Smash your personal records with gear that's designed to support your every move. Our bestsellers provide the perfect blend of comfort and information, making your PR day your best day. Ready to redefine your limits. Awesome. Now we need a sub headline. Give me a sub headline for this email to go over the best sellers. Give me options. That's a bit corny. It's a bit too much. PR day dominance is kind of good. Kind of like that. Unleash PR day dominance. I feel like that would be too much, but I do like this. Say something like that. And product image, and then product title. So we just need products. So this would be the point where you just like choose your products. So you could say, I can just find some products here and then fill you guys in afterwards. Alrighty, so I added these products: the Everywhere Rib Tank, the Spartan T-shirt, Adapt Safari tight shorts, Minimal Sports Bra, Sets and Wraps T-shirt, then Arrival 5-inch shorts. Now we just need to add product info, which is going to be pretty easy. So we can just do quick little blurbs about them. So this is the first one. We could say minimal. We could say something like minimal and smooth, perfect for arm day, something like that. Here is the Spartan T-shirt. So we could say break records with a bit more swag. Say something like that. The Adapt Safari tight shorts. We could say, let me pull them up. Let's go to description. Could say high high-waisted and ready to show off a glute pump. We have minimal sports bra. We could say like comfortable and light to keep you at your best. Then sets and reps t-shirt. It's another graphic tee. Yeah, same sort of thing. Yeah, so for this, we could do same sort of thing where it's a bit perfect pump cover for before you let the guns out. And then Arrival 5-inch shorts, a classic that can be worn every day of the week. Perfect. And that is the email. Just shop all products at the bottom, footer. Now everything is mapped out. We have a clear vision of what it is. Let's just review it. Your new go-tos for PR day. Smash your personal records with gear that's designed to support your every move. Our best sellers provide the perfect blend of comfort and innovation, making PR day your best day. Ready to redefine your limits. PR day dominance awaits. And some more supporting copy here. Perfect. Alrighty, so we just got through the live copy example, and that does it. Thank you so much for watching or reading. I hope you got some value. Make sure to join my free daily newsletter. You can sign up in the description. There is a free 75-page document when you sign up. There's where to find me if you want it, and thank you so much. I hope you got value, and again, let me know if there are any emails you want covered, and yeah, I will see you in the next one. By the end of this video, you're going to know how to make your customers click their screen so hard to open your emails that they crack their phone screen. I'm not liable for if that happens, and I'm not paying for any phone screens, but you get the point. This is $20 million subject line and preview text training. I've generated $20 million from emails with subject lines and preview text. In this video, we're going to be going over a breakdown, some good frameworks for writing subject lines and preview text that people want. We're going to be going over a couple of live examples of me writing subject lines and preview text for some emails. And then also we're going to be reviewing some live in my inbox so that you can get kind of like my mental frame when I'm writing subject lines and preview text. On average, we get about 50-60% opens across all of our clients to our engaged list. So let us get straight into it. So I talked about open rates there, but this is my not so bold take. Some think it's bold. Everybody thinks it's bold, but your subject line and preview text should not matter for your open rates. In my opinion, they do not matter at all, because your content in your email should be so good and your cadence should be so consistent that customers are just conditioned to open every email no matter what. The goal is to get people to open your emails based off your sender name. It's just like with YouTube videos. Maybe you watch on my YouTube videos, it doesn't matter what I put as the title. Some people are going to watch my video just because they see Max Sturtevant. Now, there might not be anybody who does that, but you get the point. We want it off of the sender name. Kim Kardashian drops, I don't know, a clothing product, no matter what, people are going to get it. So that's kind of the same concept. If your content is so good, you're sending such good stuff, then people won't care what you're saying. You could literally have a blank email, no subject line, no preview text, but it says from your brand, and people should still open. That's what you need to understand. And your cadence should be so consistent as well, to where people expect you. Multiple times a week you're sending emails, they expect you, and they just know, I'm going to be opening these emails, just like with reading the newspaper with people back in the day. So that's kind of my thought process there, why opens shouldn't matter. It should just be your content is so good that you send an email, somebody opens it, and they're like, oh, wow, this was kind of cool. And next time they see your email, they associate that, and so they open your email. So the real purpose of subject lines and preview text is literally just sales. That is all we want with email marketing is we want more sales. So different subject lines and preview text, this is what we need to understand. Subject lines and preview texts will change the frame of your email and prime the customer for sales in different ways, like the psychological, just like the frame at which they're going at it, like whether they're going into your email with a buying mood or they're going at it in like a curious mood. Those will have different sale effects. And so that's all it is. It's just the frame at which your email is being viewed at. So we've literally had subject lines and preview text generate 3 times more sales than others with the same email copy and the same design in the email. But stupid subject lines and preview text just change the sales that much. So test your subject lines based off revenue. If you're setting up sales in Klaviyo, have the winner be chosen off revenue, not actually opens. You can see here in this example, look at this. Open rate, 68%, but this open rate is 69%. Haha. But everything about this email was the same except for the subject line. Look at the placed order rate, 11.6% and 3.8%. It's pretty nuts. It's just off. And look at how many more clicks. 14% clicks versus 6.8% clicks. Just change the frame of the email. The frame was changed from like more of like a gentle frame where it's like, hey, did you mean to do this? Rather than just like, this is ready for you. Just like check it out and just like buy it. And so that in this specific instance of like an abandoned cart email, that changed the frame of the email so much more. And so that's how much of a difference it made. Again, same email. So that's the subject line and preview text. That's what you need to understand about it. So when we're talking about putting together our subject lines and preview text, think about your subject line as your headline and the preview text is your subheadline. That's simple. You don't want to give away all your info in the subject line and preview text. That's another thing. So with a typical headline, you're giving everybody the whole synopsis of everything in like the document that you're about to give them. But in the case of subject lines and preview texts, you don't want to do that because you don't want to tell them everything about the email because then they don't need to open it. And so you want to give them a hint, give them like a little peek ski. But in order for them to like actually know about the email and the value in it, they have to open it. You want to just like, you just want to get them curious and get like open a loop in their mind where it's like, now I have to find that out. It's just like when like a song is stuck in your head, but like you can't remember the name of it or something. You can't remember the name of something or of like a movie. You can't think of the name of a movie and it's just an open loop and it bothers you all day. That's essentially what we want to do. We want to open a loop in someone's head where the only way they can close that loop is they open the email. And so that's like the goal of what we're doing. So here's like a simple subject line framework that makes your emails subject lines look clean, makes them curious, and it follows all best practices. So this is my framework that I typically like to use. 2 to 5 words in length, nothing more. You don't want people to be reading sentences. You want to be able to, they're scrolling Instagram, they get your Gmail notification. If there's a lot of words, the person's just going to instantly swipe out because they're worried about watching cat videos on Instagram. We want to just make it quick to where they can see something super easy. And so title case just makes things look more official, and I found that it has a positive effect on open rates, so I like to use title case just like this sentence. And you want to build curiosity with it. Kind of like I said earlier, we want to build curiosity, like what are they talking about? And then you don't want to do this every time, but end with 1 to 2 emojis. I find that like one emoji to go along with it really helps as well. But you don't want to go overboard where every single email you have an emoji, but you get the point. So like some examples, a taste of sunshine. What does that mean? What is like a taste of sunshine? That brings like an emotional appeal. And so you're like wondering like, okay, I got to click this. It's capital case, it's 2 to 5 words, it's 4 words. Myth, period, busted. Eye emoji works really good for getting opens because it just builds curiosity. So myth busted, now you're like, oh shoot, what myth? Like what am I missing out here? Something like they're finally here. So it's like you're building anticipation and you're like, what is here? And then you have obviously this emoji. It's literally this easy. What's this easy? And then like the laughing face, this is kind of like a cocky laugh. And so the person's like, it's literally this easy. What am I doing? What am I making so hard? And so these are good examples. Just following all these principles. So 2 to 5 words is always good. Capital case, build some curiosity and get an emoji or 2 in there when you can. Now let's talk about preview text. So don't overthink the preview text. It's just you want to build off the subject line in some way. So here's a framework that I like to use that feeds off of the subject line. So I like to use like 1 sentence long, or you can make it like quick, but I found that like smaller subject lines, they just look a little awkward. I like to have like 2 words in the subject line, and then the preview text is longer than that, like 5 words. And so it's like a simple hierarchy when somebody is viewing your email. So I like to do regular capitalization. The subject line is title caps, preview text. We just want to do just regular. We want to add support to the subject line, kind of tickle their interest a little bit more. And then I just like massive for me is ending with ... It's optional. You don't want to do it for everyone, but for some reason that just really opens loops in people's heads and it gets them curious. So something like, this wasn't supposed to be made, but now it's a bestseller. You're like, oh, holy cow. And so that would go with like A Taste of Sunshine. This wasn't supposed to be made, but now it's a bestseller. Like, oh, wow. So that goes together. Something like this where it's a full sentence, it's available, but the last drop sold out in 24 hours, ... Makes you curious. That goes with this. Or I guess maybe not. They're finally here, maybe. It could go with that. No one... Yeah, so I think these are probably Swish. It's available, but the last drop sold out in 24 hours. I'd say probably that would work well for like they're finally here, like for some sort of restock. Something like, if you want the cold hard facts, we got them. ... That could go with like myth.busted. So it would be myth.busted. If you want the cold hard facts, we got them. And then no one is talking about this, but it will make you more money. That's another thing. So it's literally this easy. It's so easy, and nobody's talking about it, but it's going to make me money, ... Like, that builds a lot of curiosity. And so that's a simple preview text framework. And again, don't overthink it. The content of your emails and the driving ideas should be what's driving opens and clicks. We just want to use this to change the frame. So that's like what I do. Now let us make some subject line and preview text live. I just picked 3 random emails in my inbox. Okay, first we have this one from Cage. Don't miss out, 25% off everything, plus fresh restocks. Use code SUMMER25 and Sunday. We've also restocked many of our best sellers. Okay, so we've got some restocks and we got a big sale. So what do we want to do here? So let's follow my framework where we're doing capital cases, capitals. Something that we could do here, I think, for the subject line, I think I want to touch on both. Typically, I wouldn't want to do 2 things at once, like focus on a restock and a sale. But maybe I could do something like this. I feel like something like they're back. And then let's see what kind of emoji we could do. See what my recent emojis are. There you go. You can see what my most used ones are. We have a lot of rocket ships at my agency because we make people a lot of money. So I use that quite often. I think probably the star eye emoji is kind of what I'd be doing here. I think that would be good. Let's do star. There we go. They're back. And then for this, I want to say I want to have something sale related. So maybe we could do and they're on sale for now. I think that works. I kind of like that. First go, and they're on sale for now. Okay, they're back, and they're on sale for now. Okay, so that makes you think, what's back? What's back? And then it also makes you think, what's the sale? Like, how much do I get off? And then it's for now, so you have some urgency. So it's like, okay, I gotta click this email now. So I think that's actually pretty good. Off the first go, I like it. Cool, so there's one there that's going to work well. Now let's look at this Monk Pack email. So happy National Coconut Day. This is a great email for anybody to do. Just look up, ask ChatGPT, hey, I run a brand that sells bars, like nut bars. What are like some random holidays that I can do for July? And then it'll spit out stuff like National Coconut Day. Didn't know that was a thing. But they're doing National Coconut Day. There's no better way to celebrate than with 1 or 2 of our chocolate and coconut bars. Super simple email. Looks good. Okay, so subject line and preview text. So let's do something like this. I think we could use like a pun here, I'm thinking. I also like to use puns in subject lines in preview texts. So maybe like time to go cocoa nuts. How's that look? That might look a little awkward. Let's look at coconut. Let's see how this looks. Is there coconut? That's awkward. I spelled coconut wrong. Kind of looks awkward, but I think I have an idea for preview text. We could do, they made a national holiday after this. I think that gets you curious. They made a national holiday after this, question mark. I think that's good. Because then you're like, what is it? So that makes me maybe not want to put the coconut to kind of get them wondering what the holiday is. What can we do here? Maybe just say, we're going coconuts. Ooh. that could have been bad if we just left that. That definitely doesn't look appropriate. Okay, we're going cocoa nuts. Okay, I kind of like that. So it's like we're going nuts. They made a national holiday after this. I like it. Creative. It's on brand, and it goes into the theme of the email. They made a national holiday after this. Perfect. I like it. 2 bangers so far. I like it. And I didn't capitalize this like I typically would, just because we have this section that I wanted to highlight, like we're going nuts. Okay, now we have this seed email. Trusted for travel. Super simple, rigorously tested, serious about science, these, whatever. Okay. So, not too much to go off here. Trusted for travel. So they sent this during summer. It is summer right now. So we can make it summer related. So maybe we could just say that directly, like heading on vacation. Can start on that for now. Vacation time. Tree. And then I might want to change that, but we have some to go off. Vacation time. Let's see, what do they give us here? Rigorously tested. Research. I know the product, they have like a travel, they have a travel like size, like a travel thing that you can take with you. So maybe we can tie something like that into it, but really we want to tie things. They don't really give us a lot to go off of here. So vacation time, I'd say you won't be able to travel the same after this. I'd say something like that. I think that's good. Gets you a little bit. Yeah, I kind of like that. Vacation time, you won't be able to travel the same after this. I think that's good. I like it. They didn't really give us too much to go off of, like with this. Like they kind of give us a lot to go off of, so we made it a bit more creative. But I think these are all good. So great examples here. That gives you like my thought process and what some subject lines and preview text look like. So I just leaked the rest of this slideshow, but let's review some subject lines and preview text live. I'm going to go to my burner Gmail address, which is just right here, and we are going to review some of these subject lines and preview texts. So let's do it. I'm just in the promotions tab here. Let's look at this. Wet, hot, euphoria, summer. I kind of like that. I like that. I don't always love to have, oh wow, this is inappropriate. I don't know why I'm subscribed to this brand. But wet, hot, euphoria, summer, that kind of definitely puts a picture in your mind. And so I kind of like it. And they use the word secret. You don't always want to use the word secret. It's kind of overused. But I think that's pretty good. I like using periods between words because it gets you a little bit more, it adds a little bit of suspense, so I kind of like it. Let's look at all new summer hiking essentials. I don't like how long that is because are these new products all new? I would probably focus a little bit more on new rather than summer hiking essentials. You could turn summer hiking essentials, add that in the preview text, which I can't really see. So that's what I'd say. Maybe I can extend this out. Featuring our most adjustable pack yet. Okay, it says that twice. I feel like this is a bit basic. I'd like to say maybe like new as a subject line because it's kind of a hip brand, and new, that's like a phrase with the hip people. So I'd say like new, and then it'd say these summer hiking essentials are perfect for the outdoor type, something like that, to get a little bit more kind of like on edge type of stuff. Like you already know what you're getting when you open this email. I'd like to make it a little bit more different. This sale, red, white, and all you. I like that, but it's a bit long. And I would even just put subject line, this sale, ? And then preview text, red, white, and all you, ... I think that would be great. I think that's how I would improve that. I don't think you need to say Americana-inspired favorites. I think red, white, and you kind of Kind of like does everything that you need. Collection blowout, I like that. For urgency, I don't always like to use all caps, but sometimes it works. And then some SKUs already closed, get yours now. That's good. That gets a little bit of urgency for you. Sale, layer love, 40 to 80% off your sweater crushes. I like that. That's just simple. Don't need to worry about that. Banger alert, this build of the month is fire. I don't really like 2 emojis. I like to keep it at 1 rather than doing 2 in separate places. If we're doing 2 emojis, I like to put one after the other. So that I may not always want to do or like. It's good to have an emoji at the beginning of the subject line sometimes, so make sure that you're testing emoji at the beginning versus emoji at the end. So that's solid. Let's look at site-wide sales, almost over, shop 20% off. It's a bit long. I don't know if you need all caps there. Just not very creative. Don't know what to cook tonight. We got you covered. That's always a good framework that you can use for subject lines and preview texts. Preview texts is you ask a question, need this, and then you say, got you covered. Something like that. This collection is built for summer. You're actually not supposed to capitalize seasons, so this is incorrect. I just changed this. Rather than saying this collection is built for summer, I'd say like built for summer. Make it a little bit quicker, have it all capitalized, and then have the preview text. Looks like there's not really any preview text. The perfect sun hoodie, I don't know, that's kind of lame. I just say this, I'd say something like this collection shines, something with like a pun or a metaphor or something, and then end with ... I think that would be good. Let's do just a couple more. Add this to your packing list. Save 30% on the probiotic that's ready to go. I think this was the email we looked at. Yeah. So add this to your packing list. It just seems kind of lame. Kind of like what we came up with more, where we said vacation time. You won't be able to travel the same after this. Save 30% on the probiotic that's ready on the go. Maybe I'd use this as like the preview text for vacation time, and then a preview text, add this to your packing list, ... I want a little bit more curiosity. That's probably what I'd want to do there. Let's do one more. Tallow won't fix this. The grass-fed elephant in the room. That's a banger. Perfect. This won't fix it. This product is about tallow. And so it's like, whoa, are they talking down on themselves? And then it's saying elephant in the room. That makes me want to click and be like, okay, what is the elephant in the room? Love it. That's a good one. That's a great example. Cool. So we just reviewed a ton. We just made our own subject lines and preview texts live. And I just want to end with, do not overthink it. If you send good content, people will open your emails no matter what. Doesn't matter really what your subject line and preview text is for opens. Just send good content and people will continue to open. Get them to open based off your sender name, and test your subject lines and preview texts based off of sales, and test what works for you. So that is it for this video, this quick training video. Let me know if you have any questions, any videos you want me to make in the future, and subscribe to my newsletter, inboxnewsletter.com/subscribe. It's free. It's really good. And yeah, that's it for this video, and I will see you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to be showing you my exact process for designing high-converting e-commerce emails inside of Figma. This is the exact process that has generated over $20 million for my partner brands in the past 12 months. Here are some examples that this process has made. I'm going to be showing you step-by-step how to make these emails inside of Figma with some brief tutorials. I'm going to be going through my thought process when creating an email. And I'm also going to be showing you how to upload these emails inside of Klaviyo so that they're optimized for deliverability. Now, I want to start off by saying that I would recommend staying away from using Canva for email design because it's a little bit too simplistic and it's really hard to organize. And Figma can be just as simple but with more capabilities, and the emails just always turn out better. And it has bonus features which I'm going to be showing you throughout this whole video. So enough yapping, let us get into it. Okay, so here I am inside of Figma. You can see I kind of have some stuff laid out here just so that we can have it for reference. First, I want to show you a little bit around Figma. So we obviously have this section here, which you can see it's highlighting different parts of the email because that's exactly what these are. These are called layers. And so if you choose a certain layer, like if I chose the logo right here, it's going to pull up the logo, and then you get specific information about the logo here. So if I want to like change the size, I could change the width to like 3000, and then it's going to update right there. But I'm just going to go ahead and undo that. And then if I click out of it, you can obviously go into any one of these sections here, and it's going to highlight on the left and right side. Then you'll also see up in this top left corner, we have different different little features that we can do here. We have like our menu, we have text, we have comments, we have if we just want to move stuff around, we have shapes, all that good stuff. Now like 90% of like everything that you see here with like all this crazy stuff, like you don't really even use it too much. And so I think it's best if I just show you exactly how I create an email, and then you're gonna see just how little stuff that I use and then what stuff you should be using, and hopefully it brings you a ton of clarity. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking this copy here, which we put together for a Gymshark email, and then I'm going to be turning that into a design live. So we can see the copy here. This is how I like to write copy in my agency, rather than just listing out like headline, this, body copy, this. I like to really lay things out for the designer so that the copywriter, they know exactly how the email is going to turn out, because I used to be exclusively a copywriter. Sometimes I would think an email would turn out one way and it would go completely different direction. And so it just lets you have a little bit more control. And designers appreciate it because sometimes it can be really hard, just like starting from absolutely nothing. So laying things out like this are a great way to start with your design. So you can see this is a back in stock email. It says back in stock, they're back. It has a little bit of copy. Then this is a button, and then we want a graphic, and then core values, and then looks like we just want some fan favorites and like bestsellers just listed out in some way. Now, what's really nice and what I highly recommend is having templates ready to go for your emails. And so like what I do, for example, is I have a ton of templates for hero sections, bridge sections, and then product sections. So right here, this gives you a really good place to like start out when you're building an email. Like for example, you can see this is hero section 7, 3, and then 2. If you want these, just sign up for my newsletter and you'll get information on it. But it's super helpful way to start out. And we could see I have a headline here, body copy, a button, and then a graphic. So I think probably we're gonna wanna start off with something like this for the template that we're using for the hero section for this email. So I'm just going to plug this in over here. I'm going to copy and paste, and I'm just gonna use this actually just on the side for reference, and you guys can just watch me start from absolutely nothing. So again, this is Gymshark. I do not work for Gymshark, and I don't have any access to their assets, so I'm just taking stuff off of the internet and building from there. So let's get into it. The first thing that we're going to wanna do is we want to create the logo. And so all you really need to do, I'm just going to have a white logo, so I'm gonna pull up a rectangle here and just do a logo section right here. I like to have the width for all my emails 600, so I'm gonna adjust the width here. Then let's just do 600 by 100 here, and then maybe change this color to a white color, and then we want to put their logo smack dab in the middle now. Okay, so I've just put in their logo. Now I'm just going to drag this in right here, and now it's nice and centered. Figma helps us align it. So perfect. Now we have the logo. Now we can kind of like map out the rest. So we're going to want a headline, body copy, and then a button, and then a graphic. So I'm gonna want the graphic to be in the background here. So now I just have to go find an image from Gymshark, and this can usually take the longest of your design, is finding an image that works. And so that's what I'm gonna do right now, and I'll report back when I find something. Okay, so I found a cool picture of some jacked people in a mirror. I think this is good. It gives off like the Gymshark vibe, and I guess for this email, we're gonna make it darker because this image looks pretty dark. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to align this. I'm going to make the width 600, and then boom. Now the problem is we have all this text that we need to put over top of the image, and we don't want to cover their faces. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to add like a background here and make it flow and make it look like it is part of this image. So here's what I am going to do. So I am going to take a rectangle and I am going to place it here. I'm going to make the width 600 and apply it here. I'm going to turn it the color black, and then I'm going to drag this here, and that actually flows kind of smoothly. Oh wow, I was not expecting that, but we're gonna have to apply a gradient. So a gradient, it's essentially just going to be a smooth transition from one color to another. In this case, we're gonna do color to a transparent background. So I'm just going to duplicate this rectangle and then move this down to like here. And then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a gradient. So how I do that here is I'm just going to click the color, the fill here, then I'm going to go to this tab right here, and now we have a gradient. So right now it's going side to side, so we want to make this up to top. And then this is good. The stops, this is telling you what percentage at what point do you stop. But the thing is, like at this bottom, instead of making it this color, we want to make it completely transparent. So I'm just going to make that transparent. And so now what we have here is we have a gradient from the top, which is black, to now it's slowly transitioning into clear. And you can see that is a little bit better. Maybe we want to move it. We can adjust this as we want. So I just kind of adjusted it a little bit. I changed it to black, and then we can have this be whatever we want. I'm going to have it go like this. I think that looks pretty good. And now we have some space to add our text. So all that we need to do here is we can just go up here and then insert our text like this. We can adjust our size to whatever we want. Say like they are back. So I just adjusted the font, made sure that it's all good, and now we have that copy, they're back. And then we can just duplicate and do the same thing for the body copy. Drag this in here, then just make sure that it's aligned. Okay, perfect. Now we need the shop button, so we want to say shop bestsellers. So all we need to do here is we can get like an ellipse. So all we need to do is I'm just going to make a rectangle with rounded corners. Let's make this white. And right up here, this is how you can have rounded corners. So we can like just start off with like 65 and see how that looks. Gonna want to make this a little bigger. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this and say shop best sellers. Change you to black. Oops. Change the color to black. And then we have a situation here where it is behind, so I can't see the text. That's because it is behind this rectangle. So if we just reorder this, then the shop bestsellers comes to the front. So I'm just going to do this, and then we want to make this a little bit bigger since it's a button. Maybe not that big, like that. And then we can make it bold, and maybe adjust this button a little bit. So I just messed around until I got what I wanted. And then boom, not too shabby at all. We just need to adjust this a little bit. We can move this image and you down a little bit. And then extend this. And boom, not too bad. And boom, there's our hero section. That is not too bad. This is a bit of a long hero section. It would take a long time for a person to scroll down and find like the next section. So I'm just going to crop this. I'm going to hold the command key and then just adjust this. Maybe we can start for now, just like right at this point right here, maybe 600 by 500. So now the hero section is set. Let us move on to the core values section. Same sort of deal. We're going to want to set a background. Maybe let's mix it up and do a white background rather than black so that this email is way too dark. Plus it's nice to like make your sections clear for people. So I'm just going to add another square, adjust the sizing here and make you white. And then we just want to plug in the copy. I'm going to put you here. Say our core values, copy and paste and get the rest. Perfect. Now we can just mess around with like the sizing and the fonts, how we want them. So here's how it looks. It looks kind of awkward, and I think that our values is a bit lame. So I'm going to change this to something like the Gymshark way. And then we kind of have like this hierarchy of like a longer headline, and then it moves down like a pyramid and it funnels your eyes. I think that looks a little bit better. And then now we have this section here where we have to put in the table and then all the copy. So I'm just going to start out by like listing out and like kind of like laying out everything. I'm going to say value 1, value 2, value 3, value 4, value 5. And then we can copy this over, and then I'm going to select these and copy them over because we're going to make it split like a table, and then probably add like some sort of a divider. I think it would look weird. I don't want it to be split up too much like a grid, so maybe we make it a little bit more fluid. So I'm going to take a rectangle here and just have small little dividers like this. That's like repeated between the two. So we'll have something like this, and then we can copy and paste it and put it below like this. So it's not like they're trapped. Okay, my computer just shut down, but we're all good. I filled this in, I adjusted the fonts and everything. So this is what we have, the Gymshark way. Our values are invaluable. We list out the values, we break things up this way. But I feel like this is still like kind of a little bit lame. There's like no depth. It looks very two-dimensional. It's just like a white background. So what I would do here is I would probably add like some icons or something, or add like some gradient or something. I think it would be cool if we add like gradients like behind the text here. So I'm going to do that. So this is how I typically do gradients. Gradients are just like changing color from like the top to the bottom like we did in the hero section. But what we're going to do is we're going to place it here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to get a rectangle. I'm just going to put it to the side and put it at width 600. And then I'm going to drag it over here, like behind this. We could do it behind everything, but I think I'm gonna go one by one and see how that looks. And I'm going to reorganize these layers in a second, but essentially we just want to move this behind like the text that we had. So I'm going to move this way back, and then now we are set. It's behind. Let's adjust this. Okay, so that's what we have. Now I want to apply the gradient. So I want this to be white and maybe go from like a grayish color to like a white color at the bottom, or just like transparent. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to go over to the gradient option again. Right now it's going side to side. I want it to go top to bottom. So we're just gonna do this, and I want it to end at white. So I'm gonna go to the bottom one and then have it end like that. So that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. I feel like this is a bit harsh of a color to come out of nowhere with. So I'm going to try to make this a little bit lighter. Just gonna drag this up. Maybe like that is perfect. Cool, so that adds a little bit of depth. Now I'm just gonna repeat it for the rest. I'm just gonna copy and paste. Place you here and then drag you down, and boom, just like that we are set. Some of the spacing is a little bit off, so I'm going to adjust that, but I think this looks pretty good. It adds a little bit of depth, makes it not just like a flat white background. But I'm just going to adjust the spacing real quick so that we're good. Cool, so now we are done with this section. This is what we have so far for the design. I feel like it's pretty on brand. It's not too far off from what they do, and looks pretty cool. Now we have this bottom section, but first I'm going to reorganize layers because you should be doing this from the start, but I'm bad, so I don't really organize, but I'm going to organize this and show you how you should do it. So first we want to make sure that this is one like whole frame. So I'm just going to click all this, make sure we have everything. I'm going to double tap here and we're going to create a frame. So now everything is within this frame. So if I click the drop down, you can see everything is inside. Everything outside is like this stuff and this stuff, but right here we have the frame. I'm just going to name this Gymshark email, and then boom, now it's Gymshark email, and then we can adjust this, and that's the size of the frame. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to extend this out so that we make room for the rest of the email. All right, now it is time to like group stuff and organize everything so that it's easy to track. So I like to group everything by section. So I'm going to click everything here and I'm going to group all this. I'm just going to click here and I'm going to make it a group. Now we have group 112, which within it, we have all this stuff in the hero section. So I'm just going to name this hero section. And then I want to drag it to the top just so it's easy to find. Let me scroll, and then we'll put it right here. And so actually above it, we want to do the logo section. So I'm going to take both these, I'm going to group this, and then I'm going to say logo, and then drag the logo up to the top. Now we have logo, hero section, and we can even organize within the hero section. So like, for example, we can make the button one thing. So I'm just going to group these and group that and say button. And then up here, we can like change this to headline. We can change this to sub headline and organize these as we want. I'm just gonna put in gradient, which is that. And then we have the background here. And then of course, last behind everything, we have the image. And then now it's a little bit cleaner and a little bit better laid out, and you can easily navigate everything. Now I'm gonna do the same thing here for the bridge section. Okay, so now we are nice and organized. We have the logo, we have the hero, we have the bridge section. They're all separated and they have their different layers in here, which are labeled pretty nicely. Some people will organize it better than I do, but I keep it pretty bare. Now we kind of went out of order, but let's do the body section now. So we're just doing our fan favorites, and then we just want to list out a few bestsellers, which we can take from the website. So I'm just going to extend this by moving the background out a little bit because I don't think we need to change the background too much. And I'm just going to copy this down, and then I'm going to say our fan favorites. Rather than that, we could even take it like just a step further and stay on the theme of Gymshark and just say Gymshark favorites. So now I'm going to go take a couple bestsellers from their website and just put them off to the side and show you guys what I do. I'm just gonna choose 3 for now. All right, so here are what I chose. I just did like a couple of the main products. This is like women's and then a couple men's. I actually have this same product. No, I'm kidding, but you get the point. We just want to insert these in and do our product sections so we can go up to our product sections here and then take some inspiration. So for this one, we have 3 products that we want to do, and we can fill out a little bit of space here. Something to always keep a note for your product sections is you want each of your items to have their own like individual shop navs. This way the customer knows that they can click and shop each item directly from the email, and it's going to link them directly to the site. But I think probably the best here, we've already given a lot of information in the emails. I don't think we need to give like a whole bunch of information about the product, and I don't think this would fit quite well. So I'm just going to do something like this. I'm going to recreate this myself, but essentially it looks like we're doing a little S curve. So we're showing products like in an S, and then just giving the product name and then giving a shop now button. So I am just going to drag these in for now. Maybe we put you here, we put this one here, drag this down. Oops. So I'm just going to click the background here and then drag this down, and then we have this here. Now obviously we need to format this now. So we can just put this, like, let's just say like right there is fine, and then we can do the same sort of thing here for this one, set them apart a little bit, and then do the same thing here. We just want to make sure that these are like equally spread apart and equally the distances. So I'm sure there's probably an easier way to do this, but I usually will just get out like a rectangle like this. And then what I'll do is make sure this is aligned and then see how far away this is from there. 67, and then I'll go here and then do the same thing and just make sure it's aligned. Now I want to do the same thing for how spread apart these are. So that's what it is. So then I go here and then move that up to be in line with that. And then I want to make sure it's in line with the top as well, or with this top image. So let's see, is it gonna let me align that? No. So I will just take this, extend this out, and then move you here. It looks like this one actually is outside of the frame. So I'm just gonna move it inside of the frame, and then now it's gonna let me like align this. So that's perfect right there. Perfect, so now I can delete that, and then we have this. Now we can just like fill in the text. So I just inserted a text box and put the name of the product, minimal sports bra, and then we can throw it in wherever. Then we're gonna want a shop now button as well. So to do that, I'm just gonna go up to this button, save some time, copy it, and then paste it down here, and then let's adjust the sizing. So I can go down to selection colors here, and then just change the background to black, and then this other one, change the text to white, and then we can adjust the size a little bit. So let's make you a bit smaller, maybe like that is good, and then we can just change this to say shop now. Just you, put you inside. That looks a little bit big, so maybe turn you down just a hair, and then boom, that looks like pretty good and looks evenly spaced. Perfect. Yeah, I think this is good to go. This looks a little bit empty, so I want to add a little bit of pizzazz. These are really highly reviewed products, so why don't we just like put how many reviews they are. So I'm just going to insert a star here, and then boom, now we can just adjust the size rather than if I just change the width here. So you can see the width and the height aren't connected right now. So if I change the width to like 25, it's gonna completely mess it up. So I'm just gonna go back, and now I can make these go together in direct proportion. So if I turn this to 25, it's also gonna adjust the height. So we can do that. I'm just gonna change this to black, and then give the review number. So it's rated like 4.3, I believe. And then boom, that's pretty good. Let's adjust this a little bit smaller and make you a little bit smaller. I adjusted it just a little bit more, and maybe also like to go with these products, it still looks a little bit bare. So I'm going to add just like a little like quick information about the product. So just copy and paste this, say like support. Right now it's in all caps, and you can actually change that if you go down in the text section to these three dots. I'm just gonna change this to do as typed, and so right now let's click on this, light support, perfect. And then I will move you down, and then maybe make this smaller, and then like a gray color, just like that. And then let's just make this, you could do medium or just make it light. That makes it a little bit better. And then now it's just a matter of like spacing this out. So that looks pretty good. I just adjusted like some of the spacing and the sizing, and I kind of like how this looks. Maybe we could just add a little bit of depth to this photo rather than have it just be like thrown onto there. I think we could carry over this theme of like this line. So if I copy and paste this, I can add it to like one side of the image, maybe like put it here and then extend it, and I think this will look pretty good. Cool. And let's just make sure that these are aligned and perfect. I'm just gonna move this out of the prior frame, and that looks pretty good. It has a little bit more depth. We have some more information on the product. There's a good amount of stuff going on, but not too much. Perfect, I like it. Now I'm just going to repeat this for the other products. Now this looks pretty freaking good. I like it. Everything has a little bit more depth. You have some cool stuff. We carry this theme of like the black lines over. We have our individual shop now buttons. We have a little bit of information on the product. Looks like this just needs to be adjusted like the center wise. So when you're going back through designs, you're gonna notice a lot of little stuff like this. So always make sure you're checking. Okay, perfect. And always for any product section where you're showing individual products, maybe the person didn't like any of these products, but they want to browse. They're interested in shopping right now. So we always want to end with a shop now button, like a more general shop now button after our product sections, so that they can shop more bestsellers. So I'm just going to copy and paste this again, extend this out a little bit, and just say shop best sellers. And then adjust you, make sure you're centered, and boom, that looks pretty good. Mwah. This is beautiful, great email. We start off with a hi button at the top saying shop bestsellers. We go into a bridge section that builds like kind of just like your brand, and then we outline some products, shop bestsellers. Now the last thing that we need to add is the footer, which is one of the most important parts of your email. The footer is overlooked so heavily, but it is so important because it's the only part of your emails that's shown in every single email. And so I like to always give options for people to shop further in the footer or have more specific shopping options. This way, no matter your email, like even if you're doing a blog email or an educational email, you'll have shop now buttons in the footer that people can click. And so for Gymshark in this instance, I want to be able to let people shop by either man or woman. And then of course, we're going to do like social media icons and all that good stuff. So I'm going to extend this down a little bit further. And for our footer, we are just going to So for the footer, I like to make the buttons a little bit different. So I've put them as women and man so that women and men can shop differently depending on the email, so that you don't have to separate every email by woman and man. And then rather than make them buttons, I think I just want to create like a line and just have like two essentially sections. So we can do a line like that and then put a line like this and then do the same thing for men. We're gonna copy this to make sure that they're the same width and then move you down, make sure you guys are aligned, and that is pretty perfect. And then I'm just going to copy and paste just images or pictures of social media icons, which you can just look them up, but you can see here, it says frame 85 here, so that means that it's not inside of our Gymshark frame. So I'm going to move this frame, I'll name it social media, and then I want to find the Gymshark email, and then I'm just going to put you down at the bottom. I'll reorganize all these in a second. But boom, now it is inside and we are all good. So it's also a good idea in your footer to have your buttons for browsing, you want to have your social media, you also want to have like icons with a little bit of social proof. This way in every email, you have that information. So I actually just screenshotted what they have in their emails. They have Afterpay, Klarna, free shipping, or free returns, and then world-class support. I think that's pretty good. So I'm just gonna do this and then insert that into the bottom of the email. That looks pretty good. And then at the bottom of every email, I like to build it inside of Klaviyo, but you need to have like essentially the legal stuff and messaging, which Klaviyo will do for you. So maybe we'll add that when we go into Klaviyo. So I'm just going to adjust the background here. And then now I'm going to go back and I'm going to adjust the spacing a little bit, like move this up a little bit. And then I'm also going to organize all of the layers. Alrighty, so here is the finished product. It is all organized and set up in here. They're back. We just got a new shipment of some of our bestsellers. Do yourself a favor and find out how they earn that bestseller title. We have a gradient from the top, the black that goes into the image. And then we say the Gymshark way. We have this bridge section, which has a ton of depth. It has the gradient and it has all the information and it's spread out by these black lines. Then we have the Gymshark favorites. We carry that like black line theme over here. We have individual buttons for each product. These have a little bit more depth. They're spread out evenly. And then we finish with a shop bestsellers button at the bottom. And then in our footer, we have different style buttons. We have some icons and then we have social media icons. I don't know about you, but if I was a customer, I would be clicking these buttons and I would be purchasing on the spot. So this is perfect. Now we are ready to take this into Klaviyo. So I'm going to show you the 3-step process for making sure that this is optimized inside of Klaviyo so that you can send it and not worry about your deliverability. So the first step is we need to slice the design into different sections. So we're uploading image files and each image can only have one link. And so this shop bestsellers button needs to be different than this and this. And so they need to be separate. We also want to make sure that our image sections aren't too big, because if we have too big of image files, then it's going to be slow to load inside of Klaviyo or when somebody is opening their email in their inbox. So after we slice, we're going to export the images and take them to a website, which is going to compress our image files and make them a lot smaller. And then once we compress them, then we can upload them into Klaviyo, build them out, and then add the correct links. And then there's an extra like half step, which I'm gonna show you. Essentially, we just wanna add some HTML and some code into our email. So all we have to do to slice, it's super easy. You just go up here and there's a slice feature just ready for you. And all you do is you highlight the section you want. So I'm just gonna separate the logo section like this. So now you can see slice 1, it's over top the logo. And once you put it where you want, we're just gonna click export on this slice. I like to use 2x and then export it as a JPEG. And then we're gonna export it save it, and then we're going to be able to download it. So I just downloaded that. Now let's get another slice. I'm just gonna copy and paste this slice, move this one down, make sure it's aligned with where the other one ended, and I will use just this whole section. Same deal, slice, repeat this for different sections that just aren't too big. And now down here, we have to split each product by each other so that someone can individually click them. Same deal with the footer, we're doing the same thing, but I'm gonna have to do something a little bit different with the icons at the bottom. So at the bottom, I'm going to split it like this, just to make our lives easier. I'm going to do this, and so this whole section is going to be button for Facebook, and I'm going to export that. And then I'm gonna make a smaller Instagram section here. And then the same thing as Facebook, I'm going to do for Pinterest here. And then we just need to finish with the last icons here at the bottom. Perfect, now we have all of our files sliced. Now let's take them to a tool that is going to compress our image. I like to use iloveimg.com/compress image. This is really good, it's super easy. So I can just select all my slices and then upload them as one big batch right here. And then you'll see, look at how much space that we saved. It was 1.72 megabytes, and now it's 327 kilobytes. It's already downloaded, I can open it right here. Perfect, now let's get over to Klaviyo. So now we are inside of Klaviyo. This is just a random account that's not connected to anything, but all we're gonna do is head over to campaigns. We're gonna create our campaign. I'll say test video, click continue. And then we can send whatever list we want, like the newsletter, Beehive newsletter, join my newsletter. And we can say if we want to skip or not skip recently, sent to profiles, who we don't want to send to, whatever it may be. And then now we're actually into the email subject line. We could say they're back, maybe add a fire emoji. And then in the preview text, we can say something like, check out these best sellers. And of course that would be Gymshark, but all we're gonna do now is we're gonna do drag and drop. We're just gonna create a blank email. So now we are all set, we're inside of Klaviyo. We can just delete whatever sections that we want. I'm gonna delete this section, so we only have like the unsubscribed footer here, and then delete literally everything else, and we're starting from scratch. Perfect. So, like I said, we're using image files, so we're just gonna drag an image file here, and we're just gonna upload our logo. So right here, these are the compressed ones, so we're just gonna start off with slice one, and then add these in, and then look at that. Then I'm just gonna duplicate this a bunch of times as we have a lot of slices, and then work on replacing these. Okay, perfect. So we've done everything except for like the social icons, but you can see it looks really good. Everything looks exactly how it was, and you can check mobile as well. This is perfect, but I wanted to show you for adding in these social icons, because you can see we essentially are doing 3 different things in one row. So all that we want to do is we want to upload a table here, drag the table in, and then you have your settings. And so we have this left side, and then we have the right side, we have our text, and then our image. And then cell content, we can see this is text. We want it to be an image. So I'm just gonna change this to an image. And then we can go to table settings here. Then we can add another column because we have 3 different columns. Now I'll change that to an image in a second, but you can also see that there's space on the top and bottom. That's padding. So under settings as well, we can get rid of the padding, set it to 0 so that the images are taking up the whole space. You can see now it's taking up the whole space. And we can change this to an image, and now we can upload our files. So now we are all set. The files aren't too big, so we're all good to go. We just need to upload the link. So all you need to do is go into each image and just paste your link into the link address. So this one, just with the logo, would be gymshark.com. This one, you just go to the bestsellers page, link it there, and then same for each one of these. Wherever the link you want the customer to go, that's what you put. Super simple, and you can also add alt text. So what alt text is essentially if an image isn't gonna load for a customer, either it's too big for whatever reason, or their inbox provider blocks images from showing up, which is very, 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 very rare. We barely even add alt text, but this is essentially what would show up for somebody if they weren't able to see the image. So in this case, you would say like they're back. You can just replace like with the copy and say we got a new shipment, something like that, just so a person without images would be able to kind of understand. So you can add your alt text for each one of these, and then you're good to go. And just send yourself a preview of the email so you can test out the links. Just send it to whatever your email is, like max@wellcopy.net, and then you'd be good to go. So boom, what a beautiful email that we made together. Glad you saw it happen. I'm sure this would make Gymshark a ton of money. they're not going to use it, but they should. That does it for this video. I hope you got a ton of value in seeing me create a Gymshark email live using Figma. I hope you learned a thing or two. So let me know in the comments if you have any questions. Let me know if you have any videos that you would like me to create. If you want another more advanced tutorial here, then I'm happy to do that. If you want me to design your emails with my team for you, and you run an e-com brand that does above $50,000 a month, then book a call. The link will be in the bio. But anyways, appreciate you watching, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, I want to ask you, what 3 things do Gymshark, Lululemon, Whoop, Birkenstock, Alo, and Hoka all have in common? For 1, they fill up my closet. 2, they've all blown up over the past few years. And 3, their emails suck. Now I can say this because over the past 3 years, I've literally locked myself in my room for 10 to 12 hours a day to write, design, and operate some of your favorite 7 to 8 figure e-commerce brands' email accounts and generate a few $1 million in the process. Well, actually 40 million if we want to be exact. And the truth is, the brands that I've listed could be making a few extra $1 million just if they made these simple changes to their emails, which are literally hiding in plain sight that I'm going to be revealing to you in this video. I'm going to one by one be breaking down each brand's emails and the little mistakes that they're making that's just leaving a shit ton of revenue on the table. And then also I'll be walking you through some fresh email designs that I made for each one of these brands, showing you exactly the changes that need to be made in order to print money out of thin air. Whether you're an e-com brand owner looking to make more money out of emails, or you're a marketer looking to make other people more money out of their emails, this video will give you everything you need to know about writing copy and creating email designs that actually get your customers to convert. So let's take some emails from meh to absolute masterpieces. Alrighty, so heading over here to the Figma file, this is where we design all our emails right inside of Figma. We have the 6 different brands here. We have Whoop, Birkenstock, Alo, Gymshark, Lululemon, and then Hoka. First victim, we have Whoop, and we have their before and then after. First thing I want to point out, like going to their website, you know, it's very futuristic. They have stuff that like they have different colors, different elements, and it's just very immersive for the customer. But when we go to the actual email design, it's just very bland. They have this simple, just like pretty much nothing hero image, and then it's just very plain, following the same layout. Everything's just black and white. There's nothing really cool about it. That's one thing that we definitely wanted to take up a notch. But the main other thing that stands out is look at how low in this email the first button is. That means the customer, once they open the email, they have to scroll almost a mile before they could actually go to the website. This is gonna drastically impair their click rates. They're not gonna get a lot of people on their website, and in turn, they're not gonna get a lot of sales if you have buttons this low in the email. So it's super key that we move this up, and we actually want to add some more life to this email, adding some more graphic elements, making it flow a little bit better, and then also just updating the copy, because the copy is very, very bland. We're not like other deliverables. Discover how Whoop outperforms other wearables to help you unlock your best. Everything's just very, very bland. There's just a lot of room for improvement, especially just by improving where we're placing our buttons and being strategic about that so we can make it as easy as possible for the customer to click our emails. Okay, and then right here to the side is the one that we made, Whoop, right here, right off the bat. Look at this button. A massive button way up at the top of the email. The customer does not need to scroll to click this button. They can see right off the bat. Every single person that opens this email, they're going to see the button. Whereas right here, if somebody opens this email, they're only seeing like from here upwards. They're not able to see that button, and not a lot of people are going to scroll. Right here, we're showing directly in their face, hey, you can click right here and get on our website. And the main other thing that sticks out is we changed the copy and actually like gave the customer a value proposition. Let's talk about the free trial. So this is the copy that they had. It's just talking about discover Whoop and talking about all the features. There's really no like benefit for the customer to click besides like learn more. Nobody wants to learn more. They want to be given something. And so all of the calls to action for Whoop, we want to just boil that around their free month trial. You literally can get a Whoop sent to you for free and you use it for a month. So that's what we want to be focusing on all our emails to get people to actually take action. And then let's talk about the copy. So they said we're not like other wearables. We changed it to be a little bit more fun to say they not like us. They're a fitness tracker, we're a performance partner. There's levels to this, and they not like us. So it's like the Kendrick Lamar song. I think that'll hit well with the demographic, make it a little bit more fun, kind of like more modern and up to date, because right now this just looks like a 2005 brand that doesn't really do anything and isn't caught up with the times. And the main thing about Whoop is the app and how it's connected to the wearable, and so we want to make sure that we make that clear in the hero section. And then this bridge section here, just making it a little bit more fun. They give you numbers, we give you insights, making it super easy to read. Sometimes going back and forth can be hard for the customer. We've noticed that if you lay things out vertically, it performs better. And we make it stand out a little bit more as well. We have this transition in the back that goes over top this section, making it a little bit more immersive, like the website, which is immersive, and it has these cool transitions. That's what we wanted to replicate with these emails. And adding some more graphic elements just to make it so it's not just like black and white. Other than that, the copy down here pretty much stayed the same. We just wanted to make sure the hero section, which is where 75% of your attention should go, is being absolutely optimized. And then, of course, once you get to the bottom, reminding the customer of the free trial again. Another difference that you're going to see is the footer. Shop by category. We added this section right here. So shopping by category for memberships and accessories. We've noticed that if you put buttons in the footer of your email, you get a ton of clicks if you're telling people to go shop other items. This is because the customer gets to the bottom of this, but maybe they already have a Whoop. Maybe this was accidentally sent to somebody who already has a Whoop and they already got their free trial. Well, you're still going to get people who get to the bottom and they're like, what do I do now? Do you want them to just close out of the app? No, you want to give them options to continue shopping and go on the website. So things like memberships or accessories. So you'll see on like some other brands like how we use these buttons in order to get clicks. So that's the full email here. You can see it. Let me know. I think it looks a lot more modern and it's definitely conversion optimized a bit better to be able to get more people on the website. So Birkenstock is very, very bland with everything that they're doing. Their emails again look like they're stuck in the year 2000. These shop now buttons are very kind of hard to see. The text is very, very small, and they also have an older demographic as a major part of their audience as well. So we really want to be mindful of our font sizes that we're using. One thing that hurts conversions is having these navigation buttons at the top of your email. It's just right when somebody opens the email, they see 4 or 5 different buttons right here. It just overwhelms them and it hurts your conversions and increases churn. Product section is just very boring. We're telling the person so many different things. We're saying shop now, and then we're also saying sign me up for a catalog, and then we're saying follow us on Instagram, and then we're saying sign up for a free membership, and then we're saying tag us on Instagram, and then we're saying here are these recommendations. It's just way too much. The customer, we need to make it super easy for them. Just give them 1 or 2 options in calls to action in your emails. So what we did with this email, we kept the theme of leather weather. We kind of changed the products a little bit, but we focused on really finding cool products and making the email a little bit more modern. And so this is what we did as well. You can see like the font sizes. So 2 different variations. Let's look a little bit into the copy. So leather weather, tumbled nubuck, if that's how you say it. Leather brings out the best in classic sandals. Fall color, fine grain, natural character. Quite bland in my opinion. So we upgraded that. Crisp air, cozy fits, and classic leather. The leaves are changing and so should your shoes. Step into comfort that only gets better with time. Talking about how Birkenstock, they're always moving with the times and their pieces like come back. And so just playing into that a little bit. And so we have more of like a fall vibe here. And then we have one that's a little more eye-catching with the pink. You can see the product that's featured. We put it right here. And also a really cool feature is just adding the colors that somebody can have in the product. That's going to give them another reason to go check out, click shop now, click on the product so that they can go learn more and see what colors they are and what they actually look like. So you can see how big the products are. It's super easy to see. This is going to work well for the demographic. And then also just big buttons. Look at the difference in this. Even a blind person could click these. This is what you want. So we also removed all of the clutter and these different call to actions. We just did one, just show off the Instagram. We thought that, maybe this could use a little bit more life. So let's insert a photo gallery and then tell people to go hit us up on Instagram. And that's really it. And then, of course, upgrading the footer as well to be a little bit more clean. We found this to perform better in terms of laying the categories on a column, on 2 columns, and then putting the categories. So this allows for anybody, they get to the bottom of this email, they wanted to see the bottom because it was a cool looking design, and so they just keep scrolling, and then they get to the bottom, they're like, I might as well go shop. I'm a man, let me go shop. This will drastically improve their click rates and help get a lot more people on the website, is just taking things up a notch and making things this clean. This take on Birkenstock's designs is definitely a little bit different from what they've done in the past, but we're really trying a different modern look. We wanted to test things out, see how it looks, especially with the collection and the leather products that we used. We felt like it gave the modern vibe that we could do with these emails. So I think it goes well all together. I'm not sure branding wise if it's exactly what Birkenstock wants, but all in all, I think it shows you the conversion principles that we want to follow. Big buttons at the top of the emails and then the flow and making it all look modern. This checks all those boxes. So that is another banger. Let's go to yet another banger. This one, we have aloe. So So Aloe is like a fitness brand, kind of like this. This is Viore, but kind of like fitness brand, similar to Lululemon. And they actually have pretty solid emails, except for their automations that are firing. So I received this email. It says trending tops, definitely worth a second look. And so you can see this, there's a bunch of different tops that are featured, and that's it. How this fired was likely I was browsing tops like to get my sister like a Christmas present, and they saw that I was browsing tops. And so what they're doing is they're resending me an email a couple hours after I was browsing to be like, hey, take another look. There are a lot of things that are wrong in this email. First thing, there's an issue with the coloring and the font right here. This just does not look good at all. We always want to have a button at the top of our emails right here. So right when I open this email, I can be like, all right, I'll go take a look at some more tops, and then click on and then browse the site. No, they're making it incredibly difficult. And then you might think, oh, there's got to be a button at the bottom. There's not even a button to keep shopping in this email. There are no buttons, which is ridiculous coming from a $100 million company. They do have the shop women and shop men up here, but even then, we need to have these at the bottom. These navigation buttons we want to have in the footer rather than right at the top where we're overwhelming the customer with shopping different things. That's the main thing. Very bland. This got messed up. There's no button. We want to introduce a button at the top. And then as far as this section, this is okay, except for it's very unclear for the customer on if they can like click these items and shop. This is why we always want to have shop now buttons for individual products. At the very least, we want to underline the name of the product so customers know that you can click it. That will dramatically improve their click rates and then the conversions on this email. So what I do is insert a button up at the top here, add individual buttons for these products, and then finish with a button at the bottom. I like these icons. These help with people who may be like on the edge, but I'd also want to add shop by category buttons on the bottom. And that is exactly what we did in this upgraded email. This just seemed a little bland, so we wanted to upgrade it, have a cool lifestyle photo that's in winter. Right now it's November for me. We like to change these images with the season for fashion brands, just so it's like up to date. Then on top of that, we added some like more playful copy, like serve in your new top, like, hey, you're serving. And then these deserve a second look, grab your new piece, you deserve it. Big button right at the top of the email. Somebody was browsing a top, but then they got distracted a few hours ago. They see this email, and then they're going to keep shopping. So that's perfect. We have this cool image right here, and then we get to the product section, which is way more modern looking and way more of Aloe's vibe, where you have the different products right here, and then white and black. Each one has a big Shop Now button for the customer to click, changing the different layouts, doing one here, and then back to two, and then finishing with a general shop all tops, experience the Aloe difference. I love the flow of this. It's a lot more modern. It matches their branding a lot better, where this is just out of date, and you can tell that it's been over a year since they updated this. And like I mentioned before, shop by category buttons in the footer. It's going to pick up a ton of extra clicks. Say I was browsing for tops, but I realized I didn't need any tops anymore. I scroll to the bottom of this email. I can click shop by women and go shop other things like bottoms. And that's going to pick up a lot of extra clicks rather than me getting to the bottom, not seeing what I want, and then leaving. And let's move right along. We've gone through 3. Let's go to the big one. We have Gymshark. These are the current Gymshark emails. So these are 4 random Gymshark emails. And what do you notice about them? It is the same exact thing every single time. That is the easiest way to lose attention out of your customers and lose subscribers. Nobody wants to receive the same thing every time. They want newness. They want dopamine. They want different layouts. They want different colors. They want different themes. They want fun copy. This is how you keep subscribers and just compound your email revenue over time. And it's just very, very bland. Layers to get you in the gym, back in stock, gifting bestsellers, the essentials. It's just not cool. All of the images are taken just within like a photo studio, which just does not match their Instagram. Their Instagram is full of life and full of people, and it just creates just like a separate life pretty much and separate experience on the email side. We want that to be a little bit more of the same so that there's consistency. And none of these products have individual shop now buttons. It's very unclear. There's too much going on down here. There's no category buttons down at the bottom, and that's just not what we're looking for when we're a brand this big. So these are 3 emails that we made for Gymshark. And what you notice right off the bat compared to the other ones is there's a lot more variability. It's just a little bit more immersive for the customer. Let's break them down one by one. So rather than just having like the basic copy that they have in these emails, we wanted to upgrade things in this one. So in a world where you can do anything, do gym. And this is a saying that they kind of like say on their Instagram. And so we go in with like a little bit more emotional copy. The gym is our sanctuary, where sweat drowns out doubt, and every rep silences the noise of the world. Here you find peace in the grind and strength in the struggle, proving that the best battles are fought within. Amazing. Button right up at the top of the email so people can see it and click. You have this strong top section with Do Gym in the background. It's just a super cool email with powerful copy. It kind of fits Gymshark and their vibe a lot more than these corporate emails over here. And then we connect that to say, and if you're going to do gym, do it right. Mix and match our favorites back in stock for a guaranteed shirt shredding pump. And this bottom section is actually a GIF. If we click here and it flips through different items right here, so you can mix and match bestsellers to create different outfits, which is pretty creative. And then you finish with the new drops just in with the final call to action here at the bottom, and then shopping by category at the bottom. This is exactly what we want, a lot more immersive and a lot more fun. And then we have the social proof email as well, by gym lovers for gym lovers. You can see the background with the logos. It looks a lot cooler. And then we have some cool testimonials over a phone, 100 plus verified reviews, bolding the main points, very immersive, then a big button right underneath it, a cool photo gallery, which helps with branding, and it goes from like this gray background, a gradient, into just the plain white, ending with a shop now button. This is going to help earn trust points with the customer. And even if they don't convert off this email, they're getting more testimonials, which gets them to trust us more so that they can buy down the line. And then I wanted to create a value-based email. So we found a blog on dumbbell back exercises that you can use without the gym. And so we were saying top no-fuss dumbbell back exercises. So showing somebody with a jacked back, and then we're saying like, hey, this is what you can do. And then we actually break down different parts of the back, giving the customer some value, telling them what the different parts of the backs are, saying back anatomy 101, which I think is pretty cool, breaking down the different parts and their purposes. And then connecting back again into the blog and getting people to go back on the website. So giving them value, giving some social proof, and then just having a branded email with some more powerful copy. This is what the differences look like, mixing things up, making the designs more immersive, and not making them as corporate-y. That was the goal for the Gymshark emails, and I think we accomplished that. Next, moving along, second to last, we have this Lululemon email. So I want to talk about this email first. This was an email that they sent out, a campaign, melt into it, dissolve into every backbend, and forward fold wrapped in textured, buttery softness. That is very, very strong copy. I love it. I don't really want to change anything there. That's awesome. But the problem here with this hero section, I like the button at the top. We do have these buttons, which I don't love. We want to put that in the footer. But the problem is this button is so small and it's in the top left corner of the email. If you think about it, you hold your phone in your right hand. If I'm looking at the email, button's in the top left corner, I have to like stretch my thumb to click it, and that actually has a very big impact on conversions. You'd think stretching your thumb isn't as big of a deal, but for the lazy customer, it is. And then through the rest of this email, it's unclear that people can click this. You either need to underline this text, and again, I've tested this, I've A/B tested this consistently. You always get more clicks if you underline or include a Shop Now button. And then same thing for this section. Again, button way too small. You just need it to be bigger for the customer to click. And then you have some categories down here, but everything down here is kind of bland. So we want to take this up a notch a little bit just with our button placement and kind of just like mix things up. And so right here, we have this top section, melt into your set, yoga trending, making it more of a trending angle rather than just like, hey, shop these products. Talk about trending, and we're actually using a GIF in this top section, so it's going to play through different products. We use the same copy, and look at how big this button is. And again, we're making it branded to trending. Our subject line and preview text would really talk about trending and how this stuff is new and hot, so that people have more reason to shop our products. Now you notice the button is quite low, and I wanted to show you that you don't need to have a button at the top of your emails every single time. You want to make sure you're mixing it up so your customer is getting different style emails. And so you can do that every once in a while, have buttons and layouts like this, but just look at how big the button is. That's what we want. And I wanted to make sure we connected to people who weren't necessarily going to yoga. And so I said, style doesn't stop at the mat, and then showing products as well as testimonials. This is something that these big brands feel like they don't need to do, but I've tested it on big 8-9 figure brands. Testimonials always help. So having products here and then their testimonials and individual shop now buttons, finishing with a large shop trending yoga button. And again, style doesn't stop at the mat. What if people aren't doing yoga? We want to shop by collection, give people further options. So we have running, workout, casual, and yoga. This is going to help make sure that this email can get conversions off of everybody, not just active yoga members. So you can see the difference right here. We have the GIF at the top, what's going to be playing a lot more conversion based here with the product sections, and then also the shop by collection if people get to the bottom and they want to shop other items. So perfect, that's Lululemon. Let's get to the last one here. We have Hoka. Hoka, roam free, designed for technical terrain, now with more colors to keep things interesting. Shop now, showing some products, and then for the wild ones, and then tag us on Instagram. So if you notice the theme, you're probably gonna notice that I'm gonna say these need to have shop now buttons. I'd like to have a general shop now button as well, right under these, for people who don't necessarily like every single one of these products. Maybe they are interested in shopping now, but they don't like these ones. We want to give them an option right after browsing this to shop other items. And also, again, shop now buttons, quite small. It's very blocky. There's really no flow to this email. It's just section, and then section, and then section. And these sections aren't even really cool. They don't have a lot of elements in them. So we want to take that up a notch. Right here with this, what I did was I took this image and then I used an AI extender. I just looked up on the internet, AI photo extender, and then got this extended to show the sky. And to make it more immersive and not have just blocky sections, putting the logo actually over top the image, making roam free just bigger in the light, and then upgrading this body copy, keeping your comfort through thick and thin no matter the terrain. Blaze up the trails in our new and improved colorways, which I wanted to say because they said new shades here. Let's touch on that in the top copy. And then, of course, a big button right at the top of the email that we know the customer is going to see, and even a blind person will see. That's how big it is. And then this bridge section. I wanted to take things up a notch and actually talk about the product a little bit to educate the customer on why our product is like actually so good and so cool. We have the product in the background, an engineered mesh, Durabrasion outsole, and then 4mm lugs. So actually talking about the intricacies in the product, why it's so cool. This is going to convince customers to buy if they actually care about running, because they have these awesome features which are tied to benefits about the product that go back to the customer, rather than this email where you're kind of just saying, check out our shoes. You're not giving the customer any reason to actually buy from you. So, and then we have a big shop now button, and then we go to actually listing some products. Each one having an individual shop now button, and then we finish right here with woman and man so that you get to the bottom, you see these products, you don't like these exact ones, you can shop by woman or shop by man right at the bottom. Here's how the email looks, more immersive in the hero section, introducing a more educational bridge section, and then showing the products with individual shop now buttons, and then giving people the option to shop by category if they want. So that is Hoka. Going through all these emails again, just quickly, let me know what one your favorite was. I think probably my favorite is this Whoop one right at the beginning. I liked the copy. I thought it was kind of creative, the They Not Like Us. That song's been stuck on my head too. But also I think the biggest upgrade as well is Aloe. You know, these automations are firing for them without any buttons, which is pretty ridiculous. So I think this would probably have the biggest impact on the business. But also Gymshark, just for customer engagement. These emails are just going to really take things up a notch and help with their subscribes and keeping their list engaged so that they can make big amounts of money when they do send sale emails. But all in all, let me know what you think, which one of these were your favorites. I like them all, so it's hard to pick. So that was me making 6 popular brands a shit ton more money. Now, if you want to see me actually design these emails, I have a video right here actually showing you those Gymshark emails, and you get to watch me write and design and implement those emails. So if you like the Gymshark emails, click this video right here. You'll get the full process from A to Z. Hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know if there are any other brands that you want me to upgrade, and I will see you in the next. In this video, I'm going to be creating 3 emails from scratch for Gymshark, all the way from ideation to writing the copy to designing the emails, all the way into uploading in Klaviyo to be sent. Now, maybe you've noticed, but the e-commerce landscape from 2024 into 2025 has changed a lot. It seems like everybody and their mom has an e-commerce brand. There are drop shippers everywhere. The customers' attention spans are fried, and ad prices are higher than ever. This makes executing email marketing, which is the cheapest form of marketing out there, and doing it right so important for scaling your brand if you want to do so profitably. We are creating 3 non-discount emails that are going to print cash for Gymshark. You're gonna see my exact process, what's going through my mind, and how to execute these coming from a $40 million email marketer. You're gonna be able to copy this exact process for your e-commerce brand and apply it so that you can print cash. So let us do this. Okay, so step 1 is ideation and strategy. So we wanna figure out what emails we are going to be sending for Gymshark. Now, I don't really like to send discounts because we wanna save on our margins. You really don't have to if you execute email marketing properly. So what makes a great email idea and a great email angle? Well, we want it to be non-discount oriented. We want it to be promoting our brand. We want it to be giving value to the customer. And then we want to subtly promote our products throughout the email. This way, it doesn't seem too too salesy and increase sales resistance, but it promotes you enough to where the customer can make a choice to go buy with you. So what I like to do to get email inspiration for brands like Gymshark is I'm just gonna scroll their Instagram and their website to see what I can find. So let's do it. Okay, so here's my Instagram. You can follow me if you want. I have daily posts, but we're just going to look up Gymshark and see what we can find on their Instagram that we want to create an email off of. So you can see by their Instagram, they have a lot of community building stuff and kind of just like natural emails of people in the gym with quick, punchy captions. We definitely want to carry this over to their email marketing. But what's super weird about their email marketing, if we look here, is their stuff is just very corporate-y. It's quite bland. It's just showing pictures of people kind of, there's one with like some lifestyle images, but we're kind of just having like plain white images. There's really no life in this. It's kind of just corporate images. So we definitely want to bring some of the life on the Instagram over to email. So right now, like my mind, like put in the work is like something that you could create a whole email about and then tie that to the products. We really just want this to be like branded to Gymshark. So I'm just going to click through this and see what I can find. So one thing that I noticed is they always say like we do gym, like gym is like a verb. So you say like we do gym. I think that this is an angle that I'd like to do. I kind of thought of the headline like in a world where you can do anything, do gym. I think that's like a really cool tagline to use. It's really branded, and then we can tie that into, hey, and if you're gonna do gym, let's do it right with some Gymshark gear. So that's definitely going to be number one that we do. In a world where you can do anything, do gym. Perfect. So there is email one. Okay, now we have like a general branded email. And since we're gonna do two emails, I'm going to do like some other emails that I like to do. So we have a branded email right there. I wanna do a value-based email where we're giving a ton of value to the users. And then I also wanna do like a review or some sort of social proof based email. So I'm just gonna fill those in right now. We're going to do email to, let's do a review / social proof. And then email 3, let's do value of some sort. So we're gonna do email 3 value. Okay, so review and social proof. I'm just gonna take testimonials from the website. So I'm just gonna write testimonials, and then email 3 value. I know they have a blog, so I'm gonna go to their website and try to find a blog that I wanna use. So on their website, if we just scroll to the bottom, they have blogs right down here. So I'm going to like pick through these and see what I wanna make an email out of. Okay, so I think I found a good one right here. No fuss dumbbell back exercises to build your back. And this one's great because it's gonna hit on a pain point of people, which is like when you don't have access to like machines or you're doing like a home workout, then we can give people value by giving them dumbbell exercises to still build your back. And so ton of stuff to go off of here. We're gonna do a blog email giving value. I'm gonna take this link and then apply it over here to this. So right here, now we have all our 3 emails and the strategy and the ideation. That's kind of what goes into this. We want to be able to bring the customer value. We want to make sure that we're branded. We want to make sure we're promoting our products. We want to make sure we're proving we're real with testimonials and reviews. So we have the ideas. Now let's get to writing the copy. So what I like to do when starting out is I just like to lay things out as far as the email. I like to visually see what this email is going to be, split by different sections. So when I'm writing copy, this is what I like to do. So you can see, honestly, for the headline, I'm just gonna plug this in and put this centered, and then we'll work with like body copy and buttons next. I always like to go to this website, mild.com, and always have kind of like some emails I'm trying to replicate when I'm writing the copy, because why would I try to reinvent the wheel and like create this brand new email when I can take what already successful brands are doing? So I'm following some of these brands here, and I'm just gonna like click through and try to find different layouts and sections of emails that I like that we can steal. Like this one, for example, we have a headline and we have some body copy and then a button right at the top of the email. I love this, but I don't like how the button over here is on the left side. I kind of want to make it centered and right in the customer's face. So probably what I want to do, I want to copy kind of this section of headline, body copy, button, but I want to put that at the top of the email. So I'm going to insert like body and then button. So what I'm thinking for this email, we have this headline, we finish with a little bit of body copy here to be like, yada, 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 do the gym this weekend. And then I want to tie it into our products and then say something like, and if you're going to do gym, do it right with Gymshark products using some of our best sellers. So we are going to be promoting our best sellers here. Now, when you're an email nerd like me, when you review emails all day, every day, you kind of have like a bank of ideas that you feel like you can use. And one idea that I think is really good is doing like a mix and match section. So what I want to do is kind of like show images of someone's shirt and then bottoms, and then promote people just being like, hey, mix and match these bestsellers, and then flip through different tops and then different bottoms and get like a whole gym fit. You'll see what I mean. But what I want to do here is I'm just going to write this out. Okay, so this is the section that I'm kind of referring to. This was a GIF that flipped through different tops and then also through different bottoms. It's just a cool way to visualize what your gym outfit could be. And so this is what I'm trying to copy. And so I said mix and match tops and bottoms for the graphic like the one below, so that if you're using a designer, then they know what you want to do. And then we say if you're going to do gym, do it right. Let's add like some cool body copy to go with that as well. Since we're doing a mix and match section, I said mix and match our favorites, and then added some branded copy with like a benefit for the customer for a guaranteed shirt shredding pump. Okay, so that's going to be the basis of this whole email. Now I kind of just need body copy here. Okay, so for this body copy, I literally just used ChatGPT. If you have a big brand like Gymshark, they're going to know Gymshark's voice and use it. So I just said, can you write me 2 sentences from the point of view and voice of Gymshark about how the gym is the best place in the world? It's where you get peace and fight off bad thoughts, etc. Kind of like tying into this. And it said, the gym is our sanctuary where sweat drowns out doubt and every rep silences the noise of the world. Whew. Here you find peace in the grind and strength in the struggle, proving that the best battles are fought within. That is quite fire and better than anything I could have done, so I'm going to use that. So I just put that in. Now that is actually like really good. A lot of times ChatGPT, you got to kind of work with it, but I think that is perfect. Super branded and it's super cool. It ties into all this. And then what I want to do just for this section is we're just going to tie just like a regular lifestyle image, and it's kind of like going to be overlaid over the top. We're going to make sure that everything up here is at the top of the email so the customer can easily read it and click it. Okay, so this is what we have so far. I want to add just like a footer section here because every email needs a footer. And then I kind of feel like we need one more thing, because we have a lifestyle image up top. We have like a product type section here. I kind of want to bring this a little bit more life, and maybe some person doesn't want to mix and match. I know that they just released some new products, so I'm just going to add a quick section down here introducing some lifestyle images, or like a lifestyle image promoting some of their new products. So a section like this is always good to like throw down at the bottom of your emails to bring some life. And so I kind of want to copy this section, but do it for like new products being released. So I just kept this real simple. New drops just in, shop what's new and what's hot, shop now. And this email I think is a banger. Super excited to see how the design turns out, but let's move on to the copy of the other emails. So for this email, I want to bring it some even more life, and I'm actually stealing this from somebody who's in my community, my school community. We have over 450 people. He sent this in of an email he did himself, and I absolutely love this. Shout out to you, Dominic. So I want to copy this layout in like the hero section, feature some reviews with like a phone. I think that would be super cool. I just got to go find the reviews and lay this email out. So just like last time, I'm going to insert a table with a few different sections. And just like this, I want to have the phone section here. I'm going to go find some testimonials. Instead of doing like 4.93, I'm just going to say 100,000 plus verified reviews, because that's a big selling point for Gymshark since they are so proven. Okay, there we go. 100,000 plus verified reviews. This is what's going to be like in the phone, I believe. And I picked out these testimonials. Make sure to take time when picking out testimonials. Overcome some objections. We have male and female, and just really talking about how what we have is like very quality. In a benefit, they make the glutes and quads to look great. So perfect. I kind of just want to add like a headline here. Something to make it more personal. That's something that I feel like Gymshark is lacking in their email. They kind of look like very corporate-y. I want to give them a little bit more life and personal feel with it. So I think something really strong here is to say something like by gym lovers for gym lovers. I think that's good. By gym lovers for gym lovers. Add a comma in there as well. Perfect. We just need to end with a shop now button here. So I'm just going to insert that now, and boom. That right there is fire. I think that's going to look sweet. Super excited to see how this turns out. Now, I always like to have life in my emails, and this is just going to be like a graphic of a phone. There's no people in it. So I think I just like to bring this to life a little bit. I want the email to be focused on this review section and get people to click. I don't want to overwhelm them with a ton of stuff and buttons. So I'm just going to say insert photo gallery of lifestyle pictures. So I inserted that and then a shop now, and I actually found like an example of a photo gallery. I don't want something like super lame and bland. I think like a photo gallery like this is super cool, super effective. It adds a lot of depth to the email, brings it to life, and then finish with a shop now button. And that's kind of like what we want to do with this email. Keep it really simple. We won't feature any products. So I'm going to delete this row and then just put footer in. And then we'll see how it turns out. If we want to add anything in the design process, then we're going to be able to do that. But for now, I think just making this email super cool up top, add some life to the bottom is perfect. Okay, now we are doing a blog email. So for blog emails, I like to have it the same layout as up here, where we have a headline, body copy, and then a button that says learn more right at the top of the email. We want to tease the blog and try to really sell the click to get people to click and read the full blog themselves, because right there, they're on the website. And it'll be easy for them to read the blog and then just go and shop some products and generate sales. So I definitely want to copy that layout up here. It's kind of just like the winning layout that we do for a lot of our emails for our clients. So I'm just going to do that and lay it out super easy right now. And then for the rest of blog emails, we want to continue to sell the click, but give them some information because we want the email to have some value. So we're going to add a bridge summarizing / giving value. And then we could end that right there, but I'll probably add another bottom slice, kind of like similar to this, just to bring a little bit more life to it. So we're going to add another bottom shop slice, and now let's figure out what we want to do for the email. So here is the email. I think that this is probably good just to use as our headline, just no fuss dumbbell back exercises. To build your back might be a little bit too wordy, so I'm just gonna say no fuss dumbbell back exercises. So I went ahead and added some body copy here, talking about kind of the benefits of doing your back. So getting the nice V shape from your back to your torso doesn't require crazy equipment. So we're kind of like selling and teasing that like you can do this without what you typically think. Do you just have dumbbells in your home gym? We got you. Build your back with these top 5 dumbbell back exercises. So I think that's great. Couple reasons why that's great is people love lists. So we tell them there's a list here, and we have some branded stuff where it's like super conversational, like we got you. And that's kind of like in the voice of the customer. We're talking about building our back and really selling the click here. So I love that. And then probably have a lifestyle image of someone's back. So I'm just going to say lifestyle image right here. So I was just like trying to find inspiration for this bridge section, and look at this from this brand here, Chest Anatomy 101, calling out like different parts of the chest and then what part it hits. Like, this is brilliant. I think this is great to bring value to the list, break down different parts of the back. Let's do something like that. Let's steal this. And right here in this blog by Gymshark, they actually break down each thing for us. So let's just use this and then create the graphics. So that's perfect right here. We're just going to do that and then tease the click again. We say Back Anatomy 101, kind of stealing from this example right here. Back Anatomy 101, breaking down the different parts, and then we'll have pictures for each one. I think that will be perfect. Now we could have ended right there, but I kind of want some more branded stuff here, so it's not just too sciencey right in your face. So I added some copy, kind of selling the click even more. With these exercises, there's no excuse. Again, motivational tone, just like Gymshark. With minimal equipment and space required, these dumbbell back exercises can withstand the busiest gym to the smallest living room workout. Again, focusing really on benefits here, like, hey, you can use these to build your back even when the gym is busy. So boom, we have the copy for all 3. We've ideated them, we've written the copy, and we've laid them out. Now we just need to design. So let's talk about email design. There are a number of different platforms that you can use. You can use Canva, you can use Figma, you can use Photoshop, all this stuff. I highly recommend using Figma. It's what we use. It's the easiest to organize. You have the most features. Canva is good, but just doesn't have as many features. It's harder to organize, and it's just very base level. And for the stuff we want to do that's advanced, we need to have features that are kind of like what are available in Figma. So let's get straight into Figma and start designing these emails. Okay, so here we are inside of Figma. I created this new file here. You can see all sorts of different features. We have stuff up here, slices, frames, we have shapes, which is majority of what we're going to be using, as well as inserting images. You have things like a pen, pencil, you have your text, you have different components and whatnot, comments, all that good stuff. But really, most of what we're going to be doing is using these shapes right here. So we are going to start off with in a world where you can do anything, do gym. So here's what we have to go off of. We have the headline, body copy, shop now, this bridge section, and then a bottom slice. So let's just lay it out inside of Figma. So first thing is we create a frame which is kind of just like the outline of your email. And right now it is set as fill white, which I think is totally fine. I'm going to set the width as 600, as that's what I typically like to do for email designs. So I'm going to zoom out a bit, and then we just want to extend this frame out, and let's lay this thing out. So we are going to have a logo at the top. We're going to have our headline, body copy, and then image. So I just copy and pasted everything in. We'll just have a headline right here, the body copy right here, and then a shop now button, which if you want to see how I did that, all we did is we put a rectangle here, set the width to whatever we want, and if we go over here to this right here, we can add edges. So let's try like 30, and perfect, it just becomes that. So then we can do this, change the color to whatever you want. Let's change it to white for this example, and then you can just add a text that says shop now right there. That is white text, which is tough to see. Let's change you to black. Gonna extend this out and then put you right in there. And that's all you really need to do. So just going to delete that for now, and then we'll have an image down here, which I'm going to need to find. But let's go on ahead and get this going. So I found this image, and I think that it is perfect for what we're trying to do. There's room at the top. There's this girl right here, which is kind of just like the brand. She represents the brand. So I'm going to put this in, and I want to make sure that we can see everything. So I'm just going to right click this and send this to the back. And then right there, boom, we have this lady in this image. I'm going to delete this, and then we can adjust the colors here to be white. And I almost forgot, but we need to put the logo up at the top here. So I just pulled this off of the internet. Let's plug you in here, and then maybe give you some room and zoom in, make sure that you are nice and centered. Perfect, all set here. Now what I want to do is I want to adjust the fonts here so it looks more like Gymshark rather than this basic font. And boom, look at how much that brings it to life, having the correct Gymshark font. Now this looks like Gymshark. I want to move this up and then crop you just so she's a little bit closer. And yeah, this is looking pretty badass so far. But it still feels like there's something missing. There's like some weird space right here. I think something cool that we can add to give it even more depth is we say like do gym in the background. So we're gonna have to do some cool stuff right here, which I'll show you. So in order to put the do gym behind this girl, right now this is one image, as you can see right there. And so I can't, if I tried to write like do gym, it's just gonna go like in front of her. We want it to go behind. So what we have to do is we have to remove her from the background and then separate the background from her so that they're right here and here, and then put do gym right in between. So what we are going to do here, I just copy and pasted this. I'm going to use a plugin that I have called Icons 8 Background Remover, and then remove the background on her, and then it will essentially just like show just her. And so boom, here's what we got. It's her without the background, and then we're gonna be able to plug her over top and then put text behind her. So for the text, I just pulled this up to the side here. I'm gonna say do gym. I'm going to lowercase this as I typed it, and just like that, we will put you in. I'm actually gonna adjust the spacing a little bit. Okay, boom, just updated that. Now let us insert you in here, and then we can kind of like play around with this to make sure that it's coolly styled. So I'm going to increase the size to like 70 and see how that looks. Okay, cool. I kind of like that, but let's jazz this up even a little bit more. Let's change you into, let's see, that looks cool. Yeah, just like that. And then what we could do is copy and paste this multiple times, and then I'm gonna put this like behind her. So to move these behind her, I'm gonna highlight these and then just go to layers and move it behind this image of her. And then hopefully, if we did it correctly, let me unlock these, then we're going to be moved behind her, and then boom, it looks like, I think we did that correct. Just moved this, cropped, and then boom, we're all set. We can carry this all the way down. But before that, I kind of want to make this even cooler rather than just like plain. I'm going to make these like outlines. Okay, so if we do this is a cool trick that you can use. We are going to turn the fill off and then add a stroke on the outside, just like that. Let's just change this to white. And then boom, that looks cool. And so what if we even, I'm going to move you down for just a second. We're gonna do the same thing for the rest of these, but we can make the stroke slightly different. So we could keep that, but what would happen if we made it a little bit lighter? Yeah, like that. And then we made this the same, and then we went back and forth. Okay, here we go. Now we are cooking. That is a killer hero section. I absolutely love it. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so I just put in the hero and then the bridge, but you can see for the rest of this, we're going to do this mix and match section. So we need to get a ton of images, and we also need to get just like bottom sections as well. Okay, so I just got like the first frame of our GIF. I'm gonna show you how to create a GIF. So all that I did here is I created a frame that is on 600 width. Let's actually adjust that. So all you need to do to create a GIF is you need to create the different frames. So all I have is this frame. I just inserted this image from the website and then took these bottoms from it and then added just a circle and some arrows right here. Then all we need to do to create a GIF is we just need to copy and paste this and then fill in the blanks. And then we're going to use a cool little plugin to create the GIF for us. So this is how the GIF is going to go. It's going to change the top, keep the bottom, and then keep the top, change the bottom, and then kind of just like repeat that so that people can mix and match. All you have to do to create the GIF is we want to click all of these. I'm clicking shift and clicking on all of them. And then we're going to use another plugin of mine. Go over here, go to plugins, and then we're going to use this plugin called Giphy Canvas. We've selected everything. We open Giphy Canvas, and now it's going to create this just like that. Perfect. Let's download it and then put it into our design. So I just inserted the GIF here. So let's zoom in. If we were to go on here and then click play over here on the side, we're gonna see it plays. It's not gonna show on the static Figma design, but that's fine. We'll just plug you in just like that. Go up, extend the frame, and then add a button down at the bottom. Perfect. Look at this. This is playing through, and this is gonna look awesome. Let's just make sure that this is centered, and boom. Now we just have to do the bottom section. The new drop's just in. I need to find an image for this, and then it's gonna be super easy once we have a good image to just put in the text that we have right here. Okay, so I found this on their Instagram, and this is perfect. I had to crop it a little bit, but we're just gonna be able to put our text right here. So let's put this at the bottom. You see, it really brings this a little bit more life since this bridge section is just like plain product pictures of people in like a studio. So this is gonna be perfect. Let's just add in our text. And boom, that is looking mighty freaking fine. I like how it also matches like kind of the colors up here. Now we just need to add our footer, and then this email is going to be good to go. So for my footers, I always like to have different buttons so that people can continue to shop in whatever way they like. So I'm gonna separate by men and then women. Add those buttons, add like the social media, add some icons, and then we should be good to go. Okay, boom, let's take a look at what I did. I'm actually going to copy this and use it up top just like this for the rest of the footer. Let's adjust some of these lines, but you can see what I did with the footer. I added lines with text for woman, man, and then we have our social media icons. These are just images, and then I took these from their website just like this. That's perfect. I just want to make sure that this is properly aligned and spaced, and then I think this email is good to go. Boom, look at this email. Absolutely love how it turned out. We have a headline, we have the body copy here that is very branded, we have shop now, we have the cool gym section, we have this unique section gifting through different products, new drops just in, adding in more of a lifestyle image with more colors, and then a button, and then a footer with buttons so that people can keep shopping. This is a near 10 out of 10 email in my eyes, not to flatter ourselves here, but looks absolutely amazing. Let's move on to the other emails. Okay, so for these other emails, I'm going to kind of go fast so that we can make sure that this video isn't like 2 hours long, but we have the review social proof email right here. Let's get this one knocked out. So same deal here, adding a frame. We're going to make this 600 width. And then we will kind of insert our different sections here. So I just got this phone just off the internet. We're going off of the example that we have right here. So we need to put a headline. We need to kind of have outlines here and then a button. So let's get straight into adding those in. So I'm just gonna copy that and paste this over. Say, by gym lovers, for gym lovers. change you to black, and that's perfect. Now let's get like the testimonials in here. So for these, I want to make it pop out like this example right here. So let's do this. Let's create a little rectangle like this. Let's add some borders around it, and then we can put this in right here. It looks kind of weird as is. Let's adjust the colors a little bit. This is kind of more Gymshark's speed. So we'll have one testimonial there, one testimonial here, and then one testimonial here. Move you down, 100,000 plus verified reviews. This looks pretty freaking cool. Let me adjust the spacing a little bit to kind of be where I want it to be. And boom, that looks pretty perfect. So what we did here was we just kept those colors. We used this gray background with a 300 corners, and these are different. This is just like one little text boxes that I organized differently, but just putting the person's name and then bolding kind of the main points, make the glutes and quads look great. Fantastic value for money. I just got these images right here, these icons. So if you go up into shapes up here, there's actually star. So I just made 5 of them and put them next to each other. And this looks pretty freaking badass so far. But I don't want a plain white background. So let me go to like their website, see if there's kind of like some texture that I can use. Let me see if I can find like some background like this would be super cool to have like over our behind our phone. Okay, so I found this. I think this background is perfect. So what if we literally just like kind of plugged this in here? Oh, there we go. And then move you to the back. Oh yeah, there we go. I really like how that looks. So let me add the logo here. I'm actually gonna find a white logo that's clear, because I think it would be cool if we didn't have the logo in its own bar. Perfect. Throw you up here at the top. And this looks badass. I love the texture. Still seems a little bit blank. So let's add like the Gymshark logos as well to add even more depth. So I just got the logo here. Can we put, there we go. That looks super cool. Let's add like another up here. Move you guys to the back so that you're not blocking anything. Oh, actually, we can't send you all the way to the back. Let's move you above that image. Maybe add like a angle. And okay, this looks real badass. Just like that. And then maybe change you to white. And then I think this is pretty much good to go. Made some slight updates, and look at that hero section. I absolutely love it. Now we just have to get to this bridge section. So I'm just gonna copy this and insert a ton of images. Boom, look at this. We have a ton more life. We're showing off our products, and I wanna end with a final shop now button as well before we move to the footer, which again, I'm just going to copy and paste from here. Maybe extend you out a little bit. And boom, this looks amazing. Love how this turned out, but I want to take this a little bit further because I don't like how this is so abrupt. I think I'm going to add a gradient of some kind just to make this gray flow into like our white footer. Okay, so to add a gradient in the background, we want it to flow from gray to white. So I'm going to create a rectangle right here, change you to 600. And all you have to do is click right here, go to gradient, and then we're going to be able to have this flow. I'm gonna put these behind the images and play around with some of the coloring to make it flow from gray to white. Okay, so I found like the perfect color right here. I just used a color finder. Then we have the linear, stops 0%, means it's at the top. And then we have this section going all the way through, and perfect. We just want this bottom color to be white so that it flows from gray to white. And it's literally that simple. Look at how much better this flows. I absolutely love how this email turned out. It looks like it is good to go as well. Okay, in the last email here, we have this blog, no fuss dumbbell back exercises. We're gonna have a hero image up at the top. We're gonna have this bridge section of back anatomy, and then finish down here. Let's get to the design and start off, of course, with a frame that is 600 width. So since we're using kind of the same layout as this email, I'm just going to copy this whole section up here, just like that, and then paste it and move you over here. Now we have that. Let's just copy and paste our headline. So there we go. We just have to change this button to learn more. and we're pretty good there. Okay, my camera stopped, but we are back and we are doing the last one here, which of course is going to be the no fuss dumbbell back exercises. So for this one, especially for blog emails, I like to have the headline, the body copy, and then learn more button right at the top of the email so that the customer can easily click. Since we're just teasing, we really want to sell the click on this email. So that is what we're going to do. We can probably literally copy this top layout. So that's what I'm going to do just to start out. I'm going to copy this over, maybe just like delete all this stuff. And then I'm just going to copy and paste the copy from over here. Okay, and just like that, we have copied everything over with the copy and paste from the copy in our document here. Just added top no fuss dumbbell back exercises. It's going to be super easy for the customer just to click. So what we need now is we just need an image to go behind this, and I want it to be of somebody's back, just absolutely jacked, so that we get the person to click. And I've got an image from over here, which perfect. I wish this was a picture of me, but it's not. I found this just on the internet, so I'm just going to slide this in here and then move this to the back. And then I want to click the frame so that this stuff gets clipped off. I'm going to click clip content, and then just like that, we can have the person's back just like this. Maybe move this down just a little bit, do something like this, and then boom. But the problem with this is that this is very difficult to see and to read. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a gradient. So we're using white text here. We can add like a black gradient behind this to kind of like flow into the picture. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you what I want to do. Let's set this to like 600 width. I'm going to move this in here. I'm going to set it to black. And then we want to move this backwards, just like this. So we want the gradient to maybe go until like this point, until the image is like perfect. All we do, go over here, gradient, and from the top, we want it to be black, and then at the bottom down here, we just want it to be see-through. So we're gonna change this color right here to 0%, and then see how that looks. Okay, that looks a little bit better, a little bit easier to see, but I still think it could be a little bit easier. So what we can do is we can move this stopping point for when to like start the gradient, is we can move it to like, let's go 35% of the way. It's gonna move it all the way like down here, and then boom. Now that is a little bit better, a little bit easier to see, and I don't think this should be a problem. Let's move this down just a little bit, and boom, this looks pretty freaking good. Awesome. So it looks like we're set here. I'm gonna set a fill as white. We're just gonna use a white background for the rest of the frame as we go into the bridge section of Back Anatomy 101. So I'm going to get some like pictures off of the internet of like different parts of the back so that we can call them out and kind of like point at them during this bridge section. So perfect, here we go. I got these. We have the traps, the rhomboids, the lats, and then the erector spinae. And so I laid them out just like this, super simple. This is 600 width. So all that I need to do now is drag these in, maybe throw it in like right there, make sure it's centered. And it kind of looks, I want to add on all of these, I'm going to add just if you click right here, it's going to add a border around the inside, just one width. So now these stand out just a little bit. And we have this copy here, the Back Anatomy 101. So just going to do this, change you to black, and that should be good like this. To make it a little bit less flat, sometimes what I like to do is add like a drop shadow, which you can go over here. So I'm just gonna click effects right here and then drop shadow, and you can adjust like how you want it to be viewed. So right now it's going Y4, maybe add like an X to the 2 so it goes out to the side, and now it has a little bit more depth. So now we can add the remaining copy of just these parts. So I'm going to copy and paste this stuff over just in some text boxes. So check out what I did. I just took the copy from this section here, and we just put we put like the name of the muscle on top and the body copy, and then all I did was I created an arrow just like this, which you can do just by going up here. You can create a line. So let me just do a mock for you, just like this. You can create your line however you want, and then if you want to add like a curve, you can go like that. and then do something like add a 60 bend, something like that, and you're going to be able to do anything that you want. So we just pointed to the different muscles, and this looks pretty freaking good. I also added a learn more button just right at the bottom down here. That should be perfect, but still I feel like it is a little bit flat. And so I kind of want to draw inspiration from this text over here and put something like back anatomy or something just to bring this a little bit more to life. So what if I'm just going to copy that and then move you back, put this here. And I'm just going to say like back anatomy, change the stroke to black so that we can see it right here. And then what if we put it like that? Let's see, how could we make this work? I think probably the best move is do something like that, and then you could say like anatomy, do like the rest of it down here at the bottom like this. I'm actually gonna end with 101. I think that would look a little bit cooler. There we go. Something like that brings it a little bit more to life. I don't think it's too distracting. It might be. Let me know what you think in the comments. I think it looks pretty cool. I don't think that's too busy. I think that this is perfect just how it is. Okay, boom, looking pretty freaking sweet so far. We have one last slice section here. We don't really give any direction on the design. I do feel like this is a little bit bland in terms of it's just like black and white. So I think we could add some photos down here with the text, and that'll bring it to life a little bit more. Okay, so I just got these 3 pictures of just people flexing their back, again, to get people to want to click this article with their back. So I think that helps. Now we can add our copy down here at the bottom. So there we go. Not too bad, just like this. Let's throw in this footer and see how the whole thing looks. Perfect. Look at this thing, how it flows. We have everything in here with the footer and the remaining text. This looks awesome. Love how it looks. We have multiple reminders for the person to click. Learn more, learn more, learn more. You can have this many buttons as long as you're not telling the customer too many different things. We're just telling them one thing, trying to lead them to one decision. So this is perfect. So here is the final product, looking pretty sweet. Love how it turned out, and there we go. So here are all 3 emails. They look really good. We have some different variety. We have a branded email that's more just like selling bestsellers and selling like their brand voice. And then we also have a testimonial one, just kind of a cool little concept right here. Testimonials try to boost some social proof and some goodwill with the customers. And then we also have some value, teaching people a little bit about their back and then how you can grow your back without having to have crazy gym equipment. These perfect. Love how these turned out. Now let's go over how we can actually upload these inside of Klaviyo. Okay, so to upload emails into Klaviyo, there's a couple steps that we need to do. I'm just going to upload this one for you guys just to show you how it's done. So what we do when we're uploading emails is we're uploading image files. So we're uploading slices of this email as images. And then what we can do is we can link the images where all the buttons are to like take the customer somewhere, like to the blog. So what we're doing in this email is we are going to export a ton of different image files across this email. We are then going to have to compress those image files to be smaller, because if we just try to export them as they are, they're going to be really big file sizes, and we don't want big file sizes because then it's going to take a long time for the email to load in the person's inbox. I'll explain a little bit more on that in a second. But then after that, so we're going to export as images, we're going to compress the files, then we're going to upload them into Klaviyo, we're going to add our links, and then we're going to be good to fire off. So in order to slice this as image files into Klaviyo, there's a feature right up here inside of Figma called Slice, and all we do is we are just going to slice the different parts of the email that may need different links. So for example, this logo section, I just created a slice, and what this is going to do is it's going to capture that section in the slice and give it to us as whatever file we want. So what I like to do is I like to export on 2x just to make sure it's good quality. And then for the type of file, I like to do a JPEG. You can do whatever you want really. And then we just want to export it, save it to our computer. And so I can just say GS slice 1. And then I will know that this is the first slice right there. So that's the first slice. And then for the second slice, I just copy and paste it. I'm going to move this one down, make sure that they are aligned right there. And then I'm just going to go down to this section. Now you may be wondering, why don't I create a slice for this whole entire section? Well, that's just going to be a little bit too big. And so we don't want our file sizes to be too big, again, because the bigger our size of this, the more time it's going to take for it to load in the customer's inbox. So for example, right here, I actually could, this is probably like the biggest you would want to go, but just to be safe, I would go just right here and then export this as like the second slice, and then we'll do the remainder after. Okay, so I have the email all sliced up. I've saved the files onto my computer. Next, I like to go to this website, iloveimg.com. It's the easiest in my opinion. And we're just going to go compress image. You can really use any website. This is just the one I use, and we're just going to save all of our slices, which we can find right here. So I'm just going to select all of these. I'm going to open them, and then we're going to compress them, and you can see, we're going to see how much space that we saved. So you can see right here, we went from 2.84 megabytes to 469 kilobytes. Perfect. We're just going to download these, and then we get a zip folder right here, and then we have the compressed files that pretty much don't sacrifice any quality, but they're just smaller file sizes. So now let's take these over to Klaviyo. Okay, so now here we are inside of Klaviyo. We're just going to create a campaign. We're going to do GS video test. We're going to do an email. We are going to click continue. We can choose our audience to be whoever we want. It really doesn't matter. I'll just say newsletter. It's just a mock Klaviyo account. And for subject line and preview text, we can really do whatever. I have a in-depth video on subject lines and preview text. You can check that out on whatever you want it to be. But for this one, we could just like copy this right here. That's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna copy the text here. We're gonna say no fuss dumbbell back exercises, and maybe do a flex right there. And then no gym, no problem. Something like that. End with ... It's a lot more curiosity driven to do something like that. Sender name, obviously you want to make that Gymshark, but all we have to do here is we can create a blank email inside of Klaviyo, and again, we have image files. So what we do is we're just going to upload a bunch of images. So I'm going to delete these, delete this section here. We can keep the social icons. I'm going to duplicate ton of these image sections, and then we are just going to upload our new slices, which we compressed right here. So start off with the logo, and then one by one work down the line. Alrighty, so take a look at this. We've added all of our separate images right in here. So what I did, these are literally all images besides this social link section, which we can edit this to be whatever icons that we want. If we want it to be a different social media, you could change it from Twitter to TikTok, whatever you want it to be. That's something that you can do for Gymshark, and then just link them separately here. Super easy. Again, this is just all images. And then we have the unsubscribe text here at the bottom, but I'm going to take you through a footer trick that I like to do to improve our deliverability. So since we're uploading a ton of images here, that can look fishy in the eyes of like Gmail if it's just like an email with a ton of images and there's only this much text within the whole email. So we want to override that and try to show Gmail that this isn't spammy by putting a bunch of text in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a ton of text right in the bottom of this email. So let me show you what we're going to do. Okay, so as you can see, I just went to the Gymshark's website, and I'm just going to copy and paste their About Us section, and we're just going to put all this text inside of Klaviyo, but we're going to make it completely invisible. So watch this. I just put the text box in here. I'm going to paste all of this text. So look at how much text this is. Now this is going to help with our deliverability because Google is going to see, oh, there's text. There's a lot of text in this email as well as images. So I'm just going to center this, but we're going to make this super small. We're going to make it size 5, and we're going to change the color to be something like white, so it's see-through. It's the same color as the background here. And then we can even change the line spacing so it's not taking up like a bunch of white space. Change this to like 5%, and then look at that, completely invisible, but there's a ton of text right there, and this is going to help with our inbox placement. Now that we have the pretty much whole email built, we need to add in all of the links for the images. So if some person clicked this button, we want this to just take somebody to the main Gymshark page. So I'm just going to copy that right here, and then for this section, we're going to want to take them to the blog. Okay, so here's the blog. I just copied the link, and that's probably going to be pretty much the rest of the links in this email. All that we really have left is woman and man, so I'm going to go to Gymshark. Gymshark, go to the men's section, copy this link, and then do the same for women. Okay, perfect. Now the last step is we want to add alt text, which is right here. So essentially if somebody blocks images from showing up in their email, which is less than 1% of people, it's very low, but it's just going to show the text. And so it's going to show this alt text. So all you want to do is kind of like summarize your message right here. Sometimes this can help with deliverability, but it's really not a big deal. I just kind of like paraphrase whatever it is. So you could just say top no fuss dumbbell back exercises, and then do the same for the rest. And boom, just like that, we have everything. The email looks good on desktop and mobile. Now, as a final form of defense, what you can do is you can send yourself a preview. All you do is click send test up here, send yourself an email, check all the links, make sure that the email looks good before you fire it off, which is super simple. All that you do is you go to next. So again, I don't know why the subject line didn't load, but you could just say something like that. Go to next, and then schedule or send, and it's as simple as scheduling it to wherever you want it to be. Boom, you just watched me from A to Z strategize, write the copy, design, and then implement to send off 3 Gymshark emails. This is the exact process that we use at my agency, which has generated $40 million for clients in the past few years. I hope you got some value from this. If you did, subscribe to my newsletter, inboxnewsletter.com/subscribe. You can get a free 75-page guide on email marketing when you sign up. If there's another brand you'd like to see me create emails for, let me know in the comments. And again, I hope you got a ton of value from this. Drop a like, whatever you need to do. And yeah, I'll look forward to hearing from you, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Cheers. Okay, this is most definitely my most asked question. We were talking about how to get out of the spam folder ASAP as possible. As soon as possible. That is what we are going over real quickly in this video. This is exactly what we use. And I just want to say, I hate how complicated many people will make deliverability seem. In most cases, it's trying to make you feel like you can't do it yourself so that you buy someone else's service, but it's really not that difficult, and I'm going to try to show you exactly that. And I'm going to go over exactly how to get out of the spam folder if your emails are ending up in the spam folder, how to get out, and then how to stay in the inbox, because people aren't receiving your emails. It's going to be pretty hard to make money. So what is deliverability? Just so we're on the same page. Essentially, inbox providers want to improve the experience of their customers by only showing them emails that they want to see. Because if you're just full of a bunch of emails that you don't want to see, they're probably not going to use your platform, and they're not going to see your ads. So inbox providers want to do that. So deliverability essentially refers to your domain and IP's sending credit score. That's how I look at it. If you have a good credit score, you're going to land in the primary tab, which is right here. If you have a bad credit score, you're going to land in the spam, which nobody checks their spam. If you're somewhere in the middle, you'll land in the promotions tab, which again, it's not a spot you want to be. You really just want to be in the primary inbox. So essentially that's what deliverability is. It is your credit score. How reputable of a sender are you? Are you more likely to land in spam, promotions, or the primary tab? That's what we're talking about. So again, just think of the ads of Google. If 2 out of 10 people are consistently opening your emails, if you're sending to 10,000 people, 2,000 people are opening them, you think that Google is going to keep sending you in the main inbox? 8 out of 10 people aren't opening your emails? No. So if you have 50% open rates, you're getting good engagement, that tells Google they're thinking, okay, where should I put this email? It's going to improve. It's going to improve your inbox rate, and then this is just like a cycle that keeps building off of each other. Whereas if you have like 20 to 30% open rates and bad click rates, Google's like, okay, not a lot of people are seeing this. Let's send them to the spam folder. Let's send them to the promotions folder. And then it makes it even harder for people to see your emails. And so it's just like a cycle. So it can be hard to get out, but not impossible, which I'm going to go over. So join my free daily newsletter. Yes, promo here. Get a free 75-page guide when you sign up. It's really good. I suggest you sign up. So why are your open rates low? So essentially, open rates, how many people are opening your emails, and a lot of people, that's just like kind of the best way to view your deliverability is how many people are opening your emails. And so why would your open rate to be low? And when I say low, I'm saying sub 40%. We want to be above 40%. So let's assume you have like all the technical stuff in place. You have like your domain requirements, which if Klaviyo doesn't have a warning sign like at the top of your homepage, you should be fine. So let's assume you have those in place. There are 2 possible reasons you're getting low engagement, you're getting 20% opens. 1, your emails suck and nobody wants to open them. Could be that. Or 2, you have a bad sender reputation and Google's just sending you to spam promotions and people aren't seeing your emails. So the best way to improve your deliverability is to make better emails. If you make good emails, people enjoy them, and then they continue to open them. If you send the same templated BS little design where it's just like, okay, I'm going to put this up in 5 minutes, it's a template, what's the value you're bringing to the user? Why are they incentivized to join? Whereas if you have a clean design, you have good copy, you have a fun email with a good topic that people want to learn about, and it's different every time, you're giving people a dopamine release when they open their email. You get a positive association, and then their monkey brain, essentially next time they see a notification then from an email from you, they're like, oh, last time I got dopamine, let me go click and check what's happening. People crave dopamine, especially today, TikTok, all that good stuff. And that leads to future open. So just improve your emails, and your deliverability will improve a long ways. That's literally the number one way I see deliverability being improved. Just send better content. And then the number 2 is build up your sender reputation. If you're getting sub 40% opens, you are likely getting higher promotions tab and spam inbox placement. So we need to prove to inbox providers. So right now we have a bad sender reputation. We're landing in these other inboxes. We need to prove to these inbox providers that people like our emails and want to engage with them. So we do this by boosting up our opens and clicks for a period of time. We want to show Google, hey, we're getting high opens, high clicks. People are engaging with our emails. We're at a very high rate. How do we do that? We only send to people who open and click your emails. It is so simple, so simple. Stop sending to people who don't open and engage with your emails. So that is what we want to go over, and this is the protocol that I'm going to go over with you. Super simple. So what we want to do to start out, we want to create engaged segments. Engaged meaning essentially just like a segment of your list of people who are opening and clicking your emails. So we want to create engaged segments of 14-day, 30-day, 60-day, and 90-day variations. Typo, how unprofessional of me. But this is essentially the segment that you want to create for the different days. So this is a 60-day engagement. You can see what somebody's done. They've opened email at least once in the last 60 days or clicked email at least once in the last 60 days. We include an or because sometimes Klaviyo will track a click but not an open. This is just like a fail-safe just in case. So if somebody's opened an email in the past 60 days, we want them. And then we want to make sure that they're subscribed so they can receive email marketing, and they have bounced email. I'd change this 0. We want to have 0 bounces. So that is what we want. That is the engaged list that we want to go off of for 14-day, 30-day, 60-day, and then 90-day. So create those lists, and then we'll go from there. This is the roadmap for achieving perfect deliverability in 6 weeks. This is all you need to do. Weeks 1 through 3. Create your 14-day, 30-day, 60-day, and 90-day engage list. Turn off all of your flows, all your automated emails, besides the welcome flow, browse abandon, cart abandon, checkout abandon, and post-purchase. Those are very high engaging flows. People are going to open them at a very high clip, like the welcome email. People sign up for a discount. You think they're going to open that first email that gives them the discount? Yes. And so that is boosting our credibility. We get very high opens with that. Cart abandon. Hey, you left this in your cart. People are very highly likely to engage with that. Post-purchase. Hey, thank you so much for your order. Here's info on your order. Keep that on because people want to see info on their order. So these are going to be essential for building up your reputation, getting high engagement. And then we want to send highly engaging campaigns 3 times per week only to your 14-day engaged email list. Your 14-day, 30-day. That's all we want to do. 3 campaigns a week. You might be thinking, why are you sending a lot of emails? Our deliverability is bad. We need to build up our reputation. If we're sending 1 email every week, it'll take us 3 weeks to get back what we can get in 1 week by sending 3 in 1 week. And that's kind of the ideal cadence that we found for ascending. We send 3 to 4 campaigns a week to our clients, and it keeps you top of mind with your customers. It gets them in that dopamine loop where they'll keep opening your emails. If you send once a week, people will forget about you and they just won't remember. So just trust me, 3 times per week to your 14-day engaged list. These are the people who are opening every single one of your emails. And so they're going to open them and you're going to get really high open rates. So once open rates to your 14-day engaged list are 50% plus, consistently, for 3 straight campaigns, we want to expand to 3 times per week to your 30-day engaged list. We want to do that for a couple weeks and just continue to send campaigns. So do that weeks 3 to 4, open it up to your 30-day engage list. And then weeks 5 through 6, just keep monitoring your opens and make sure you don't dip below 40 to 50%, and just play with your segments. So once your 60-day engage list is seeing 50% opens, you can keep expanding. So we just want to expand. And if we get low open rates, we want to tighten it again and just send. And then, so this is where you want to open it up to your 60-day and see just like slowly expand. And then now week 6+, we're sending to the 90-day engage list, and then one campaign a month to an expanded list. So now our deliverability is in a good spot. 90-day engage list is just your base sending list. We don't want to send to the full newsletter because there are people who use fake emails. There's people who never open your emails, people who who have a blacklisted inbox provider. They have blacklisted your domain, so no matter what, you're ending to spam. So we only want to send to people who have opened an email in the past 3 months. Like, if you think about it, 3 months is a long time. So only send to those people who have opened in the past 3 months. That's just your base list. You don't send to the full list except for one campaign a month to try to bring people back in. Doesn't need to be some crazy campaign. It could just be a regular email and just open it up to the whole list. See if a couple thousand people come back and open that email. If they do open that email, awesome. They were just added to the 90-day engage list. Because if anybody opens an email in the past 90 days, they're added to this. If they open, they're added. So this is literally all you need to do. Don't overcomplicate it. Just follow this protocol. Stick to the plan. Just stick to it. It's a really good plan. Just stick to it. Most people just don't do it. That's all you need to do. This is possible. This is a client example. This brand was only seeing 20 to 30% opens on their campaigns, and they were constantly landing in spam. This was very frustrating because only 25% of the list was seeing their messages, and in turn, like, the sales they were doing were flopping. Upon inspection, they had all the technicalities set up. We didn't need to worry about that. This was happening purely due to sender reputation. They were just landing in spam. I signed up for their email list, landed in my spam. So all we had to do was improve the reputation of their domain and then open the full campaigns back up. So you can see open rates, click rates, placed orders, but open rates is what we want to look at. 24%, 29, 27, 47 for like a very small list. This is like a survey. 29%, 11%, like very low opens, just consistently. You're telling Google, hey, nobody wants to open these emails. That is essentially what this brand was doing. And so they were landing in spam and they weren't getting out. And so revenue numbers, 5K was the peak. 5K was the most they generated. After following our protocol, literally as simple as I showed you, this is what was happening on day 60. So 26,000 people opening this email, 34,000 on 30% opens. Now we are getting 60% opens, 65,000 people opening the emails. That is where you want to be. We were having some issues with click tracking, but revenue, 23,000 in one email compared to 5,000. None of these had discounts, by the way. And so it's just that simple. Open rates, we're only sending to the engaged list. We're continuing to show Google that we are a reputable sender, and getting high opens, and nothing is getting affected. We're landing in the inbox, and a lot more people are seeing our emails. If more people see your emails, you generate a lot more revenue. And obviously our emails were awesome and doing really good for them. So that's essentially, this is possible. Trust me. If you want more help, you can book a call with me for an e-commerce brand doing over 50K a month. Shameless plug. But yes, if you have any questions, let me know. Deliverability is kind of a weird topic, but it's that simple. Just try it, trust the plan, and you're going to be okay. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know if you have any video requests and I will make it happen. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Hello, and this video is exclusively for people who like making money. We are talking about 6 email marketing A to B tests that you should be running every single week. No, this isn't just set up your tests once a month and be like, we're good. Little subject line difference where you change like 2 words. No, these should be ran and monitored every single week if you want to maximize your revenue. So we're going to get straight to it, talking about 6 specific tests that you should be running. So this one here is graphic email versus a text-based email. And this is the difference. We have a graphic-based email up top. You can see the click rates, open rates, and then the placed order. You can see open rates were better for the text-based email on the bottom. Click rate was almost 50% better as well. And then the placed order rate as well. You can see the placed order value right here. Much more. And so this is just the difference that a text-based email can have. So the text-based emails are the ones that are literally just pure text rather than doing graphics. Everybody's sending graphics. Not everybody is sending text-based emails. This is why it stands out so much, and you can have results like this, where this was a best sellers email, where you think, a lot of people are going to think for best sellers, you need to have like all the graphics and you need to show all the products. No, not necessarily. Not in this case. This was the text-based email for this brand, and it worked really well. So make sure that you're testing your text-based emails to see where they are the most effective and where you can fit them into your strategy, because you do want to make sure that you have both graphic and text-based emails. So this is the first test that you should be running and testing if you haven't already. This brings us to our next one, which you probably know, but probably don't know the impact of, and that is the subject line. So the subject line A/B test is exactly how it sounds. You're testing the subject lines. But what I want you to pay attention to is the difference in subject lines, which I'm gatekeeping, but the subject line here, this is an abandoned cart email. The subject line here resulted, like a lot of people think, the subject line is how you get more opens, or the open rate is what the subject line is testing. And look at this. The open rate is pretty much the same. In fact, this had more opens, just probably because of variability. However, if you look at the placed order rate, 11.6% versus 3.8%. And that's also the value. Now, all we changed was the subject line. Little things like the subject line can make a huge difference in the placed order value. Don't just look at your subject line as open rates. You're just testing the open rate. Subject line can have an impact on somebody's actual how they might purchase the product. If you make it a little bit more exclusive in the subject line, if you make it like where there's less barrier to entry, like if you say for an abandoned cart email, which I'm pretty sure this one was in terms of like the subject line, if you say something like your order is ready to go versus like your order's waiting for you. Your order's waiting for you isn't going to be as effective as your order's like ready to ship. It's packed and ready. Just click this button. So it's very low barrier to entry, and you can get higher placed order rates like this. So make sure you're tracking your subject line tests. Make sure you're doing them all the time and frequently, and you're testing different styles of them, and you're looking primarily at the placed order rate. That's what we care about. Open rates are cool, but I'd rather have larger placed order rates. So this one had a higher open rate, but way lower placed order rate. So make sure you pay attention to that. Next, we have products versus categories. Now, this is going to be brand specific, and this is something that we test very early on with our clients in how we want to have our emails going forward, where we are promoting specific products or promoting different categories of products. Now, this isn't going to apply to you if like you're a one product store, but if you have tons of products, you have tons of SKUs, you want to test like categories, like linking people to like men's products versus women's products, or do you want to show like 4 men's products, 4 women's products, like individually rather than categories? And so in this specific instance, this was a brand that they have a ton of different SKUs, and we did categories versus individual products. Now, I thought that categories would be better because there are a lot of SKUs, but categories is up top here, and you can see $118 on one recipient who purchased, and then 1% clicks, 1.04, and then linking to individual products here at a 1.14% click rate and way more purchases, much higher average order value, which I'm not really going to attribute to the email, but these were specific products. Now, we thought the opposite, but this is a very high SKU store. There are tons of different categories that people can choose from, and kind of when you give people a ton of options, they're less likely to click any of them. When somebody's shopping by category, they have to continue to search for more products rather than like showing them the products directly on the email. In this case, that worked better for this brand. We see it go both ways, but you'd be surprised how big of a difference this can have depending on the brand. Like for another brand, it might be categories would be way better, and these results could be flipped. Make sure that you're testing them so you can get kind of a sense of your customers' like buying preferences, and especially when they're browsing and opening their emails. So products versus categories right there. Next, we are doing long form versus short form. This is one of the bigger tests that you can run. I didn't mean to copy this link, but you can see the impact right here. A longer form email versus a shorter form email. This was like a note from the founder telling people like why our product is so amazing. And so you can see here on the click rate and then the placed order rate. So this was in the welcome flow email too. And you can see the longer form email giving these people more information on the product, which you might find useful and which we thought would perform better, only resulted in a 0.2% placed order rate, 2.4% click rate, $210. Meanwhile, the shorter version, which was like 6 lines of text, had a 3.4% click rate compared to 2.4, and 0.7% placed order rate, and obviously a lot more revenue. And you can see like delivered, this is off a 2,000 person sample size. So it's likely that this wasn't by accident. There were 2,000 people on each side, so technically like a 4,000 person sample size. So it probably wasn't by accident. For this brand, people liked shorter messaging. And so literally what this email was something as simple as, hey, welcome into the brand. I wanted to give you a warm welcome. If you didn't see, our products are cool because this one fact. Shop now. That's all it was. And then this one was going into like the science behind it and much more background info. And I think it just distracted people, and it wasn't simple, and people just don't read their emails too often. They don't want to sit down and read every single word that you're sending. So this made the call to action very buried in the email rather than making it 6 lines of text, email or the call to action is one of those lines of text. 1 in 6 is better than like having 15 lines of text where it can be buried in one of those lines. So long form for short form, make sure you're testing them. It's going to be different for each audience. Next, we have campaign timing, which is another very high lever that you want to dial for your brand. So this one was, so some brands, they'll be better at certain times of the day. This was a test of morning versus like late afternoon. And you can see late afternoon, the open rate's 26% versus morning 36%. You can see the click rate was actually higher, but the placed order rate, there were just too little people. And so placed order, much higher for people earlier in the day rather than at night. Sometimes you think maybe at night you can send people emails or the late afternoon because they're going to be off work, but that doesn't always work when you can get people on the lunch break and maybe it performs better. It's going to depend on the brand. So you want to make sure that you're testing. This was, I believe, 11 a.m. versus 4 p.m. And you can see just the massive, massive, massive difference. And so now we know going forward, if we're making $2,000 more on every campaign that we send, it's going to be tens of thousands of dollars more over the course of a couple months. And so campaign timing, super, super important. Make sure that you dial what times are important for your brand. And then we have the flow time delay. So similar to the campaign timing, we want to test our time delays in the flows. This is a very high lever that you can pull. You can see waiting 30 minutes and waiting 4 hours. And this was for a site abandoned flow. So after somebody goes to your website and then leaves, they don't view any products, they don't add to cart, this is the email that we're sending them. And we tried waiting 30 minutes, try to get them while their attention is hot. You'd think that maybe that would perform better. They just left the site, we're at the top of their mind, and we send them an email. That's what we thought, but it actually had a way less placed order rate on a massive sample size. And so 0.7% placed order rate versus waiting 4 hours. Now, this could be this had lower engagement, less opens, less clicks, because probably people weren't ready right off the bat, but maybe they were more likely to purchase later on because maybe at this time when they abandoned site, they were like busy walking around with the kids, and you send a reminder 30 minutes later, they could still be doing that. Whereas 4 hours later, when they're sitting in their bed at night, they might be more likely to purchase. That's what we saw here, having a higher placed order rate and much higher revenue. Very high lever that you can do, especially for your abandonment emails. Make sure that you're testing. It's going to be different for each one. Make sure that you're testing your time delay between your messages as well. Very, very high lever that you can pull. And then one of the last one here, we have branded text-based versus plain text-based. Now, we've talked a little bit about text-based campaigns. Now, how do you execute on a text-based campaign, and how do we want to run it? So 2 types of text-based emails you can send. You can send a branded text-based email or a just plain text-based email. So a branded text-based email is going to have your logo at the top, and it's just going to be plain text. There are no images or anything, but it has your logo at the top, plain text, and then maybe your footer at the bottom. That's a branded plain text. And then we have just plain text, which is literally nothing but text, no logos, no anything, and it's sent in the native inbox providers format. So if you were to open a Gmail from one of your buddies, it would show up exactly as that with the white background, black text, and just that. So that's stuff that you want to test too, because at times they're going to perform differently. The pro of having a branded text-based email is you have your logo at the top, which people can click, which is going to lead to more people going to your site. And then it's also going to be more branded and attached to your brand feel. Whereas the plain text email is just super simple, super easy to click. There isn't any other call to actions. It's a little bit shorter and easier to digest, but there are pros and cons of each. So this test, for example, we tested it for this brand, and you can see branded text-based is on this side, and then we have the plain text-based on this side. And so you can see delivered here, 1,900 delivered, 1,400 delivered here, so less delivered, but about the same revenue. This has a higher placed order rate, 1.7% versus 1.2%, which is nearly a 50% increase in placed order rate. And then click rate as well, 4% versus 3%. So the plain text just happened to work better. It looks a little bit more personal. So it's going to depend on kind of the brand and what your messaging is. A lot of times if it's going to be direct from the founder, like you're saying, hey, it's Max, the founder of this brand, plain text would be the way to go. But if you're coming from the brand itself, like the Wellcopy, this is the team at Wellcopy, then maybe the branded is a little bit better because you're going to have your logo and you can make those associations. But branded text-based and plain text-based are things you are going to want to test, and make sure you're mixing them up every now and again, but lean towards the one that performs better. So those were the tests that you should be running: branded text-based versus plain text-based, flow time delays, campaign timing, long form versus short form content, products versus categories in your emails, your subject lines, and then graphic emails versus text-based emails. So make sure that you use these. Let me know if you have questions with setting these up. These were the 6 email marketing A to B tests you should be running every week if you like making money. Hopefully that was helpful, and let me know if you have any questions. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so this is how to save 5+ hours a week of strategizing and writing copy by correctly, keyword correctly, using ChatGPT, okay? So no BS, we're getting straight into it. So, introduction. Hello, marketing enthusiasts. Welcome back to our channel. Today we're diving into the exciting world of email marketing. Okay. Now, this is obviously ChatGPT. This is what ChatGPT looks like, and this is what your copy looks like if you actually use ChatGPT as is. AI, it's just not perfect. We're not there yet. It's easy to tell when something is written by AI. There's like phrases that just are very common with ChatGPT, like, well, you're in luck. Crafting, that is often used. Enthusiast is often used. We're diving into the exciting world. That is always used. And so you can just easily tell, like, the second I see an email, I can tell if it's ChatGPT or not. So ChatGPT is just not going to give you the finished product of your copy. Rather, you should use it as a guide and a framework. It should be an iterative process where you're making edits, asking it to change things around, etc., etc. And, you know, these frameworks that I'm going to share with you are a great place to start, but you shouldn't just be taking what ChatGPT gives you and running with it. Like, that is not what you should be doing. It is like the sixth man of the year is how I think of it. Like, in basketball terms, you have everybody on your team, and then you have Klaviyo, who's like just there to support. So this is what we're going over. 2 things that we're going over with prompts and examples for each. Using ChatGPT for writing copy, and then using ChatGPT to come up with content ideas. So, using ChatGPT to write copy. So, step 1 is we want to prime ChatGPT with brand and product info. So, these are the prompts that you want to use. I will have this doc in the description so you can copy and paste. So, essentially, you just want to give ChatGPT all the info it needs to then write copy. So, you tell them literally everything about your brand. I'm giving you a bunch of information of my ecom brand. I want you to process the information so I can later ask you to write email copy. So, use as much space as you can, as much information as you can. This shouldn't be just like quick sentences. This should be paragraphs, as much as you can give it. And then you also want to give it your website link. That's one thing you can also give it, and it'll look at your website and then figure some stuff out. So this is like the base prompt I use. This hits. I've tried so many different things, and this is the one that hits all the spots to give you the best starting point. So if we look at this example, this is just like you could say this is Gymshark. Gymshark. I'm going to give you a bunch of background information on my ecom brand, yada, yada, yada. Gymshark, we sell high-quality gym apparel meant for working out, but also for leisurely wearing. Our mission is simple. I just took a bunch of stuff from their website. Our legacy was built in the weight room, founded with a love for training, yada, yada, yada. Our brand is unique because of this. Our ideal customer is this. Brand voice, goals and aspirations, all that stuff. So this is like a pretty brief one, but that is like what you prime it. We're actually going to show an example with this primer. So join my newsletter. Starts out daily and then goes to 2 to 3 weeks. So join it. It shouldn't be free. So step 2, the prompt for the campaign. So we've primed it with the information it needs. Now we need to actually give it the campaign that we want. So this is like the key phrases that you want to use that I've found is you just want to say we're creating a graphic-based email campaign. If you don't say graphic-based, it'll give you just a bunch of like a letter in letter format. So you say we're doing a graphic-based email campaign with minimal copy, very important to say that, to send to our customers. The topic is about this, whatever the topic of your campaign is. Using the information I gave you on the brand, I want you to write a quick and punchy headline. That's key as well, or else it's going to give you like a 20-word headline. You want it to be quick and punchy, and then punchy will just make it a little bit more creative. And then you say, then I want you to create a slightly longer subheadline, which goes into 2 to 3 sentences of body copy, leading to a shop now call to action. So that gives ChatGPT like the information it needs to like understand the flow of the email, because that's typically what you have like in your hero section. You have a headline, you have a subheadline, body copy, and then a button. That's typically what it is. And so it's a good starting place. You could mix that up however you want, headline, button, and then subheadline, body copy, whatever you want. But step 2 for this example, We say we're creating a graphic-based email campaign with minimal copy to send to our customers. The topic is about our best sellers and how they are the MVP for you in the gym. They will help you feel comfortable and break your personal records. So the MVP in the gym is what like the basis of this email is. So you just say, give it the prompt, and then let's see what it gives us. Okay, so this is what the process looks like. So I gave it all that, and then this is what it comes up with. Meet your MVPs, Gymshark's best sellers. Crush your goals and set new personal records with our top-selling gear. Designed for peak performance and unmatched comfort, these bestsellers are your ultimate gym companions. Gear up, push your limits, and see the difference. So that's a bit ChatGPT. You can kind of tell it's a little bit like ChatGPT. It's not quite there. So I said, so it's an iterative process. You're always going to be adjusting and having a conversation with ChatGPT. So I said, can you make it a bit more unique? Wow. Unleash your potential. Gymshark's bestsellers. That's a bit basic. And so this said, elevate your workout with top picks crafted to be your ultimate gym allies. These cutting edge innovation and comfort to help you smash personal records, ready to transform your training. That's a little bit better. But the headline, unleash your potential. Come on. Can you make the headline more conversational rather than what it was? Ready to meet your gym MVPs. There we go. We're kind of heating up a little bit there. That's a little bit better. So I said, give me more options for headlines. So this is, again, where you're iterating. Give me more options. Say hello to your gym MVPs, me, yada, 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 your go-to. And then I said, my headline is your new go-tos for PR day. Boom. So that's, I landed on like what it was. It was your go-to. I took something from that. And then it was like PR day. I got that from, I think, somewhere else. I don't know. But then I was like, oh, PR day. PR day is personal record day where gym goers try to break the record. Can you write me 2 to 3 sentences of body copy? Smash your personal records with gear, yada, yada, yada. Give me a sub-headline for this email to go over the best sellers. Top picks to power through your tougher workouts. Give me options. So we're still going, but we kind of got what we needed right there. And so when we go to the finishing touches, this is what we landed on. Your new go-tos for PR day. By the way, this is how I write copy at my agency. It gives you a little bit more control over how the design is. A lot of times, like if you just do copy and you say headline, this, subheadline, this, body copy, this, then you as the copywriter, the person putting together the emails, you've no idea how it's going to turn out. It's like you're just throwing a dart into randomness, I don't know, and you're just seeing what the designer gives you, and the designer likes it better when you can give them more to work off of, and you have better judgment of what you want the email to be. So we said your new go-tos for PR day, smash personal records with gear that's designed to support your every move. Our best sellers provide the perfect blend of comfort and innovation, making PR day your best day, ready to redefine your limits. Banger. There we go. PR Day dominance awaits. So that's another great sub-headline leading into the products, which literally just listed out products and it's like took copy that they had. And then boom, that is an email right there. Look at that. Amazing. We used ChatGPT to write it, and it looks good. It looks awesome. Gymshark, use it. Okay, now, so that's how to write copy with the prompts and what the process should look like. Now let's talk about using ChatGPT to come up with email ideas. So you should be sending 3 to 4 email campaigns a week. I send emails for a living. I have clients who can leave me at any point in time. So I am incentivized to drive as good of results as possible. So I've tested every single cadence. And in 90% of cases, your sweet spot is 3 to 4 campaigns per week to your whole engaged email list. Why would I lie to you? People are like, oh, well, that's too much. Have you tried it? No, you haven't. Just listen. Just try it. You don't need to listen to me, but just try it. I've generated $20 million through email. I do it for a living. I'm not saying that like I'm genius, but I just from the numbers every single time, 3 to 4 email campaigns a week is what you should be doing. As long as your email content is good, this cadence is the right balance of staying top of mind and not being over the top. If your emails suck, then maybe 3 to 4 email campaigns per week is too much. But if your emails are actually good, then people will want to receive them and they'll look forward to it. So send good emails. It's kind of, this is the situation you get, and you send content, the customer engages because it's a good email. Next time you send content, they recognize you, and then you can send more content, they keep engaging, and it just gets stronger as you go. And then this is also just like familiarity. The more time people see you, the more they just like start to like you, and they start to get to know you. First time like listening to a song, it's not all that. And then you start playing it more, it starts getting played more, and then now it's your favorite. I used to hate the Mamma Mia song, but now it's like my favorite because I just hear it every time I go out. So just send more. Okay, so how do you come up with all these email topics? How the heck do you do it? The best topics are going to come to you naturally, like, I don't know, some angle that you think of, just like you sell organic protein and you're just like, do you want to like actually be real natty? Like real natty lifters use organic, like whatever. Stuff like that's going to come naturally. But as we know, AI isn't perfect, but it can give us some great starting points if you're struggling with content ideas. It can literally help us create hundreds of ideas in minutes with quick email micro topics. So micro topics are just small little topics within your niche that you can create a whole email about. Micro topic for an organic supplement company may be what makes a supplement organic. Another one could be what ingredients you're using. Like this is the specific ingredient that we use, how the protein is made. Those are all little micro topics that you can use. And so I have here my go-to ChatGPT prompt to strategize and build out your calendar. It'll give you 100 different ideas that will literally last you a full year of non-discount campaigns. So this is the base micro topic prompt that I use. You just say, I have a brand in this niche that sells this. Our brand is meant to, whatever the mission statement is or the benefits of the brand. Then you want to talk about the customer, our average customer, yada, 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 whatever their customer is and what they want. I want you to give me 10 overarching topics that my brand can create content about. The topics should be very general and tie into our product benefits and the lives of our customer. Then, with these 10 overarching topics, I want you to create 10 subtopics under each. The subtopics should be very specific and should educate the customer on the topic and potentially position our products as a solution. So that is going to give you 10 macro topics and then under them a ton of micro topics. And so this is a supplement brand example that you can use. So this is what I did. If you want to read all of that, awesome. But you pretty much are saying we focus on whole food based stuff. We don't use any of this. Our products are yada, yada, yada. This is our customer. Write me this. And these are the results that we got. Boom. Look at all these emails that we can make emails about. These topics we can make emails about. So one overarching topic is holistic health and wellness. Another is sustainable muscle building, the science of natural supplements, and look at all these. The role of adaptogens in managing stress and enhancing muscle growth. Looks like that got cut off. Well-being, balancing hormones, naturally that got messed up too. The impact of sleep on muscle recovery and growth, natural detoxification. Support your body's own processes. Gut health, the foundation of overall wellness. The connection between mental health and physical fitness. These are all things that you can create full emails off of, or at least get an idea from. I mean, you're probably not going to use whatever enhancing is, but these give you great starting points. Incorporating yoga and flexibility training for holistic fitness. Sustaining muscle building. Like, look at all this stuff. All of this is gold that you could create emails out of, and your list is going to actually enjoy and want to receive. And this is going to just like help with building your brand and becoming an authority in your brand. So never solely rely on ChatGPT. Again, just reiterating that, please don't. It is just a starting point. So that is it. I hope you got some value from this and you are going to use ChatGPT to save you a ton of time and get a lot of good content examples. So again, join my free newsletter. Lots of value in there. And then you can find me with these links, which will be found in the doc in the description. So appreciate it, and I will see you in the next one.